Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Call third strike. Josh Hader stays perfect on the season, and the Astros take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. As Hader closes the door, he is 18 for 18 in saves, and the Astros win it 4-3. This is not your team, Blair. That's a nice series win after losing a series in Chicago.
Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network last night. Astros win 4-3. I don't know. I got to check the standings and see if this is indeed not the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
I don't know. Every batter I see get up is like, hey, he's got a 197 average. And,
yeah. Hang on a second. Let me check the standings. Not too well, actually, Todd Callis this early in the morning. And it was a nice win last night. Fromber not at his that was the weirdest Fromber outing ever last night because he was scuffling a little bit. His pitch count got really high. And yet when he finishes up the 5th inning, it's like, oh, that's probably the last we'll see of Fromber. Finishes off with his 12th strikeout.
First time an Astros player has had 12 strikeouts in 5 innings.
12 strikeouts. Of the 15 outs he got, 12 of them were Ks, but he's out. You know, and some of that's a function of all the strikeouts. Like, if you strike a bunch of guys out, you're throwing more pitches than Fromber's used to throwing.
That's what, yeah, and Framber's the second highest ground ball rate pitcher in the league. And Framber himself in his comments afterwards basically said, if I'm striking out, basically, to paraphrase, if I'm striking a bunch of guys out, it's not necessarily going according to plan.
That's right.
You'd like to pitch to contact to get the ground balls. They hit a lot of, I mean, there were some defensive issues. He got out of the first inning with the bases loaded but no runs after Brendan Rodgers made like 17 errors on one play.
Yeah.
And it was just, I don't want to just scoff it up to bad luck, that a little bit of defensive issues. But then the bullpen, even with Josh Hader giving up a run, rare occurrence, kids. Yeah. Buy the T-shirt tomorrow. I was there. Yeah. I saw Josh Hader giving up a run.
It's kind of what he did last year a few times. He'd get these saves where they're up by, they got some insurance, and he's like, I gave up a solo home run. Still got the save. Hader's been great this year. I'll let him give up a solo home run as long as they still win the game. But yeah, it was a strange Framber outing last night. Unfortunately, I think the lead to this game is what's so funny. You did this at the end of the show yesterday where you're just laughing.
I'm sorry. I'm just the White Sox to answer your question. Yeah, the White Sox, just to confirm our suspicions, yes, they are still 23-46.
Right. That was, I had to do
21 and a half games back from the Tigers. Yeah.
I had to do a double take when Callis said that at the end of the game last night. He's like, these aren't last year's White Sox. I'm like, they kind of are. I mean, they still suck.
My moment the day before was when Christian Walker was at the plate and he said, he's hitting a lot better versus righties this year. And got a 208 average versus. I'm like, what? Yeah,
yep,
but
better. So it's a win. It's a series win. Minnesota coming to town. Minnesota, a much better team than the Chicago White Sox. The lead, though, in this game, and this is something that this will be what we're watching today, is the left hamstring of Isaac Paredes that he pulled running to first base in the 7th inning. Came up lame, came up gimpy, stayed in the dugout afterwards for a little bit. I'm like, well, he hasn't gone down to the clubhouse yet. He's in the dugout still. Joe Espada confirmed after the game that Isaac Paredes has tweaked his left hamstring. We don't know the severity of it, but Espada said that Isaac said after the game he wants to play on Friday.
Yeah, he said, hey, I'm playing tomorrow, Joe. I'm like, dude, let's check you out tomorrow and see how you feel. But the strength was fine, so we'll know how he feels tomorrow. Right? He still just came off the field, adrenaline, so we'll know more tomorrow once he wakes up, and we'll check him out.
I wish he hadn't even shared that with me, that Isaac Paredes said he wanted to play. I don't need any optimism or pessimism. Just tell me it's a hamstring and tell me you'll tell me tomorrow, because I am so scarred by the way this organization, top to bottom, handles injury news.
It is, one thing Caserio
I don't need to know the optimism. You know what I mean? I just tell me he's got a hamstring.
Right, yeah, he's got a hamstring. We'll find out. I don't know. This is one of those situations where he is genuinely speaking the truth, which is a lot of times after a hamstring.
Yeah.
It feels like, sometimes to the player, it feels like, oh, this is no big deal at all. And then you wake up the next day and the entire back of your leg is black and blue.
Right.
So we just don't know until we see that. I can't allow it into my brain that Isaac Paredes will be injured for any amount of time, given all the other issues they're dealing with. I'm in denial.
Yeah.
I am in 100. I'm like a 1950s housewife, just all knocked out on Valium, and wife is my husband is schlubbing the gardener. Yes.
This would be a disaster if he's out for any extended period of time. Jordan Alvarez going out is a disaster, but when Jordan went out, he had an OPS that was in the 600s, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like you weren't. When Jordan Alvarez went out, Seth, he had a negative wins above replacement. That is a factual statement. He was a losing player when he went out. So whatever it was you were doing when Jordan finally had to go out with a hand injury, whatever it was you were doing as a team was not being positively affected by Jordan Alvarez. You could argue that Isaac Paredes has been their best player this season. He's in that. It's him or Jeremy Pena, and then, obviously Framber and Hunter Brown have their own degree of value, and Hader as well, based on, who they are to the pitching staff. But as far as everyday players go, you could argue that Isaac Paredes has been the best player on this baseball team. And he's gotten better and better and better as the season's gone on. He's by far their biggest power threat. He's got 15 home runs, and it feels like he's hit 10 of them in the last week and a half. Mm-hmm. So this would be, if he's, and that's a hamstring scares me, man. If he's out for any extended period of time, this is bad. I mean, I'm kind of stating the obvious here. Like, this is really bad. There's no solution that's getting you 15 home runs right now. You know what I mean? Like, this is awful. This is terrible, terrible news we wake up to on Friday the 13th.
What's the good news, Sean?
The good news is they won. That's the good news.
They've won or split all six of the last six series, is it? Yeah, they've so it's been a good run here of a team cobbling it together somehow, some way. Without hardly any actual starting pitchers that you feel good about, they continue to win series.
They do.
So the fact that they've been a scrappy bunch, anchored by their bullpen largely. Right.
And that's what scares me is that Isaac Paredes is the one guy that's it's not about the scrappiness. He's the guy who with a swing of a bat can get you 2 or 3 runs. They don't have that right now.
They've won or split each of their last 6 series.
There you go.
The stat I was looking for.
Okay. They're 8 games above 500, which is their high water mark for the season. I mean, if Isaac Paredes hadn't pulled his left hamstring, we're coming in here like, okay, let's go. Minnesota's coming into town this weekend. This is just that casts a pall over everything for me. So we'll see. We'll be on hamstring watch today for Isaac Paredes. I would guess he's not going to be in the lineup today, even though he wants to play.
I'm going to guess, after ever since I said that I think Tucker, last year when I felt like Tucker would be, I said he'll be in the lineup tomorrow. The game where he got hit in the leg, I was like, oh yeah, he'll be out there tomorrow. Probably just a bruise. He's fine. And then it ended up being what it ended up being.
I think even if he can go today, I think Joe Espada is going to just sit him out of precaution. Even if he could go, I don't think he plays.
Yeah, actually, okay, yeah. What's the over-under on Paredes with a hamstring of any sort? I feel like
he's out of the lineup tonight.
Yeah, I would lean more towards 10 days. I'll put the over-under at 5, just because of the utmost caution they have to treat any kind of hamstring.
If it's an IL trip for Paredes, I'm gonna jam an ice pick in my eye.
Why? It's 10 games. Sean, it's a big deal.
At least the division sucks. They've got that cushion right now. They are up by, I think, are they still up by 4 games in the division? What are they up by right now? Yeah, 4 games, 4.5 games over the Angels and the Mariners. Well, look at that.
Oh no! The middle of the AL West is jam packed right now.
Yeah.
Those guys are all within a game of each other, and it's as long as they stay down there, fighting it out. In the minor leagues of the AL West, I'm cool. Yeah.
We're like the king sitting up on the balcony watching all the peasants battle with each other down in the courtyard down there. The Angels and the Mariners tied 33 and 34 right now. I have to pick a date I had a few people come at me saying, are you going to do this 999 thing, the 9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 9 innings that we talked about the other day that I didn't do on Tuesday?
You chickened out because you're afraid of the suits.
Yeah, a little bit. I got to pick a date to do it, though. I do want to do that for the people. And if I do it, it needs to be on a Tuesday, probably just for my bank account. I need to do it on Dollar Dog Night. I don't want to be spending I don't want to spending $8 a hot dog to come home feeling pain in my
so
gut.
Let's see, you've got Tuesday. Let's see, you've got that's at the A's. You've got.
No, I want to do it at the ballpark.
I know. That's why I'm just saying you can't do that. And then June 24th, the Phillies come to Houston.
Right.
That would be a really good one.
That's a good one, except the only thing with that is I'm trying to get in shape for Amy and I are going to Jamaica at the end of the month, and I've really been trying hard to eat better and exercise every day before we go, just because So there's 2 in July. July 8th, Cleveland Guardians. That's at Dyken Park. And then Tuesday, July 29th against the Washington Nationals. I'm thinking of the 8th, although the 29th, the problem with the 29th is that's probably during training camp. So I got to get up early the next day and go, like, after having eaten 9 hot dogs and drank 9 beers in 9 innings, and go stand in the heat watching the Texans. Yeah.
We only have a 2-hour show during those first couple weeks of training camp.
Great point. There's really no show prep per se that goes into it. It's just all things happening at camp and you and I just riffing for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty much, or we just talk about how you're feeling after your 9 hot dogs and 9 beers. Yeah.
That would be a 2-hour topic right there. All right, so So the leader in the clubhouse is July 29th, and you could go to the game with me and chronicle the whole thing. We can go together.
That's true too. I'll be your little social media lackey.
Yeah, we can go. We can go as a squad. Yeah, I'll get you one of those little arms that you put the phone in there, and I'll get you a nice phone holder that you hold with 2 hands like handlebars, and you can film me the whole time.
I was thinking about that yesterday. I was watching. 5 minutes before the game started, they were talking about how Framber was having some kind of an issue with his necklace, and they had all these different guys. Lance McCullers was working on it at one point. I think they said Paris Chico was the guy that finally figured it out. If he can't send guys home with the aggression we want, at least he can figure out Framber's gold necklace.
Oh my God!
And then I'm watching all the players go out onto the field, and I'm like, man, they made me jealous because the level of energy of a football player before a game compared to baseball players, where it's 162 games. Like I wish I knew what the mindset exactly, like how it felt to go out where it's obviously more than practice, yet at the same time you got to find that even keel and not get too hyped up or too down in the doldrums about anything. It's you probably you settle into a nice little rhythm of like, hey, going to play some baseball.
You didn't have Gary Walker fiddling around with your necklace before a game against the Tennessee Titans or something like that back in the day?
The most stressful thing that I ever had before a game that I was PO'd about was that I had messed up. I'd forgotten to leave tickets for somebody at a game. We were playing the Falcons in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it was like after we had come in from warm-ups, and I had to handle this stupid administrative thing it knocked me out of my normal routine.
That would mess me up. I hate that.
We won the game, Sean. It didn't hurt us.
It didn't derail the team.
Game.
It didn't derail the squad. That's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast are with you here on a Friday. We've got Jimmy Ward details to get to. Some details have emerged of the allegations against Jimmy Ward from yesterday. It was a wild morning yesterday with the arrest of Jimmy Ward. So we've got the latest details on that, what it could mean for the Houston Texans, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys into a
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got a text message here. You can text this show 713-572-4610. And I think I know why they're bringing this up. We'll get to Jimmy Ward here in just a second. Someone's texting in. Isn't Cam Smith a true third baseman? He is. He is a third baseman he was raised a third baseman. I think they're asking that because he made another spectacular play in the outfield last night.
Yeah. And if I recall properly, he wasn't necessarily a great infielder in college, but just based on errors and whatnot. But there are some conditions attached to that. So I'd rather see Cam Smith continue to just be on the groove he's on, playing in right field, and see Dubon or whomever else at third base.
Oh, for sure.
Is out. Yeah.
For sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's why. Okay, thank you, Seth. That's why they're asking it. So they could. The texter is implying that they could move Cam Smith over to third. I thought they were just saying. Hey,
it's just a random question.
Well, the entirety of the text isn't Cam Smith a true third baseman?
Yeah.
And my first thought about Cam Smith in the game last night was he made a couple really good plays in right field.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a compliment to Cam Smith. Like, wow, this guy's a third baseman, and he really is this season. He's not playing a Gold Glove level right field. He's made mistakes, but man, he has far exceeded my expectations for him in right field.
I feel maybe this, I don't want to listen. I know this is a crazy take, but I think Cam Smith's upside as an outfielder is higher than Jose Altuve's. Call me crazy. Call me crazy.
Hey, man, Altuve made a good play last night, too, but yes.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not like he can't make nice plays.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like when Tim Tebow would make a nice throw.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, all right, let's look at the whole thing in its entirety.
Yeah. No, I mean, and if the texter's point is, you can slide Cam over to third base so his bat stays in the lineup, and maybe there's a better solution for right field than there is to just replace somebody and bringing Dubon in and putting him at third base because Dubon is a sub 600 OP. The bottom line is you're gonna if Isaac Paredes has to miss any amount of time, you're gonna miss that power back because this is a lineup that does not have a lot of power with no Yordan Alvarez. Cam Smith himself has not hit a home run since April 18th. I mean, we're coming up on 2 months, and Cam Smith was supposed to be one of the more. If he was going to be in the lineup every day, part of what he was bringing to the table was a power bat at least, and he's got 3 home runs this year so far.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be that guy. He's a rookie. This is not shade at Cam Smith. This is just the fact of the matter with the Astros lineup is your power is coming from Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena, and occasionally Christian Walker. And outside of that, there is not a lot of home runs. There's not a lot of what they call slug in this lineup right now. So so it's a problem.
Let's see. At third base, Cam is has fringy speed. This is his report coming out.
Okay.
Has fringy speed and shows decent range and plus arm strength at third base.
Okay.
Though he's an erratic defender at the hot corner and inconsistent with the accuracy of his throws.
Okay.
The excitement about Cam was largely because of his offensive prowess. But now that athleticism that he has with that length in the outfield, I think that might just I'd kind of forgotten about even having the debate about whether he should be a third baseman or an outfielder because I feel like he's doing so well and on such a good trajectory now that I don't want to mess with that.
He looks way more like a right fielder than he does a third baseman. I mean, he's got long limbs. He's tall. It's just so. All right, Jimmy Ward. The fallout from Jimmy Ward yesterday. If you missed it yesterday, at about 8:30 or so, Ward had been arrested at 5:30 in the morning, Thursday morning, and now we know what the charges are. We know some of the details, at least the allegations. The official charges against Jimmy Ward, Texan safety, assault, family violence, and impeding breathing and circulation, which is a third-degree felony. So,
which basically is interpreted as choking
somebody. And so we get to the actual, in plain English, details of this. The victim is the alleged victim is Jimmy Ward's fiance, and she's alleging that Jimmy Ward assaulted, strangled, and threatened her at their home in Magnolia yesterday. So that's where we are with that right now. There was footage of Jimmy Ward leaving the jail yesterday, getting into a car. Somebody picked him up at the jail and drove off. And that's where we are right now. We're still waiting on details. We're into a dead period now, Seth, where we're not going to hear from anybody from the team for a long, long time with conventional football stuff. You know, if there were a practice today, D'Amico Ryans would probably be getting up in front of a mic and be getting hit with questions about this thing. But we're not in that part of the calendar right now.
Well, and you're also at the point where I think the organization legitimately can't say anything except that we're going to look into it, and we've got to. The league, as far as the NFL goes, the NFL generally waits for the legal process to play out. The team can do whatever they want in terms of figuring out exactly what's going on, what's the legitimacy, or what's the situation look like. And then they might make a decision sometime in the next 5 weeks without really us knowing much about it all while it's going on. As it is, just you can't rush to judgment. You have no idea exactly what happened. You don't want to call either side guilty or lying or anything until you just get a little bit more detail. I think given how most NFL teams would operate, if they do feel that it is legitimately a case of, you know, Jimmy Ward inflicting some kind of violence on his fiance, I'm guessing he's going to get that. In that situation, he would get cut.
Yeah.
But we have no idea at this point. I mean, most of the questions I got yesterday are the Texans going to cut him now? Like I'm sorry. I hate to go all Astros injury report on you. There's absolutely no possible way of knowing exactly how they're going to handle this, we don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's a sensitive issue. I mean, Jimmy Ward was arrested and he hadn't said anything about it yet. I don't think his lawyers. Yesterday, the story was, Seth, the report in the Chronicle was that they weren't sure if Jimmy Ward had legal representation. So we haven't even heard from a lawyer yet on this thing either with Jimmy Ward.
I didn't watch the video of him getting picked up at the courthouse. What was the car that picked him up?
It was a Mercedes. It was a black. Oh. It was a black. I think a black Mercedes. It was definitely a Mercedes. It was like a dark Mercedes picked him up, and he got into the car on the passenger side. So somebody was picking him up at the jail yesterday.
Could have been Uber Black.
Do you get in the front with an Uber Black?
I think Jimmy Ward might. He's a very chatty, personable guy.
He would. Yeah. He of all the people on the Texans, he would be high up the power rankings of guys who would get into an Uber up front just to chit chat with the driver. I would think. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. If I'm in a Uber Black, I don't know. I wonder. I don't know how they decline a ride or not. Do you swipe left or right on a pickup from the jail?
I don't know. I've never been on the driver's side.
It's either a lawyer or a successful perp of some sort.
Yeah,
I might. If they're ordering Uber Black, then you're either going to get a lawyer or a guy who's done quite well for himself as a criminal.
It would say it would have their name, right? I mean, they would see that. Hey, it's Jimmy, and he's got a 4.95 Uber rating. You know,
that's true. Yeah.
What do you think Jimmy Ward's Uber rating is? I bet it's pretty high. I bet it's
pretty high, but he's not going to bite his tongue when it comes to maybe if the driver upsets him somehow.
Yeah, that's true.
You know? There's a lot of times where I'm riding in an Uber and the driver says something where I'm like, I'm just going to let it go. I don't know. All right, I disagree with this guy's views on something, but I'm not going to just, all right, yeah, sure.
Does that affect, not to get too far off the Jimmy Ward path, does that affect how you grade that driver on the 5-star scale if they said something?
Nah, I base it. No, it's hard for me to not give somebody a 5-star on Uber because those guys get knocked down hard for just any kind of a negative review.
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty extreme. It's got to be like the guy is deliberately screwing up or just so stupid and not listening to any of my instructions or something. Then I might give him a 4 or a 3.
I don't think I've ever given a 2, a 3, or a 4. My reflex is just to go 5. But I've had like 1 or 2 really bad ones. They got a 1. Yeah. So I never go in between. Yeah.
All right. Now
back to Jimmy. Back to Ward. So let's play this out here. I mean, we're not going to hear anything from the Texans until some details come out about this. I was thinking about this yesterday. Couple thoughts. If indeed this is something that affects Jimmy Ward's status with the team, that it's a good thing they traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson this offseason.
Yeah.
You know, like it was a real lesson, Seth. When they traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I'm like, that's an interesting pickup. I mean, they didn't give up anything for him. They gave up Kenyon Green, who wasn't in your plans anyways. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson's not cheap. I mean, he makes $9 or $10 million a year. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, boy, they've got Kalen Bullock, they've got Jimmy Ward, they've got Jalen Petrie, who is what he is, but can play safety for you. that feels like you're really spending some money to strengthen a strength already for the team. But it's a real lesson. Like, you just never know what's going to happen, man. It's a good lesson in like it's sort of like a corollary of the best player available in the draft. Like when they drafted Blake Fisher last year, it was a little curious. Like, you got your 2 starting tackles, but then it turns out Blake Fisher has to play 7 games for you at the end of the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's nice. I mean, it's still ideal if you have Jimmy Ward, depending on what happens and whoever knows. But I guess the one thing that from minicamp that I found exciting was the Texans being out there in dime with both Jalen Smith and Jalen Petrie on the field all together, plus 4 other defensive backs. You got 6 defensive backs on the field, all of whom have an appetite for violence.
Yeah.
Because that's key. Because when you have aggressive football play, because when you're in dime, when you got 6 defensive backs on the field, your huge weakness is you tend to be very, very soft against the run. But when you've got that kind of mindset of players out there on the field, you can offset some of that. But, so you want as much depth as possible. And then with injuries, I mean, at various times in the last couple of years, you can see the moments when either, because of depth issues at cornerback or in the safeties, you've had Okudah letting up a touchdown versus the Cowboys. You have 2 years ago, the Amari Cooper having 250 yards, largely because in one play you've got
D'Angelo Ross.
D'Angelo Ross taking his first snap at cornerback that season, and Jalen Petrie, a young safety, not playing the appropriate spot there. So, veteran depth especially. It's one thing to have depth and potential with your backup cornerbacks, but just having veterans who know where to be when they have to step in, you can't undersell, especially how important that can be towards the end of the season. And that would be a big blow from a football standpoint if Jimmy's not there.
If he's not there, and that's on the heels of Ronald Darby retiring a week ago. He was going to be your veteran corner after the top 2 guys, and Jimmy Ward was going to be, and still may be, your veteran safety after the top 2 guys. And there's a possibility now that both those guys could be gone depending on how things play out with this Jimmy Ward situation. So I thought about that. If my calculations are right, I think this is the first arrest of the DeMeco Ryans era, if I'm not mistaken. I can't think of another one. The most recent Googling yesterday was a running back named Darius Anderson who had the charges dropped, actually. He was arrested for theft at his girlfriend's house, and he ended up going on IR. He never played again for the Texans, but that was back in August of 2022. This is, if you're a longtime Texan fan, I'm not stating anything you don't already know. This is unfamiliar territory for the Texans to have a player in the crosshairs, especially for something like this. There's different degrees of arrests, especially for something like this. And I would say, Seth, this one in particular, if indeed all the allegations are true, that this one's got to crush DeMeco Ryans a little bit. I mean, Jimmy Ward is kind of attached at the hip with DeMeco coming in here. That was their first free agent signing of the DeMeco Ryans era. DeMeco and Jimmy, they went through the wars in San Francisco together. It's just, he's been a captain both seasons that he's been here. Like, this one in particular has to be, I would say, if it plays out poorly for Jimmy Ward, has got to hit DeMeco Ryans a little bit differently than it might other players on the team.
Yeah. The Texans, the most interesting arrests they've had, of their very few arrests, as you've pointed out, they've got the lowest number of arrests in the NFL in the last couple decades. Remember in 2015? I can't remember which player it was. It was a backup, like an extreme backup on the player, but somebody was trying to extort him, and they ended up. So he didn't get arrested, but they set up a sting. They met at a Denny's or something, and ended up getting this guy on tape, basically giving himself up in an extortion plot.
I might not remember that. That would seem to be right up my alley. That's crazy.
It was the initial report was man arrested after alleged extortion plot targeted a Houston Texans.
Okay,
player.
I've got the whole list of arrests in front of me.
He was never arrested. The player was never arrested.
Oh, okay.
It was because but this guy was arrested because he was trying to extort the player.
Oh, okay.
There's some photos of him smoking. Didn't know what he was smoking, but basically this guy had these pictures of a player doing something that might have been illicit, and the guy ended up calling Texan security, tried to sell the story to a local TV station.
Yeah.
He must have done all that. What a clown blackmailer if he actually had contacted the Texans, but then was like, hey, by the way, buddy, I'm going to extort you.
Yeah, dude, I wish I could react to this. I don't remember this at all. It's that's wild. It's like it's a blank spot in my brain. My favorite.
They were going to do it. The extortion was that they were threatening to show the pictures to his girlfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's coming back to me a little bit, but man, I must have been drunk that day. My favorite one on this list, I mean, it's a list of arrests, so I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek, but nobody got hurt except Ryan Griffin in this one, was when Ryan Griffin was arrested for punching out a window of a hotel in Nashville at the draft where the Texans were drafting multiple tight ends that year.
Yeah. It was.
That's one we can sit back and laugh about a little bit.
Supposedly it was unrelated, but man, it's hard to think that it didn't seep in there somehow.
Yeah.
Whatever state of agitation Ryan Griffin was in.
Yeah.
Whether you think, he heard the news about them drafting the tight ends and then he punches the window. It might have been that he was kind of agitated, and then when something happened, he just got tipped right over the edge.
It could be. He was
already agitated, then somebody bumped into him or told him he had to leave a bar or something, and then boom, that's what happened.
like to think that they drafted Kahale Waring, and he walked over and blasted out a window. And it turns out he was right. He should have blasted out a window. Kahale Waring sucked. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. Astros win last night, but they may be losing one of their most important players. We'll circle back to the Jimmy Ward news. Oh, God, we got to get to this NFL news. Speaking of the crime blotter, Antonio Brown waking up to that news. Holy smokes. We'll get to that. You will not want to miss this headline. That is all coming up next. Prize.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Call third strike. Josh Hader stays perfect on the season, and the Astros take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. As Hader closes the door, he is 18 for 18 in saves, and the Astros win it 4-3. This is not your 2024 White Sox team, Blummer. That's a nice series win after losing a series in Chicago.
It was nice winning the next 2 games. This is still a bad White Sox team. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network last night. Astros win 4-3, as Todd said right there. They are now 8 games over 500. They're 4.5 games up in the AL West. So from that standpoint, a good night last night. The bad news is we now await the news on Isaac Paredes' left hamstring in the 7th inning. He pulled his hammy. They had to take him out of the game. Here was Joe Espada with the diagnosis after the game.
Left hamstring right now. We'll know more tomorrow. But it's a left hamstring. You know, hey, I'm playing tomorrow, Joe. I'm like, dude, let's check you out tomorrow and see how you feel. But the strength was fine, so we'll know how he feels tomorrow. Right? He still just came off the field, adrenaline, so we'll know more tomorrow once he wakes up, and we'll check him out.
I think Joe Espada had the appropriate amount of gravitas at Isaac Paredes' suggestion that he felt good enough to play tomorrow. Like, hey, buddy, let's just see. It's a hamstring. Let's see how this feels when you wake up in the morning. As you pointed out, Seth, sometimes these things happen, and you wake up and you go, wow, I did not have that big patch of purple skin on the back of my leg when I woke up this morning.
Right.
Yeah.
There's also, I could go through the whole spectrum of what a hamstring could or could not be. I don't want to freak anybody out. No, screw it, I'll freak them out. Like, sometimes a hamstring is the actual tendon.
Yeah.
And that's when there's 3 hamstrings, or there's I believe 3 separate hamstring attachments at either end of the hamstring. And like sometimes you can, if you hurt one of those tendons, it can feel like no big deal at first because 2 of them are operating. So that's the extreme version, is if you feel all right, but then it turns out there's actual tendon damage. And then if it's the muscle or whatever like that, again, it can feel all right at first, but then the swelling picks up, so you just don't know.
Yeah.
Hopefully it is just a minor strain. Hopefully they're using the utmost caution, just like with C.J. Stroud's shoulder tightness, but we just don't know what this. These are the two things we don't know. We don't know exactly how bad Paredes' hamstring is.
Yep.
And we don't know like what's going to happen in Houston sports right now.
Stay tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long for your Hammy and Jimmy updates. Yes.
And 3, we don't know exactly what Kevin Durant is thinking.
We don't know. No, we don't know that either.
Those are the 3 things we don't know or have any answers to.
Yep. Stay tuned here for your Hammy, Jimmy, and Slim Reaper updates. Yes. Let's do it.
It's vague radio coming up next.
That's right. Minnesota coming to town this weekend for a series. We'll talk more about Isaac Paredes, what that could mean as we roll on through the show here today. As Seth mentioned, Jimmy Ward, we talked about him in the previous segment. The latest is his arrest. 5:30 a.m. on Thursday morning was a result of he's accused right now of assault, strangulation, and threatening his fiancée at their home in Magnolia. He exited the Montgomery County Jail sometime yesterday. It looked like late morning, maybe early afternoon. Now, he got into a car. He got into a Mercedes car in the passenger side and drove off. Seth and I were wondering, speculating, was it maybe an Uber Black that he got into the passenger seat? Thank you to the texters who have pointed out this part about the video it escaped my brain. I'm getting very forgetful lately. Jimmy Ward did rip his shirt off before getting into the car. He got into the car shirtless.
Yeah.
Probably not something you would do getting into either the back seat or the front seat of an Uber, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, it is hot in Texas.
Not that I actually thought it was an Uber or anything, but you asked the question about who was picking him up, and I thought about all the vast array of possibilities.
I still am wondering who picked him up at the jail. You know, I'm curious. I'm just genuinely curious who it was. All right, so that's the latest on that is it's a third-degree felony. We've not gotten any feedback from Jimmy Ward's side on this, whether through a statement or from a lawyer that I know of or anything like that. The Texans have put out a statement, but it's very short, and they're gathering information right now. So that's where we are with Jimmy Ward. Someone asked on the text page, hey, because we had said this was the first arrest the Texans have had in a few years. Didn't Deshaun Watson, they didn't use his name. They used something about massages on here, but didn't Deshaun Watson get arrested? Deshaun Watson never got arrested. They looked into criminal accusation. They looked into the criminal side of it.
Faced a grand jury. The grand jury didn't find reasons to indict.
Indict or arrest. So, it was civil lawsuits with him. Continuing with headlines, Antonio Brown. We got to get to this. Antonio Brown wanted for attempted murder. There was an incident that went viral. If you're on social media, you may have seen it a few weeks back. It happened in Miami at a boxing event, and there was a melee in the street at this boxing event that involved Antonio Brown. He was getting beat up. He had jewelry on. That was the story at the time. Now there's a warrant for his arrest for attempted murder in connected with that incident with him, the allegations of him shooting a firearm in that incident.
It's interesting. If you've seen the videos, you have to watch through a few times to figure out generally what the hell is going on.
It's absolute chaos.
The story is, and I could see this being the case. Who knows exactly what what actually happened? But if Antonio Brown was in some kind of a melee, he claims he was jumped. Or hackers, but then at some point he's accused of grabbing a gun from a security guard. After the fight, or at least after they'd been separated, he grabs the gun and then allegedly goes after the guy. And you can hear in one of these videos a couple shots being fired.
Yeah.
That's when everybody's kind of laughing and joking, and then all of a sudden shots are fired, and it's scatter drill. So allegedly he grabbed the gun from the security guard, fired shots at the guy, one of the guys that he'd been in the fracas with, and that's where the alleged. The guy, one of the curious things says, the complainant says that a bullet might have grazed his neck. So I don't know.
I think you would know, right?
I guess maybe because it could be a scratch on his neck.
That's true. Yeah.
And he
From the melee.
thinks that it might have been a bullet. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the melee that led up to it is utter chaos. Like, Antonio Brown is getting jumped by guys in this video. It's wild.
Without knowing what happens, this falls into the category of, I could see this happening. Because it's Antonio Brown. It's like if he got jumped, and Antonio Brown is a little loco, as we know.
Yeah.
And everything's heightened, and he's just like, that's it. I got to go get this guy.
Yeah.
In the heat of the moment, just freaking out.
It's Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown's attorney in this instance has to know two things. One, you're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
You get collect your fees in advance.
Yeah.
Because Antonio Brown has
your lawyer
notoriously
fees.
does not pay.
He does
his
not
bills.
like paying people. The bills. Right.
And two, you cannot put him unless you're going for insanity. If you're going for insanity, put him on the stand. But other than that, you cannot put him on the stand.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is a guy who was dropping furniture off a balcony, like a 15-story balcony that was just missing people down below.
It almost hit a child.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Those are your headlines today on a Friday here. All right, Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. Had some good stuff to say about C.J. Stroud. Talked about C.J. Stroud. A lot of people talking about the control he may now have or should have in this offense at the line of scrimmage. We'll get to that. An update on Christian Harris as well from Nick Caserio. So we'll get to all that as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right into the 7 o'clock hour, we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, 713-572-4610. There's a texter that thinks I'm overreacting to Isaac Paredes' potential hamstring injury. Let me be clear. I said if it's something that's serious, if he's out for an extended period of time, relatively speaking, that's a disaster for the Astros. He's one of two offensive guys that you can count on right now. That's it.
Yeah. We are. The Astros, you and I during the break were talking about, okay, like what are the pivotal things that we're kind of waiting on with the Astros to try to figure off in my head? We're all injury-related.
All injuries, yeah.
It's Jordan's hand, right this moment, Paredes' hamstring, Spencer Arrighetti coming back, Lance McCullers, even though it's not injury-related, just his return from many, many injuries and a long delay. It's all very precarious right now. It could swing wildly from one direction. If all those pivotal things actually worked out in the Astros' benefit, they're winning the World Series. If they don't, they're not making the playoffs.
I'll give you one that's not injury-related.
Yes.
If the bullpen, if it turns out that this bullpen, the middle part of the bullpen, I'm not talking about Josh Hader. He's getting paid to do what he's doing right now, which is
You're talking about the Sean Dubins.
I'm talking about the Dubins and the Okerts and the Orts and even the Brian Kings. You know, he pitched well last year. He's done some good things this year. The guys that aren't Brian Abreu and Josh Hader. If this is indeed just massive overachievement by them, like if they're. Because the fact of the matter is, they're still throwing a lot of guys out there in the starting rotation that you're hoping to get 5 innings and giving up 3 runs. Like if I've said that all along. Like Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, Augusto, and I'd even still say Lance. We're still not totally sure where Lance is at right now. He's been better of late. If you're getting 5 innings and 2 or 3 runs out of those guys, I feel great because the bullpen has been nails. But these are a lot of no-namers. If it turns out they're just pitching way over their heads right now, that is definitely something that could swing this team, I think.
And Yainer Diaz is another one where, man, I just how the advanced metrics look good and plus because even when the expected stats are just a little bit better, like the expected stats say that he would be a league average hitter. Like, all right, I that does nothing for me.
No,
Kyle Tucker.
I was just gonna say
Kyle. Yeah. Well, it would be Kyle Tucker would get off to a slow start, but his expected stats showed that no, he should be actually crushing it. Then I can say, all right, that's bad luck. Wow. It might just be as much random luck that Yainer's expected stats look as good as he does.
Yep. No doubt. All right, let's get
strikeout is a strikeout. Yeah. I don't care how much you're actually putting the bat on the ball with your foul tips and whatnot. Yes. It's a strikeout's a strikeout.
Thank you. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. The entire interview is up on the Odyssey app. It's on our podcast. You can go listen to the whole thing. Save it. Listen to it over the weekend. It was a good conversation with the Texans GM. I will point out that we had the conversation about a half hour. It ended about a half hour before the Jimmy Ward news came out. So if you're going to that podcast expecting commentary from Nick Caserio on the Jimmy Ward news, the interview took place before the news became public. But we did talk about C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud having more control at the line of scrimmage this year in Nick Caley's offense. Here are Nick Caserio's thoughts on that topic.
Yeah, it's always a process, so it's never anything happens overnight. So once you learn the kind of the terminology and the vernacular, that's step one. Step two is it's really about the communication mechanisms. So who helps drive the communication? Sometimes it's occasion. There's other systems where the quarterback sets the protection system, makes the mic identification, and then the communication kind of goes top down, and then the line gets it distributed inside out. So it's some combination. The most important thing is, are you seeing it the same way? Is the offensive line seeing it the same way as a quarterback is seeing it, and vice versa? And then it's understanding like where your issues or where your problems are, and then what's the solution. So, and it takes time. You have to immerse yourself in film. You have to immerse yourself in meetings. You have to go on the field and do it. And there's going to be probably a little bit of a trial and error that takes place. In the case of CJ, he was able to handle the run game. The mic identification is a part of that. So he was a part of all the group run installations. He was on the field in the run periods. So getting the blockers distributed right. Who's the mic? Where's the force? Do we have to motion the guy across to get him in proximity where he can block that area? So there's plenty of work that you can get done.
And I think the very end there, Seth, I think the point he's making is like, hey, we know he wasn't throwing during OTAs, but he's still getting some good work.
There's a lot of mental reps that you can take. Now, this is the thing. It's always funny to hear when you hear veteran quarterbacks or retired quarterbacks explain that, because that's a very common question. They're like, hey, what is this mic call? Why are the quarterbacks always pointing out the mic? You can tell guys that only played in a certain type of system where the offensive line was responsible for a lot of the sorting things out, because those guys will say, I don't know why everybody makes a big deal out of it. All you're doing is pointing out who the Mike linebacker is, the middle linebacker. Yeah. And that's easy because it's always the same guy. Like, okay, I can tell what system you're in because, no, it's not always the same guy. It's not in systems where the quarterback is pointing out the will linebacker in a given alignment or versus a given play. It might be a safety. It's something. It's everything that the quarterback is doing so that then the offensive line knows who they're supposed to pick up, how they count out from the mic. So when you set the mic, it kind of divides the defense into a left and a right. Okay. And there's times where it's not the actual Mike linebacker. It's somebody else. So it's a little bit of a terminology swing. Yeah. So the guys that have played in systems where the quarterback is genuinely just going up and saying, there's Brian Urlacher or whatever it might be, or that's Luke Kuechly right there. Yeah. Like that, it is kind of dumb because obviously it's him unless there's a sub in or something. Right. But the quarterbacks who have more control, there's a lot more nuance to it. And just by virtue of Nick talking about that, yes, CJ will have more control and command of the line of scrimmage. And a big part of that is CJ being really involved in the run game. Mm-hmm. He's doing that on run plays so that the O-line, the running backs, everybody else knows exactly how they're going to attack this defense. And that wasn't necessarily the case before.
Do you expect there to be maybe a burn-in period here? Like, if CJ gets off to a slow start, is that something you could attribute it to? Is there going to be
100%. Yeah, I mean, and that's where I think it comes to Cayley, and I think this is where Cayley and Slowick might differ, and that I think even Cayley and Bill O'Brien might differ. It's that I think you can only do what your players can handle or what they're good at any given time. Yeah. And O'Brien knew that. O'Brien he wasn't an idiot about that. But you gotta just the art part of it, the artful part of it comes into just the feel for, all right, how much can we put on his plate right now? And then once he's really comfortable with that, let's move on to the next step. It's like learning anything complex. You got to just start with the basics and then don't try to do it all at once. So. And it takes reps. No matter how smart you are, Tom Brady was not the peak version of Tom Brady mentally until 7 or 8 years.
Several seasons, several seasons.
Now, what CJ has the benefit of is that Brady did a lot of things as a quarterback that were way more advanced than many other quarterbacks had ever done before mentally. But CJ can stand on his shoulders, and you can learn. There's a lot of lessons learned that he can take, and hopefully it's a faster process.
You asked Nick about Brady. You set this up. You asked Nick about CJ sitting and watching Tom Brady. I guess there's not much to set up. This is
I was just I liked that they were watching the 2003 and 2004 version of Tom Brady before he became the guy that was doing all that advanced stuff.
Yep, here's Caserio on that.
As it pertains to individual quarterback techniques and those types of things, you always have to be careful about trying to extrapolate, well, this player does this, you're going to try to do the same thing. I think any player, it's good to watch other players, and really what you're trying to do is maybe there's one or two things that you can apply to what you do or what you have as a player in order to enhance your overall productivity. So it's probably a combination of system element, what we call this, here's what happened on this play, here's what we were looking for, because there's a library of information that goes back a number of years. And then as it pertains to playing quarterback, that 2003 season, and I probably have mentioned this or talked about this, when you look at Tom's career, it was almost like two careers within one. You kind of had the 01 to kind of 10 group, and then 10 to 20 or whenever he left, and he wasn't a starter until 2002. We weren't very good. We were 9-7, and then we turned the team over there a little bit, and then 03 and 04 we were fortunate enough to put ourselves in a position, have an opportunity to win some Super Bowls, and then Tom continued to, I would say, grow as a player.
Yeah, and a lot of that too, one of the things that kind of sent Brady over the top in some ways was when they drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
I mean, there was kind of it was that was what I think really maybe put the chip on the shoulder, like the second Brady naturally has a chip on his shoulder, but and that wasn't until 2014.
Yeah.
But that was that period in the early 2010s where people wondered, just how long was the shelf life? There's between Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and everybody knows that Bill Belichick isn't going to be sentimental about anything.
No.
But he went through a transformation, Tom Brady did, to where he became that complete version of Tom Brady, where he was going to knew which tells were important by the defensive guys. He could tell when you were going to blitz. He could adjust and tweak the offense before the snap. Like, that is a high level. That's a high level of functioning. And I don't expect CJ to be there in week one of operating this offense.
Right.
The trajectory to watch really is Deshaun Watson, or to look back to, because Deshaun really, it took a few years for him to go from a very raw quarterback in a lot of respects because of the system he came out of. And by 2020, he had it dialed in, and he was doing a lot of that higher level stuff and able to kind of read the defense on a different level. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened. Everything just kind of fell apart.
Yeah. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are.
Yeah.
There was a shot of Deshaun, not to get off on a Deshaun track. He was at Cleveland minicamp this week, but he was almost lurking. Like, there's a picture of him, like with a hoodie on. He looked like a Sith Lord, just standing like next to the goalpost by himself, just staring at everybody practicing. That's got to be the weirdest dynamic up there, man. That's got to be so strange.
What was that? Ernie Adams. Remember Ernie Adams was Bill Belichick's right-hand man forever.
Yeah.
And people always wondered, like, what the hell does he do anyway? Like, why is he in the organization? That's what Art Modell at one point said. He'd give $100,000 to anybody who could explain to him what Ernie Adams does.
Yes.
I feel like Deshaun's like a weird version of the new Ernie Adams with the Browns. Yeah. He's back there. Nobody knows what he does.
Dude.
They pay him a lot of money.
Yeah. He's always dressed. Yeah.
Well, we had that guy from Cleveland earlier this
Jonathan
week.
Peterlin,
Jonathan said that Stefanski almost awkwardly shoehorns Deshaun into any question he's asked. He'll mention the quarterback competition. He'll talk about the four guys, and then he'll say, and Deshaun too.
Right.
Don't forget about Deshaun.
This guy who's making 10 times what the other four guys are making combined is standing off to the side over here.
That guy, that guy who's like the highest paid guy on the team.
Yes, yeah, totally. All right, one more from Nick Caserio. Then we'll get to D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans' proactive mentions. We're going to get to those in a second. But this is we asked Nick Caserio about Christian Harris. Christian Harris, of course, injuries really derailed him last year. He only played a little bit at the end of the season. And now, through OTAs and minicamp, he's been working out off to the side. He's not been practicing again. D'Amico Ryans himself said a week or two ago that Christian will be ready to go for training camp. Here's Nick Caserio's take on the situation.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be good to go. So, I mean, he's unfortunately had some bad luck here over the last few years. I think he's shown when he's available and he's on the field, he can be a very effective player for us. So he's done what he's able to do. I'd say we have different players throughout the course of spring in different categories. They're doing what they're capable of doing. And then the target right now is what are we going to have? Who's going to be available for training camp? The expectation is that he'll be ready for training camp. So we'll go through these next however many weeks. There are going to be some guys that continue to train, continue to rehab, and, those couple weeks there before training camp, guys will be back in the building. So we'll have the most up-to-date information and hopefully a better idea where some of these players are. But the expectation is that he'll be available and ready to go. If he's not, then we'll handle it accordingly and go from there.
One of the things in either that answer, it was a longer answer, or one of the other ones, he talked about, I think he was speaking in generalities, and I didn't know whether he was referencing Christian Harris specifically or not, but he talked about how it's on the player themselves, too, to be open and honest with the training staff and under, just be responsible about treatment, all of that. I didn't want to interpret that as shade towards Christian Harris, but he did bring it up in the context of a discussion about Christian Harris.
Yeah.
And I would say the same thing with Jordan or anybody else. You just never know exactly what's going on with what the player is telling the team. And exactly, it's easy to just blame the training staff or the medical staff. We don't know. It's one of these frustrating situations where we don't know. I don't expect the team to divulge every little thing about how something unfolds. But I also, with no disrespect meant towards Nick or D'Amico or anybody else at all, I can't hear he'll be fine and ready to go and really take it on faith. Yeah. It's been almost a year now with Christian Harris that we've been going through.
Nick was more cautious than D'Amico was in talking about Christian Harris. And D'Amico's answer was short. It was 5 seconds of him saying he'll be ready to go for training camp. Nick basically said, we expect him to be ready to go, but if he's not, then we'll adapt accordingly to it.
It's like if you have a car that breaks down a lot and you're going off on a road trip across the Mojave Desert. Hey, don't worry, honey, and the kids and our infant child, it's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
All right.
I think EJ Speed is here for a reason. I think he's kind of Christian Harris insurance in case he can't get on the field. Now, if he is ready for training camp, let's let our brain go there for a second. Because Christian Harris he's off my radar when it comes to this defense. When I start thinking of this defense, Seth, and I start to go through the three levels of this defense, the defensive front, the linebackers, and the secondary, and I start to think of all just this massive talent that they've assembled over the last 3 years, Christian Harris does not show up on my radar in my brain. He is out of sight, out of mind for me. If they get the second half of 2023 version of Christian Harris plunked down into this defense, I mean, holy crap! That he was the best player on the field for them in the loss to the Ravens in the postseason. Like his last body of work before the calf injury derailed him in 2024 was a pick six against the Browns, and then a really good game. He was the best defensive player for the Texans in that Ravens game.
That's a great point, Sean. Especially, there were a couple times where Lamar Jackson had broken out of the pocket. Christian Harris ended up getting a sack on that one play, or at least a tackle just at the scrimmage. And you're right. You're exactly right. Yeah. There were also some miscues in that game that I didn't know whether to pin it on Christian Harris or not, but in that game, you could still see that the Texans defense was very raw, and Christian Harris raw in some respects. I almost looked at that first year with D'Amico as Christian Harris's rookie year because
so did D'Amico. He said it.
Yeah, I know. He said I look at this as his rookie year. And if you look at the progression, that's kind of how it went. The first half of the season, all right, doing some good things. He doubled his production in the second half of the season, but he was still a work in progress when it came to coverage and everything like that. But he's sideline to sideline. He's a guy that can erase a lot of mistakes.
That's right. Yeah.
And also in this defense, one of the tough things for the linebackers really is that this defense, a lot of times, those defensive ends are funneling everything to the inside. Mm-hmm. So it puts a lot of pressure on the defensive tackles and the linebackers to stop the run. But at the same time, on play action, those same linebackers who really have a lot of extra responsibility up the middle got to get out to the flat for pass coverage. And having an athlete like Christian Harris is really, really vital if you want to see the peak potential of
no question. No question about it. So fingers crossed that he's ready to go for training camp. Hopefully they're just being very cautious with him right now. So we'll see. You can get our entire Nick Caserio interview up on our podcast page, up on the Odyssey app. Just search it. It's up there. It was a good conversation. That'll be the last time we talk to Nick until training camp. We'll talk to him, I'm sure, at the outset of training camp in late July. D'Amico Ryan's proactive mentions. I love keeping track of this stuff because he does mention certain guys quite a bit. Will Anderson, Kamari Lassiter has, I think, sort of entered that. D'Amico loves Jalen Petrie, loves C.J. Stroud, obviously. These are a couple guys that are second-year guys. He's about to proactively mention at his press conference the other day that if they get the best version of these two guys, that'll be really, really nice.
Stover, he's a guy who I think has grown to time, and just on one small detail for him is just, his separation at the top of the routes. So seeing Cade a second-year player take the steps to get better at the one thing, just his route definition at the top of his route, and seeing him make play after play like that. That's what excites me about the offseason. That's why I think it's really important these 8-9 weeks that we have with the players. If you attack it with the right mindset, you can actually get better, enhance your game, and you don't see as big of a jump in a lot of guys. It really is that first and second year. That's where you see a jump, and that's where I think Cade Stover has taken a jump, and also Kalen Bullock. Kalen has done an outstanding job, this offseason of, we know Kalen for tracking the football, making interceptions, but the thing that I'm very pleased with the way Coach Adegoke has worked with him just on his tracking, putting himself in really good body position to make tackles. We're not tackling or being physical, but he's doing those small things that's going to set him up to make those tackles when we put the pads on. So those small highlights are really huge for me, and we have multiple guys who are getting a lot better in their craft.
The proactive mention watch for this offseason, Ladarius Henderson was one early on.
Yeah.
Because I believe Caserio was the one that brought it up. We kind of just talked about a physique transformation.
Yep.
Early, I guess, you know what, we asked about who has transformed their physique.
Well, I asked specifically about Blake Fisher. The question was about Blake Fisher.
He brought up Ladarius Henderson and Kamari Lassiter.
Correct, yeah.
So those were proactive mentions. The Cade Stover mention, as you said, that was originally a question about somebody. I think it was a question about somebody else.
Yeah.
So that was brought up proactively.
Yep.
And D'Amico's been pretty consistent that when he gushes about a guy in minicamp or training camp, it's not him just being nice. I mean, he doesn't. He said some nice things about Ariante Ursary when asked about him during OTAs and minicamp, but he also, he pointed out that he's, still learning how to be a pro, all of these other things, whereas he's just absolutely gushed about Jaden Higgins.
Correct.
And the way he gushed about Kamari Lassiter last year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and Kalen Bullock in that cut we just played. And I mean, I'll tell you, Cade Stover and Kalen Bullock did pop at these OTAs or at the mini camp. The plays were getting made by both those guys out there.
And that's where with Cade Stover, because he's not a super athlete at all by tight end standards, but he's also very, very raw. But everybody from Ohio State or anybody else just absolutely gushes about what a worker he is, how intense he is, all that stuff. So you'd expect that that's the classic kind of guy that after only playing tight end for 2 years in college is going to learn a lot in his rookie year and hopefully take that next step forward.
Yeah, he's not a tight end by trade. I mean, he was on the defensive side of the ball.
I saw somebody on Twitter yesterday say something. I wish I could remember who it was. Something along the lines of, this is a classic Texans situation where everybody's super excited that Cade Stover might develop into doing a lot of these things that the high-paid guy above him can't do. Hey, yeah, I know they just gave Dalton Schultz an extension.
Yeah.
But Cade Stover might end up being a really good blocker.
Yeah.
He can actually, who can get separation on his own, not just as an outlet because there's other good guys around him.
He can do it for a tenth of the price of Dalton Schultz.
I don't think that's a classic Texans thing. I think that's a classic pro sports thing in general. If you're not super in love with the guy, you're always looking for the next guy coming up from underneath that might replace the guy.
Yep. All right, a couple more here from minicamp this week. These are unicorns that we're about to play for you right here. These are Derek Stingley cuts that are longer than 4 seconds. In fact, might even be double-digit number of seconds. This is Derek Stingley on the secondary room for the Houston Texans.
Well, I mean, since day one, we always click, and then just get closer every day.
Tell the fans more about the different players in the secondary so that they get to know them a little better.
I mean, you got some crazy people, then you got like me. I don't, not crazy, but I can be crazy. But I mean, everybody different, so they all work together.
Okay, so there you guys. Actually, 2 answers. So I kind of lied.
I'm not crazy, but I can be crazy. Like when I blindsided Dalton Schultz after that melee.
Right. That's right.
He went. Antonio Brown, he grabbed the. So for those of you who don't know, Antonio Brown is accused of after being attacked or getting in a fight at an event a couple weeks ago, he allegedly grabbed the gun from a security guard and then fired 2 rounds at the guy after the fight had been separated.
Yeah.
So So Derek can be crazy. That's one of the old still waters run deep side of Derek Stingley is. You know, he's got it in him. He's usually calm, cool, and collected.
That's probably the craziest we've seen him, though. Like that was
that one was so odd about all of it.
It was very uncharacteristic. Yes.
I was sitting. I think I was sitting in the stands that day. It was that rainy day, right? I was sitting up in the sponsors section.
Yes,
up there,
I think it was
eating all the free food that I could get, and and I like it. Really, it took me a while to really digest that it was Derek Stingley who had come up and blindsided him.
Yeah, that was wild. You're right. That was a crazy moment, man. And we'll see if we have any of those this year at training camp. One more from Stingley. This is actually a legit single answer, not two answers pasted together. He loves him some cornerbacks coach Dino Vasso.
Yeah, Dino. Without Dino, I mean, none of us would be where we're at right now. I feel like going into every year, we kind of know how to coach ourselves, and well, not coach ourselves, but like we know what we did wrong and how to fix it. And then Dino, of course, help us out. So, I mean, yeah, appreciate the Dino. Wherever you at.
All right, yeah.
And Dino Vasso, I've tried to make it a point this offseason to remember to mention Vasso and Adegoke, the safeties coach.
Yep.
That was a secondary last year that had Jalen Petrie playing in a brand new position, starting one at safety and one at cornerback, and that you were able to do what you did defensively. That's a lot of credit to coaching there. But also, as a reminder, man, the Texans gave up a lot of deep passes, deep touchdowns. That was their one glitch last year, was that they just had some hiccups that kept them from being really as genuinely good as they could be. And some of that is because of youth in the secondary. But for Dino Vasso, for Derek Stingley to say we got a lot of crazy guys, it's a hard balance to strike when you got these awesomely aggressive defensive backs. Every single one of them wants to come up and hit somebody.
Yeah.
You don't want to take the spirit out of them. It's like training a racehorse, You got to get it we don't want to take that fire out of your eyes, but you got to at least learn a few things
Pace
about
yourself.
that is. Well, yeah. So you're a jockey more so than anything. Finding the right pace for your racehorse.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, you don't want a bunch of show ponies out there who are doing everything right all the time.
Right.
But they don't know how to go to war.
It ain't a petting zoo. It ain't a petting zoo. This ain't the 4-H fair, all right? This is
this isn't some aging goat that you can trust isn't going to bite your child.
This is the Kentucky Derby, but we got to be responsible here. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Is Mike McDaniel trying too hard? Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach, who I think has been best known since he was hired for his affable personality and his little quips and his funny quirks and things like that. He might be on a bit of a hot seat now. They've yet to win a playoff game in Miami since he got there. Mike McDaniel a couple days ago. We won't play this whole cut, but this was Mike McDaniel a couple days ago when he was being asked about his feelings on Jalen Ramsey staying away from mandatory minicamp while he's seeking a trade.
Just to confirm, Jalen Ramsey not here.
Oh, he is not here. We are focused on building the Dolphins today, and anything outside of that any sort of distractions I'm not focused on.
Surprised it's taken this long to find a resolution with the team.
I don't personally, and I would lump you into this with me. I don't give a about what I feel.
Okay. Doesn't give a bleep about what he feels. I mean, just
that is the appropriate approach to take. I think that's one thing that Caserio does really well. You got to detach whatever your expectations about the way people should operate, and everything from it, and just look at the reality of the situation and try to take your own feelings out of it. The funny thing about McDaniel is that it always feels like, man, he's the guy. It almost feels like he's consciously trying to swear in press conferences to show that he's actually tough.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys think I'm not tough, huh?
Yeah.
I know the F word, and I'm not afraid to say it.
So that was Wednesday. He did it again on Thursday.
That, hey, it's okay to call someone out when they deserve to be called out, and for those people it's okay to be called out as long as you change your behavior.
Okay.
Just change not just your behavior, but your bleeping behavior.
Your bleeping behavior, yeah. So
change your behavior.
Yeah, is Mike McDaniel, is he trying a little too hard right now?
I don't know. It's either that he's either trying too hard or he's genuinely getting to that point where Okay.
Yeah, maybe breaking
all the outside noise about him not being tough enough, et cetera, et cetera. The relentless positivity is just fine. Pete Carroll was relentlessly positive, except that this is the key. You have to have an edge to you somewhere in the way you operate.
Yeah.
The way Pete Carroll did it was he genuinely, the competition was real. Like the thought that, man, even if you're a starter, you are constantly in competition for your job and everything else. I don't know if, without going over the entire transaction history of the Miami Dolphins, I don't know if Mike McDaniel has necessarily operated that way. I think it's been more like happy, happy, joy, joy all the time. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
No, ignore that toxic positivity. Yeah. I'm like, no, there's no issue. No, there's no gunman in the corner. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Do you think he's on a hot seat this season? If they don't make the playoffs, do you think Mike McDaniel is out in Miami?
Yeah, I think the relentless positivity really wears when you're not achieving expectations.
Yeah.
That's when it starts to. We saw that in Jacksonville with Gus Bradley. The guy comes in and people are like, yeah, it's the Ted Lasso effect.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten worse since the Ted Lasso show came on. I think, honestly, Ted Lasso, the TV show, played a role in David Culley getting hired.
Yeah.
Either consciously or subconsciously.
Yes.
Hey, you're thinking outside the box.
Yep.
And, which, like I said, it can work with, as it does, who have had very non-Belichick type of personality.
Mm-hmm.
But it wears on people very, very quickly if you're not, because it rubs up against all of your preconceptions about how a football coach is supposed to be.
DeMeco has had a really good first 2 seasons, I think, considering where this organization was coming from when he got hired. 10-7 both years, division championships both years, won a playoff game. The whole thing's on the right trajectory right now. Where is he on the positivity scale for you when it comes to that? He's like a positivity in the way that Navy SEAL, like when I watch Navy SEAL training. Okay.
When I went through, when I went through SEAL training.
You don't talk about that very much, but yeah,
unfortunately,
I remember.
stress fractures did me in. But there's very much an emphasis on always moving forward. So it's a positive mindset, and that's the problem. Sometimes people confuse a positive mindset with happy, happy, joy, joy all the time.
Yep.
It's just, I think DeMeco is like, no, we're moving forward all the time.
Yeah.
It's a forward-moving mindset because he coaches the hell out of guys, and he addresses problems, and he'll tell guys, the biggest thing is you just got to be brutally honest with people. Remember when he told Azeez Al-Shire, after Azeez Al-Shire had been sick and in the hospital, and he came in the first couple series versus the Bills, right?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, like it was really rough for Azeez Al-Shire.
Yeah.
And DeMeco just flat out said, hey, man, I got to take you out if this is the way you're playing. And it's not like, he's not being a bastard about it or anything. He's just being honest with him. And boom, that Azeez picked it up after that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where DeMeco is. It's like all right, made a mistake. How are we going to fix it? Let's move forward.
Yep. And he's never going to throw guys under the bus. There's that. There's always people that expect. Kubiak, to me, he's a lot like Kubiak in that respect, where I think Kubiak was that way, and I think the other thing that you hear about DeMeco that you heard about Kubiak was guys, and you got coached by Kubiak for a year, so he was a different guy inside the building than he was at press conferences and things like that.
Yeah, I think sometimes people confuse yelling and screaming for hard coaching.
Right.
Well, there's some of the laziest coaches I've ever been around were the guys who yelled and screamed the most because they didn't actually know what to teach. I remember David Carr telling a story about Kubiak, which was that in a positive way, one of the things that was different about Kubiak was like, all right, David Carr gets sacked, and immediately Kubiak's in his ear. We're like, all right, come on, get up. We got to do this, got to do that, got to do that. Kind of that forward-moving mindset.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
That you just, you can't waste time on having temper tantrums and everything. There's another play to come up. And that's just it's a positive mindset, but it's not necessarily what people have in their brains of a positive mindset being.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, so a week from yesterday, June 19th, I think, we're going to be doing our next Circle of Trust. The big headliner will be Jake Myers. Does he get in? We've set that date. Who are the players right now on the Astros that are out of our Circle of Trust that have put themselves in the conversation over this recent run of success that they've had? Sort of a Circle of Trust preview a week out. We'll talk about that.
Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, should we be more like Stephen A. Smith? I'm looking at an article on Barrett Sports Media right now. Why talk radio hosts should emulate Stephen A. Smith. He does make a lot of money. He makes a ton of money.
Stephen A. Smith, I think first and foremost, he's very good at his job, which is to speak entertainingly, right? That's the job.
He's been in Take-A-Mania like the last 4 weeks, so he cuts through.
Right. And he makes huge statements, and sometimes you agree with him, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
For all those guys, I don't know. I think there's some of what Stephen A. Smith does, which it works really well on a national level because it really is a lot about polarized takes where people hate you for it or they agree with you adamantly. I think on local radio it's harder because by and large you're speaking to a group of people that over time, if you do it and you're trying to be polarizing all the time, it starts to wear on people because it doesn't feel genuine necessarily. So I think there's some level to it, yes, but being always a contrarian or always trying to have a hot take, I think people just get tired of it. Now, back in the day, I don't think they got as tired of it, but now people have more options, and they're just, all right, look, this guy. If Seth says too many stupid things in a row, you just start to get tired of it, even though it might piss you off or something. Yeah. So my organic number of stupid things that I say is just I think you're close to my sweet spot.
You're in a sweet spot. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's endearing to a certain extent.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, Seth, you're so stupid. But I know it comes from I know your intentions are pure.
Right.
You're not just trying to be an agitator or something.
I think I'm just going to workshop some of that with Amy this week. I'm just going to act like Stephen A. Smith all weekend and just see how it goes with her. Use her as my test audience. Yeah.
Dude, you know what? There's been a couple times in my life or in my relationship with my wife, who I've been married to for 23 years now, where it's like sometimes I've just been I've gotten fed up with something and I've kind of set a hard line.
Yeah.
And I can see in her eyes the respect for the alpha that I am. And yet at the same time, I'm like, it's just it's a lot of work.
It's one more thing to manage.
I just gotta,
Gonna be the easy teacher. Brandy, you got an A. There.
Every time I'm we're having a dispute with somebody over something, and I'll just be an argument with a salesman or something, and I'm just like, listen, bleep, 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 bleep.
Right.
And I can see in her eyes, she's like, oh, I like that kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I'll look at her and be like, don't expect any more of that for at least a couple of years. I just whatever. I'd rather, listen, Brand, usually I'd rather pay the extra $50 and just be done with it, okay?
Yeah, that's great. All right, so now you got to get your hardline face on those. So we're not doing the Circle of Trust right now. We're going to do it next Thursday. But the most recent, the Astros Circle of Trust, I just wanted to kind of look at the guys who have put themselves in the conversation for it. The last Circle of Trust we did, I think, was the smallest one we've ever had. We did it a couple of weeks ago, and there were only five guys in it. It was Paredes, who we're waiting on news on his hamstring. Pulled it last night, if you missed that. Pulled his left hamstring. We're waiting on news for that today sometime. Jeremy Pena, all-star. Should be an all-star this year. Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, who I think you can make a case for both of them, especially Hunter, as an all-star as well. And then Josh Hader, sort of representing the bullpen at large. We don't dig deep enough in the Circle of Trust where we're doing Okert and Ort and guys like that. It's the everyday guys, it's the rotation, and the bullpen is its own entity. Hader should be an all-star as well. Myers is going to be the big headliner. Now, this is why we're doing it next week. We set the date of Juneteenth to do a referendum. You wanted him in last time. I didn't want him in last time. Our producer, Ben Gary, broke the tie and kept him out. He's continued to keep his numbers in that neighborhood. He's still batting around 300. He's still, I've been moderately swayed. I still don't know if he's in for me yet, but that's the headliner for next week, I think.
You know what? Yainer is the one that, if you go back to, this is actually before he started his real turnaround. So these numbers would be even more impressive, but I don't want to wait for Baseball Reference to load up.
Yeah.
So from April 23rd,
okay,
until until today. Yeah. He's batting 290 with a 794 OPS.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that's very solid.
It really is. He was so bad. His actual OPS right now is still in the 600s.
He was awful to start the season.
Yeah, but he was so bad, and so actually his numbers are better than even what I just said. If you go back to when he genuinely, the lowest OPS he had started out with, he was down at a 192. Back in that was the 8th game of the season, so it was a long time ago. But yes, he's been an above-average baseball player. So I mean, Yiner's very much in the conversation.
He's on the radar too. I did not have him on my list in front of me here, but you've convinced me to at least. Again, this is just guys who are in the conversation. We're not adjudicating the circle of trust till Thursday.
Just that's 41 games where he's at a 290 batting average with a 794 OPS.
Yep. So Jake Yiner is in the conversation. Jose Altuve will always be in the conversation. We left Jose last time, deservedly so, and then he immediately that night, I think, hit 2 home runs that night. He had a multi-home run game shortly after we left him out. I mean, he was clearly moved emotionally by the fact that, in a way where he got angry, little Altuve.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was kind of like when I make an alpha male display in front of Brandy.
The same thing.
And she's almost like, oh my gosh, look at him.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Except unlike me, Altuve's continued on with it, acting like an alpha male.
That's right. Yeah, he's kept doing it. So we'll see. I mean, he's cooled off a little bit. Numbers overall still aren't where I think they need to be for what he's getting paid, but he's Jose Altuve. So he'll be in the conversation. I think other guys in the conversation, like the last time when we did it last time, Seth, this ball club was so inept offensively that it only made sense to even entertain 4 or 5 guys in a conversation about making it. Victor Caratini, I think there will be a conversation. Maybe. I mean, as of me putting this list together, he was an OPS plus of 100, which means he was an average Major League Baseball player offensively.
Yeah. I know, and some of this is, how far are we fallen? Where when we started doing the Circle of Trust, it was almost like you had to be damn near at just an all-star caliber, or at least in the conversation to be in the Circle of Trust. Now we've veered a little bit more towards, hey, is this guy exceeding expectations?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at this. Yeah. I like that he's exceeding expectations.
Yeah, and next Thursday will be the day that it all gets figured out. But I wrote Cam Smith's name down. He's 94 your point right now. He's a slightly below average big, but is it a sliding scale? And he's good defensively too.
Right. In our previous standards, no, there is no sliding scale.
Yeah.
By our current standards, he's a rookie who's playing right field for the first time in his career and making some incredible defensive plays, and he's showing promise at the plate. Yeah, we might have to.
We'll present him.
This is a limpid circle of trust we formed here.
It is. It's more. Yeah, it's more like
we have a permeable membrane in this circle.
Yeah, it's kind of like an elliptical, more than it is a circle. It's just kind of fluid and gooey. Look, man, he'll have one more start, I think, between now and then, but I might present Brandon Walter for the circle of trust if he has a third good start. Present him for it. I'm not saying we put him in. 2 good starts, man. Like you said,
and we are going to do it on Juneteenth.
Juneteenth, we're going to do it on Thursday. Yeah. Next Thursday we're going to do that. So those are the names I would, as of right now, and obviously the 5 guys who are already in. Although we'll see if Paredes is on the IL, he's out. Well, you cannot be on the IL and be in the circle of trust. These are the rules, and they are unflinchingly rigid. We cannot do that. So, man, fingers crossed on this hamstring with Paredes. Someone accused me of making a big deal out of it earlier. Have you lived in this city long enough to see what what happens with hamstrings in the city of Houston?
Yeah. Hamstring injury to a Houstonian is just below heavy rainfall for any sustained period of time and it giving you Harvey PTSD.
Yes.
There's just,
a great analogy. Yes.
If it rains steadily and hard for more than an hour, I'm like,
right.
If somebody gets a hamstring injury, I'm like, it's Chris Paul.
It's Nico. It's Nico. I mean, we've had hamstring injuries in the last year. They go back to 2015 though. Will Fuller was a walking hamstring injury. James Harden had a hamstring.
Or more specifically, a non-walking hamstring.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's good. Yes, he was a limping hamstring. This guy. Yeah.
Will Fuller, I miss Will Fuller.
Yeah, Andre Johnson. Thank you, Colin, our producer. Andre had hamstring injuries from time to time, for sure.
Thanks, Colin.
Yeah.
Colin, where'd you go to high school?
I went to Robert Turner College and Career High School in Pearland.
Pearland, okay.
Yeah. What's it called?
Robert Turner College and Career High School.
So what's that like? That's like some kind of
like a vocational
kind of magnet school. Or?
It's more academic space. Like you could go to college in high school. That's what I did. I got some college credits out of the way. I was a pretty smart guy, I guess.
Look at you.
Yeah.
But
so how many credits did you have when you graduated high school?
It's a long time ago. I think I already had almost a full year out of the way.
Wow.
Nice.
Look at you, man. All right. What are you doing here?
I wanted to be here on my own.
I love that. That's good. I'm joking around.
Well,
I'm joking around.
No, my kid had a similar experience because, could graduate after 2.5 years, but as in this as they're going to school out of state, and I'm paying that tuition, has more academic opportunities to explore. So I'm like,
I know.
Take all 4 years.
I know.
That's great.
I've paid tuition to that school as well before. Yes. Out of state.
University of Oregon.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I will admit I accidentally / on purpose stayed in college at Sam Houston one more year just so I can just stay in.
Yeah, man. Oh, dude.
Yeah, but you're paying in-state tuition, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's yeah.
That's like you're not on my level, man. All right. I don't want your empathy.
I'm calling my accountant. I was like, "Can you make me look eligible for more?"
Yeah,
this
exactly.
Is bogus.
No Pell Grants.
Tell me how to screw the government on this.
No Pell Grants for you, old Sethers. Yeah.
I need to lose some money. Stat. I'm going to call up Sarah. Yeah.
Just for 2 more years. That's it. Then I can be a bigwig. All right. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. Dark horse MVP candidates. C.J. Stroud is on this list. But is this actually a step backwards in a way? I will have that for you. We will have that for you coming up next.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. You know, it's funny, Seth. I opened up this list yesterday that Judy Battista did for NFL.com, and it's dark horse MVP candidates. And it's interesting because it's really the best. It's the best of the best of the guys that aren't in the magical, mythical top four right now. I feel like if you were to do a consensus top quarterback list, the top four are on their own tier, and it's some permutation of Mahomes, Josh Allen. Those like any quarterback power ranking right now has those four guys in some order at the top, and then it's everybody else after that in a different order. But it feels like there's this sort of artificial ceiling or floor built in between those four guys and everybody else. And so this list that Judy Battista puts together, Dark Horses, is basically the best of the rest after those four guys. And you page down. I was paging down on this thing, and there's Jaden Daniels, and they got wide receivers in here like Jamar Chase, and Saquon makes the list. He almost won it last year. Boy, I'm paging down, and there's old Justin Herbert, and I'm like, Judy Battista, don't you do it. Don't you put Justin Herbert ahead of C.J. Stroud on a list. And it turns out the list is merely alphabetical, and C.J. Stroud is the very last one down here.
What kind of bogus cop-out is that?
It's alphabetical.
Judy Battista, I respect her a lot, but this is, you don't put a group up, you put a ranking up, damn it. So we have no idea if she did a power ranking. Perhaps it could be C.J. Stroud number one overall. We don't know.
We don't know.
Travis Hunter's on this list as well.
I want to get to that. Travis Hunter made the list. Yeah. But C.J. Stroud is on here, and it's weird. So here's what she says about C.J. Stroud, Judy Battista. Again, dark horse MVP candidate list. Has about 8 or 10 guys on here. Stroud entered a sophomore slump last season, but that was in part due to a poor offensive line and a terrible string of injuries to his wide receivers. I agree with that. The O-line has been overhauled, and Houston invested in wide receivers in the offseason. Also true. If the line gels in 2023 when he was the offensive rookie of the year and got a handful of MVP votes. Seth, is it as simple as if the offensive line gels, 2023 C.J. Stroud is walking through that door?
I guess it's one of those things where it's kind of like saying, if I win the lottery, I'll be rich. So there's a lot more that goes into it.
Yeah.
The if, it's a big if. It's a big if.
Huge if, yeah.
So if the offensive line gels, and it's not just, I guess because A, it's the individual performances of the offensive lineman. B, it's Cole Popovich as the offensive line coach. C, it's Nick Caserio as the offensive coordinator. D, the tight ends are involved in that as well, and that's all related to Popovich and Caserio too. So I feel like I think it's an oversimplification to say if the offensive line gels, because there were problems in every position group last year that, in my mind, could all be traced back to Bobby Slowick not just executing a good offensive strategy.
Yep.
So if the offense performs up to the level of their depth chart, I suppose. The offensive line has they've got some glaring question marks with some of the individual players on the offensive line. But as we've discussed numerous times, an average group of linemen can be a solid NFL offensive line if they're coached well enough and if the skill positions are good. So I'll say maybe if not, like the offensive line doesn't have to be the best offensive line in the league, but if they can function like a cohesive, functional unit, then that alone is good enough.
Yes.
Like they can be. Can they be where the Ravens were? And Ravens, there's different dynamics because Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the backfield is such a nightmare for defenses.
Yep.
But it led to a bunch of kind of average offensive linemen being a really good offensive line last year. Likewise with the Texans, it'll look different, but in having C.J. Stroud and then in having potentially 2 really good running backs plus Woody Marks plus the wide receivers, yes, the offensive line could perform better.
This is how good C.J. Stroud was as a rookie, and the buzz around him coming into last season is that C.J. Stroud being on a dark horse MVP candidate list feels like a step backwards from a year ago.
Oh, yeah. That
right?
It's a dark horse. Why is CJ a dark horse?
He was. If you look at the MVP odds board, Seth, going into last season, going into the 2024 season, and you run your finger down it, you you go through maybe 3 or 4 names at most before you get to C.J. Stroud. He was a top 5 on the odds board MVP guy throughout the entire preseason and into the regular season last year.
I think the guy that jumps out to my mind that's probably in the same category would be Brock Purdy. And just because, with the performance of the 49ers in general last year, you certainly didn't see the best version of Brock Purdy. I wouldn't have been surprised if I saw Brock Purdy on this list, just because if the 49ers can stay healthy, et cetera, he'd probably be back up there. You can have an argument about whether he's a system quarterback or not. It's just you can only do so much given the circumstances you're in.
Yeah,
Brock Purdy did some things really well last year, but it was all for
good. The other names on the list are interesting. The Texans are going to see a lot of these guys this year. Baker Mayfield is on here. They're going to see him in week 2. Travis Hunter, they're going to see twice a year for the foreseeable future. So let me read what they say about Travis Hunter. What does Judy Batista say about Travis Hunter? Perhaps the darkest of dark horses on the list, but Hunter mans 2 positions, and neither is quarterback. Still, how do you ignore a player who could do something rarely seen in the NFL, play both ways, and have a significant impact at receiver and corner? Key to whether the reigning Heisman Trophy winner garners any votes will be how big his numbers at receiver are and how much the Jags use him on defense. He's doing both in their minicamp.
Right, he started
hardcore
I think,
both.
The other day was the first day he had played both cornerback and wide receiver in the same practice. So they're planning. They put him on the fast track. And I'll go back to when Shohei Ohtani was coming up. There were a lot of Major League Baseball players that thought, you know what, man, this isn't going to work out. I don't get it. You've never seen it before.
Right.
And, those guys obviously had informed takes. They weren't being jerks about it or anything. You've just never seen it before. So I'm curious. I wonder, right now I'm in the position of saying, I don't know if it can or cannot be done. You won't know. Nobody's even really tried it other than sporadically playing on the other side of the ball here and there. To be more of a full-time player with heavy dosages on both sides of the ball, we haven't seen it. So I don't want to say it can't be done. I wonder if I would have that same sentiment if it weren't for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'd be sitting here more like, no, blah, 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 blah.
I don't think it's dumb. I'm all for thinking outside the box, and the guy can do both at a high level, at least collegiately he was able to. We'll see if it translates. I just think, I look at his frame, and I look at, he is stepping up in weight class in terms of the guys he's going to be going against. That's my contention, is I think skill-wise, I think he can do it. And I think even just conventional endurance-wise, he can do it, just in terms of, the workload on his muscles and whatnot. I just think that's a lot of hits to be taking. The physicality of doing that, The
physicality of it, obviously he can withstand a lot of physical, tests, but it's almost, I look about the way they played in college, and it's almost more like an endurance feat as much of an ability to take a bunch of body blows.
Yes.
Where the other thing in college is that, man, you can kind of cruise on defense in zone a lot, and you can't get away with that in the NFL.
No.
And it's a battle, man. Just so many times. It's one of the hardest things that cornerbacks have to deal with is you cover Jamar Chase on a go route. Jamar comes out of the game the next play, and then they throw some other little whippersnapper in there that you got to cover
everybody's
downfield.
Good,
but then to go, and that's hard for really, really good cornerbacks to have to deal with.
Yes.
And then to jump over and play offense, there's no cruising in the NFL.
The 4th receiver on teams he's going to be playing would have been easily the best receiver on every Big 12 team he was playing last year.
And that's where I wonder where it might have some effects on the Jacksonville offense. And, oh, gosh, it would be devastating if this was the case. Oh, no. When you're not the primary, when you're running a secondary route or something, and it just played when you've just had 12 snaps of man coverage on the other side of the ball. It's just that stuff kind of factors in above and beyond the individual performance.
Totally.
I did I'll admit to this. When I was in high school, I played every single snap when I was in high school. I played offense, defense, special teams, everything. But I knew that I was a defensive player. If I was going to go to college, I was going to play defense.
Oh yeah.
And I effectively cruised on offense in that I would cut block every single chance I could get.
What position did you play? What position did you play on the O-line?
Center and guard.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly center.
Yeah.
So and it was fun. I'd chop a lot of those fools down. But I wasn't as physical on offense as I was on defense.
Because that was your meal ticket. Is on the defensive side, on the defensive side of the football. So CJ is on this dark horse list, and it feels like a step backwards to me compared to last year. I'm like, he's on dark horse list. He's not on primary candidate list. Hopefully that changes at some point. The Indianapolis quarterback situation. Adam Schefter was on ESPN yesterday talking about this. We'll talk about the AFC South in the next segment. But this is where, to me, the team whose roster is closest to the Texans top to bottom, Indianapolis, this is where they are. Here's Adam Schefter on why they signed Daniel Jones in the offseason.
I think there's a reason that Indianapolis paid Daniel Jones more than the Pittsburgh Steelers are paying Aaron Rodgers, because they knew that at some point in time they might have to rely on Danny Dimes. Now, as for what's going on with Anthony Richardson, I think consider the fact that this shoulder had surgery his rookie year, and now it's an issue where they're shutting him down till at least the start of training camp. I think it's problematic.
Okay. We'll get more on Anthony Richardson here in just a second. I'm still amazed that people are positive on Daniel Jones at this point. I
guess I think Daniel Jones feels like the way your head feels better when you stop bashing it against the wall. Yeah. They're like, oh, okay, well, it's better than the alternative. It does. Like, okay, I'm not.
Give me a metaphor for Daniel Jones.
I've pulled the arrow out of my leg. And it's still, I don't know there's not a hospital within miles. The wound is starting to smell like almonds, but at least the arrow's out of my leg.
I am not scared of Daniel Jones one bit. I know he's probably a better fit for Shane Steichen and what Shane Steichen does, and maybe what Brian Daboll was doing. Look, Daboll does a lot of run game too.
I'm not afraid of Daniel Jones. I am afraid of any passable quarterback with the amount of offensive talent they have on the Colts.
Yeah.
And that, last year with Anthony Richardson, there's only somebody. I mean, we saw him, A.D. Mitchell was wide-ass open. As wide open as you can get.
Stingley, yeah.
Incredibly open for an easy touchdown.
Yep.
And he just launches it like 20 yards away from him.
But then there were three other passes in that game where he, puts it right where it needs to be.
The problem. It's so infuriating because it's just those highlight reels hit and people say, oh, I guess he wasn't accurate. Like, no, he's not.
Dude.
Capable of hitting a bullseye every now and then, but then wildly spraying bullets everywhere. Like, where'd the other bullets go that didn't hit the bullseye? Oh, one hit a school bus, one hit a church, and one hit an old lady crossing the street.
I couldn't believe when Orlovsky did that. Like, I get it for, like, random Dove Klymans on there and ML football and those to do that. Like, amazing. And then they show a video of it, and they're like, oh, the Colts are going to be a contender this year. But when Orlovsky posted a video of him, like, throwing it into a tight window at Florida in college, he's like, man, don't tell me this guy can't throw. I'm like, Dan, no, he can't.
Everybody like say, oh, I guess he wasn't accurate. Like, no. Every single scouting report says he's capable of those throws.
Right.
But he only completes 50% of his passes.
Yeah. Here's Adam Schefter on what he's hearing about Anthony Richardson.
I'll just say that there's a lot of smoke flying around there about the condition of his shoulder, about screws in his shoulder, about the soreness in his shoulder, about how long it might last, about when he might throw again. And every time I go to somebody that would be in a position to know, they say, no, he's fine. He should be ready for training camp. And so I just think for right now, it's just one of those lingering questions that's out there. I have questions about whether or not he will be ready for the start of training camp. We don't know when he'll be back there.
He was taking 2 picks after C.J. Stroud. Like, if a game in that season goes one way or the other, maybe the Texans are picking 4th and the Colts are picking 2nd. We just got done talking about C.J. Stroud being a dark horse MVP candidate. We played audio of the general manager of the Texans, Nick Caserio, going for a minute and a half about what it's going to be like for C.J. to have control at the line of scrimmage this year and the second-level thinking he's going to need to do and the Brady video he's watching. And meanwhile, the Colts have a guy that, as you just pointed out, Seth, can't complete 50% of his passes and has screws in his shoulder heading into training camp right now.
And it goes all the way back to high school.
Yeah.
Like, he's just always injured. That's what people at University of Florida would tell you. Like, I love to ask the fans, of a college fan base, how do you feel about this quarterback?
Yep.
And everybody at University of Florida is non-surprised. They are not surprised about the injury history of Anthony Richardson. So no, there's just the dude. He's not going to make it as an NFL quarterback. You know, we just talk about how I hate to say never say never. A, he completes 49% of his passes.
Yep.
B, he can't stay on the field. Yeah. C, he pulled himself out of the game on 3rd and goal.
Yeah.
3rd and goal.
Right.
That was not emphasized enough last year when people were trying to say, well, why is everybody making such a big... It was 3rd and goal. Yeah, but he runs so much. He had scrambled back to the line of scrimmage on the previous play. What on earth are you talking about?
Said he's got shoulder issues, back issues, other issues. He completes 49% of his passes. He got benched for a few games in the middle. I mean, it's a lot of things. Which of those things got him benched? His lack of professionalism.
He didn't like to
but did I mention he's not really professional as well?
Well, but then when they brought him back, a lot of people have been saying, like, hey, man, this is the kind of quarterback, this young guy, you got to run him more if you want him to succeed.
Yeah.
So they ran him more, showed some positive things.
Got hurt.
Back spasms, which he says that he's dealt with before.
No.
What are we even talking about here? My God. This is a God, I wish, is there a way to gamble on this? I'm looking at draftsharks.com.
Yeah.
They have the, what the hell? What a horrible website. So they give a percentage chance of injury in 2025. They say low risk. With a 40.4% chance of injury in 2020. Can I bet on this somewhere? Can I put my 401k on this money?
Bet on injury, yeah.
The chance that he misses at least 2 quarters of a game, they say it's a 40% chance.
I bet you can somewhere bet on this. The number of games Anthony Richardson plays?
There's no way in hell the odds are the over-under is like 2 quarters of a game on Anthony Richardson.
God, no.
This is a horrible, at least this segment of this this website is just
Does that website have its own betting kiosk on there? That's the question. That's where the money's going to be made.
Whichever company bought Barstool originally, it's got to be that company.
Let him buy it back for $1.
Bought him. I'll tell you what. Can we talk about that financial transaction? What did he sold? Portnoy sold it for what? $400 million.
Like 9 figures, easy. Yeah.
And then bought it back for
pennies compared to what he got for it. I know that's.
I gotta sell my YouTube. Where can I sell my YouTube channel to?
For $900 million.
I was talking to somebody. I probably shouldn't say his name, but he sold his podcast to a company. He was kind of iffy about it because it wasn't like life-altering money or anything. But the name of the podcast is like, it's his podcast, you know? So he's like, if at some point, like when this contract runs out, I don't have to worry about it.
That's true.
Yeah.
It was $1. Colin, our producer today, he's in for Ben, tells us he bought it back for $1. Barstool.
That is selling high and then buying back low.
That's good living right there for sure.
It'd have been awesome if they had put up futures bets about the financial health of Barstool or something. You find out that I'd be so surprised if Portnoy had somehow funneled money into an offshore account in a shady trade.
Yeah. All right, so we just got done talking about the Colts. I have a question about the AFC South. When was the last time, as a Texans fan, you were truly fearful of anything in the AFC South? And this includes the bad Texans seasons. When was the last time? That's coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, when was the last time you thought?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
My question that I teased into this segment, we'll attack it here in just a second, was this division the AFC South has been one of the most forgiving divisions in sports, all of sports, for the last 15 years or so. When was the last time as a Texans fan you were truly fearful of anything in the AFC South? And a texter sends in, during the dark days of Cully, I was fearful of the Texans hurting themselves. Does that count?
It kind of goes along with at various times. I mean, when the Jaguars got to the AFC Championship game, it felt like a fluke run at the end. That was Trevor Lawrence's one really long sustained.
They got to the AFC. You're talking about when they got to the AFC Championship game in 2020?
Yeah, that wasn't Trevor Lawrence. Apologies.
Yeah, that was Bortles.
Bortles. Yeah, that was Bortles. Whatever. That didn't feel real. I think Vrabel in 2019 and 20.
Yeah.
That was probably the last time you felt like, okay, that's a genuinely good football team.
Yep.
That you and they had like A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry and guys that were worthy of being feared.
Derrick Henry is the last thing in the AFC South that I, as a fan, have feared as a Texan fan. And I understand Derrick Henry, when he was really dominating the Texans, that predates the really dark days for the Texans. So people, I'm sure, are like, Sean, are you telling me that when the Texans were horrible, you didn't just fear everybody in the division? And I'm like, no, because it wasn't worth fearing anything when you're winning 3 games a year. Like, to me, like, fearing another team is when you actually have something to play for. Like, I'll go back, like, when Andrew Luck's first few years, like, when Andrew Luck was first coming up and you could see in his rookie year, this guy's going to be a problem. And then we know injuries got Andrew Luck. But 2012, 2013, 2014, when the Colts, the furthest they got with Andrew Luck was that year they got to the AFC title game. I legitimately feared early years Andrew Luck. Like, that's probably the last, and T.Y. Hilton as well to go along with that. That was a problem, because the Texans were a team that competed with the Colts back then, so you had to fear them because they were going to take something of substance away from you.
Right, and then with the Titans, 2019 through 2020, they were second in the division. Yeah. And yet they went to the conference championship game. Then they're 11-5 and 12-5 the next 2 seasons, but that was in 20 and 21 where the Texans weren't. If the Texans were good in those years, then I would have. It's a legitimate fear.
Yeah.
This is the team we got to knock off within the division.
Yeah. I think Derrick Henry is the last thing, like the last person or team or element of something outside of Houston that I feared in the division. Since then, and now I still fear him with Baltimore greatly fear him in Baltimore.
That was the cruel irony of 2023 was Derrick Henry had a couple of the worst games of his career versus the Texans in 2023.
Yes.
Then he goes off to Baltimore and was very, very, very good.
Yeah, it turns out he just needs a really good team around him, and he's still the old Derrick Henry again.
And I've said, like we were arguing, it was big intrastation debate over whether the Texans, if they were going to go after one of those running backs. I really wanted Derrick Henry, which was very unpopular at the time by almost everybody because, A, the Texans had, for the first time in their careers, just shut Derrick Henry down. And then, obviously, Saquon Barkley is Saquon Barkley. I feel bad that I lost that war about Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley because they were both astoundingly good in 2024. It's just that Saquon... The part that it doesn't bother me too much is I don't think either of those guys, if they had come to the Texans last year, would have had anything close to what they did with their respective teams.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe you lost that war. I mean, Derrick Henry was freaking amazing last year.
I know. Yeah.
I know. Obviously, he was great, but
I wasn't wrong for wanting Derrick Henry.
No, you absolutely were not. Absolutely were not. PFF had an article on the Achilles heel for each of the 32 NFL teams. In other words, it was a player, like a player
an opponent from the other team.
Yeah.
When I first saw this, I thought it meant like what team has an Achilles heel that can be attacked.
Yeah.
Who is your Achilles, like who is your opponent?
Your arch nemesis. Yeah. Who's your arch nemesis? And this was an easy one. I mean, it was Derrick Henry for the Houston Texans. He did, despite the fact that they shut him down in 2023. Texan fans probably aren't. This is what it says in the article. Texan fans probably aren't all that surprised to see Henry's name in this slot. Since 2020, Henry squared off with Houston 7 times and had a 93 PFF rushing grade. That's on a scale of I think it's 1 to 100.
Of 100. Yeah.
While racking up 1,005 yards and 8 touchdowns in those games, he logged 802. 80% of the yards came after contact, and he forced 51 missed tackles in 8 games.
And that includes 2 games in 2023 where I don't know if he totaled 50 yards between the 2 games.
Yeah.
Like, that's how impressive it is. No, you know what? You're right. This article, I'm right. This article doesn't make any sense. An Achilles heel is a weakness you have. That can be attacked.
They're using the term wrong.
Yeah. They're doing it the exact opposite. This is the garlic to a vampire.
Yes, this is
the wooden
kryptonite.
This is my kryptonite.
This is your kryptonite, is what this is.
That website has just gone downhill. How do you not understand what an Achilles heel is?
Yeah, they're too wrapped up in all their numbers and whatnot. They're just way too wrapped up in their stats. Text messages on the last time people feared things in the AFC South outside of Houston. I had fears every time we played Peyton Manning in Indianapolis. Traumatic times. Well, you were there for that, Seth. You were there for
Vince Young in the early years.
Yep.
That was something to be feared.
Yep.
In the AFC South. Fred Taylor we got to go back to Fred Taylor and Maurice Jones-Drew being the combo that they were.
Jacksonville had the Texans' number for a little while. Yes.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that.
But it's been a long history of non-fearful. Basically, it's like a horror movie that's rated PG-13. It was not all that scary. The AFC South, other than the Texans. I mean, the Texans had a good run with some of their superstar players offensively. The Colts, obviously, but other there, it's very sparse across the last couple decades.
If they were having this same conversation in Tennessee and in Indianapolis and Jacksonville this morning, is this current version of the Texans a team that qualifies as one that is to be feared? Not a good team that wins 10 games. We've had several of those in the AFC South, but one that is to be fear. I think this defense is a defense to be feared. I absolutely feel that way about the defense.
I think, yes, for sure, especially quarterbacks playing at NR. The biggest thing to fear in the NFL at large is being a quarterback coming to Jackson. Because by and large, every other quarterback some really good quarterbacks had their worst performances of the year at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Goff won that game, but I can guarantee you he doesn't feel great about playing the Texans defense after throwing 5 interceptions in one game at NRG Stadium.
100%.
But I would say right now around the AFC South, there are scenarios I fear they just got to prove it. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. Paired up with Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
that's
a good one.
I clinch my butt cheeks a little bit there.
Yep.
The skill position players for the Colts, that's a little bit scary.
Yeah.
They've got some. I think some of the interior defensive linemen for the Tennessee Titans, that scares the crap out of me.
Mm-hmm.
I saw what's his name, the planet-sized human being
Tavondre
from the University
Sweat.
of Texas. Thank you.
Yeah.
I saw Tavondre Sweat throw aside Shaq Mason, a large human being, like a disused tissue paper.
Yes.
It was. There's certain individuals that I do. I've got my eyebrows raised.
Yeah.
And I'm on alert for them.
Yeah. It's not the same global fear that I had of Derrick Henry or say Andrew Luck back in the day. But yes, it's a fear watch list is what we have in the AFC South right now. Our feared defense text message sure gives up a ton of points to AFC South opponents. Will Levis went off at NRG. No, they had a bad game. They had a couple bad games. There's no question about that. It's still a really good defense, and I think it is going to improve to be a top 5 defense in the NFL this year. The Texans.
They just have to. They've got to clean up some of these big plays allowed, especially at inopportune moments in the second half. Some of that's related to the offense, but not all of it.
Yeah.
You can't make excuses for some of the big plays they allowed, and really in situations where you should not be allowing big plays. That just regardless of what the defense is doing, it's poor. It was poor technique or mental breakdowns in the secondary a lot of the time.
T.Y. Hilton's getting a ton of love on the text page right now.
Oh God, yeah, that was
T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah, and that's right.
The frustrating thing about that is T.Y. Hilton was a good receiver. I don't know that he ever made a Pro Bowl. except his numbers against the Texans, I think he ended up playing exactly 16 or 17 games, Seth, in his career against the Texans, and his numbers look like Jerry Rice. It's like 1,800 yards receiving, double-digit touchdowns, a bunch of 100-yard games.
He had an all-pro season against, if you take all of his games versus the Texans, he basically had an all-pro season.
Easily,
It was astounding. I guess you'd have to take it was more than a full season, but he had 1,820 career receiving yards versus the Texans.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It was crazy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. Does anybody take down Kendrick Perkins from last week, our new champion, Kendrick Perkins, who threw shade at Devin Booker for possibly wanting to stay with his team instead of going and ganging up to try to win a championship? We'll replay that take. We'll have the challengers for you. But let's clean the palette a little bit. I think one of the best takes actually came up in the last couple days in the basketball realm. We'll get to that coming up next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit comes to an end. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
On a Friday, take a Mania at the top of the hour. Our Friday segment where we have a champion. That champion is someone who has the current worst take in sports, and each Friday they try to get through a gauntlet of contenders to retain their championship. Right now, the current reigning defending champion is Kendrick Perkins of ESPN. So we'll have that at the top of the hour. It's very basketball heavy. The basketball world has been full of bad takes over the last couple of weeks. So it's a basketball heavy.
Basketball has been good for bad takes, and the baseball playoffs, the college baseball playoffs have been very good for Pettycast.
For the Pettycast.
Yeah, college coaches deliver come Pettycast time.
Do they?
Because college basketball coaches are at the pinnacle.
The best.
But college baseball coaches they're making a push.
I know. I wasn't here for that one. I was on vacation when you and I think it was you and Bijani that day did the college baseball Pettycast. I'm sad that I missed that.
You're not, because remember I was the one running the segment for that one.
That's all right.
All the classic glitches you would expect when Seth Payne runs a segment.
Makes me even sadder. All right, so we'll have a lot of bad takes from people coming up for you at the top of the hour. This is an actual good basketball take. It just made me laugh. Charles Barkley on the current New York Knicks head coaching search, which, keep in mind, has consisted of them reaching out to not one, not two, not 3 or 4, but 5 different NBA teams to see if they could interview their currently employed, including the Rockets, their currently employed head coach.
Yeah.
That's valuation of the New York Knicks head coaching search.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
It is incredible. At that point, it was only 3. The number's gone up to 5. That was before they'd reached out to Atlanta about Quinn Snyder and Chicago about Billy Donovan. So, yeah.
I feel like I have to mention this. Yes, firing your team's attained some level of success. They've done something impressive. Yeah, you fire the head coach immediately afterwards, and you don't seem to have a plan. Where does this lie in comparison to, say, winning a World Series and then firing the general manager and then not having a plan?
Yeah.
I feel like I pull back a little bit because I don't know exactly why Thibodeau was fired.
Yeah.
It's weird that they did it. I mean, I do. I understand the playtime, the potential conflict with the players, all of that. But then to be scrambling afterwards like this, I guess the difference there is that the Astros still were very much in the driver's seat in terms of their how appetizing the job might look.
No doubt.
And the Astros took their time hiring a GM and made some sketchy decision organization that would have people interested in the job, even though you just fired the guy that won the World Series.
Yeah, I think there were a few things at play. That's really interesting. You bring up the Astros because you're right. They did let James Click go. They let his contract expire. Really fired him. They didn't bring him back. They made him a lowball offer, and he was like, "No,
right, yeah."
But
that is relevant. That it wasn't like they fired him. They chose to move on.
But I think the message that was being sent was, we're not all that hepped up about it. If they liked him, if they really liked him, they'd have offered him a multi-year market-level deal to remain the general manager. It felt like it was done. It felt like they almost did it knowing that he would say no. But I think the other thing to keep in mind there with the Astros, too, Seth, is that first of all, they just come off a World Series. That was 2 in 6 years. They'd been to the World Series. They had the benefit of the doubt probably with a lot of people here locally as to they were still making a lot of good decisions. Bagwell still had not been a big part of making the decisions that really dragged down the franchise the subsequent year with the Jose Abreu signing and with bringing back Rafael Montero.
But that was very much part of it, though. I mean, that was the operating without a GM because he didn't have a plan for what you were going to do afterwards.
Yeah, no, totally. It was part of it. In terms of when they let James Click go, I don't think there was major criticism from the fan base. I think there was a lot of trust in Jim Crane that they were going to do the right thing. And I think too with Click, one other thing. I think with Click, there was an element with Click where people felt like, well, this guy I mean, it's all of Luno's guys that just won the championship. It really wasn't. And then you go back and look, though, and James Click was no like major deal that James Click made in that 2020 the 2022 season. He made, he traded for Vasquez and he traded for Mancini, like little moves on the margin. He was the one who traded for Dubon, and everybody's loved Dubon the last few years and things like that.
But you know what? It felt a little bit like the way Brian Gain operated as a GM.
Maybe,
you get the sense that he wasn't as aggressive as perhaps the owner wanted, or with Gain, it was that the head coach wanted him to be more aggressive. I think with if you just filter out all the rumors and everything, like if you step back and think, okay, what were a lot of the stories we heard? It seemed like there were just a boatload of stories about Crane basically saying, like, go get this guy or go make a move or something, and Click holding back.
Yeah.
There was a disconnect there somehow.
Yes.
So that part of it makes sense. The Knicks, the part that's so weird is that they just keep going after. They keep expressing interest in guys who already have jobs.
It's crazy. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
They've got a fetish for it.
Yes.
It's just so strange.
They're home wreckers, is what they are. They're home wreckers. Yeah. They're gonna wreck a home. You ain't wrecking this home. You ain't wrecking Houston. Houston basically hung up on them. So no, you're not.
It is. That's the thing. They're trying to wreck homes. They're trying to break up happy marriages.
Yeah.
It's one thing, a guy might be like, boy, that guy really treats her like shit. Dump that, Colin. Dump that, Colin. Does Colin know how to use the dump button?
Yeah, he did.
That was dumped? Okay.
He got it.
I don't think I got the whole word out, but still. I really treat like, I don't know, maybe like, no, this is like, wow, I have never seen a more happier couple. And boy, he just got promoted to junior executive, and she loves him, and the kids are beautiful and well behaved, but I'm going to destroy that marriage.
I'm going to go wreck that home. And the funny thing is, it's a hobo that's trying to wreck the home. It's a hobo who's basically, somebody donated him a nice suit. Like, they made the conference finals, but that's still a hobo. That's a hobo franchise over there. They still, somewhere in their closet, they still have a bindle with a stick with the bag on the back of it that they walk around with, and that suit is going to be dirty as hell at some point in the next few months.
Yes,
a well-dressed hobo is what they are.
It's one thing if Angelina Jolie breaks up a marriage.
Yeah,
I'll be damned if Amy Poehler comes up and wrecks shop or something. Actually, she's actually. I like Amy Poehler.
Who's the other?
I'd rather be married to Amy Poehler. I would much rather be married to Amy Poehler than Angelina Jolie.
She'd be way more fun.
Yeah. And I feel like probably just built to last more so.
Yeah.
You'd have a more pleasant home life and all that.
I think so, too. I think so, too.
I apologize to Amy Poehler. That was mean. That was really mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Find a different person to be. Who should it have been? No, I'm just joking.
It's dicey territory we're in these days, Sean. I know. I get it. I'm probably canceled already just for even saying that about Amy Poehler.
You probably canceled that. You did in the same segment where you got dumped. It's you.
Who is a loathsome, ugly woman with no political bent to it, because of one particular.
I'm guessing there will be answers. Okay, text message. We'll do Take a Mania here at the top of the hour.
Actually, honestly, I can say this safely. It was kind of the feeling people had with Monica Lewinsky, like, her?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's who you're going to put your marriage on the line for, huh?
Right. You're
all right. Yeah.
Not even the leader of the free world. You're the president of the United States.
So there's Angelina breaking up a marriage versus Monica Lewinsky potentially breaking up a marriage.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, this is funny. WTF happened while I was stuck at the Wiggles show with my kids. Jimmy Ward got arrested. Only time I was worried about any team in conference was when we had Brock Osweiler on our team. So this person's saying two things in the text. Yeah, Jimmy Ward. No new news this morning on Jimmy Ward. We should mention that. If you've come to the store.
I wonder. I mean, Jimmy's a smart guy. I don't know what happened in this situation. I'm guessing he's going to take the advice of his lawyer. Jimmy's the opposite of Antonio Brown taking the advice of his lawyer. I'd guess that you're not going to hear anything from Jimmy Ward. You're not going to hear anything from the Texans. I'd be surprised if you hear anything from Jimmy Ward's fiance. It's probably going to be pretty closed up until we start to see some of the actual legal documents.
Do you think we see anything from Jimmy Ward's lawyer at any point here? Because we haven't even seen that yet.
But it'll probably be a bland statement. I don't think it's going to be one of these. Sometimes these defendants, their lawyers put out statements that I feel do more harm than good.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to go on the attack necessarily, regardless of what the situation is.
Yeah.
It's the whole situation is very surprising and sad, regardless of whatever details we learn. It's always sad when something like this happens, no matter what the specific details are.
For sure. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's two things we're keeping an eye on. Is there any new Jimmy Ward news, and is there any news on Isaac Paredes' left hamstring? We've not seen anything on that I've seen yet, either this morning. All right, into the 9 o'clock.
Since you brought up Osweiler, are we out at 53 or 55 here?
50. Yeah, 55. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Just since you brought up Osweiler, I can't stop reading this quote.
Read it again.
From Brock Osweiler in his first year with the Texans. They refer to Tom Brady a lot. With all due respect to Coach O'Brien and George Godsey, I've told them I'm going to be me. I'm not here to be a puppet, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm going to be who I am and believe in what I bring to the table every day. What is wrong with you?
Amazing that guy didn't work out as the quarterback of an NFL team. Yeah.
Can you imagine? It'd be like if our boss came in and said, "Hey guys, you know what? I want to look over some things that Jim Rome did in his career, and I know that they don't all apply to you, but I think we can learn some things from the way Jim Rome did his job." And we were like, "Get that trash out of here!" I'm Seth.
It took Jim Rome way too long to get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, like what on earth? You know what bothers me the most about that whole statement? When he says, "If you will," like, are you? What are you? Are you a nerdy middle-aged man?
Oh yeah.
Are you Sean Pendergast?
Right.
No.
Right.
What the hell? You're a.
Well, give me a little bit of per se. Yeah, I need some per se in there. Per se, yeah.
I'm not here to be a puppet, if you will.
If you will.
Like he wrote it beforehand or something.
Yeah, perchance. That's a good one. Yeah.
I was just joking, Sean, about you being a nerd.
Oh, that's okay.
You're not.
I appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into let's get into the 9 o'clock hour. Are you ready for Take a Mania, Judge and Jury? Are you ready to go?
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
I've been ready for this since the day I was born.
Take a Mania. Kendrick Perkins has the belt. I acquire the talent. Seth is the booker. He decides who goes over in these title matches. We've got 4 takes. And I've got a bonus feature that has to do with the longest running champion in Take a Mania, Angelo Cataldi, where I start to actually feel a little sorry for Andy Reid. We will get to that, hopefully, coming up next.
I'll tell you what, you want to take advice from people who know what they're talking about. Sean and
KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to Take a Mania. Seth is on a kick where he's been sending me a few Family Guy clips that are hilarious. I feel like you need to make this a daily thing for me. I want to go on this daily comedy ride with you.
30 seconds of warped thinking to get you into the right frame of mind.
That's a good method, man. I like that a lot. All right, let's get to Take a Mania here. We do it every Friday at top of the 9 o'clock hour. We have a champion. We've been doing this since February. A champion who had the worst take, in this case, a week ago. We've had some champions hold on to the belt for many, many weeks. Kendrick Perkins dethroned, I forget who the champion was that he dethroned last week, but he won.
It was Perloff, I believe.
It was Perloff. That's the ranked champion behind Cataldi. Yeah.
The reason we chose Perkins to dethrone him was because Perkins' take was that if who was it? If somebody left,
Devin Booker. We've got
Devin
it right
Booker
here,
left. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We'll play it.
Yeah, we'll play
Basically, it was because it was an indication of how far we've strayed from like what we should care about in sports. Yeah, that somehow the individual's desire for glory trumps any kind of loyalty to the team whatsoever.
Here was Kendrick Perkins last week talking about Devin Booker and the decision Booker needs to make fairly soon about whether he wants to remain a Phoenix Sun, or get traded to a contender.
Not only trading KD, but trading Devin Booker. And this is going to tell me a lot about Devin Booker. Here's why. He has been activated. You know why? Because he's 28 going on 29. So that means Shanae Malik, he's what? He's just starting his prime. His prime has been activated. This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for. Right now, and I'm just going off of right now. The Mavs, Lakers, Nuggets, OKC, Minnesota, that's 5. Houston, that's 6. And we can really keep going. So Devin Booker, I don't want to ever get to the point where I look at him and call him a loser. But if he comes to a place where he's okay with being there and not leveling up to go to an organization where you actually could compete for a championship, basically for another rebuild, I got a problem with that.
Is this one of those takes that ages even worse and worse the more you hear it?
Well, especially if Phoenix does, turn it around somehow or whatever.
Oh, down the road, yeah,
it does. No, it 100% does. Because for one, plus 28 is about the peak age for NBA players.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of exceptions to that, but on average, like 28's the peak. You can still be really, really, really good after that. But it's not like he's just entering his peak. But so that's neither here nor there. Yeah, like him. It'd be one thing to say, like, hey, man, Devin Booker needs to do what he needs to do and he should go elsewhere, whatever. But he's flat out implying that he's a loser if he decides to stay with the team he's on.
He used that exact word. You're not putting words in his mouth. He said the word loser, yes.
Like the disconnect between how he feels and, like, 99% of NBA fans when you ask, hey, would you like one of your star players to stick around for a rebuild? Hell yes, that's exactly the kind of guy you want.
Exactly.
Freddie Freeman with the Braves was the prime example. He stuck around and ultimately ended up winning a World Series.
Yep.
It's like, are we completely... It's one thing if you think guys should just go ahead and go for it, but you're going to call a guy a loser because he wants to stick around
for the
team long haul?
That drafted him.
This is a guy, and Kendrick Perkins, who a week earlier was saying that only guys who were married with children, who had some kind of stability in their lives, could be seen as the face of the league.
Yep.
But also, you got to get out of there ASAP. You see a better look at. I mean, that's like saying, yeah, you should be married with kids. But if you see a better option, dump that trash.
Yeah. You should be married in your home life, but divorce everything.
It takes so much.
I hate
it.
I love the juxtaposition of that Perkins take with what you did with the one about the married with kids. That's outstanding.
Yeah, stability coupled with run as soon as it's difficult. Run.
Yeah. All right. So let's see here. We've got the challengers. I'm going to start with Stephen A. Smith. This is one we played yesterday. This is Stephen A. Smith campaigning for Mark Jackson, former New York Knick, longtime broadcaster, most importantly, former head coach of the Golden State Warriors just before Steve Kerr took over and started winning titles almost every year. Here's Stephen A. Smith saying the Knicks must call Mark Jackson.
Why don't you place a call to Mark Jackson? Why don't you place a call to a guy that coached in Golden State that set the table for Steve Kerr to capitalize off of and look like the second coming of Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich and these guys? Why don't you call a Mark Jackson, okay, who starred Bishop Loughlin, who starred at St. John's, who's a Rookie of the Year for the New York Knicks, who proved he could coach on a big-time level in the NBA? How about calling him? Because I can assure you the city of New York will stand up and support and applaud that brother coming home and resurrecting his career as a coach for the New York Knicks. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
This is you know what this is? This is an amped up version of the drumbeat to hire Kenny Smith for the Rockets, I think.
Oh, back in the day,
like,
yeah.
You know, to the appeal to the previous glory and all of that.
Fans will love it.
I think he went a little too far in crediting Mark Jackson for the war, basically crediting Mark Jackson for winning all those
hotels, basically. Yeah, that's my issue. You're the judge. That's my issue with the take is like, come on, man. Like Mark Jackson did some good things in Golden State, but to act like Steve Kerr was, drafting off of him or something like that.
This is what I've done with Stephen A. Smith. I've realized during Take a Mania. I almost judge him based on the kernel of the idea, because if the kernel of the idea makes some sense, he then just stacks 9 levels of hyperbole on top of it. But I look at the kernel of it and I think, well, you know what? It makes as much sense as anything else they've done in this search. I have a lot of objections to thinking that but all he is saying is at least give him a call, and talk to him. He's only had one coaching stint, and it was a
12 years ago or whatever.
But he showed no interest in coaching other than that. So I disagree with the take, and yet no, it does not displace the notion that abandoning anything that's difficult is the only thing to do, or you're a loser.
All right, so here we go.
Did he do it? Cover!
Kendrick Perkins kicks out Stephen A. Smith. You are not the champion. All right, next one up, Magic Johnson. He was actually on First Take, sitting across the table from Stephen A. Smith, and had this plea to Luka Doncic.
Luka, it's great what you did in Dallas, but the difference is in Los Angeles, we expect championships, and we expect our superstars to lead us to a championship. LeBron has already did that. Now we want Luka to do the same thing.
Okay. I'll tell you my put it to the Seth Payne filter. The notion that the Lakers we expect to win championships, or however he put it. I think you're not the only team that has a mentality of going into a season. This notion with some of these blue blood teams that they're the only one, that their level of want to is just so superior to everybody else's. There are trash teams that I don't think are in it as much as some other teams. But this notion that we are different than the other really good teams around the league is just so silly to me, Magic.
Yeah, and that somehow that their attitude is that we're only in it for the championships, and of course that this is why it's annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah.
With Magic Johnson, it's difficult because the bar is so low for my expectations that I don't think he'd have to go really low with some of his takes. The LA Lakers part of it really is genuinely annoying when you give their what they've done in the last decade. Sorry, credit for your Bubbles championship and what have you.
Right. Oh, we'll get to that. That's coming up next year, the Bubble Championship. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't dethrone Kendrick.
No, it definitely does not. I'm with you on that one.
Did he do it? Cover!
Oh, Magic Johnson Kendrick Perkins kicks out of Magic Johnson's finisher. All right, speaking of the bubble, this was LeBron James on Steve Nash's podcast. This annoyed me. LeBron James talking about how the bubble in 2020, the COVID bubble that they played in down in Orlando, where nobody was allowed in, it was just the players, and it was at the hotels at Disney that they were staying in, nobody was allowed in, security super tight. LeBron James saying that was the purest form of basketball.
I agree with a lot of people say when it's the purest form of hoops, it was strictly basketball. Of all my championships I've won, that level of focus, how long can you maintain your focus in order to get the job done? Because you have all the reasons if you want to get out of focus, because you're so accustomed to a certain lifestyle that you like, the hell with this. Like, I don't want to do this. Like, why am I here? Like, I don't want to be a part of this. Like, this is not what, I can't get a certain meal. I can't do this. I can't see my family. I can't lock in on and you can very easily get out of why you're there.
Here's my issue.
Boy.
My issue.
I know what your issue is. Because the Colonel is good in this one.
Yeah.
There's evidence to show that, the player movement stats and everything, it was fast, it was aggressive, guys were putting out. I know what your issue is.
My issue with this is if they didn't win the championship, he would have been complaining about the COVID bubble.
Oh, that's not where I thought you were going with it.
That's my issue with this.
He would have been complaining about
LeBron,
it. Okay.
If somehow they had lost in the COVID bubble, it would not have been the purest form of hoops.
Okay, I wonder about that, because I agree with the Colonel of this, because it showed up. I mean, it was.
I don't think it's a terrible take. Actually,
guys
I'm just
running
annoyed
faster
by it.
and playing harder and all of that. I don't like this notion that somehow, when put in a situation where all you can do is focus on your family and basketball, that somehow it's going to be easy. Physically eliminated distraction.
Right. That part made no sense. Yeah.
And then, and doing so, he's making NBA players sound like the softest people on earth. Like, I can't get the meal that I want.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
No, I'm torn on this one. You and I dislike it for different reasons.
Yeah.
It bothers me that he was put into not a literal bubble, but a bubble where all of those other potential distractions that people would care about are outside. And you've got nothing to focus on but your family and basketball, and somehow that was the challenge. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he said that you can really get defocused. It was really, he was saying we could get defocused by complaining about everything. Right,
and you're right, is that because what he's doing is classic LeBron thing. He's making it look like we were the ones that overcame all those challenges.
Yes.
We were the ones that were able to overcome. Okay, this one dethrones Kendrick.
Really?
By virtue of being quintessential LeBron.
Okay,
yes.
this is okay. We need the pin. Yeah. Take that,
That was a surprise one, man.
That is
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Champion, yeah.
He flipped Kendrick Perkins over on his back right as the referee. LeBron was on his back.
Yeah.
And he was and then he just flipped it.
It's appropriate. I got my Jey Uso shirt on today. Jey Uso, surprise champion for a lot of people. We're going to sit here and yeet for a little while. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. LeBron was the guy who was able to overcome the challenge of not getting a really good steak from the steak. He was able to focus in. He was able to focus in on not being able to go out to the club or whatever it might be.
So LeBron is the new champion, but he's got to get through Mad Dog Russo saying, do you have one more thing?
No, and because opposite of Stephen A. Smith, he took a kernel that I kind of agreed with and completely destroyed the kernel. It was the unpopped kernel at the bottom of the popcorn machine.
Mad Dog saying, SGA, not a superstar.
Like, what tier are we talking?
Well, let's go superstar. It's easy.
Okay.
Giannis is a superstar.
Yes. Yep. We can do this in real time.
Jokic is a superstar.
Yes.
Luka is a superstar. That's 3.
SGA?
No, absolutely not. Not a superstar. Not yet.
What?
Well, he's got to win a championship first.
Luka hasn't. Well, Luka hasn't won a championship. You just carry on him a superstar.
Luka carried that Luka's a superstar.
What's SGA doing?
A superstar?
What? He's averaging 30, almost on 50, 40, 90. He was in MVP voting twice.
Anybody buying tickets to see Luka play?
A lot of
play in Atlanta.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I don't even know. He wins. 100%. He wins.
LeBron is the shortest reigning champion of all time. It's like Mad Dog had the Money in the Bank briefcase and came and cashed it in. Oh my God, it's incredible.
Well, you were shut down so immediately.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome. And I didn't see this one, but to hear it, you can see the brains wheeling. The reason he's not a superstar, hasn't won a championship.
Oops. That was Jay Williams who came with the actual facts for Mad Dog there. It's great. People texting in, Jey Uso goes down. Ex-champion LeBron was Jey Uso, man.
What are your favorite primary colors? Red, because yellow's not a primary color. Actually, yellow is a primary color.
Yeah, right.
Well, but it doesn't. What's it actually do for you?
It doesn't buy tickets to Atlanta. All right.
Very few teams. No championship team has ever had a yellow as their favorite jersey color.
Dude.
The Steelers won a bunch of championships.
I love how he pivoted to all of a sudden it went from like accomplishment to ticket sales. Is anybody buying tickets to see SGA in Atlanta?
That was such
Good try, Mad Dog.
Shut down.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was awesome.
It was awesome. All right, Mad. I don't know that Mad Dog's been in several Take-A-Manias. I think this is his first reign on top. If
I
I'm
have
not
a hard
mistaken.
time with Mad Dog because I feel a lot of it's contrived. I think that he's trying to play the role of grumpy old man there, but you got to like put up some kind of a fight, you feeble old bastard.
Yeah. All right, we didn't get to the bonus feature. We'll get to that in the next segment. We have a Take-A-Mania bonus. I actually feel sorry for a coach that we should not feel sorry for at all. We'll hear from Nick Caserio as well. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday on Thursday. You can go back and get that on the podcast, on the Payne and Pendergast podcast on the Odyssey app. C.J. Stroud having more control of the offense. How big is that going to be? What's that transition for C.J. going to look like? We'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, Father's Day. Speaking of grumpy old men, Father's Day. Come grumpled fella out for something fun. Hey, dads and dogs at Zadok Jewelers. You can either just go on your own with your own dog to shop for a gift for dad, or your dad can bring his dog along. But whether you're looking for a watch, whiskey sets, bracelets, pens, and much, much more, show dad how appreciated he is today and tomorrow for this Father's Day weekend from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can bring your dog out for dads and dogs. It's a special in-store event where pups get a treat while you shop refined gifts for dad. Check it out online at zadok.com.
In the loop.
What does it mean? From Chubb's perspective, I had options. I want to go to the Texans. From the Texans' perspective, we have Joe Mixon and options. We still want Nick Chubb to be here. They have to feel pretty good about him health-wise. Sure. And also how he's going to fit, number one, with this offense, and number two, in probably what will end up being a direct competition with Dameon Pierce.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land right now. All right, let's get you guys into that next brand new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle out of West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. The general manager's name is Ruben Mendoza, and he's outstanding, and his staff there is outstanding as well. If you can get to the Sugar Land area this weekend, I highly recommend you go there and give a test drive to some of those Lincolns they've got on the lot. You want to check out their inventory, I would say right now, you're sitting in your cubicle or in your office, if you're driving, sit tight until you get somewhere where you can look at your phone. But westpointsales.com, really easy to remember website, and that is the website to go to check in, to get in touch with them about setting up a test drive. When you say set up the test drive, what do you mean, Sean? I don't have time to go to the dealership. Right. They'll come to you with one of their beautiful Lincoln vehicles so you can test drive it with one of their sales professionals. So get in touch with them to do that. If you want to get to the dealership, it's right along the Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. When you shop at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, too, you're supporting USA Auto Workers, because they're part of the Ford Motor Company, and nobody assembles more U.S. vehicles or employs more U.S. hourly auto workers than the Ford Motor Company. Lincoln is part of that. West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land is part of that family. You become part of their family this weekend. Go down and buy a vehicle from Ruben Mendoza and his team at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. WestPointSales.com, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, June is Men's Health Awareness Month, and you got to get to the Men's Tea Clinic. I'm Sean Pendergast, and I've been going to the Men's Tea Clinic for 5.5 years now, and it's one of the best things that I've done for myself. Don't just think about going. Don't just talk about it. Put it into action here in the month of June in Men's Health Awareness Month, and go to the Men's Tea Clinic to get your customized approach to getting your quality of life back. For me, it's testosterone replacement therapy. It may be something else for you. You got to go find out. 5 locations around town. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Want the truth about shopping for new floors? Big box stores might have flooring departments, but Empire Today has flooring experts. There's a huge difference. At a big box store, you might be getting help from someone who's in flooring today, but was stocking toilets yesterday. With Empire, you'll work with a dedicated flooring expert. We bring the store to your home, help find the right floors for your lifestyle, and answer questions. All while you view hundreds of samples with your own furniture, decor, and lighting. You'll get an all-inclusive price estimate and can schedule installation as soon as the next day for in-stock styles. That's Empire's Home Floor Advantage, working with experts who specialize in one thing, flooring. For a limited time, use code RADIO to get $500 off your contract of $3,500 or more when you call or visit EmpireToday.com. That's $500 off with code RADIO. You know the number.
800-588-2300
Today. Offer may not be applied to sales or combined with other coupons, discounts, or savings. Terms apply.
Are you or someone you love include oxycodone, hydrocodone, fentanyl, or heroin? There's help right here in your community. Symetria Recovery has outpatient options to treat opioid addiction without disrupting your life. Using medication therapies that are recognized as the best treatments for opioid addiction, Symetria can stop your withdrawal symptoms immediately so you can focus on your recovery without physical discomfort. Symetria's doctors, pharmacy, and therapists are all located under one roof, so parents and working professionals can overcome opioid addiction while maintaining their normal schedule. Harvard University confirmed that Symetria Recovery has double the success rate of other centers. With same-day or next-day appointments, Symetria can stop your cravings now. We accept most major insurance, so call today and schedule an appointment. Call 800-434-3311. 800-434-3311. That's 800-434-3311.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
somebody win, and then I'll get people DMing me about why, no, in fact, that was a really bad take, Seth. I'm like, yes, I know. It won because it was such a bad take.
That's why
everything you're saying is 100% true. That's why it won. Yes.
Take-a-mania is an ironic name to that segment. Yes, absolutely.
It's like being an award for being the most vicious criminal, you know?
Right.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer wins a lot of competitions.
Hey, Seth,
he
that
made
guy's
it deep
kind
into
of
every
mean.
tournament.
He's kind of mean, Seth. Yeah,
Seth, I don't think you realize that Jeffrey Dahmer killed a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah, and then ate them.
Hey, real quick, good series on Netflix, by the way. Disturbing but good, the Dahmer series. Andy Reid. Okay, this one more bonus follow-up on Take-A-Mania. Andy Reid, if you recall, Angelo Cataldi was the Take-A-Mania champ for 8 weeks. And we're going to play his take. If you listen to this show, you've heard it. He trashed Andy Reid the day after the Chiefs got blown out by the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Trashed him, called him the biggest fraud in all of sports. Just 2 years before that, Angelo Cataldi retired from WIP, and Andy Reid made this really nice video for him.
Angelo Cataldi, this is your alter ego talking to you, doggone it. What a sensible thing you're doing in retiring. Listen, I actually miss you. Isn't that a sad deal? Man alive. Shtick was something really special. I know you're a very intelligent guy, and it took a lot of work to do that. But to have the number of people tune in and listen to you is spectacular. Not done in many cities, my man. Best of luck. Enjoy every day of it. Enjoy every day of it. They go fast, I'm sure. So. Anyways, take care, my man.
Okay, and then keep in mind, this is on the heels of what the two, when Reid was in Philadelphia, the two had a very combative relationship, as Cataldi probably has with a lot of people. That's Philly radio. Right. That's the genesis.
I like the. I don't think Reid was trying to do this, but it was almost like, hey, of all the drug pushers out there, you're the best at doing what you do. The requirements for, convincing 16-year-olds to try drugs for the first time. Yeah. You're the best at it.
There were little things. Calling it shtick, I thought was like, that might hurt a little bit. But overall, I thought the tone of it was fairly reverential and respectful, especially towards the end. Like, hey, enjoy it, my man. Like, I saw that video, I'm like, man. Okay, like that's Andy Reid did that. And then 2 years later, after Andy Reid gets blown out in the Super Bowl, Cataldi goes on a podcast and says this.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Nick Sirianni's been here he won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports.
That's a nice,
Andy Reid.
Nice video for you a couple years ago in your retirement.
Yeah. And you're in retirement now.
Yeah.
Like, there's no need. It was one thing. It's man, if you were still an active Philadelphia sports radio host, it would still be a bad take because he did go to 4 straight NFC championships.
Yeah, he was a good coach in
with Donovan McNabb. Yeah. All right, hey, Angelo. Yeah, news alert. It helps to have Pat Mahomes instead of Donovan McNabb.
Yeah.
Like, do you not get any credit for going to 4 straight NFC championship games with Donovan McNabb?
Unbelievable, man. Yeah.
All-time fraud.
Felt a little mean to me after.
It's just a reminder in life that not all jobs are. The requirements of all jobs are not to be a hell of a swell fellow.
That's true.
To be really good at it.
Especially in Philly.
Like, yeah, the longer you live, the more you realize, like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of super successful people that are just downright,
No,
not the way I'd want to live my life.
Cataldi is one of them, yeah. All right, so there you go. There's our Take-A-Mania stuff is done for the day. If you missed it, new champion, 2 new champions. We had 2 crownings going to it on the OC Rewinder on the podcast. Here was Nick Caserio. Speaking of the podcast, he was on with us yesterday, had a nice 40-minute chat with the Texans GM, and here he is talking about the element of control that C.J. Stroud is going to have and him growing into this role with the Texans offense this year?
Yeah, it's always a process, so it's never anything happens overnight. So once you learn the kind of the terminology and the vernacular, that's step one. Step two is it's really about the communication mechanism. So who helps drive the communication? Sometimes it's the center. He handles all the communication. There's other systems where the quarterback sets the protection system, makes the mic identification, and then the communication kind of goes top down, and then the line gets it distributed inside out. So it's some combination. The most important thing is, are you seeing it the same way? Is the offensive line seeing it the same way as a quarterback is seeing it, and vice versa? And then it's understanding like where your issues or where your problems are, and then what's the solution. So, and it takes time. You have to immerse yourself in film. You have to immerse yourself in meetings. You have to go on the field and do it. And there's going to be probably a little bit of a trial and error that takes place. In the case of CJ, he was able to handle the run game. The mic identification is a part of that. So he was a part of all the group run installations. He was on the field in the run periods. So getting the blockers distributed right. Who's the mic? Where's the force? Do we have to motion the guy across to get him in proximity where he can block that area? So there's plenty of work that you can get done.
That made me feel better about the time CJ missed in OTAs.
There is a lot of mental work to it.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's no replacement to just actually be the guy calling the shots and everything, but he could watch and observe. Filter through some of the terminology there. Whenever you see a quarterback go up and identify the mic, what that basically does is it splits the defense in half, and so everybody who's blocking knows that from the center to the left, these are my guys. From the mic to the left, from the mic to the right, these are my guys. And it's not. I told you it's some. You hear some quarterbacks who are played in systems where the center does all that, and they'll say, I don't know why they make such a big deal out of this mic call. All you do is point out who Brian Urlacher is or whatever. Like, no, because the mic isn't always the mic.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a safety. Sometimes it's if you're in a system where the quarterback is controlling it, he's going up and he's identifying who on this given look, who the mic is.
Yeah.
And the beauty of, so there's two thought processes. When you have the center do it, it takes a lot of the mental load off of the quarterback. And, the quarterback can focus on very specific things. When you have the quarterback do it, a couple things, it's to the advantage, if your quarterback does it well, is A, the quarterback just simply has a better purview of everything. He can see the wide receiver. He can see the DBs and how they're aligned. He can see the safeties. He can see the whole picture a whole lot better. And then ideally, your quarterback just has a better grasp of everything in the passing game and in the run game, and can do things that the center just can't do because he can't see it, or he's just not in the same position. It's a lot, and it takes a lot of bandwidth to do all that. So there is a learning curve, and it might be this is where you can't panic if it looks kind of sticky at first with CJ doing it. It's not an repetition. It's a matter of repetition and seeing it and doing it over and over and over again. And I think a lot of Texans fans are justifiably happy that they're going this route because CJ is, I think, going to be very good at that.
I do too.
But this will be the first time he's doing it in the NFL. So they're in my mind, you got to be ready for a little bit of a learning curve.
Yeah, you just answered my next question. I was going to ask you, what's your optimism level about CJ? Like once he gets to fully activated, however long that takes. It might take multiple years to get to what the peak looks like. It did for Brady. Like, what's your optimism level that a fully activated C.J. Stroud thrives in this offense?
I think he'll really thrive. Yeah. And the real challenge is just in Caley figuring out how to go by it piecemeal, one brick at a time.
Yep.
Like, okay, what can we handle now? What do we want to do next? All of that.
Yep.
I mean, when you look at Brady, one of the things that he was so good at, I remember talking to Wade Phillips about this, was Wade said it was just there was nobody closer to Brady when it came to identifying what you were trying to do.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is, again, stuff that the center can't really see or control because the hard count is very, very valuable. And the quarterback wants to be able to run a hard count and see, all right, who flinches. The play clock is very, very valuable. When we would play against Peyton Manning, Vic Fangio was very, he knew how Manning operated. He'd been with him going back to his boyhood days, like when because Fangio was in New Orleans when Archie Manning was the quarterback.
Yeah, that's right.
So he knew Peyton for a long time. But one of the things with Peyton is the test as a defense is as that play clock is winding down and you're starting to get a little antsy, Peyton's watching to see which guys are starting to maybe bail out of their stance, like a safety's up at the line of scrimmage, but he's getting a little agitated, and he takes one little micro movement backwards, and he's got you.
Yeah.
He's got you. You know, like all those things, it takes a lot of nuance, and it takes a lot of time and reps in doing it. But Brady and Manning were just like master chess players when it came to that stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the whole thing, you talk to quarterbacks, and this is the one thing. I remember I was talking to Sage Rosenfels about this. You know, Sage did the absolute most with what he could do with his skills because he was a smart guy.
Sure.
There's always a tell. Yeah. Every single defense has a tell. Somebody's giving something away somewhere. There's one guy has his foot up a little bit or whatever. The problem is there's only so much time to take it all in.
Yeah.
So the challenge is, you know, having a lot of time at the line of scrimmage with the Texans, which the Texans never had last year.
Yeah.
And then B, how much can your quarterback process? And like, I'm going to do something to bait this safety into showing me what he's going to do, but also I've only got 15 seconds to do it, and then I might have to send somebody in motion afterwards. So it's like you're spinning a lot of plates while you're also trying to play football.
Yeah.
So it takes some time to figure out how to spin all those plates at once. You don't learn how to juggle the first attempt.
On the defenses you played on, was the tell a majority of the time like the same couple of guys? Like,
yeah. Versus Payton, that was the worst, man. Versus Payton, this is how it would go. For one, you're in your stance forever. You're sitting there and you're in your stance. There's like 20 seconds on the play clock, and he's going to use all 20 of them. And then if you had a blitz called, this was the worst. You have a blitz called. Let's say the blitz is coming from the left, and he hard counts. And all of a sudden, he's like, yep, check. Yeah. He's switching the protection up, changing the play call, and you're like, damn it, you bastard! I know exactly who showed. That's why I get, and that's one reason, honestly, where a lot of linebackers you watch when they blitz, the guys who have the patience to just stay in their alignment and then blitz from deep, you can get to the quarterback a lot faster blitzing from deep at times than when you start getting antsy and you start coming up and trying to jump. Because those guys will think, well, yeah, but sometimes I'm sugaring and I'm actually going to drop into coverage.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you think, except you don't do a good enough job of it.
Yeah.
And that quarterback knows that when you're sugaring, it looks different.
Sugaring.
And it just, it's, and then some of the stuff, when it comes with film study, the really cool thing is, and I'll say from a defensive lineman's perspective, you don't operate at nearly the level, obviously, of a quarterback.
Yep.
But there's some things that just by virtue of watching film over and over and over again, you might not even you don't know for sure, and then you get in the game and you see it in real time, and you're like, okay, yep, I know when this offensive lineman is pass setting.
Yeah.
I know when he's firing off. Like there's just something that's a little
that's got to be. That's got to be cool.
It's awesome. Yeah. It's a meal ticket. It's a free buffet.
Yes.
You end up getting so many extra plays made just because there's some little thing you picked up on.
And nobody's telling him about it right now. He's doing it again and again and again.
Right. Yeah. So that's why I get so PO'd when guys after games will be like, well, we knew that when they line up in this formation and this guy has his inside foot up, that we know exactly what's like. Why are you saying this out loud?
No kidding, man. Yeah.
Steve Hutchinson, Hall of Fame offensive lineman. He had to tell his entire career. And it was kind of like whispered about in circles and everything. I mean, he was so good that it didn't matter.
Yeah.
But it was just, you would never tell that out loud.
No.
You would never divulge that to the public.
No. God, that is great. All right, final segment coming up. We've got 3 watches going on this weekend here. We're going to get you set up for the weekend. We got a little Astros, Twins coming to town, but we got a few things we're keeping an eye on, and we'll be keeping an eye on these things all day long today and all weekend long here at Sports Radio 610. We'll tell you what they are. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on next as well. Stay there.
Churrasco's for $5.
before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a second, find out what they've got going on. So as we outro this week here, Seth, the things we're keeping an eye on here, I would imagine as a station we're keeping an eye on them, and certainly I got the push notifications ready to go. And I'm curious if you think what do you think we hear on these particular items that we've got going on in Houston sports? You've said earlier or hear much at all on the Jimmy Ward situation.
I think with Jimmy Ward, and again, we don't know hardly anything about the situation whatsoever. So I'm guessing we'll get maybe a statement from his attorney, but it's not going to be. I don't think it'll be like an on the attack type statement or anything.
Yep.
Given that, it's a bad situation.
Yeah.
Whichever way you look at it, however it ends up going on, it's sad and unfortunate. So we'll find out more about that, but I'm guessing it'll be radio silence from other than maybe an official statement.
I think the only thing that we have the potential of hearing is something from Jimmy Ward's side, like his lawyer, not Jimmy Ward himself, but a statement from his lawyer.
Yeah.
Especially if he thinks that, especially if he feels like he's innocent. If he feels like
he's innocent,
yeah.
and even then, I think that it's probably I'm basing this just purely on my gut feel of like the way Jimmy Ward operates and everything. That it's probably going to be like very legal and not necessarily. Sometimes the statements will just go on the attack, and I just I don't think that he would make that, and that's sometimes a misstep in the terms of PR and everything, and I don't think he would do that.
Yeah, so that's
like even if you do feel that you're genuinely 100% innocent, you got to be careful in the initial stages here.
For sure. So that's Jimmy Watch. I'm with you. I think that's going to be fairly quiet. Now, the Isaac Paredes hamstring, we're going to know what's going on here once the lineup comes out later on today.
Well, in the short term, at least.
Right.
You just said we're going to know what's going on here with an Astros injury.
That's fair. No, that's true. I should be a little more specific. We will at least know if there's enough of an injury to where it requires Isaac Paredes to miss. Now, if he goes on the injured list, then we know that we at least have a gauge on the severity of it here, and it's severe enough to take one of your two best everyday players out of the lineup for an extended period of time.
Yeah, is it just a tweak, a strain, or something like that, or is it actually something more?
When was the last? This is what I would say, because Joe Espada said last night that that Isaac Paredes said that he wants to go out and play tomorrow, which is now today. And when was the last hamstring injury that we had here in Houston that was just like a tweak that lasted like 2 days or something like that?
I don't know. I think part of it is that even if it is just a tweak, you want to operate with the utmost caution.
With that injury, for sure, yeah.
The re-injury is worse than the initial injury. At least it feels that way emotionally.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't play today, I'm not going to be alarmed about it. It's if he goes on the IL, even if it's just the 10-day IL, then I'm going to be nervous about it because that could be anything at all. That could be they're waiting to see exactly how severe it is.
We had a few people ask, do you think Cam Smith, if Isaac Paredes is out, do you think they slide Cam Smith over to third base? And I haven't thought enough through what the moving parts are for that, because obviously that vacates right field. But maybe you get another bat. It may turn into a triage situation, Seth, where you're just trying to get your 9 best bats out there.
That's true. I mean, he can play third base. Yeah. I know the scouting report on him, and based on what he did in the minors and everything, was more it's bullishness about his offense. Yeah. He wasn't he doesn't project to be like that, and a lot of people wondered whether eventually he'd be moving to the outfield anyway. So. From a long-term perspective, I have no need or desire to see him at third base. I also don't think he's certainly not your best defensive option at third base right now.
No.
So this might be a Dubon situation or something thereof. And I just don't. For his individual development, I'd like them just to be able to stay parked out there and not introduce more moving parts into it.
We got a few people on the text page asking for Bryce Matthews to get that call up.
Yeah.
He's obviously
Bryce Matthews is there's a lot about Bryce Matthews that feels like the old school quadruple A baseball player for the
maybe
the Astros have had. They do such a great job developing guys up to the tippy top of what they can be.
Yeah.
But you're just I don't know.
If they call him up, boy, the lineup. If they call him up, you could have a lineup with Jacob Melton in there and Shea Whitcomb in there. DeZenzo is still on the injured list, but then you got Bryce Matthews, and you got this rotation now, which is half of its guys who've been spending time in Sugar Land this year. Again, I said it earlier this week. I give Joe Espada a lot of credit. I feel like there has been just as much thrown at, if not more, especially if Paredes winds up missing some time here. I feel like there's been more thrown at Joe Espada this year than there may have even been last year, when you take into account the fact that, the pitching injuries almost even out. They two Tommy Johns this year. They had a couple last year. Eddie getting knocked out is a huge piece. Yordan Alvarez has been out for half a year, and when he was in there, he wasn't all that good to begin with. So I almost feel like Joe Espada last year had a lot thrown at him, and it was reflected in the team's record. They were 12-24 to start the year, and it took them until midway through the season to get to where they are now, which is in first place. This year, he's had as much, if not more, thrown at him as a manager, and he's got them 8 games over 500 and 4.5 games up in the division. That deserves a thumbs up right there.
Bryce Matthews obviously makes the most sense in just partly that, other than catchers, their top 25, they've only got like 2 or 3 guys in their top 25 prospects who are infielders, other than catchers. Yeah. And, and Bryce Matthews is at the top, obviously. Yep. So, we might just see some Bryce Matthews. Look, we're not in the conversation about what are you excited to see right now. It's okay, what can you do? And Bryce Matthews makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, okay, so we get the weekend against the Twins here. We get a little Colton Gordon, we get a little Hunter Brown, and we get a little Brandon Walter. So two of the spot starter part-time guys who both had really good outings last time out. I mean, they were both excellent last time out last weekend. That's who we get this week. Them sandwiched around Hunter Brown this weekend.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we've been accustomed to so far this year. It's all right. Can you get 5 innings out of one of these guys? 6 would be a revelation, and then let your bullpen go to work.
When Brandon Walter gave you 6 the other night, it felt like he was on.
It's weird sometimes when you only see 3 relievers come into an Astros game.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you. The Bucks. The Bucks gave the Knicks permission to talk to Doc Rivers about their coaching vacancy, and the Knicks declined. LMAO. Not a true story, but a very, very funny text, I will say. And I would say the third watch that we're on right now is probably just more smoke on Kevin Durant here in Houston. If there's any rumors, or if we get a little Shams action or a little Kelly Eco article or something like that gives us at least some idea of which way the wind is blowing on the Kevin Durant situation.
Yeah, we are swimming in a pond of uncertainty around a lot of just hazy, impossible to know or understand situations. With the Astros, so much of it is injury related.
Yep.
Spencer Arrighetti, Lance McCullers, I would still classify as kind of an injury situation, because we don't know exactly what Lance McCullers is going to be this year.
Yep.
Obviously Yordan. Yeah. There's just a lot of injuries could tip the scales to the extreme left or right with the Astros.
Yeah, we've got to know what's the latest. The latest on Yordan. Has he picked up a bat yet? The last I'd seen, Chaz, DeZenzo, and Yordan weren't swinging bats yet. The last report I'd seen.
Seems to be. I've long said that swinging a bat is a very important factor in coming back from
especially
to baseball. Yes,
for a designated hitter, I would say.
Yes.
That's going to be a key. It's going to be a big key.
A lot of people said I was an idiot to hold and swing a baseball.
That's a good take by you.
Big deal.
That's a huge deal and a good take by you. So we got this is a push notification weekend. You got to keep the push notifications on this weekend. There's a ton to follow here. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The guys on In the Loop are coming in here shortly and getting set up, and they have a question of the day. I know that. So Reggie Atatula is here. John Lopez is somewhere in the.
What if I just disappointed you and was like, actually, no question of the day today? That'd be really sad.
I would be shocked because I think it's a great gimmick. I think
Thanks,
that is.
Man.
Yeah, I think it's really. I love the question of the day.
I wouldn't know how to live my life.
Certainly wouldn't know what to do at 10:40.
Yeah,
my foundations would be rattled or destroyed.
Time.
Yes,
I would hate to do that to you.
Big time.
Gimmick, negative connotation, right? Like just generally.
No,
I didn't take it that way,
not for
but like
a wrestling
generally.
fan. A wrestling fan, a gimmick is a positive thing. Gimmick is really just. It's not a positive or a negative. It's just a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. Reginald, when earlier Andy Reid gave a compliment to sports radio host Angelo Cataldi and said that he admires his shtick.
Now that
and shtick is one that's I don't know. That's not always a compliment when you talk about somebody's shtick. That's kind of a phony thing.
It's definitely shtick is definitely negative.
Once you get into the Yiddish, we start like, just give me your spiel. Like, all right, okay, all right, I know where you're at now.
And in sales, that was a slap in the face. All right, go ahead. Let's hear your spiel.
Let's hear your spiel.
It's a sales pitch. It's not a spiel.
I don't have a spiel. My spiel is I'm going to listen to you and find out what you're.
Once.
They've done a good job.
Yes. Yep. All right, so what is the question of the day, my friend?
All right, the question of the day inspired by the news that Tom Brady is going to get a statue himself.
Oh, August the 8th. It goes up outside Gillette Stadium.
That's right. We'll see just how handsome it is because that's always a fun thing.
Does it look like him?
If statue makers can actually capture the essence of the person or if it just looks vaguely like they were AI generated.
I thought I saw the video. They've started on it, right?
I actually had not seen that.
Okay, I thought I saw a video where I didn't see them kind of smoothing edges. It could have been some other statue, but it was definitely a video on the tweet about Brady getting a statue. What should Brady be doing in his statue?
Well, that's not the question of the day.
No, it's not. It's not. But as long as we're talking, and you're right, I didn't get to the question of the day. But
it's fine. We got time.
Yeah.
Who deserves a statue? Not necessarily sports.
That's the question of the day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Houston.
In Houston, who deserves a statue? Yeah. Period. Not necessarily sports.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd say the Breakfast Club owners.
Turkey Leg Hut?
Wait, Turkey Leg Hut or Breakfast Club?
Turkey Leg
Hut. No, because Breakfast Club is still
a thriving business with actual lines around the corner. Yeah.
Kind of inspired by the Turkey Leg Hut.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you were just like, I want to hold up an upstanding establishment in Houston, or if you're like, I want to talk about drama.
Hey, man, I'm here for a Rusty Harden trophy or a statue for Rusty Harden here in town, just based on what he's meant to our show from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I will put a statue outside in the hallway of Rusty Harden. How do you like that? Who are some Houston? Well, everybody's wanted the statue of Andre Johnson beating the piss out of Cortland Finnegan.
It's a must.
That's
the thing that comes with this, though, because I feel like not every statue is for every place.
Yeah.
There's some people that transcend, and they're just like, you can put it on any place of the city, and it works contextually. But some guys are largely contextual. I do wonder, where do you put the Andre Johnson beating the mess out of Cortland Finnegan statue? Even if you say NRG Park, where in NRG Park?
Where I would put it, I would put it right out there. You know what? I would replace his bobblehead out there with the statue.
Okay.
Yeah, I would put it right out there. I would put the bobblehead. I would put the statue of Andre Johnson right as people are walking in, man. Get them hyped up. Remind them right there walking in through Bud Light Plaza.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the idea of putting it, of course, it's not for the public in this instance, but putting it in a loading dock, you know what I mean? When the bus comes in and they're like, hey, get off the bus, like the intimidation of getting off the bus with the big hats.
Yeah.
And it's reversed in this way.
It's reverse. You're getting off the bus and intimidated by the first thing you see in the bowels of NRG Stadium.
That's right. Remember that, mess around and you will find out.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
T.Y. Hilton.
All right.
Yeah. I'm fearful that I might name somebody who already has an actual statue, and then I sound a little.
But then you get a second statue.
Yeah, well, but I think of like Roy Hoffines. Like innovator. Astrodome.
Bum Phillips.
I'd be cool with Bum Phillips getting a statue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we might as a city get mocked for that because he never won a championship.
But it's about the city and what he means.
I totally get that. I'm saying outside of Houston, people might laugh at us that we're putting up a statue for a coach who lost 2 AFC title games. That's all.
I think for Houston, one of the, I don't know, statue or something, but there are a bunch of astronauts that perhaps.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some of the I'm sure there's a couple statues here and there, but there's probably some notable ones that still.
That's a good one.
I want Buzz Aldrin because he always gets overlooked because he was the second man to walk on the moon.
So you want him to get a statue?
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin.
That'll make up.
Everybody talks about Neil Armstrong.
For all the times.
Give it to Buzz Aldrin. Throw him a bone.
Look at you.
Throw him a bone.
What's okay? So a lot of cities have a place where it's known as like, oh yeah, this is quintessentially St. Louis or whatever. The arches obviously are easy to stick up for.
Yeah.
Where is the place in Houston that is the place where you think of, oh yeah, that's Houston?
I think the Breakfast Club. You named it, the Breakfast Club. That's it. Yeah.
Is there, other than the Astrodome, is there one that I'm missing?
Like a landmark in town here?
We got 9 different metropolitan areas.
We've got that bridge with all the bats underneath it over by the bayou over there.
The Waugh
Allen
Bridge.
Parkway. The Waugh Bridge has all the bats underneath it. That's not necessarily
Really,
something you can see from a drone or anything.
I'm thinking in terms of B-roll, like at NFL games. They always show like Buffalo Bayou and
the Be Someone graffiti.
Oh, Be Someone.
That's like literally that's 45. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. It's a rusted out bridge,
which is appropriate, by the way. For
yes, we're gritty.
This doesn't feel right. I mean, NASA is in the Houston city limits. It's one of those weird, like, because Clear Lake is actually part of the city of Houston. So I guess that would be it.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't, geographically, it feels a little off. I don't know.
I think you've stumbled on something that is also quintessentially Houston, which is it's just sprawling. Like there's. We have one downtown, but then the Gallery is kind of another downtown. And like
Medical Center.
Medical Center is kind of another downtown. Like it's just, we don't exist in one place. We like to spread out.
Yes.
What is Rome or Houston?
That's right.
It's more of a mindset than a place.
Yeah. Oh, Mattress Mac. A lot of people
we're getting
texting
a lot of
in
Mac.
Mattress Mac on the.
He's got to be
on the
holding
text.
money.
Yeah.
No. That's the inscription on the bottom.
The mattress?
Yes. The old commercials he used to do on Paul Bosch's Houston Championship Wrestling, where he's in a mattress with like his face sticking out and his hands sticking out. Yeah.
You've got him in the mattress costume.
Yes. I want a statue of Mattress Mac in the mattress costume.
Beyonce?
For sure. Yeah. Definitely.
In Alameda?
Definitely statue. Definitely statue worthy. Absolutely. All right, 10:40 today.
Yes, sir. Always.
There it is. Hey, Seth, have a good weekend. Hey, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yeah.
Seth, John, Reggie someday. Yeah, absolutely.
They haven't proven
Figgy to a
nothing.
dog.
Yeah,
maybe now. Who knows?
I'll
take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not, Reggie. Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
I think he just called himself a deadbeat dad.
No, I just said you don't. There's there are known knowns and there are none unknowns and there are unknown
I know what I
unknowns,
heard.
You know,
I know what I heard.
That's an unknown unknown.
I didn't call him anything. I just said I think Reggie'd make a great dad someday.
Thanks, man.
You got it, buddy. All right. So we are done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and may you exist in bronze form someday.
Thank you. That would be awesome.
You deserve it, Sean.
Love me a
That
statue.
was my first answer, but I don't want to look like I was
Pendergast.
Sean
Where's the
Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast statue go?
Lizards.
Oh, the pigeons.
Yeah, lizards. That's exactly where it's going.
It's not just like a statue on a bench where you could sit next to.
I'll tell you this real quick. They're redoing. I was out there earlier this week, and it's an older place. It's been there since the 70s, and they're redoing the roof and the wall, like underneath the overhang there. They have a front porch there, like a deck. And I sit in the same spot every day where I do my show prep, and I bring my computer. The owner was there the other day. He said, "Hey, when we redo this, we're putting up a plate with your name on it."
Nice.
Put a statue there.
Yeah. That's
Pigeons would have a field day with the head.
would they ever?
I love that
and I'll let them. Yeah.
I love that you're a norm character.
Do they tell people to clear that space if somebody sits in there at like 10:30 a.m. or something? Or they're like, no, that's Sean's
not
place.
that I know. I don't know, but
You're norm.
Yeah, that is a norm thing right there.
Sean!
Yeah. They may start doing it now, Seth, since I'm, I'll have that, nice nameplate up there. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's big. My parents told me I was going to be somebody. So. They were right. Mom was right.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to K. Oh, by the way, Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Again and again and again. Sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
It's a great day to have a great day, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig. And, of course, you, dear listener, via a few different ways getting involved on the program. The text line is 713. We got text. As a side note, if Mattress Mac was a pimp, that would be a real cold nickname. And that is objectively true.
That is absolutely true.
Objective truths only on
Could that
this
go
Friday.
for a porn name? Mattress Mac?
I
That
guess
too.
it could.
Yeah, that too.
I hadn't considered that. It absolutely
Can't look
could.
at Mattress Mac the same.
Gonna have a walking stick and a real colorful hat.
Look at that. That's Mattress Mac right there.
You don't want to mess with him.
You don't want to know why they call him
Fur
Mattress
collar.
Mac.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that goes a lot of different places. Hopefully not for too long here. Let's get into the show. Also, you can get involved with the program courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610 and 610 Houston on Twitch. All right, let's get going talking about these Houston Astros. Another victory for the Astros, not just in a single game, but obviously another win of a series for the Astros, which continues a run of good form that they've had of late, despite whatever else is happening around them, despite ups and downs, and even in a situation where you had a Framber Valdez game where we always go, are you getting good Framber, are you getting bad Framber? We got another instance of an outing by a starting pitcher for the Astros where the manager can rightfully call it a weird outing. 12 strikeouts, but a whole bunch of pitches, and for a ground ball pitcher, notoriously, there was a lot of balls flying out to the outfield now, wasn't there?
A lot of well-struck balls. I was thinking about the one, I forget who sent it to center field. It went at least 400, and Jake Myers chased it down. That was a pivotal moment of the game, too. I mean, I think it's different there. But nevertheless, Framber, let me ask you something before we get into the other question we have here.
Yeah, the main takeaway that I think we all know we're going to have to talk about, we will get there.
Yeah, they won. But the real person
they won. Like, they continue to expand the lead in the AL West. Come on, man.
Yada to win.
That's right.
Sometimes when you win, you lose.
Oh, you're true. Right, so can I give you a little bit of vocabulary here? This is one of my vocabulary words that I really like. A Pyrrhic victory.
Yes.
Right? A victory in which you won, but really, the losses were so great that at that point you question how valuable the win was. Pyrrhic victory. And is that what we're calling?
Yeah, I'm kind of going white man can't jump.
Yeah.
Remember this famous quote right here.
I got a different set of rules of mine. You want to hear them? Here they go. Sometimes when you win, you really lose. And sometimes when you lose, you really win.
Yeah.
God, I love me some Rosie Perez. Oh, so my
good.
God.
That was so good.
Anyways.
Let me ask you this before we get into Isak discussion, because it's pretty big. It's pretty big. How many more outings does Framber have to have until we stop wondering if we're going to get good Framber or bad Framber? Because you do realize the stretch that he's on right now, we're talking 3, 6, 7 starts. His last 7 starts, 7 innings, 8 innings, 7 innings. 6 innings, 9 innings, 7 innings, and then of course he went 5 yesterday. But and efficient, hasn't lost a game since May 2nd. Are we starting to get that question anymore?
Ooh, I like this question.
Are we? I mean, we're talking about in that span. I mean, he's not giving up a lot of earned runs. He's not throwing a lot of pitches. He had one game, what did he throw? 83 pitches or something like that. Just efficiency. And I've been the one wondering, like everybody else, are we going to get good Framber or bad Framber? He's been good for more than a month every time out.
Yeah, we used a lot of words to say to ask the question that J-Rock on the YouTube page asked very perfectly. Like, you'd be a great editor, J-Rock, in the news space because brevity is godliness in that place. Is he back? Question mark. Right. Like, are we just in Framber is like ace territory? And again, I think you're more like, do we not have to worry? I feel like inherently, because who Framber is, like, that's going to be in there. He's not new to this, or we're not new to him. However, you're right. He has just stepped up to the mantle, or stepped up to the I guess proverbial plate whenever you need him to, and he's delivered. And I do wonder how much of that is just like Framber's makeup seems to be when you absolutely need it, he comes through, and you've needed it a lot because, like, as we've talked about at great length, and maybe too much to people's chagrin, the run support not really there in the same way this year, right? Making sure that you get to the end of the bullpen, with all due respect to I think the bullpen at large, who has been good, but making sure that you get to the portions of the bullpen that you feel the strongest about has been important. And as you mentioned, like, he's had only 3 instances of his 14 innings, like getting less than what we would deem a quality start. Like, he has been really, really good this year. So yeah, you do have to salute him. Or actually, did I miss one? There might be 4 in there.
Well, the way I put
14. My apologies.
In his last 7 starts, he's given up more than 2 earned runs once, and it was 3.
Yeah,
I mean, that I'm starting to go. And I went into last night's game thinking, all right, which Framber, and that's just maybe out of force of habit, or maybe because he's been doing it for so long that you can't really. I mean, you can count on him, but until you don't, until you can't. But 7 straight and 2 earned runs?
Yes. Yeah. And you know what? I think the answer is definitively yes, especially based off of yesterday. And what I started with, that's a dude who, I mean, in a game where and we know his MO, like ground ball pitcher. He's trying to get the ball into his infielders, let his defense help him in that way, in addition to obviously just being a fantastic locator and all these things.
Yeah.
There was a lot of balls flying in the air, and still with that, he gets 12 strikeouts. Now, of course, mind you, this is a White Sox team that you don't necessarily view all that highly, but they were putting up some frisky at-bats yesterday. And even with that, 12 strikeouts where he's sending people back down to the dugout, and then also is still able to give you 5 innings of decent work in a circumstance where it did not feel like he was doing the best. So, I feel like those types of pitchers are the ones that take what a lesser pitcher would have as a bad outing or what have you, and make it a weird outing. And I think that's what we've seen, not just from him, but we saw that from Lance?
Yes.
Last time out?
Yeah, for sure. He said it himself.
Absolutely necessary, especially with the way that this rotation.
I mentioned those games. Just looked up the numbers for that stretch. 7-0 with a 2.02 ERA, 59 strikeouts, 13 walks.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay.
Right. That's good. So that's the first thing I thought of. Now, cup can be half full.
The fly in the ointment?
The cup also can be half empty.
Those are the options, I think. I don't know if there are any other ones in there.
So let's do both because the Isak Paredes thing last night, you talk about flying the ointment, changing the dynamic.
Sorry, I'm somebody that gets distracted easily. I'm looking up, just so you know. I'm Googling.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, what's the origin of flying the ointment?
Yeah, I do that all the time, and I don't remember that one. But that's a hammy. I mean, that's a pulled muscle. Now, first of all, let's all condition ourselves if we haven't already. Who knows what they say, and don't put a lot of stock into it regarding this. An injury like that, at minimum, just to be safe, at minimum, is a week. More likely, 2 weeks.
All right, so you said don't put too much stock in what they say, but at least let's give them an opportunity to say things, Lopez.
Okay.
Be a journalist, Lopez.
I am.
All right, so let's go to
journalists can be opinionators.
A primary source in Joe Espada. Would you agree that
yes.
Mr. Journalism Man? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much. This is Joe Espada talking about the injury for Isak Paredes.
Left hamstring right now. We will know more tomorrow, but it's a left hamstring.
All right, so that is where it is. That's what I saw. That's what I saw was left hamstring. Now, immediately after that, this is what his response was. Again, Joe Espada to the question of, now how is Isak feeling?
Yeah, he said, hey, I'm playing tomorrow, Joe. I'm like, dude, let's check you out tomorrow. See how you feel. But the strength was fine, so we'll know how he feels tomorrow. Right? He still just came off the field, adrenaline, so we'll know more tomorrow once he wakes up, and we'll check him out.
So we're on Isak Paredes watch, right? Like, that's keep your phones on you. But where do you go from there? Because I know that's immediately the thing. On the text line, y'all jumped in real quick with it from the 713. So in 2 weeks, do we find out Paredes has a broken bone? All right, first of all, I don't need that energy. It's a Friday. It's a
broken
good day.
bone in his hamstring.
Good day.
He broke his hamstring.
For the first time in history. A broken muscle somehow. No, but yeah, man, it's a good day to have a good day. Let's have some good vibes as much as we can here. But what does this mean, right? Because Isak Paredes has been one of the things that I say, or I call a term, a load-bearing wall of sorts for your Astros team. He has been one of the guys that's been absolutely essential to whatever offense that you do get. He's been probably the most or second most consistent guy that you have, because I think you probably got to give Jeremy Pena his credit when you talk about swinging that bat this year. But he's been 1 or 1A or 1B rather in that regard. And now, you at least have this instance where he pulled up. Maybe it's a cramp. Like, maybe you talk that he's going to. I mean, I don't think he plays today. Like, I just think they're going to. It seems like Joe Espada, at the very least, on his lonesome as the manager, is going to operate with a certain amount of caution where he won't play today. But maybe he plays this weekend. I understand. I'm looking crazy because I'm the dude who's doing the hopium again.
Yeah.
But where do you fall, and like where is your kind of alert level, and what could this possibly mean for the Astros?
Well, cramp, maybe, but it looked like he, as you said, he pulled up and reached. That doesn't seem like a cramp.
No.
But maybe. But I would say where my confidence level is, and you heard Espada, talking there. He said, tap the brakes, big fella.
He seemed to be coming with the level of, I don't know, disbelief. Like,
tap the brakes there.
To go back to a discussion we had, what was it, 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Sure, Jan. Like, that seemed to be the energy that he was coming with on this. Like, all right, man, we'll let the imaging tell us what's happening here. But, we're back in this space where Astros and injuries, whether you want to talk about, like, possible mishandling, possible ineptitude, with all due respect.
Bad luck.
Right. The bad luck thing is where I even want to come to as well, because you put someone in this space and there's a possibility of how quickly do you recover from the hamstring. Like, hamstring injury is what, obviously, with some level of caution as well, that kept Nico Collins out for a 5-week span. Now, of course, they're doing different things. Like, Isak is not going to have to be as much of a straight line runner or what have you. But how long can you afford to have Isak Paredes not in the lineup? Defensively, he's been better than advertised as well.
I think he's been their most important player. We can argue, and I will listen to every argument, about Jeremy Pena, et cetera, but I think he's been their most important player. I also think, from the outside looking in, no direct knowledge of what the exams are doing and MRIs and all that stuff, I say you got to sit him at least a week minimum. I would lean even more than that, but let's just say a week. Then you got to start talking about, the schedule has been pretty easy. It gets a little tougher. You have Twins, of course.
Starting tonight.
Yeah, shout out Carlos Correa. A's and Angels. All right.
I'm pretty sure I heard that he discovered Isak Paredes. I think that's
he's the one.
I heard,
And then Phillies and Cubs. So it gets a little tougher after this.
You got the Phillies and Cubs a little bit further down.
I said Twins, A's, Angels.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
See, that's my bad.
And then Phillies and Cubs.
Listening problems over here.
You were looking up fly in the ointment.
All right, so I don't like that you knew what I was thinking in that moment, all right? I just don't like that, but you're right.
Yeah, and so what do? Mauricio Dubon has to go to third base, right?
Does he?
I mean,
so. As the utility guy, that's immediately where you go. Can I throw this up? Can I get a little weird with it?
Get weird.
Cam Smith was a third baseman, wasn't he?
He sure was.
You've reached a place where you kind of got some dudes that could play in the outfield, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be weird? Would it be too much of an ask to take a guy who is learning a position and trying to find a level of comfort and put him back at his original position?
It would be a big ask. And not necessarily because he can't do it, because that's where he's gotten his most reps. Just go back as far as you want with his baseball career. But how many games at third base? Does he get any? He's finding a home and a comfort level in right field. Made a good play last night. Is that asking too much? Hey, we need you in right field. Okay, now go back to third. It'd be a little more comfortable transition because he's played there so much. But is he getting balls? He's never played it at Minute Maid. There you go. At Daikin at third base. All that stuff. So
right.
It's a big ask. I'm not saying it's a no-go, but it's a big ask.
And, of course, you have some outfielders, but one of those is Jacob Melton, who I've enjoyed seeing, but at the time being, the bat has not actually produced the runs or even really the productivity that you would want, even though, like, the way that it looks, I think we can all diagnose that and say it looks good at the plate even though you're not getting the results. Like, how long do you play that out? But if you do the musical chairs of Cam Smith to third base, maybe Jacob Melton plays right, Altuve continues in left, and then is Dubon playing second more again? Like,
right.
In your instance,
it affects Altuve.
In your instance, though, if you put Dubon at third, you do have Altuve at second. So you're also asking this guy, although you did have opportunities of him playing some second, moving back in, or you have Brendan Rodgers playing second, which after yesterday, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not the right way to look at it. Again, it's a long season. You need a number of guys to be able to step into the space. But I'm not sure how much I'm enjoying the Brendan Rodgers at second base experience, especially because the bat hasn't been anything to write home about, and the defense has had some instances where you go, This is what we're sacrificing for in this moment.
Yeah, and one texter said because he's in Tommy John.
All right, calm down. It is fair though. The 281 said it is Friday the 13th, Reggie. I mean, okay. I much rather have a good day to have a good day type vibe, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, and
so I can't write that off. So let's see if we can just kind of like avoid the bad juju. We'll be on Isak Paredes watch because, look, this is going to be super important. I think sans Isak Paredes, I got real I can get a little nervy. I get real concerned about what this offense gives you without Isak Paredes because, I mean, even yesterday, home run.
I think he's the most important player.
He ultimately you could say is one of, if not the main reason you win that baseball game. So that's going to be a huge, huge development that we continue to watch as this continues to go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, 504. That's basically what I said, and as much as a nice way that I could say it. But coming up next, now the minicamp is over for the Houston Texans. We're in this space where we're just on the we're barreling towards training camp. That's what we're looking towards. Are there any specific position battles or developments that you're most looking forward to? 713-572-4610. That's the conversation that we're having next.
What do we want to see out of the Texans' mandatory? here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always low.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Friday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you. Now the mini camp's over for the Texans. Are there any specific position battles or developments that you're more looking forward to? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also remember, of course, the YouTube page and the Twitch are available to you. Before we get there, I just wanted to give you my findings.
Oh, fly in the ointment.
My Google search.
I like doing these things. I do them all the time.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't get very much when it comes to like actual origins, but obviously the idea is that, and I think we understand the idiom is just the idea of if it's the defect in a larger that ruins the larger whole. But I think the thing that I was thinking about, and I talked about this with you in the break, if there was a fly in some ointment, I wouldn't throw the whole ointment away.
It's not a deal breaker,
right?
Yeah.
Like, would you? If you had
just scoop it out.
You had some Murray's hair cream or whatever, and then here come the fly landing. You throwing away a lifetime supply of Murray's?
No. Hey, a fly ain't about to dive in no Murray's.
That is fair. That's true. My bad. I'm bugging.
That stuff hard as hell.
But I'm just saying, like, if you had, I don't
death
know,
wish.
some leave-in conditioner or something, I don't know, and a fly lands
you just
in
scoop it out.
Yeah, I would just scoop it.
Would you pour a drink out for a fly?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what a fly in my drink or a fly in some soup is really the one that I thought of.
Yeah.
I'd throw the bowl of soup out if a fly lands in it. So I feel like the expression should be, that's the fly in the soup.
That's the fly in the soup.
You know what I mean? Because the fly in, I would still use that ointment.
Which is a question. Would y'all throw y'all beer away if a fly just kind of landed in the beer?
In the beer or on the lip?
In the beer.
In the beer, I'm done.
You done with it?
In the beer.
Because I feel like I feel like guys could be hardos a little bit when it comes to that type of stuff.
The alcohol to get it.
Yeah, exactly.
In the beer, I'd probably try to pour out the part that had the fly and then drink the rest.
But that's not how liquid works.
But see if
that's not how liquid works.
But see if it landed in your water, you like I'm pouring all of it.
Well, because water is free.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get another cup of ice water. All right. But yeah, what position battles are you, or developments rather, are you more looking forward to or most looking forward to now the mini camp is over? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, let us know because we all saw the the reports and such, the dispatches, if you will, and want to get formal.
The stupid words that I use are really getting to you, aren't they? Because dispatch is just one that's the word that comes to mind, and now that's what we're calling all these.
I use it. Yeah, cool. The dispatches from NRG Park. If you want to get really official, we all picked up on.
This
some
all
things.
feels like shade to me. I feel
like we all picked up on some things. So I got mine, like things that here we are, 38 days, whatever it is, to training camp. I'm gonna be looking specifically at a few. Let's just call it what it is, position battles.
Sure.
And I'm going to start at right tackle. That one, all along, I could be dead wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. I'm not feeling Jake Fisher as the guy. No, all due respect.
At center?
At right tackle.
You mean Blake Fisher?
Blake Fisher. What did I say?
You said Jake Fisher.
Okay.
And that made me think Jake Andrews. I was like, is that what
feeling
damn, he changed that man's whole name.
I changed everything.
Said, be better and you can get your name back, dog.
Yeah. So, I've never, ever since last year, I've never quite felt him at.
You don't think he's a Blake?
Yeah, no, that he's a.
At tackle.
A tackle.
Sorry, I'm stuck in the name. That's my bad. I'm with you. Okay, but then, so we're ready to you want to see the pad strapped on so that we can see this in full effect.
And I think the battle's going to be Blake Fisher and Trent Brown. D'Amico seemed to be pretty high on what Trent Brown was all about when he was talking about the way he's helping people, the veteran benefit. He's been sitting out. He might just be getting the Laramie Tunsil treatment, in terms of OTAs and minicamp. So he doesn't need to be doing this. He knows the offense.
Who, Trent Brown?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's still dealing with the injury.
And he's still dealing with an injury.
That's the big thing.
All of it. And so, all that combined, I want to see how right tackle shakes out.
I think that's fair. And especially because right tackle is where one of your top draft picks is at least most likely to play in Ariante Ursery. So I'd very much like to see how far he is on his development, how much he's going to push the likes of, you're looking at possibly Trent Brown. Also, clearly Blake Fisher, who seems to be the incumbent, or he is the incumbent. even before we talk about who seems to be in that top spot right now. I want to see how far he pushes them, because I was very, very intrigued when D'Amico Ryans mentioned that he's already seeing great progress in his pad level, making mention of that when talking about Tay. After only rookie minicamp, OTAs,
he's in the mix.
Mandatory minicamp, the idea that they got that squared away, which was the first thing that I think that jumped off of his scouting profile when it came to negatives. That big solid guy that had a good amount of experience in Minnesota. I'm very intrigued to see how far he can push this. So that's absolutely one of those for me as well. And I think that also brings us back to center. Somewhat at the top, but not necessarily as much. Kind of at the backside of this, because I know people have talked about the possibility of is there a trade in the offing? Juice Scruggs has not been all that involved.
Well, that's another one I put down. Mine that I'm really looking forward to at camp, I put it down as Juice Scruggs versus the depth chart. Like, where does he fit in? If you look at this Texans depth chart, and Nick Caserio was talking about it just the other day. You carry 8. You carry 8 on game day. You're going to carry Cam Robinson. You got to figure Laken Tomlinson. You got to figure Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard, Blake Fisher. And so all of a sudden it becomes, Jake Andrews, Trent Brown, kind of becomes Ursery. If presuming you're going to carry him on if he's not starting.
Now that's game day. Obviously on the roster you might carry something like 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 11 if you get real.
Where does Juice Scruggs fit in?
I mean, you would imagine that maybe he ends up being kind of like especially because of versatility. Like when you start talking about depth guys, versatility matters, and in theory he could play across all 3 of your interior offensive line spots. How well does he do that right now for you? Because I think that probably gives him some level of leg up, but also, and maybe he has not had a lot of involvement early because it feels like maybe they know what he does or what have you. But I'd be very intrigued to how are they? Will they value that versatility, or do they feel like, hey, we have guys that we feel stronger about, regardless of the ability to swing across some of these positions, and that matters a lot more to us. And does he end up on the outside looking in? I think that's a very interesting one as well.
Another couple of position battles I'm going to be looking forward to. Let's not ever underestimate what it means when D'Amico Ryans starts gushing over a player. He was gushing over Justin Watson. Justin Watson, John Mechie. I mean, that's going to get interesting. He clearly, what do you say? He does everything right, Justin Watson and all this other stuff. And that was at a fan event. He was just talking off the cuff. Seemed to really be good. Haven't seen a lot of John Mechie, doing things yet, but it's still early, obviously. So, but that's one to watch.
I mean, that wide receiver room and just how deep they'll go with it. I think it's probably fair to assume that maybe you have 6 of those wide receivers in there. But odd man out on the back end of that obviously matters. And I'm starting to wonder how many wide receivers in real effect that they actually have between obviously the young guys, the incumbents, and then likes of Xavier Hutchinson and, some of the other guys that are brought in, Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson. As you mentioned, some other things that have come in on the text line from the 504, they just I just need to see the offensive line in whole versus the defensive line, being able to pick up stunts, those types of things. I think that's a very good question. As far as your other question, when do training camp tickets release? I am not certain. I don't think that we've gotten information on that just yet, but you know what? I'll do a little.
It'll be very soon, I'm guessing.
It does feel like we're nearing that time. I mean, we're 5 weeks away. From imagine the Texans, who are always very excited to have their fans a part of the process, will make sure that that's available. I feel like you have another one here that you want to get into.
Yeah, I got one more, and you guys kind of got in my head on this one.
You're welcome.
Well, I don't know if that's was a thank you or not, but you did get in my head on this one. Back into the running back room, and especially as it pertains to Dare Ogunbowale, because I was sitting here thinking, well, he's in. I mean, they love him. He's versatile, special teams,
and not
everywhere
just special teams. Not exactly. Not just return, because I think that people talk about Damian Pearson. Well, he's a special teams as well. Not quite.
Not the same. Not the same as Dare.
We can throw a lot of people back here to return. Are you our gunner? Are you a guy who can be a protector? Are you doing all these other things on special teams? Those are the ones that are really, really
his
important.
Pass blocking. But the way you got in my head as I started thinking about this.
Again, you're welcome.
The back end of the running back room, keep in mind, we're all assuming they're going to have some fullbacks now, at least one. And so pass blocking all of a sudden maybe isn't as prioritized for Dare.
Also, if Nick Chubb is solid, is coming back in the way that he does, pass blocking is one of his capabilities. He's very strong at that as well. So how much do you need a guy in particular that you're keeping on the roster just to kind of come in as a pass blocker, especially because that was a complaint that we kind of had at times where you throw him in a third down and you're like, well, everybody knows what's coming.
Exactly.
Right? This is a tell on
They're
your
passing.
offense.
If y'all don't know this already.
Nick Chubb in there to pass block. That don't necessarily serve as a tell now, does it?
Yeah, exactly.
You know? And so that does put him in some level of danger here in a way that, I mean, Dare has done a great job. I think I want to give him credit of making himself valuable.
But is that value
one of the reasons why he's being able to hold on? Any football player, any professional football player knows, especially if you're not one of them ones at the top of the roster, make yourself as valuable as possible. Do a lot of things that are valuable to make it so that it's easier for you to stick around. And he's been the embodiment of that. This might be the year where that gets a little dicey. So, yeah, that would be very interesting to see how that works. He's probably very invested in that. And I think one more that you kind of threw out there that I'd like to mention real quick before we go here. The rookie defensive backs have now become very much important. How does that DB room fall? And I think that's probably less the competition. Well, actually, the competition of what does Tremont Smith bring you? Like how confident is his play? Because you tried some, I guess, retreads for lack of a better term last year, and CJ Henderson, and Jeff Okudah, and neither of those panned out.
Yeah, but the guys that you could slot right in are both either gone or temporarily gone. You know, in Darby and Jimmy Ward. Like, those are two guys you were going to slot in, and they're not there right now. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so those are things that we're looking forward to in the next few weeks. Or not in the next few weeks, but after the next few weeks once we get to training camp and we really get things ramped up for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. There's news that Tom Brady is going to have a statue built for him in New England for the Patriots. And that got us thinking, who deserves a statue in Houston? And not just sports, any Houston figure that you want. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Question 10. ethos.com/radio. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love this song so much. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio. Figgy's the arbiter of Funky Friday, and when I hear Marvin Gaye, I Want You, that means it's a Funky Friday. All right, let's get going on the question of the day. Who deserves a statue in the great city of Houston? Don't got to be sports either. Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. This is inspired by the New England Patriots. Apparently, they had already had this commission because this was on their social media, and this is the voice of team owner of the Patriots, Robert Kraft, letting his constituency know what they're doing.
Last year, we commissioned a local sculptor to create a larger-than-life bronze statue to perpetuate the legendary legacy of the great Tom Brady.
I love it, and it's obvious, and that's a given. But for our purposes in Houston, look, let's get some of the main ones. Well, maybe I'll let people come in, but there are some obvious ones. I'll put it that way. Kind of thinking like just people in Houston that deserve a statue.
Lovie Smith.
Some would argue.
Who are these some? Who are the some?
Argue. You know what?
It's a lot of people that kept saying, build him a statue.
You know when I think the Lovie Smith statue comes in? His statue is a side saddle statue. If CJ becomes the CJ that we anticipate he can be, then you have a side saddle statue of Lovie like in the background looking like proudly at the CJ statue as if to say, I did that. You know what I mean? Like that's the way that we acknowledge the Lovie Smith bleep you week 18 win to end up with CJ Stroud.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? Does that feel like that works?
Yeah. But like obviously Dream, some of these.
And it's worth noting the reason why we don't have a Hakeem Olajuwon statue is because Hakeem doesn't want a statue.
Correct.
Otherwise, we might have 3 Hakeem statues at this point.
Earl, Nolan Ryan. I'm not saying those are wrong. All right. But I want to think a little bit outside the box. A lot of people saying Mattress Mac. 100%. Right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Especially everything he did as far as hurricane stuff, just the national disasters, all that. Yeah. He did a lot for the city.
Yeah, but we can dig a little deeper too.
Well, can I stop on the Mattress Mac?
Yeah.
Because I think we were talking about this before the show. Mattress Mac, obviously one of the first ones that came up. And as I was telling the guys, Sean and Seth, when we were talking about this in the crosstalk, I feel like some people are statue anywhere type people. I feel like some people are statues in a very specific context type people. Which of those does Mattress Mac feel like to you?
He's kind of a tweener, isn't he? Because he's identified with I-45 North, Gallery Furniture, I-45 North. So I would lean there, but you can put it anywhere. You can damn well put it outside the Dyken Park. As much of a connection as he's had with the Astros and all these bets, that he's guaranteed and you get the free whatever, $2,000 or whatever worth of furniture and all that. You could dang near put, so he's kind of a tweener to me,
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that. I mean, obviously it would just make the most sense if he's at the Gallery Furniture, but I'll end up in the statue.
John McClane.
John McClane is a fun one. I was like, I wonder if John McClane ain't more of a bust than he is a full statue.
I'd put the statue sitting outside of training camp by the bubble in a Panama hat and a black T-shirt and black shorts and tennis shoes with the socks pulled up. That's the statue right there. Yeah. That's the statue. Texture had a really good one. Marvin Zindler.
Yeah, that's the first.
Eyewitness news.
Yeah, that's the first person I thought about at the Mattress Mac. Yeah,
that's where I'm kind of going. Like some of the deep cuts, so to speak, of statues in Houston.
I would love the Marvin Zindler statue. What does it look like? Where does it go? You know what I mean? Like, what does it look like? Where does it go? And that's not.
Doesn't he have a street or a court or something like that downtown?
That brother got a burger at Rodeo Goat.
Doesn't that feel counterproductive considering his impact, right? Yeah. Like, not saying that the only thing he did, I can't reduce his cultural impact.
Just don't jet the ice machine.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that I want to eat anything Marvin Zindler branded because it takes me to slime in the ice machine.
Yeah, that's right. Why are they doing this?
And then I'm getting the, psychosomatic, is that the word? Psychosomatic effect of, feeling sick, even though the burger's probably 100% fine. It's probably great, in fact.
Yeah. Now, that'd be Beyonce.
Beyonce's a good one. I think obviously George Foreman, a local as well.
Mark Berman, and set the statue at the airport.
Set it right outside Channel 26 to show those you-know-whats. That sports matters. Thing the other way.
See what you did there, buddy.
The problem is, I love it. The problem is, aren't we setting this up for deviants? You know what I mean? Like, are you not concerned about deviants?
Yeah, you have to be.
At that point,
you have to be
doing weird things to the statue. Because that's where my brain went.
Yeah, Berman at the airport.
That's what I just said.
Oh, I missed that. I was thinking about him at 26.
But I also think there's a lot of people that I would actually put a lot of people at the airport. Did you know, by the way? I think I texted you guys. The Houston airport system is ranked like best in the world for art in the airport.
Really?
Crazy. Yeah, I caught this a couple weeks back, or like a month ago, when I actually had to fly out of IAH, and I had time to kill before my flight took off.
I had no idea.
And I was looking around, I was like, yo, there's a lot of artwork in here. And for some reason, like there was a ranking that came down. I think I texted you guys about it. The Houston airport system, highly regarded. Well, first of all, this ranking system, and I'll find you what it is officially, so that I'm not. This is not just sounding like I'm making this off the top of my head. But of all the airports in North America, highest ranked airport is Hobby Airport.
That's crazy.
I would have never guessed.
It is pretty sweet to get in and out of. Hobby's pretty sweet.
So easy,
so easy,
man.
Let me ask.
So yes, throw a lot of these at the airport. Throw to Meg, throw to Bun B.
Yeah.
Like throw all the cultural icons that especially like people from outside of the city would know when they step.
Oh, it must be from Houston.
They're like, oh wow, this guy, yeah, for sure.
You know who might get a legit might get a statue and would be deserving? Is Kelly, right?
On campus, 100%.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. That's almost law at that point.
Given, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said VY in front of Madison High School. I like the way you're thinking.
Oh,
I like the way you're thinking.
The high school legends would be like that division would be so very fun. Just the high school legends. Hey Lopez, what about your homeboy? What about your homeboy Jim Nance on campus?
Yeah, set it right there next to where Show sits.
Hey,
go right in studio.
I was gonna say, what about your homeboy Tony Busby?
Why not? He'll probably build it himself, to be honest. He put his own.
Put it right outside his house.
Right
over there on River Oaks.
There might be one there already.
Some other ones that are coming in. A copy of Watson's trade. But how about this from 346? George Strait and Selena at NRG. That
Selena.
Whatever the next iteration of the stadium, whether it's currently NRG Stadium, there should be something that is dedicated to like the incredible performances at Rodeo. And Selena and George Strait, absolutely.
Put it where the Astrodome was.
No, put it in front of the Astrodome right now.
Put it where it was.
Put it right next to the Astrodome currently.
You know what I love about Figgy giving me a hard time about the Astrodome? He wants it blown up too. He just knows how badly I do.
Wow, okay. I did not realize some of these people were from Houston that you're throwing up here, or maybe I did. And, of course, the Dre punching Cortland Finnegan is just...
We got to have that one.
I would very much like it at some point. And I told you guys where I think it might actually be most of the stadium. Where the buses roll in, where they bring in the opposition.
You just got a statue of him with his fist up on him.
You got the opposition, got Cam Ward getting off the bus, looking over there and like, dang, who is that getting beat up? Like I just don't get out here and mess around. Like Andre Johnson ain't currently on the field, but the spirit of Andre Johnson is somewhere in this mug. Don't do nothing stupid.
Yes, it is.
Don't do nothing dumb here. Somebody, Jeff Lunau got through up there. Anything?
No.
So Seth brought up the Breakfast Club. Was he talking about the restaurant?
Turkey Leg Hut.
He was thinking Turkey Leg Hut.
Okay. No, I think the Breakfast Club. I think that owner, his name Marcus. He should definitely have a statue somewhere, man, because how great of a restaurant that place is, how consistent it is.
Yep,
man.
Some other ones, obviously, you talked about the Givens, Carl Lewis up there as well.
Oh, that's a good one.
There was one that I saw, DJ Screw. DJ Screw would be tough, and I do love this. Does this even count as a statue at this point? But a miniature Astrodome. Like
I guess it would, right?
That should be somewhere in NRG, just like a miniature Astrodome, like in a foyer or something.
After you blow up the Astrodome, you put the miniature Astrodome statue in a very prominent
just
place.
leave the one up now.
You are not going to want to leave the one up now. I still go back to those kids that broke in. It's been condemned since 2009.
That's why they went in.
2000, but I didn't realize it was that long. Like, it's just been an eyesore and a pox on the landscape. It's a seeping boil is what it is.
So you like it then? Aaron Glenn and D. Hall in front of Nimitz. Okay, I like that. High school legends category as well. Someone mentioned Rudy Tomjanovich. Someone else mentioned, I know it's obvious, but did y'all say Altuve? We hadn't.
We have not.
But Altuve is absolutely one of them ones at this point.
ZZ Top would be a sweet statue.
Yeah.
That'd be a sweet looking
because of the beards.
Yeah.
Like, I that's where I think it's really important on the artist to make this thing fly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, are you capable of giving the right effect to those beards without them looking stupid?
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's also one of the things I want to circle back around to is I'm interested to see what this Tom Brady statue looks like because how often is it that you get a statue built or something or like a plaque and then you go, I don't even look like that person.
Seems like it's happened more often lately.
It felt like it's happening on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, y'all doing this on purpose?
Oh, to get the internet going?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that'd be interesting.
You think they're going to do a Bill Belichick statue?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe when Robert's done here. You know what I mean?
Somebody pass away, then they probably get a statue.
Yeah.
Undertaker Waltrip comes in, and I got to read this one because, I mean, biggest champions in the city. 4-time champion Cynthia Cooper, something Houston Comets related.
There you go.
I like that.
I like that.
Maybe like a threesome of them, standing together with maybe Tina Thompson, Cheryl Swoops, and Cynthia Cooper all in there. That'd be really cool as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. It is Friday the 13th. I got some key players and teams of the 2024 season. Are there any Texans on there? We'll talk about that more next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit comes to an end this afternoon. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley for the last stop of the season at Cajun Craven on Beamer Road from 2 to 6. Cold drinks, good conversations, and mud bugs by the pound. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Steve Lay Traffic Center, 713 call lead. This is brought to you by Low T Center. Still pretty inactive out on the freeways. Tomball Tollway southbound right before North Point Boulevard. 18-wheeler was in that right lane. It's now off to the shoulder. Cloudy, humid, thunderstorms this afternoon. Right now, 85 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Guys, in celebration of Father's Day, Low T Center is offering free T-test and weight loss consultations for a limited time only. Book your free consultation from now until June 21st and get a free B12 shot for that extra boost of energy. Book now. FixMyLowT.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver always feels like he's on the defensive. He's been on TV lately explaining why the league doesn't put finals decals on the court anymore. For some reason, that really upset fans. But apparently, they were making players slip. Silver has also commented on TV ratings going down. But the reality is, there's nothing he can do. The Thunder and Pacers is fantastic. Maybe it's not everyone, but even as a commissioner, you got to just roll with it. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hi, this is Eric Dick with the Dick Law Firm, and if you have storm damage from Hurricane Beryl, give me a call right now at 832-LAWYERS. You should get a lawyer. Look, your home insurance company's in the business of making money, not paying out claims. That's why you get a home insurance lawyer like me, Eric Dick with the Dick Law Firm. That's why you call me at 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. Don't delay. Call me today. Call me right away at 832-LAWYERS. Tell your insurance company to stop playing and start paying. Look, you've been paying your home insurance premiums year after year, and when you actually need your insurance company to help you out, well, they aren't there. That's why you get a lawyer. That's why you call the Houston, Texas-based home insurance law firm, Dick Law Firm. Call us right now at 832-LAWYERS. I'm a native Houstonian, and I want to help you.
And just like that, summer's here. This is Nolan Ryan. Make the wise choice and invest in the right home comfort system. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. American Standard Air is a proven winner year after year. Take my word. Cool, cost-efficient performance and built for Texas families. That's quality and dependability that you can trust. That's how you handle a hot Texas summer. AmericanStandardAir.com. Comfort the way you like.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax-deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. 346-371-3330.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
around the NFL, and one of the biggest things, and I guess this is weird to start around the NFL because he is no longer an NFL player. However, obviously, his name rings out because he's, one of the better wide receivers that we've seen in quite a while. I don't even know how much we want to talk about him in the historical context, but he's in there somewhere. His name is Antonio Brown, and unfortunately, when you talk about him, his stellar football play kind of secondary now for a lot of reasons. Yeah. And this is another one because apparently he's wanted for murder. Not really a better way to throw that one out there, is there?
And we were talking about that during the break, and wanted for murder. But it was really weird because now they're saying that that some guys tried to jump him or something.
Sorry, attempted murder.
Yeah, I was about to say, was it attempted?
Attempted murder.
And also, according to reports, depending on what you want to believe, took a guard's gun.
Right. So what happened is this came from the boxing event in Miami in May. And so what happened was there was a fight and there's video of this that has been circulating on social media as well. But there was a fight that happened, and according to Antonio Brown, he was jumped. And as somebody who has watched a lot of fight videos on the internet in my time, does look like a jumping to me. I don't know, Figgy, did you see any of this fight video?
I didn't. Okay. What, did it look like he was getting beat up, or?
He held his own. I will say he did hold his own. And you know what? I'm doing the thing where I send you the video right at this moment so you can watch it in real time. There's multiple angles. There's a lot of combatants. I don't know who's on whose side. Some of them look like security.
I couldn't identify him for a while.
Because I did
hear
so
many bodies flying around.
Yeah, because I did hear a headline not too long ago about him, somebody attempting to take his chain.
Yeah.
And maybe that was because again, this is something that happened back in May.
Yeah.
But then we've seen additional video of him walking through kind of some
away
level
from
of
it.
Away from it or what have you. And the accusation is that he grabbed the gun of a security guard, and you could see him with gun in hand, with their phone out, getting video. And then soon thereafter, once he is out of view, you hear pop, pop. You hear a couple of shots. And of course, as what happens with a place where there's a whole bunch of people and shots ring out, everybody scatters.
Everybody runs.
That is the modus operandi in that moment, is to run and scatter. But goodness gracious, Antonio Brown. I could talk about a fall from grace, but we're well beyond that point.
Yeah, it's been a fall from grace.
This is insane, right? So the warrant requires him to post a $10,000 bond and remain under house arrest pending trial. But the tough part about it is I don't even know what the real problem is for him after, if he managed to beat this case or whatever and still exists. This doesn't really change the perception, a perception of him. He is just Antonio Brown, where people view him and they make the CTE jokes or whatever, and just that boy not right.
Yeah.
That's what's sad about this is I don't even know if this is any this is not going to be a wake up call for him. And
was it a surprise to see the headline?
Yes, because once you get to attempted murder, that feels like that's another step, right?
Yeah.
Even if you viewed him as some level of I guess violent,
unhinged,
or unhinged type person, that was more physical violence, which I guess this was to a certain point. That additional step of going and getting that Roscoe is something else entirely.
Yeah. No, I frankly wasn't, maybe to a smaller degree, like you said, because of the gun and the shots and all that. But this is a guy that flies off the handle and does very unhinged things.
Right. And again, I'm not no lawyer that has been made abundantly clear. Serious time on that one.
Oh yeah.
And this he might just be end up behind bars for a decent amount of time, which is really sad to see for a guy who at the very least has played some really fun football that we saw. And you hope that he would find this is why I have a little problem with all the key and those happening behind. Oh man, he's sending all these funny tweets. I was like, this is clearly.
I was just going to ask, is he going to tweet about this?
Maybe. I'm going to be completely honest though. I don't look at his Twitter anymore.
It's just entertainment.
Honestly, I think he has somebody else running his Twitter.
You think?
I don't know if it was directly him doing all them funny tweets. I think he hired somebody to run his account.
Maybe.
To play his. I think a lot of people do that too.
Yeah. So that's a thing that's happening. Some other things around the NFL, actually NFL related. Looks like the NFLPA is getting out here and advocating for their players again, especially in this time period as we head towards the 2025 season. They're back on a particular warpath, and that is a renewed call for grass fields. Obviously, the league's position has been very much where, and when I say the league, I want to be careful about and clear who I'm talking about. Team owners, right, have been very clear that they want to have these abilities to have, artificial turf in various places. Obviously, some people have domes and not necessarily the easy ability to grow and maintain grass, at least not for, a relatively cheap way of doing it. That's the standpoint of the owners. But the players are like, look, man, especially as you see with the World Cup coming up in 2026, the host cities, they have to have grass of a particular type. In fact, I was watching a video of the New Jersey grass farm where they're growing the turf as we speak for that will be used at the Link in Philadelphia for the games that are hosted there. They're porting in all that grass and all of that under the expense that's necessary in order to host a World Cup game, because FIFA is like, look, no, these are the rules in order for the men to play, is that you have to have grass, but to a very particular standard. And, I mean, as much research has been done, the NFL continues to point to, cost as a reason why they don't want to do this. And, of course, they'll do the science that they believe that they want to throw out there and say that, there's negligible difference between artificial turf or what have you, or these hybrid mixes as opposed to, natural grass. But this is a place where the NFLPA seems to want to really push hard on.
It's a good time for them to do it based on, as you mentioned, they're going to be putting grass in for the World Cup. But here's where it gets sticky. And we have this right here at NRG. They've tried to have grass in there. Remember the pallets? They were 20 feet long or whatever it was. And I believe that's the field that D'Amico tore his Achilles on, was those pallets, because they had a lot of creases in it and stuff. And I could be wrong on that, but it's very not prohibitive. It's very expensive.
Yes.
But it can be done, and the difference between grass for the World Cup and grass for 17, 18 games is a big difference because you have to grow it outside. Like here, you can't grow grass in the stadium. Cannot do it. They've tried. I mean, because the hole on the roof is so constricting,
right?
And such, and there are other stadiums like that. I'd love the NFLPA to win here. I think the NFL owners are going to ultimately win on this thing.
And what's the tough part about it for me is anytime the NFLPA jumps up or any kind of conversations about labor negotiation between them, I know where the leverage stands, and it's with the owners every single time. And we understand the circumstances that make it that case. For the PA to get something major done, it's a lot of capital. It's a lot of, I guess, for lack of a better term, political capital that they use in order to get there. I'm like, do they have enough, first and foremost, for this one? And two, what other wants are they going to have to neglect in order to get this one through?
What do they have to give up?
This one feels like one of the big pushes that you get, as opposed to maybe one of those small things that you can negotiate or what have you. Now, that is an interesting thought to ask, though. If a new stadium does come, is that something that the Texans would be invested in, is doing something where they, within the design elements, they make sure that natural grass is a part of it, akin to how Dyken Park is, where they do have that retractable roof and they utilize it in order to maintain the grass turf.
I think that's a great point. And I gut feeling, I think they would probably want that. I think most players, including with the Texans, have voiced their preference for natural grass.
Yeah, absolutely. Some other things around the NFL. Friday the 13th, ladies and gentlemen.
How about that? I forgot about that.
Yeah. Keep the good vibes, right? No, you don't have to necessarily subscribe to it. However, it did provide an interesting opportunity for Kevin Patra of NFL.com to throw up some of the NFL's most unlucky players in the 2024 season. And I will tell you, I won't hold out on you here for a particular reason. Would you like to take a guess?
I won't look at it. I have it here, but I won't look at it.
Would you like to take a guess as to who the Texan is that shows up as one of the unluckiest players?
Well, the first one that comes to mind is injury related, and that would be Tank Dell.
That one feels apt. Yeah. That one absolutely feels apt. It's not the one that they mentioned here, but I think that one absolutely feels apt. So I would not blame you at all for guessing that. He definitely has felt like he's unlucky when you talk about season-ending injury, being shot, another season-ending injury.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, too.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that he hasn't, right? Obviously, these are all circumstances that, one, to be fair, it has been incredible for him to battle back from, and excited to see how he's able to battle back from this latest. I mean, really catastrophic. I mean, all the CLs, everything. Man, that's really, really tough. So, yeah, it's easy to throw him up there. Not the guy that they threw up here.
Who was the unluckiest Texan?
I'm trying to think from the top of my... I keep going injury, too. Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs didn't pop up here either. You guys are thinking from the injury perspective.
Yeah.
Would you agree if I say Nico Collins is the man who they talk about as being unlucky here?
I would not agree.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, I would not agree.
Here's the explanation. Collins had 142 receiving yards negated by penalty in 2024. Which was the most in the NFL.
That's where
okay,
they're
I can
going.
see that.
That's where they're going. So what would he have had? He would have.
That is a great question there, John Lopez. What would Nico Collins have had if you then add on the 100 and a whole nother additional really good football game performance of 142 yards receiving on charge in 12 games season? Yes.
In 12 games, he would have had 1,200 yards?
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
So it sounds like the offensive line cost them a little bit of money.
Yeah. Thanks, Laramie.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I wanted to leave the room for you to do that. Gosh, Nico Collins is so good. I feel like there should be another larger takeaway, but it just goes, man, he's so good.
He's good for 100 a game.
Basically.
He's good for 100
just
a game.
imagine us watching the game in real time, and it's like a bomb.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's coming back.
Yeah, well, we didn't have to imagine it. It happened.
It happened a few times. It happened a few times. Some other Texans that people are throwing out there as possibly unlucky. Joe Mixon, to some degree. Maybe you talk about, like, I feel like there could be a little bit of luck that the NFL could change themselves by actually officiating this hip drop tackle.
That's a good one.
In a proper facet. But,
his offensive line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The run blocking of this, absolutely. And I'm very intrigued to see, even if you're just like, we're still remains to be seen how much actual push you get up front, but even just like a more cohesive run game, especially as orchestrated by a guy in Nick Caserio who seems like he has a solid run game, as evidence, if for no other reason, the idea, again, the reporting was that Nick Caserio brought him in, Sean McVay is the name that I was trying to get out. All those other words were not Sean McVay. But Sean McVay brought Nick Caserio in to try and help revamp the run game from what it had previously been to what it was now. And you saw Kyron Williams was fantastic in that. And they were able to do some good things with that offensive line. Yeah. I'm very intrigued to see what you're able to do with this offensive line. But I think options on the backside, if for no other reason, just Joe Mixon is back there. So that could be really fun as well. And, of course, C.J. Stroud comes in. Very, very fair.
Well, for the same reason as Mixon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, I mean, you could also talk about the lack of luck that he had with maybe play calling. That's also a portion of it.
That's right.
So there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on a Friday the 13th edition on Sports Radio 610. From the 979, 67 today, born on Friday the 13th in 58. It's been a relatively lucky run.
It's been good for you, man.
There you go. And, I mean, look, there's obviously there's a lot more that factors in to get to 67. But, I mean, there's some good fortune in there just making it to this time. So salute to you, my friend. And then someone else was texting earlier, and I do want to make sure I go back and find this, that they wanted the good vibes out there because they have a showcase in Atlanta today.
So I texted them back. Go get them.
Yeah, they're putting on for Houston, they said, out there in Atlanta. So whatever the showcase is for, hey, kill them dead or break a leg if that's necessary, or don't break a leg if that is somehow out of pocket.
Or just
for the
salute.
particular showcase.
Salute.
Yeah, there you go. All right, you're in the loop here. Coming up next, this is something that we thought about. I think we might have done once or twice, but we haven't done it in a while. And so I feel like John Lopez needs to go ahead and put on his robe because I want to take you into the courtroom of the Honorable Judge John Lopez. I need John Lopez to rule on a couple of these things that are happening in the sports world, and we will do that next.
Our guy Clint is a big fan of the
Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Friday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope it's going well for you. And if it's not, just blame it on Friday the 13th, baby. That's the one thing I do like about a Friday the 13th or something of that nature. It's a great place to just shuffle the blame off.
You got an excuse.
You don't have to put it on yourself. Yeah. Don't carry that. That's not your problem. That's Friday the 13th. That's the calendar's fault. Not even on you. So let that roll off of your back. Have a fantastic Friday. And thank you for making our Friday fantastic by rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, for you doing that, I will now give you the opportunity to jump into the courtroom of the honorable, or maybe dishonorable, Judge John Lopez. Let's do a little bit of Judge John Lopez here. There's a couple of stories that are happening in the world of sports that I want your
I need to get my British wig on.
Your powdered wig?
Yeah, I need
what site that would be? Okay, so next time we do this, I feel like powdered wig has to be in tow.
And a robe.
All right, so entirely off topic, and I apologize for this. I was watching the BET Awards. Was that earlier this week? And
that was on
Monday?
Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday, yeah.
Why did I find out that Miss Pat has a courtroom show?
I heard. I ran across it a couple times.
And the weirdest part about it is they have a jury, and the jury is celebrities. And I was like, that's the last thing I want.
Yeah.
Why is Chris Brown ruling on my case right now?
Lord. Lord.
I don't want that at all. Who put that in case? He's got cases of his own to worry about.
Yeah.
And that doesn't count as expertise. Anyways, the expertise here is the one of John Lopez. And we begin with the case that originates out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And it has to do with Carly Ursay Gordon. That is your defendant here.
The new big boss.
Yes, she is the new big boss, the daughter of the former big boss, Jim Irsay, who, mind you, is actually going into the Colts Ring of Honor. Probably understandable and to be seen there. However, the case pertains to this, gentlemen. Carly Ursay Gordon has been the topic of conversation on social media over the last couple of days because she talked about her penchant for being on the sideline during games, wearing a headset, and kind of keeping an eye on the various things that are happening with play calling and such. So Ursay Gordon, she's taking over the team. She spent like over more than a decade working in almost every portion of the organization. We talked about that somewhat when her father said that, it sort of accelerated her ability to learn about the game. And so she decided pretty early on that she would wear a headset on the sideline to be tapped into what's happening, the communications of the coaching staff as they go through the games. Quote, she's always in meetings, whether it's team meetings, D-unit meetings, in the D-line room, on the field almost every day at practice, and obviously on the sidelines, as according to our friend Buck, DeForest Buckner. She's always got her big notebook, always taking notes, always asking questions about the game, and obviously now is her time to step up and take the lead. And we all have great confidence in her, close quote. And so, Judge John Lopez, is this a good way to operate as an owner? Because we've had conversations, Fig, and I don't know where you stand on this.
I'd like to hear each side.
Okay.
Why you think it is a good way to operate as an owner, and why you think it might be too much.
All right, Figgy, where would you like to take here? The idea of having the headset, being on the sideline, being immediately tapped in on every game to what the play calling is from the coaching.
I think, to me personally, I think it's very impressive that she's taking all of this information in like this and trying to learn the game of football and all this other stuff. It seems like she's trying to learn all the ins and outs of a football team. And to me, I think that's super dope. I kind of want to see a little more of it. However, I do feel like when things are going bad, then that could be a bad. It could be a bad sign. It could, if you're having a bad season or some type of bad game, and if she decides to jump in on something and it don't work out right.
But you do think overall it's good?
I think it's good for her as far as like becoming the owner, jumping into that ownership and trying to learn everything. But I don't know about this lasting for so long where she's just the owner on the headset all the time.
Yeah, and I think that's where the opposite portion of the case comes in. because this feels like the type of thing that a meddling owner would do, right? This is the likes of Jerry Jones being all up in all the meetings and stuff, and being the man who does the press conferences and everything. Often we talk about good owners and we say the good owners empower their people to do their jobs. And we've all had a manager or some level of boss that has been a little bit of a micromanager, even if they're not actually adding input, that eyes over the shoulder inherently affect the way that things are done. And she is inherently all over that in the time periods where you're making, decisions in the heat of the battle. Does he affect some of that? And also there is a question to be asked. She was not the big boss. Now she is. Now she has the power and maybe you could say the temptation to go a step further of starting to make some suggestions or ask immediately in circumstances where maybe it's not fair, hey, why didn't this work? When in all reality, that could be one step in trying to figure out what the larger issue is. So this is one of those things that I think a lot of people pop up and go, ooh, is she going to meddle? Is this going to be a place where this is going to open the opportunity that she's hired Shane Steichen, Chris Ballard, and then obviously down to coordinators or whatever to not do their jobs to the best of their ability?
All right, so what I have to rule on here, basically, is it good for the health of the organization and the team? Right?
Yes.
Her doing this.
Correct.
Now, Figgy mentioned how impressive it was. I think he called it super dope.
My words exactly.
Oh, that's a legal term.
I think that's. I will check the court record, but I'm pretty sure that showed up. Yes.
I've heard Busby say it. I've heard Rusty Harden say it in court. It's super dope. So don't apologize for that.
Legal terminology.
Yeah, that's right. So, is it healthy? He says it's impressive and it's super dope. As judge on this case, impressive doesn't mean healthy. Impressive might mean, good for her trying to learn the game. On the other hand, Reggie projected perhaps a meddling owner. Mentioned Jerry Jones by name. And it might be empowering her now that she's the sole, final voice, that she would meddle. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one.
Can I say? You're allowed to litigate from the bench here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And my point on this would be in my ruling here. I think both of y'all, both sides, no matter what side you take.
Oh, we getting a hung jury?
No.
Mistrial
are leaning on assumptions and projections.
Okay, fair.
We have to just lean on the facts that we've seen and the facts that I've heard. Like any judge, I'm not going to presume anything. I'm not going to anything until it's done. So based on the facts and what she said, I'm going to say it's healthy because it might change. It might change next season. But right now she's trying to learn. She's trying to make good decisions. I believe one of the things she said, Reggie, was, I want to know what they're talking about. So in case there's a blame game that ends up happening between, the coaches aren't doing this, they're not calling that, or the players are not implementing play. So she would know what she's hearing. So where's my gavel? I rule it as healthy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Some other things that came out of the USA Today article that I'm referencing. One of the things that she, according to Ursay Gordon, one of the things that being on the headset has really helped me learn is to question earlier. It's such a complex organism, a football team, and how it operates on game day. I think that's been very valuable because it also helps us be able to know, where do we need to make tweaks? What resources do we need? What do we need to fix? So much of it comes down to how we operate and how things work. So I do think that there is some room to give her credit for not being too detached from lower levels, because we can all complain about this in various work instances of a boss at the very high ends not understanding what it means to be on the ground level.
That's where I was getting at with it, because sometimes you got some owners that have no idea that this person in charge, your right-hand man, have no idea what he's doing.
And I think what it does, and again, this could change next year. She might be a meddling owner. But right now, I don't think she is. I think she's trying to learn and know. What I think it prevents and avoids is believing in your booth, as opposed to believing the coach, as opposed to believing, exactly.
And then some of the times you have some owners that just have no idea, all this football jargon and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So she's learning all the football jargon and all that stuff. So maybe you can't pull a fast one on her.
And I believe it kind of avoids the he said, she said, Well,
Yeah.
I believe them because they said this. No, I heard this. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of impressed with it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We go to the next item on the docket here. Defendant Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller attended.
Not
obviously.
guilty.
Wow.
Oh, man.
He attended, obviously, Game 3 of the NBA Finals because, it's in Indiana.
Oh, are you going to talk about the jersey?
Reggie Miller.
Oh, boy. This is
being
going to be a tough
roasted
one.
by fans online.
This is
What
going to be
for?
a tough one.
Reggie Miller was seen sideline because obviously, he's done with his duties. He works TNT, and the finals are only broadcast on ABC, so he doesn't have work to do. So he's there as a fan, sitting courtside in attire that amounts to some acid wash jeans, a long sleeve Indiana Pacers yellow hoodie, hoodie shirt.
This is going to be.
And his Indiana Pacers jersey.
Was it his? So it said Miller on the back.
Yes. Throwback Indiana Pacers. I'm talking drop shadow, block letters, Indiana Pacers number 13 Reggie Miller jersey.
Get to the
on the sideline.
Get the grand finale.
He is wearing this, and he's sitting next to Big O, ain't he? Is that Oscar Robertson that he's sitting next to?
Yeah, he was behind him, right?
But yes, and then also he has the front as he is going to rodeo, except it's not a big belt buckle neither. And so he has been roasted on the television.
Yeah.
Figgy, what side of this would you like to take?
Now, are we taking the side of? I'm trying to understand what part are we going at? Are we just?
Was that a faux pas?
Do you want to defend his actions, or are you prosecuting?
Are we looking? What's on trial? Is the fashion part on trial?
Yes.
Or him being a media member just being fat for
screw
it?
that.
Okay.
Screw that.
Okay.
Just
the
acid
fashion
wash
part.
jeans, hoodie, jersey tucked in.
Wearing your own jersey, sidelines tucked in.
That's the part. To me, look, I don't care what y'all say.
Yeah.
I'm totally against him wearing his own jersey, like in that type of way. Unless you're like currently on the team and you doing some charity work and you throw on the jersey or something like that, that's fine. But him being Reggie Miller, a Hall of Famer, somebody that's everybody know. He ain't got to wear no jersey with his name on it for people to know who Reggie Miller is. So you walking around looking like that? Nah, man, I'm cool on that. He could have just got away with the hoodie.
Is there any case for it's fine?
He is the mascot of this particular playoff run for the Indiana Pacers, as evidenced by during the New York Knicks series, he was a part of the story because Tyrese Halliburton hits a knockdown shot and does the Reggie Miller choke, and he's pointing to Reggie Miller, and Reggie Miller's pointing back. Yeah. He has been a part of the story in that particular run with all of the, with that nostalgia has been part of it. So being the mascot, and here's jersey, baby. Like, this is not just I'm out here watching the game. I am out here giving y'all all of what y'all are giving me on this court. And ultimately, maybe the biggest defense, they won the game, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Strong case. I didn't think there was one.
You're welcome.
But I'm going to be objective here. That's a strong case. He is the mascot. And, the faux pas to me were acid wash jeans, first of all.
He was like, actually, the jersey I don't care about. What are those?
I love Reggie Miller. I can't let him pass on this one, though. I'm sorry. Good case by you, Reggie.
I tried. I did my best.
But guilty. Guilty.
Somebody say y'all were wrong. Oh, Mark Jackson jersey. Sorry, 31 was his number. So he was wearing a Mark Jackson jersey.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It wasn't his
That
jersey.
was my bad. I apologize because that was a mental slip by me. But either way, Mark Jackson jersey, you're still in that space, or does it change at all if it's not?
Tucked in.
It's the tucked in. Also, not even fully tucked. Is it better if it's half tucked like it was? Thank you, Magic, for bringing this up on the YouTube page. Is it better if it's half tucked in the front, or is it better if it's fully tucked all the way around?
If you're not playing basketball on the court in the jersey, like, why are you tucking the jersey in like that?
Yes.
Like,
it is a little long, right? The jerseys, their official jerseys are long. You know what I mean?
But you ain't tucking no jersey into some jeans, man.
Do better. Do better.
Just rock the hoodie, man.
Yeah.
Reggie Miller can't have a stylist, right?
Nah.
Why not?
The way that he dresses, I feel like that stylist is not getting good publicity.
Nah, he don't.
Anyways, that is Judge John Lopez. Things when it came to, I do appreciate somebody on the text line. Or sorry, this is Fernando on the YouTube page mentioning we should get Amy Adams Strunk on the Titans sideline. See if that helps things out. Maybe hurts it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, it was Mark Jackson's jersey. I take my pens for that, and that's probably why I lost the case in that instance. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping in the loop, and we'll talk a little bit about what we said we were going to talk about. I'm sorry, I've forgotten in this moment.
Oh, for sure. Well, let's talk about a little NHL, a little Stanley Cup, and
that's right.
Obviously, may have to revisit the Astros a little bit.
That's true. We'll do that next. But before we get there, I did want to talk to you about.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about what's poppin' on a Friday. One of the big things that happened with the Astros yesterday, they got a victory. They get another series victory as well over the White Sox. It was a 4-3 win. So they win the series 2-3. And they're on, well, not on because they're finishing out the 6-game homestand starting tonight against the Twins. But the big news of the night, outside of Framber Valdez, 12 strikeouts, even though he went 5 innings, a lot of pitches, some big swings, but ultimately did not cost him by any means. Was that Isaac Paredes, who had a home run in the game, but also pulled up limp on trying to beat out a throw down the first base line, and it's been attributed to his left hamstring from the manager of the baseball team, Joe Espada, and we're waiting on information today as to how he is feeling and what ultimately the results are of any level it looks
whatever
it ultimately is. But that is where we're looking. And when it comes to Astros and injuries, I think we all kind of always have to assume somewhat the worst, unfortunately.
Yeah, and well, I don't know if you necessarily assume the worst. If it's a hamstring, it can be any level. I'm talking about from the Astros perspective. Whatever they tell us, you kind of have to assume. I don't know if that's altogether true, or if that's exactly how it's going to play out. I'm feeling a week, man, on any hamstring, even tweak. Even a minor tweak, you got to err to the side of caution, and I fully expect the Astros to do exactly that. It does make things really interesting. Good squad coming in, obviously Twins, pretty good, and so we'll see how it plays out. And then they have a couple of lighter series, and then it gets a little tougher with the Phillies and the Cubs. So if it's more than a week, it gets very interesting.
So we were talking a little bit earlier when we mentioned this earlier in the show. About what do you do in that week, or depending on however long Isaac Paredes does not play. I'd imagine he doesn't play today because obviously he'll be evaluated today. They'll get a little bit of a look. I mean, it's great if it's all good and he's going today as well.
Yeah.
It seemed like Joe Espada kind of was giving the vibes, at least for me.
Yeah,
was
hold
that,
on there now.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that you're all good here.
Yeah.
But if for whatever extended or whatever period of time, whether it's short term or depending on if it's extended. How do you kind of manage this? I threw out the idea of maybe Cam Smith going back to third. Possibly you talked about Mauricio Dubon in that space. If it is Dubon, what do you do? Because I think that one of the things we talked about is does Altuve get to play more second? They talked about left field being in his spot, and maybe you don't want to displace him from that. Brendan Rodgers has been so-so, I think, especially of late.
Yeah.
Do you have any interest in the possibility of the Bryce Matthews call-up?
I think it's a possibility. I do. I don't know how much confidence I have. I'm not tracking every game. All I know is from a big perspective, he's been playing better, down there. But the reason that it's intriguing to me is because I think you send Dubon, and you stated a strong case and about Cam Smith going back to third base. I just don't know how realistic and how big of an ask it would be for him. I mean, here's a guy that really is starting to establish himself in right field. Clearly, he started and played most of his career at third base. And just when he's getting used to it, you don't know how much he's taken grounders or played at third base between games, how much practice.
I imagine not at all.
Yeah, how much practice do you even get, especially on long stretches like this? So I would hesitate to do that. Okay, if that's the case, I think Dubon goes to third.
Okay.
Altuve goes to second, but then you have, a player that we both like, in Jacob Melton. I think he's going to be good, but the offense then dips in the outfield.
Yeah, this would be much easier if Zach Zenzo was not out right now.
Exactly.
I imagine it'd be somewhat easier if Chas McCormick isn't out right now. Like it's just some of the injuries.
It'd be easier.
Some of the injuries that you have make this a little interesting. But Bryce Matthews, looking at his splits in the month of May. Now, mind you, he only played 15 games to double once again. But, 333 batting average and 54 plate appearances. That's not anything to scoff at with a 1,033 OPS. And then the month of June thus far, through the 39 at-bats, the 10 games that he's had, another 256 batting average and a 908. I believe that is an 908 OPS. Like, he has been swinging the bat pretty well. The defense is the part that you felt comfortable about, is like, hey, what does the offense look like? And for a good, almost 30-game stretch, 25-game stretch to this point, the offense has been really, really good at that, or, pretty damn good at that level. I don't know if it might be a little bit early. Like, it probably is a little bit early, and it's worth noting you'd have to make a corresponding move because he's not on the 40-man roster right now.
Could Isak go on the 10-day?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what ultimately happens, but that is something that at least got my eyes in a place where I was like, the Bryce Matthews thing right now is going really well. I think you mentioned it actually on the broadcast. Well, you didn't mention it on the broadcast, but you mentioned that on the broadcast yesterday. He hit for a cycle relatively recently. So,
yeah,
man. Bryce Matthews doing the damn thing at AAA with Sugarland. So that might be a thing that is interesting to look at some point as well. Some other things that are popping. There's some more KD news that is out there in the ether, in the atmosphere as we continue to watch this. He's, this is the name that constantly is been tied to the Rockets. Obviously, there's a level of, passion is not the right word, but they like each other when between Ime and KD. They have some level of relationship before. And is the price worth it for KD? Because I think this was from one of those guys that is a reporter locally, John Gambadoro in Arizona and Phoenix of Arizona Sports, is reporting that any potential trade between the Suns and Rockets for Kevin Durant would likely include Jalen Green and Jabari Smith Jr., both of them in a deal. Does that feel like that's a price that's worthwhile, especially as we talk about a Kevin Durant deal that feels like it's getting cheaper and cheaper the closer that we get to draft? Because it seems like the Suns want to get a pre-draft deal done, and that would seem to also indicate that they want to get some draft picks, preferably theirs, back for this draft.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? Those are two crucial players. Now, obviously, Jalen Green didn't exactly trend up in the postseason, but nevertheless, he's got the skill, he's got the scoring ability, and the youth and all that. Then you throw Jabari in there. That's a tough one for me to answer, but I think what the answer is what is your goal next year that you think Kevin Durant can get you to? What was your biggest shortcoming? That was your biggest shortcoming. The go-to, the big-time scorer. You're going to play good defense. Obviously, he can get it done. I'm not gonna cop out. I'm gonna give you an answer. I think I could do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I could do that. Figgy, Jabari Smith and Jalen Green.
Yeah, I think I could do that because I feel like you could. It might be a little easier finding somebody to replace maybe a Jabari Smith than it is to get somebody like a KD.
You've kind of been leaning on the other side. What is it? How does it grab you?
Yeah, I mean, place where it's getting lighter and lighter as a deal. The tough part about it is if you're giving up both those guys, how many of the Phoenix Suns picks are you giving back to them? Because obviously that feels like that's supposed to be the real grab for the Suns as in some level of deal with the Rockets. We heard people talking about like those picks, those picks, maybe a Jalen Green and salary filler before you even get to like touching Jabari Smith Jr., who does feel like a guy who very much has a place that is worthwhile in your rotation. I think that I'm getting to a place where I'm starting to get real stingy with it, where it's like, hey, if you want to get a deal, especially with some rumors out there, I don't know how well you can substantiate that on like what the feeling is with the Suns and the organization and how urgent they feel to get out from under the KD contract to give themselves a level of freedom. Windhurst has talked about this as the biggest grab on the deal might just be freedom on top of what your get back is. So I think the Rockets are probably in a place where they can even play even more hardball than having to give up both of those guys.
They could, but if that's what it takes, and that was the question you asked,
right?
Would you?
If that was what it took,
yeah.
I think I might.
Yeah,
I think I might, even with because I still have quite an affinity for Jabari Smith Jr. Even though I know some people will go, third pick, and you probably should have seen more out of him. I still enjoy what he's had, and I think the size matters, especially in a situation where he's not going to be the same guy necessarily. But Steven Adams, I don't know if you're certain to have him return. It seems like that would be a desire on both sides. However, I can't imagine that Steven Adams, especially at this time in his career, is not going to forego the possibility of a lot of money with him this offseason.
Yeah, and Shams said today, he expects it in, quote, the next few days. So, you're talking about like before the draft. I think it could happen. And it's
draft is the 25th, I believe.
Yeah, also took an interesting twist. Spurs' odds of getting him went way down. Now they're talking about the Timberwolves and the Rockets in the mix as real possibilities. So things are starting to shake.
They are indeed starting to shake there. But there you go. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I guess one more thing that's worth noting, because there was big news yesterday when it came to Jimmy Ward being arrested in Montgomery County. The only real update that I saw was that he was released yesterday on bond. So the early reporting that he was being held without bond, I guess that was just
$30,000. I guess it was.
Yes, $30,000 a bond, but I guess that was just they had not gotten a chance to set bond, which some people had texted in on the text line. I want to make that clear. We just didn't have any real necessarily certainty as to what that was. The certainty is now. Then there was even video. He bonded out. He took his hoodie off, got in the car, and drove off. And we'll see what ultimately comes of that particular story with Jimmy Ward. But coming up next in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, it'll be noon o'clock, which I know you love. You love that, don't you? But we're headed into, and of course, unfortunately, we started the this down period before we get to training camp with an arrest. But if you could guarantee one thing about the Texans during this down period, what would you want? On the field, off the field, what have you? 713-572. Would you guarantee for the Texans in the down period? We'll talk about it next.
What do we want? HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope your Friday the 13th has been going well. As it's a National Blame Someone Else Day, which apparently happens.
Is it really?
The first Friday the 13th of the year apparently is National Blame Someone Else Day. So just like I was talking about earlier.
That's good information right there.
Blame somebody else. Although shout out to Ocho with some good Friday the 13th news. He said his niece just got a full-time job at a pharmacy compound. So shout out to niece.
Is that all he said?
No. I am doing some, intentional editing here and hopefully, saving information that
doing some leaving out some information.
Yeah. And I'm sure. I
don't think I needed that information for me personally, and I don't think I need to share it to everybody. And so shout out to everybody having hopefully a very good Friday the 13th. And shout out to the Texans, hopefully also having a good Friday the 13th because their Thursday the 12th was a little rocky, a little shaky. Did not anticipate that being the way that it was. But they're, time off at this point. Can some interesting things for football teams. This is always, you ask coaches or what have you, the most fraught time of the year is just when you don't have an opportunity to really have anything on those guys. You don't see them, so they can be up. It's up to anything. But regardless of that, if you could guarantee one thing about the Texans during this down period, as we wait until training camp starts in July, what would you want? 713-572-4610.
I love this question because there's any number of directions you can go, and I'm going to go in a direction that I didn't think I would ever go. Not with this squad. And I'm not being a smart aleck. No more arrests. I never thought I would have to say that.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say it. But this one, clearly is impactful. I don't know how it's going to play out.
You had enough of the bad boys?
Well, I like them on the field. But, I guess, this one is an impactful, arrest and event situation. We don't know how it's going to play out. He could end up, all's well, but I don't want this anymore. Is that unfair?
It's not unfair. I almost, obviously that was a thought that came to mind because it's like, oh, wow, this is a thing that is possible that almost felt like it wasn't possible for, guys, at least in this Texans organization. And I think that because of the way that the organization is, because of the way that they handle themselves, they try and have, guys of good repute and good standards and all of those things, right? As much as someone might roll their eyes at it, it does feel like they very much have on this team play really good football and physical football. I still don't, as much as I did not see this coming, and maybe this is, head in the sand behavior, I still don't view this team as likely to have another player do that.
Yeah, no, I don't either. But if I could wish on one thing, let's just keep it at that and move on.
And my thing about it is I feel like I can get better bang for my buck out of maybe not making that one my wish, but I can absolutely understand why someone would go, man, we don't need that to get any closer because. And again, it feels weird to do this about something where it's like a felony assault charge, family violence, there's strangulation involved. All of these, of course, the accusations and the allegations of it, right, that he is charged on. But I didn't want to make sure that I put that out there. All of that, even with all of that being the case, I still don't think that, hey, man, you're going to have another player that ends up in that space or what have you, right? You never know what guys are capable of or what could happen. But I still would bet, if it was, I'd bet more. I bet a lot of money, in fact, that
I would too. But that's my hope because this one came out of nowhere. I don't want any more surprises. I'll leave it at that.
Right, no, for sure. And it definitely it helps that and we've talked about this that he's not. He seems more expendable now. He's more depth piece. There's some people that were viewing it as with the money that he made. Is he going to play special teams? That he might be on the outside looking in, even outside of whatever off the field thing that popped up. So. That's neither here nor there, but that's one thing I guess you could go for. Are there any other things that you would wish for? Because I think that
I like yours.
One of the ones that I was thinking of, because I don't know if this is definitively the one. I kind of want to throw out some various options and we can workshop to see which one we would want. But one of Cade Stover getting into his tight end one era.
That's my number one.
That's one that you
that of the ones that you we're going to talk about here that are yours. They're saying some pretty good things about him. We don't know. We'll see on the field. Dalton Schultz is he's not exactly the type of player that is going to be, an every down tight end. We learned that in big time run situations. Stover might. He's got the profile.
Right, and maybe if I'm talking like magical genie type stuff, I go make Dalton Schultz into what like his paycheck would tell you that he is. But I'm thinking like more realistically.
Yeah.
I think this is a time period where again, and maybe Cade Stover is doing the thing that a lot of players do, which it takes downtime, rest the body, get yourself ready for a long season. But also, like, knowing the way that these guys are, knowing the way that guy is, I feel like he's probably still working and continue to get himself in a space for the season. And I would very much like to see the continued development that it seems like we're starting to see with him.
Yeah.
That our guy John Harris was talking about anticipating in the season. And if he comes through and he's like, hey, man, very viable pass catcher, especially with a offense that feels like it's going to be take more advantage of at least him in particular. And then also the penchant for blocking. I think that can make a huge difference in one, supporting the offensive line, two, giving another weapon that I think that could scare defenses on top of just being viable.
Yeah.
All of those things could go a long way in making this offense a much better offense, which feels like that is the big question for this team is how many points can you score to then make it even more daunting to face this defense?
I mean, it's the only place on the, obviously the offensive line. But in terms of the skill position, you look at it and go, I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, you kind of know what they're going to be at the run game, with or without Chubb, reaching old levels. You kind of know what they're going to be, obviously, quarterback, receiver. But a tight end, you're like, hey, palms up. I have no idea.
You mentioned, though, one of the ones that I was kind of considering.
Yeah.
What if the Chubb explosiveness completely shows up?
Yeah.
Right, but in this time period between now and, of course, like there's only so much that you could see from his explosiveness really and truly within mandatory minicamp those 2 days. Once you get to training camp, if he shows up and that explosiveness has returned, because I'll be honest, I did not see that same explosiveness in the 2023 season, which is to be expected, right? Yeah. He had a pretty gruesome knee injury. We talked about MCL, ACL, and meniscus were the ones that he was involved with. He was just, I guess, LCL away from having the whole shebang.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's a huge, devastating injury that he was dealing with that knee. Of course, the injury that he had at the end of the season last year was a broken foot. I don't feel as terrified about that.
Yeah.
But if he finds the explosiveness as well, I know that he has the strength to be kind of a power back, but that explosion, that takes it to a whole different level. Now you're really talking about a terrifying duo of running backs, and that's an entirely different thing in my mind than the Nick Chubb that you're kind of taking the gamble on, as evidenced by the contract, the $2.5 million up to $5 million, really contract laden. But the upside of that is really, really intriguing.
I mean, you said it, terrifying. If he does get that, we know what Joe Mixon is, we know what he was, and if he gets that back, man, I mean that is a terrifying. How'd you like to be the linebacker? Oh crap, Chubb's coming in.
Right?
You know what I mean? It's like, oh.
And someone earlier was like, "Hey, man, I would love to see mix or in every other series, kind of run share or playtime share between Mixon and Chubb." And I can't get to that place right now.
Yeah.
Just because, again, of that, I don't know exactly what the high end of Nick Chubb is, and I'd be hard pressed to get myself to a place where I'm betting on the high end being what it looked like in 23 versus what it looked like in 24. I don't even know if right now, as it sits, that I'm with a 2-to-1 series split because Joe Mixon is so much. Yeah. He's been incredible in a different way, but I'm still interested in Nick Chubb, especially if you can get that explosiveness back.
Man, if you can get 2-to-1, but with good Chubb, it's still so valuable.
Oh,
that's still so valuable.
Even a decent Chubb, because we haven't had like a good second RB in a minute like that. So.
And it feels like a lot of really good teams, when you have that two running back, you have that kind of tandem, it gives you a lot of flexibility and then opportunity to stay fresh, man. Like that's one of those things that you're interested in, especially with Joe Mixon is a guy who we talked about last season. How many carries is reasonable for him? And he had a lot of them outside of the injuries. So yeah, man, an opportunity to really have and flesh out the timeshare would be good. And I think for me, that's predicated on seeing some more explosiveness there from Nick Chubb. What about Christian Harris? Because Christian Harris has existed in a very interesting place. Nick Caserio on with Sean and Seth with Payne and Pendergast yesterday. That you can listen to the whole thing on the Odyssey app, on the podcast. And he basically was like, he's supposed to be ready for training camp. If he's not, we'll deal with that. And of course, I think that's the level of wiggle room that you should probably take in general with things of that nature. However, That doesn't offer me personally a lot of confidence, especially after what happened last year where we were waiting a long time. He does come back, and then kind of inconspicuously he is, or is that conspicuously? I might have the wrong word there. He's just absent, seemingly a healthy scratch in some instances. So, I mean, we know what he can do when he is healthy and when he's available. What does healthy look like? What is involved with healthy? It seems like we're just kind of in this place where I don't know exactly what healthy looks like and if he'll get to that for this Texans team.
I don't either. I'm with you in terms of the hope that he does. Christian Harris has become one of the more confusing sort of case studies, with this team. I mean, he went from, oh my gosh, he might be like
Browns playoff game?
Yeah, he might be an all-pro to healthy scratch. I mean, and then here's the other, I don't know if this is a tell or it's just insurance or whatever, but even if it's just insurance, it's kind of alarming. They brought in EJ Speed. I mean, that you can't overlook that.
And I don't, maybe that's.
They bring him in to be a backup.
No, I mean, he has this caliber of play where you think that he can at least, be a rotational, if not a just outright starter.
Yeah.
I think that does speak to like the question marks that you have there, which were reasonable thoughts to have. From the 832, I think y'all are missing Nick's follow-up answer on Christian Harris. In the second answer, he talks about player taking care of themselves versus medical. I mean, looking at my notes, I just didn't know exactly what to make of that because do you think Nick Caserio is the guy to like kind of relatively outright almost bash is not the right word. I'm trying to find the right word that is
command people stay here?
I don't even know if that's it, but like kind of talk bad about a guy almost because I think what the implication would be in that instance is that Nick Caserio is like, well, the guy's got to take care of himself, which would imply he's not taking care of himself, and that's why he is not in this place to play on the field. I don't know how much Nick Caserio is the guy to do that outright. What would you say to that? Because, I mean, if he is, that is pretty damning on Christian Harris. And obviously, just in general, that's something that you expect of players. That's the professional responsibility is that you have yourself ready to play. But that would be damning if we're looking at this now from a lens of it's not just that Christian Harris is not healthy, that he's not taking care of himself to be ready to go.
Yeah, and that would be very surprising to me. Again, going from what we thought he was and what we saw on the field to the healthy scratch is just mind-blowing to me. But I think, Nick, I thought you were going here. Nick Caserio and, frankly, every general manager, they would rather these guys just stay here, the whole time. They don't like when you go off and do your own thing, no matter how sincere you are and how – hell, he even talked about C.J. Stroud a little bit. He goes, yeah, he's going to go off to California and get some work in with this coach or that guy or whatever. And you can kind of tell – as much as that's what players do on every team, these guys want them here. I mean, they want to be able to at least see and monitor and, kind of pass in the hallway and all that stuff.
Or at the very least, they find a large contingent of the Texans are doing that. We saw a picture. Was it Howard? Was it Titus that had posted the picture of all those guys getting together in almost like a impromptu team photo? It was really cool. Like the cohesion on this team is really, really
and
cool.
Important.
And those are the types of things that really great. Now, I'm not here to try and I'm not doing the thing where we're, if you're kumbaya, then you're going to be a great team. Plenty of teams are really, really good that are just coworkers.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we underrate that portion of it, but I think it does go a long way if you're able to push yourself a little bit more because not only are you playing for your numbers, playing for your money, playing to try and win, but you're also just playing for that dude next to you. Like I think that there is some level of additional squeeze in the juice from that perspective. But the reason why I think I might possibly go with the Christian Harris, even though I think the Cade Stover thing is a big deal, is anytime that I keep, and I've been fawning, we've all been fawning over the secondary, especially now that you add C.J. Gardner-Johnson and everything, and with the potential like blow up that you can have even further with Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock in year two. I've been fawning over the secondary, and I go, how do you attack this defense? And a very fair refrain has come up a few times on the text line, which is, hey, the linebacking core is a place, especially when you talk about in coverage. Well, Christian Harris is supposed to be that guy that gives you that freak ability, athletically to go.
Big interception in that game we're talking about.
Right, like where you go, hey, we're going to try and make you cover, and he goes, don't think you should try that, right? Because Christian Harris is on the roam. If he's not there, I think that you're back in the place where, Azeez does great things. Henry has played pretty damn well. Even you talk about Jalen Petrie. Like, those are all guys in that kind of middle space that you go, where you're hoping Christian Harris to be helped. So if he's healthy and you have that, now I think you're getting to a place where you might have a damn near impenetrable defense.
Yeah, no, and that's more than fair. I like the Stover idea again, just because we don't know who the tight end is going to be.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, Dalton's going to be a big part of it, but we don't know if he's going to be the guy.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I feel like a lot of people are just we're going to have to come to terms with the fact that we're saying Nick Chubb's name, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least through training camp.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie. I'm not trying to scold you, texters, because a few people were talking about, how you always want a good Chubb, and decent Chubb is fine, but a good Chubb is better. I get that. However, I laughed a little bit. I chuckled a little bit. So I can't. Maybe ultimately I need to become more of an adult. Maybe that's what I wait for, so I can actually talk about Nick Chubb in a way without being a big old child. Maybe that's what I would like there. But yeah, excited to see what the next few weeks are able to progress for these guys once we see them in training camp, which is relatively fast approaching. I know we got a little bit of time. This is kind of somewhat of the dead time of the year, but once you get through this,
you're gonna blink and it's gonna be here.
Hey man, the tires start burning out, and then we're off to the races in a real regard with the Houston Texans. So excited to see what that looks like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is time for our lunchtime confessions that we always do at this time, and they're presented by the Men's Clinic. So let's do those next.
What should Texans fans expect to see?
Sugarland. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this was kind of a tough decision, but I'm starting to feel pretty good about it, but still a little bit embarrassed. And I'm wondering if I should be. So every year on the Saturday of Father's Day weekend, I play golf. And I haven't played golf in a long time. I may have not played golf since this tournament last year. It's kind of like a Father's Day invitational. A lot of old friends, a lot of kids. Well, they're grown-ass men now, that grew up with us and all that stuff. Put on a little Father's Day golf tournament, okay?
Okay.
And it raises money for humble youth athletics and stuff like that. So this year, the organizer told me, hey, man, because it's mostly people in, and I participate just because I'm friends with a lot of people over there with my sons. Says, hey, these are the tees. We're going to allow you to play on the senior tees.
Oh, wow. They say you ain't got the link no more.
Well, because he knows I don't play a lot of golf, and yes, I'm over 60 years old. It's perfectly, most people over 60 years old can play the senior tees, which are a little further up.
Mm-hmm. So if you're over 60, you're a senior?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, over 55, technically, right?
That's true. You can start getting all the benefits.
Yeah.
Did you get your AAA or your
I got
AARP?
Oh, yeah, I got it. I used the card the other day. It was pretty cool. But anyway, so I kind of feel like, come on, man. I mean, last year I played, on the regular tees, and I kind of didn't want to do it. But then I thought, it is a scramble. If I can get us a little more length off the tee box.
Yeah, go win.
Yeah. So everybody in my group's going to be playing at the regular tees, and then I'm going to get in my cart, drive up a little bit, and play on the senior tees. Should I be embarrassed?
No, you're a senior, man. Nah, man.
Yeah.
Take pride into it, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
We passed those days to feeling the embarrassment because of something that's made for you.
Yeah. I mean, it's legal. It's it's in the rules.
It is.
You ain't getting over on nobody.
Yeah. And I might be able to outdrive some guys this way.
Yeah, that was the thing is I feel like you should be embarrassed though. Because if y'all playing a scramble and they ain't never picking your ball off the tee.
Oh, for sure.
That'll be when you get embarrassed.
Oh, for sure I will do that. So senior tees, here I come.
Yeah, man. I feel like that's the way that you play this.
I would feel a little embarrassed if everybody else on the course were like 70.
Yeah,
I'm the youngest one out here, but should be no shame.
I might be one of like 3 dudes that are over 60.
Okay, that's not bad.
In the whole tournament. So, yeah, I guess I'll do it.
Are you, what kind of golfer are you?
Actually, I'm okay.
What does that mean?
That's what everybody says.
No.
I say I'm bad. I don't even.
When I play regularly.
That's what everybody say, too.
Here's the thing. I'm probably going to suck this weekend because I haven't played in so long. When I play regularly, I'm usually in the low 90s, mid 90s.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Are you a better golfer or bowler?
Golfer by far. Yeah.
You can't bowl?
100, 110, 120.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. No, golfer by far.
These are my confessions.
There's kind of like a tandem confession, to be completely honest. But one thing is, I learned yesterday for myself what's better than overtime playoff hockey.
Oh, well.
Because playoff hockey is some of the most fun that we have in sports. Whether you're invested or not, like just the excitement, exuberance of it shows up. And then you get into the overtime aspect of it, the sudden death nature of it, of sorts, like that just takes you to a different place. But what's better than that? Tipsy overtime playoff hockey. Went out, had a few drinks, came back home, was feeling good.
That makes everything better.
And I was just sitting there and I was like at one point I legitimately let out a yelp.
Oh,
because
man. By yourself?
Yeah, man, I was in the car. I was in the house by myself,
go!
man. I was excited.
Edmonton!
And the reason why I noticed, I didn't think about it until I made the realization. Neighbors probably like, what is wrong with this fool? And I was like, oh, like that's because I'm having even more fun than I typically have watching this hockey right now. And I'm trying to remember who. Like, it wasn't an actual goal. It was like an almost goal, just a great pass, good look, one-on-one with the goaltender, and didn't quite get it to go. And I was loud, and I was like, oh, okay.
Let one of those out when Florida tied it.
Yeah,
it was like
they came back.
It was like 21 seconds left.
Yes, bro.
I was sitting there I tuned in when there's like 5 minutes left. I'm like, let me just see the end.
Yeah.
And then it got to that point. I'm like, oh. My wife came in there. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What? Are you watching hockey? I'm like, yeah, this is good. I started breaking it down for a little bit.
It was good. When plus they came back and then they tied it.
Did she sit down next to you?
Nah, she didn't.
I was over. I wanted to find out that she sat down. So the secondary confession on this is, I think I now have a better understanding of how people with addictive personalities can go down that hole.
Oh,
because I was like, like the logical leap that you could take is, as you started with, oh, this makes everything better. I'm just going to do all of this tipsy, which that doesn't feel like a good idea at all.
Reggie's going to, and you like basketball more than hockey, so tonight you're getting plastered.
Everything I do is better when I'm drunk.
Pacers, OKC, hell yeah.
I will not go to that
of vodka. Give me that.
I will not go to that place.
The brother going to start spiking his coffee in the morning.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like that, I definitely don't want to go there, and thankfully, I don't have the addictive personality in that way. Plus, like, I don't really like drinking that much anyway.
Wasted tonight.
I see that.
Finals. Hell yeah.
I mean, I don't got to work tomorrow. No.
Not going to do it.
I have discipline.
Yeah. You can quit anytime.
These are my confessions.
My confession is I kind of got a little secondhand embarrassment with the Jags. Did y'all see what the Jags did recently?
I don't know regarding what?
So you know how the Houston Texans have a thing called swarm, right?
Yeah.
What do swarm mean?
Special work ethic and relentless mindset. You didn't have that?
You could remember that.
Are you for real?
Yes, I'm for real.
The amount of times that we talk about swarm, that one's not stuck with you?
Nope.
Wow.
And I like swarm a lot. I feel like it's catchy, and I think we kind of got to the point where whoever they bring in, we like, oh, that's a swarmy type of guy.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what the Jazz got?
Boy, I sure do.
Oh, what did Magnificent Gladstone and Liam Cohen come up with?
They came up, so apparently he got a motto hanging in his office, #FAST, F-A-S-T.
I remember this.
So FAST means funnily, sound, attacking, situational, masters, tough, mentally and physically.
That's a lot of letters for fast.
Yes,
I remember for fast.
I very much remember this because I remember Sean and Seth really getting after him behind this.
Fast.
That's like 10 words.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
They were doing that thing, and I do love this when this happens, not because it's good, but because it's so bad it makes me smile. When you see a company or an organization really acronym. What is the I forgot what the actual part of the speech it would be. But when they
was an acronym?
There's a different word.
There's a different one? Okay. Anyway.
It doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about.
It's not a bigger word.
When they really stretch it, or when sometimes they use or, but don't use don't use and, or they'll use and not use or. And I'm like, you got to take it or leave it, man. You can't just
one or the other.
Using parts of these.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fast, that one is just that one is very, very far from what it needs to be.
Yeah, and somebody
fundamentally sound. So the sound isn't there.
Okay, say it again.
Fundamentally sound. Attacking.
That's 2 words right
and
there.
Situational masters. And where's the T? Wait, hold on.
Tough.
Oh, and tough. My bad. I was like, where's the T?
Yeah.
So no sound. Don't use the and because there's 2 A's in there. And then masters just gets dropped for some reason. And I understand, like, D'Amico got one of those in there.
Yeah,
because it would be Swirm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I want to say it's a Jags beat writer by the name of Travis Holmes. He kind of took a shot at Swarm or whatever it is. He said fast is much better than Swarm or whatever they have in Houston.
No, it's not.
It's not even close.
I 100%. Because what you going to do with fast? If you have a player that fits that model, is you going to say, oh, he's a fast type of player?
Well, I feel like
that don't sound cool.
You bring in some tackle?
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely a fast player. He's a fast type of player, right?
Yeah.
He's fasty.
He's fasty.
Like, that sounds silly.
Fasty.
But Swarm, you could be like, oh, yeah, Swarm.
Swarm offense. swarm defense.
They trying to swarm city. Yeah, he's swarming.
Yeah.
Yeah, not fast. That kind of sound. That's stretching it a little too much.
Yeah, it's not easy to tell when you're just using the word fast or when you're actually trying to speak to the motto.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Or this person is really fast.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
yeah. No, he's not.
What's his 40? No. But I mean, he fits what we trying to do.
Yeah. No, if you have to,
that offensive lineman right there is fast.
If you have to explain it, it's not good.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about fast.
Yeah, because we can all sit here and say, "Oh, that person is swarmy right there."
Exactly.
We know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so you guys remember when we were in New Orleans for the Super Bowl?
Yes.
And
I remember that very vividly. That's another thing that being tipsy made better. I mean, what?
So before we left, I was on the MGM app, because you can bet on the app all you want, and we're placing bets and all that stuff. And I made a flyer bet, and my confession is I could really use all the good vibes that are out there from In the Loop listeners and friends.
And then all we did was make fun of you for putting this bet down.
You made a bunch of fun of me for making this bet,
and I will never live that down.
Yeah, well, you might.
Sure.
If everything goes well, you might.
All right.
Victor Hovland, I bet on him to win any major this year. Keep in mind, this was in February. Victor Hovland is in third place right now at the U.S. Open.
What do you stand to make here again?
22. None. You were making fun of me.
What you mean? I thought we was partners in this.
How about that? He didn't do well in the Masters, didn't do well. Well, this is the second one, right? Yeah. So he's plus 2,200, man.
Not bad. And old boy at the top.
In third place on Friday.
And old boy at the top, what's his name? Spawn. Sorry. I feel like anytime that I watch a golf tournament, a major, there's some person who is not like not an amateur, not a new tour card guy, but it's just someone who's new to me that I'm like, who is that? And it's like, yeah, he's 35. He played on the tour for about 7 years. And I'm like, I've never heard of him before. That is what Spawn is to me. Yeah. And I don't know how much I can believe that he's going to hold up at the top of the leaderboard.
And you know how I know that he's got a real chance, Victor Hovland? The reason I remembered this is MGM sent me a message I can cash out right now.
Oh.
Because he's in third place. It's Friday.
They're trying to buy you out?
I can get $18 if I cash out.
Don't do that. That's not even worth it.
I'm not going to do that.
By the way, speaking of the tournament,
you want me to give you the leaderboard real quick?
No, I don't need the whole leaderboard. Yeah. All I need is, hey, how's Cameron Smith doing?
Oh, he's doing fine.
Is he? Can you give me a number?
He's fine. Fine is the number.
No, I don't think that's.
We talked about that yesterday. When I say when you ask about how my cousin doing, he's doing fine.
He's fine.
Right, lighting up a crack pipe.
Yeah, he's doing crack. He is doing the golf equivalent of crack. And seeing as he won't tell you, I will. +5 through 18, like one round.
He hadn't even started the second day. He can go 5. I'll tell you what. 5
not
over,
even making the cut.
5 over will make. If he makes par, if he goes full par.
He went 5 over yesterday.
Yeah, but if he plays to par today, he'll make the. There are more golfers at this U.S. Open over 10, plus 10. Than under par.
And the real Cameron Smith, please stand up. That's all I have to say. And I think that he plays
Victor
baseball.
Hovland, everybody. Get it in your mind. Victor Hovland, 2,200 large.
Are you crowdsourcing good vibes right now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. As long as you share. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. Coming up next, let's talk to our friend, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. Talk to him a little bit about what the hell's happening with U.S. Soccer, but also what they got going coming up this Saturday as they host Montreal. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast. 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Funky Friday to you here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Hope your Friday's been going well. And if you want to make it go even better, make sure at 2 o'clock that you're at Cage and Craven. They're off, and I know I have the. All right, let me make sure I do this right because I want to make sure. Cage and Craven, which is at 12141 Beamer Road on the southeast side of H-Town, out there towards Pearland. You want to go hang out with the fellas of the drive, Clinton Ron, for Stop 11 on the 610 Crawfish tour. That one again, going to Cajun Craven out there. Go hang out with the fellas, get you some mud bugs.
8507 Queens Boulevard. I don't know why I thought about that.
Dude, you were always thinking about that. That's just always
8507.
It's always
Queens
in the holster.
Boulevard.
Always in the holster.
Coming to America.
Yeah.
Always. Okay, that's the type of vibes that we're on today. And hopefully we can share those vibes with our guest. He's the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. They've got another match lined up for Shell Energy Stadium tomorrow, hosting the lowly Montreal CF, I believe. I believe it is club football as opposed to football club. Either way, they should be catching Nell. Ain't that right, Ben Olsen?
Yeah, that's right. That is right. You guys have great
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's good.
All right, so I'm going to ask you: are you someone who is like a believer in somewhat of the mystical? Because I think that John Lopez, my co-host here, would say that our energy is in part due to the fact that his wife, during the strawberry moon that occurred earlier in the week, set out a mason jar filled with water.
Mason jars.
Or multiple, sorry.
Yeah.
So that she can make what she has deemed moon water, which is supposed to make you feel better, make you glow, things of that nature, other stuff.
Yeah.
Are you a believer in the mystical? And if that's the case, do you want us to bring you some moon water for the game tomorrow?
Well, I will love some moon water. Is this something you drink, or you just kind of you drink it?
Yeah, she's a hippie, and she puts out her crystals, and we put out the mason jars of filled with water, and it's supposed to have a calming influence, less stress, all that stuff. I don't know how
I'm all in.
I don't know how much I buy into it, but as I told the boys yesterday when they were giving me a hard time about it, I just work here.
Yeah, I was raised by hippies, so I have a lot of. I'm okay with that. I'm down with some. Is moonshine or moon water?
Moon water.
Oh, okay. You want to go in entirely? This is before the game or after the game, Coach?
I prefer a combo. Some type of combo of that.
I'd like some moonshine on some moon water.
Well, I'll tell you something that I do want to consume. Whatever the hell Jack McGlynn is consuming, the man scores a 58-second goal with the national team. Unfortunately, that wasn't in a victory. But Jack McGlynn's recent run of play, Ben, I know that he's not going to be available for you tomorrow with Montreal, but I just wanted to speak about your midfielder.
Yeah, we're going to miss him for sure. But again, our sport is unique that he plays for the Dynamo and then he goes away with the national team, and we can kind of be a fan, right? We can be a fan of our own player in a different environment, and to watch him and to have success. On that scale is a big deal for us. It's a big deal. It's a feather in the cap of our club and kind of what we're doing. He's playing a similar position. So we take pride in him doing well over there. And ultimately, we want him on the World Cup team. That's also a big deal for him and our club. In particular, it's, we're a host city. It's in our country. We feel like it's a really important for him to continue to do well there and support him, so he can be in the World Cup.
Well,
100 days out, by the way. 100 days out.
Man.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 1 year out. 1 year out.
Ben, we could have used you in our impromptu post-show meeting the other day because it wasn't on the air, but we got into all kinds of topics about the USA national team, and it was getting pretty heated back and forth. Obviously, we're all passionate about the game, and obviously they're not doing well. I mean, just from your perspective, I'm not asking you to criticize anybody, but this is a pickle that they're in. How do you handle that? A team that has lost the way they've lost, there seems to be some sort of at different levels, some sort of dissent in terms of Pochettino, et cetera. I mean, what are your perspectives? What's your
so many great arguments going back and forth, and whether to ring the alarm bells right now or look, that's a B team/C team that played the other night. And there's good players here, but some of those good players chose not to come into this camp, which is disappointing. And there's just a lot of dialogue, which in some ways is good. It shows that it means something to our country right now, and we're not pleased with the situation that we're in. Ultimately, as I said, I am a fan of the U.S. national team, and I'm critical and I'm disappointed, and I feel the same thing that everybody else is feeling in this moment with this group. And I thought it was a missed opportunity, frankly, to have everybody in here. You only have so many opportunities to get this group together before a year from now you're playing on the biggest stage where you have to be completely well-oiled if you're going to have success. And there's a lot of pressure on us to do well in our own country and show our fans that we've moved the needle and we continue to push this sport in this country. And right now there's not a lot to hang on to. But I'm an optimist. I think there's, when you put McKinney and Pulisic and you put all these guys in that group, fresh, ready to go, I still believe that we're going to be okay and we're going to make some noise in the World Cup.
We're talking to the head coach of your Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen, right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Ben, we've had a lot of conversations football-wise. I guess gridiron Texans, C.J. Stroud, because they were, he was being held out of practices, and we were wondering, does that mean something injury-wise? The team kind of gave us a little. I mean, they didn't give us all the information that we kind of wanted on the outside, and ultimately came out all right. But I was interested from your perspective as a guy who notoriously, can be a little bit interesting. And when it comes to your relationship with the media, like, how do you handle how much information that you give the media, whether it's injury issues or kind of maybe tactically? Like, how do you balance that relationship with you want to give information, but you also want to make sure that you have some level of competitive information or protect your players?
Yeah, if any sports franchise gave everything, it's just not. Yeah. It's not what we do, right? It's no different than any corporation or what goes beyond the scenes at your radio show. There's a lot that people don't necessarily know, but I feel like if you hide too much, you lose that authenticity. And I've always tried to give as much as I can. That doesn't give some competitive advantage to the other team or something that ends up being really private and personal that just shouldn't be aired to the public. But as far as wins and losses and guys not fighting and all this stuff, I try to be an open book. It's mostly because I'm not smart enough to hide things and then cover my tracks and then lie. And what did I lie about? It's always been easier for me to just throw it on the table for the most part. And, every coach is different. Some are a lot more cagey than others, but that's just always been my mantra, and it's gotten me in trouble before. But overall, the way I'm most authentic.
Well, we appreciate it. And one thing you've been authentic about is the scheduling of your squad, because a lot of midweek games, you guys seem to be maybe not getting the same treatment as other teams that you're facing. How do you handle that in terms of just getting guys ready when you're just flat out playing more games than some of your opponents?
Yeah, we had 9 games, and I think we're the only other team. There's only one other team in the league that had that. A bunch of teams are coming here fresh, and we have the Wednesday night game. And, it's a fine balance making excuses, right? And but sometimes, you can rally behind that as a group. And, Houston, frankly, in our league, I don't think we've been treated that well over the last decade. And part of that is the situation we put in, right? We're not this sexy team like LA and Miami. We don't have Messi. And every league that happens. Sometimes we can put Houston there, no big deal. But we wouldn't do that for Miami or LA or some of the bigger name teams with bigger players. And part of that is normal. I think it happens in all the leagues. But this year and maybe even last year, I think it's gotten a little bit ridiculous. So, I try to say some things and just for the future that they make sure that we're getting an even playing field. But saying that, over the course of May, we did a good job. Mm-hmm. And the players, the first part of the season, look, we talked about it. Wasn't good enough, figuring ourselves out, a lot of change. And we were realistic that it wasn't going to be great. We picked up a few points, but the second half of this first month and a half, we've leveled off and we've gotten more competition in here and we've picked up some points and we got ourselves close to the playoff line. So this is just about the next phase here growing. And if we can keep pushing this team up a level each quarter of the season, I think we'll put ourselves in a good spot, hopefully to get into the postseason and be at our best. So that's the plan. So we'll see if it can happen.
I'm glad you mentioned growing. I think last time that I was able to come out to a match, I asked you about Femi and, the arc of his season thus far. And I thought your answer was very insightful that, there hasn't been much of an arc just yet. I'm interested, especially with not just Femi, your center back, but with the entirety of that back line. How are you seeing that progress? Where is it in relation to what your expectation is for this team at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question. That is the back line right now is where I kind of spend my most time figuring out, what is our best group. And I think that's healthy in some ways because we now have Eric Sviatchenko back in the mix, Felipe and Pablo Ortiz, who's a brand new player, all in this group competing. And so that's the good news is we have the deepest team that we've had all year, and maybe I had in the last couple years in this moment. But within that, if you're still figuring it out at this point in the season, it's not great either because these guys need relationships, just like, a quarterback and a wide receiver, these guys that connect all the time, right? The more minutes these guys and the more reps these guys get together, the more comfortable they're going to be with some of the interesting moments of looking after each other on the field. So it's a balance of like, look, let's keep not experimenting, but putting guys in there, seeing what they're worth, but also building some relationships. So collectively, that back line is at its best. So we're still in that transition mode. Unfortunately, we had 2 weeks of training sessions, which helped, but we're still incorporating some new guys. There weren't a lot of training sessions, a lot of games. So we've really used these 2 weeks to try to button up some of that stuff. And it's a work in progress, but we got options. That's a good thing.
Yeah, options are a good thing, and hopefully those options help you against CF Montreal tomorrow as you take them on. At Shell Energy Stadium, we're hoping for a W, adding 3 points, and continuing on in an upwards trajectory campaign. How does that sound?
Perfect.
Yes, sir. All right, looking forward to the next time we get to chat. Go get a W, Skip.
John, Reggie, thank you for having me on as usual, man.
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir. That's Ben Olsen, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, joining us in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I really wanted to ask him because he talked about competition. I was like, the notion of like competition versus like high-end talent. How do you view that? Because obviously that's something that we're looking at very closely with the Texans offensive line. Maybe next time we have an opportunity to chat with them.
And he's an advocate of Moonwater.
Advocate of Moonwater. There you go. So, you got any left over we can ship over there?
I got something. I got the biggest bottle is in the refrigerator. I had a little sip last night.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So it's working.
Look at me.
Look at me is insane. All right.
So it's not working.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio. Some worst case scenarios in the AFC South came through via CBS Sports. Do they make you more confident or less confident about this division? We'll do it next.
The Sports Radio 610. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A funky Friday, as you can tell, listening. Appreciate you getting involved with the program no matter how or where you're listening. We appreciate you making us a part of your day, especially on a Friday like today. Hope you're having a good time. Your time could be even better if you join the fellas of the drive out there as they hit stop number 11 of the Crawfish Tour. They are at Cajun Craven, 1214 Beamer Road. That's where you want to be.
8507.
That's not
Queens Boulevard.
Look, I appreciate it, but now someone gonna put that in their
Somebody
GPS.
gonna go to McDowell's.
Yeah,
in Queens.
You sending people to McDowell's at this point.
I love that.
What are you doing?
You know, a movie, real quick, how a movie, has staying time? You can just say an address.
Yes.
And that, yeah. That.
Oh, money. So, yeah. What are your favorite? No, we don't have to do that right now. What I do need to tell you, does this count as breaking news, Lopez?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Well,
but,
it's breaking news, but not worth the sounder.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. The Astros have facilitated a trade. This one sends Forrest Whitley to the Tampa Bay Rays. And the return on that, John Lopez? A player named Cash Considerations. Have you heard of this gentleman?
Oh, he's popular.
No, jokes aside. Cash Considerations are what
got his own money.
He did get his own money in a way. That's a great callback in that. Very quick callback in that space. But yeah, Forrest Whitley, the tenure is officially over. It's interesting because I saw a team, fans of various teams looking at, do you give Forrest Whitley a try? And it speaks to the idea that there's some talent in there. You just couldn't make it work here.
The talent was never a question. I'm actually happy for him. It really was a tough story with him, man.
No, for sure.
It's just a tough story. Now watch him go win a Cy Young. And
all right, well, not all that. But I mean, it does feel like of the organizations that seem to do well with like the pitcher rehabilitation. You talk about the car wash that the Astros are capable of facilitating. It does feel like the Rays do a good job of that as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to make something shake for himself in that way, and cobble together, the high end of the career or at least some level of that you had anticipated 9 years ago, when he first made his way to the Astros organization. There you go. If you're just tuning in, Forrest Whitley, the Astros will get back cash considerations. I don't know how much cash that is, but salute to Brian McTaggart for that reporting. All right, we now return to the Houston Texans. And really just the AFC South in general. CBS Sports put together their best and worst case scenarios in the AFC South. Do they make you more confident or less confident? Lopez.
And I'm asking you and Figgy.
I will give you my confidence meters.
Because I had my opinion after I read this, because I went straight to the AFC South. They had, different, for the entire league, they had these things, and I was like, and I had my feelings on what it made me think. But I'm not gonna spill the candy in the lobby here. So I want to get y'all's gut reaction. I'll start with
a thing?
Yeah, spill the candy in the lobby.
Okay, I'm learning a lot of idioms.
That's an old saying.
Maybe that's why I don't know.
You go to the movies, get all excited, get your candy, and then you're trying to get to your seat and you spill the candy in the lobby.
I don't know why I was thinking like a doctor's lobby or something like that.
No.
How they had a little bowl of candy.
You don't want to spill the candy in the lobby.
Why was your candy open in the lobby? Sorry. Beside the point.
You got to have your, whatever you want to call milk balls or malt balls.
No, you carry it to the movie theater and then open it in
but
there.
You can't help yourself. You love your candy.
Sound like you need self-control. That's why you candy on the floor right now.
Got your hot tamales.
That's why you candy on the floor right now.
It should be don't spill the popcorn in the lobby.
Could be.
We're just fixing idioms today.
Yeah,
that's what our show is today. Fixing idioms.
Anywho, I'm not spilling what I thought in the lobby, so I want to get your thoughts.
No. That felt like the fly in the soup.
So I'll start with the Texans. You don't have to comment on this best case scenario for the Houston Texans. Reading directly. C.J. Stroud rediscovers his rookie year authority with a fresh play caller and more help for Nico Collins. And DeMeco Ryans' defense scares the rest of the NFL en route to an early round playoff win. Worst case scenario. Ravens defense, now featuring C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I don't know if it's featuring, but anyway, having him, proves incredibly undisciplined. I wonder where that comes from. And Houston's dependence on aging, banged-up vets like Nick Chubb and Christian Kirk leaves Stroud flailing in a losing season.
That is really weird that those are the places that they went to, because it feels like if they got hits at all, like I almost feel like I'm scoring this as boxing. Now that one was a glance off of the guard. I don't think you actually hit that one. But if they got hits at all, they felt like they weren't attacking the places that you should, right? The reason why this offense goes better is because the offensive line is able to protect. Like I think that's first and foremost. Scares the defense scares. Yeah, I think that one's already solidified. I do find it interesting though that you look at that a possible downside, and obviously they're not putting the percentage chance that worst case scenario pops up. But I don't know what part of worst case scenario with this defense is C.J. Gardner-Johnson goes off the rails and ruins the whole defense.
Right.
Like I don't know what world that is.
Yeah.
That happens. However, what was the other part? Was the offensive side of the worst case scenario?
Nick Chubb and Christian Kirk, aging, banged up vets.
Yeah, Christian Kirk is the one that torpedoes this one is what we're doing there, right? Like the Nick Chubb thing again. I have had my questions on what the ultimate upside is. I don't think that him being banged up torpedoes you. Because, again, I'll harken back to B. Scott asking this question when the signing was made. What is the absolute worst-case scenario with the Nick Chubb signing? And I think a lot of people talked about is maybe he seemed like you make decisions based off of him, like sending Dameon Pierce away or what have you.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, Nick Chubb just is not viable.
Yeah.
And so you sent Dameon Pierce away. Maybe he goes and he finds that rookie version of Dameon Pierce somewhere else. And now you end up in this place where you don't have a running back depth that you really love. So last year, and you have a Joe Mixon that's capable of being a power back, workhorse, what have you. Like I actually don't think that torpedoes you. I think again, this comes back to if your offensive line is not capable of putting this together, and I think you probably go more to the play caller if he is bitten off more than he can chew with what he does, as you mentioned. But yeah, okay.
All right. Well, these are the ones that I found interesting. What they thought the best case and worst case scenario of the other three teams in the division. We'll start with the Indianapolis Colts. Best case scenario, Anthony Richardson finally pairs his supersized athleticism with smarter, sharper passing, also remaining on the field long enough to confirm Indianapolis still has a dynamic quarterback of the future on the roster. That's the best case.
Okay.
Worst case, neither Richardson nor Daniel Jones can hold the job for more than a few games at a time, and the Colts are left to face a teardown without premium draft positioning.
That feels pretty accurate.
It does.
Yeah. It does feel pretty accurate.
It does.
And I mean, the Anthony Richardson base case scenario part feels like it's a small chance of.
That's my point. That's like, okay, so best case scenario is Anthony Richardson. A lot of confidence in that.
What do you think most likely best case scenarios? Because that's just like pure best case scenario. If everything comes, like if you're driving home from work or driving into work and it's all green lights, like that's bad.
Yeah.
But what do you think is like the most likely of the best case scenarios within the offense or within the Indianapolis Colts season in 2025?
Outside of Anthony Richardson?
Because that doesn't feel very likely.
Yeah, well, here's where I went, Figgy, just real quick, because this is probably, it could maybe trigger your thoughts here. I thought they got the right position, wrong player. I think it might be Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
I think it might be Daniel Jones.
I was kind of going to go towards the running game a little bit. If they have a running game and a decent quarterback play, like you ain't got to be flashing everything. If you limited turnovers and all that stuff, but you're rushing like crazy. I think they was rushing pretty good at one point. I can't remember, but if they could have a decent rushing game and limited turnovers from the quarterback position. I think it's a possibility they could scare some people a little bit.
All right, so for this best case, worst case, the best case wasn't exactly scary to me.
Even if Anthony Richardson?
Well, I'm saying, like, I don't believe that that's going to be the case.
Sure.
And Daniel Jones probably is the right answer, and I don't know how much he scares me.
Right. Can I give you a stat here?
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson last year became the third quarterback since the year 2000 to record a sub 50% completion rate on 250-plus pass attempts. The other two, Tim Tebow, Achilles Smith.
Oh, Achilles Smith.
Such low completion percentage on
you
this
remember
kind of
him, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Like, I'm just, it's far-fetched that I'm getting to a place that in the next season from that he immediately jumps up into being like, here is all the dynamism with the level of consistency that they need. I think that we have seen Daniel Jones be in a circumstance where he has been fine and when he's protected with the right system, and as you mentioned, Figgy, a running game. They do have Jonathan Taylor. The right system could be there. But as you were talking about, and to your larger point, that does not scare me, especially when you look at this defense, because Daniel Jones isn't one that I think can tear up this defense, and I don't think that this Texans run defense is going to be problematic, even if it's not like incredible. And I do think that they have the opportunity to be really good.
All right, best case, worst case, Jacksonville Jaguars. Best case scenario: Trevor Lawrence finally feels at home with Liam Cohen calling the shots, and Travis Hunter joining Brian Thomas Jr. out wide. The Jags capitalize on a weak AFC South by pouncing on the top of the division.
All right, that last part you was doing a lot there,
worst case scenario: Cohen proves out of his league as a head coach. Hunter struggles to translate his two-way gifts, and Lawrence still can't control the rock as Jacksonville remains an offensive laughingstock.
The high end of this does seem a lot more plausible than what we were talking about with the Indianapolis Colts. Like, there is something to be said for Liam Cohen as offensive play caller. I do think that is something that will be very interesting to watch. And there are dynamic playmakers that you have with Trevor Lawrence, a dude that we know has the raw ability, although he has not been able to channel that. Now, the question I ask you is, how have him channel that to this point?
Yeah, I have not been confident in either of these guys. I'm qualifying it now because they do seem to be saying and showing a lot of things out there, but this best case scenario to me isn't real terrifying either.
Really?
Yeah. I get the skills. Travis Hunter, they seem determined. You know, they seem determined to make him go both ways. Brian Thomas Jr., excellent player. Trevor Lawrence. It's been a lot of years now.
It has.
Yeah.
It has. My thing about it is I think that this is more plausible. I guess I'm also...
Oh, it is more plausible, but it doesn't really scare me.
That's fair, because I also can't get to the place where I'm like terrified by any means of this because of how stout the defense, particularly secondary, seems to be now. A little bit more depth concerns that I think you have to look at. But I do feel pretty damn good about that strength-on-strength matchup if that does prove to be a strength for the Jaguars as they come up. But I do think that it is possible that we're seeing a Jaguars team, maybe not in the 2025 season, but as you move forward, I think you could see a Jaguars team that finds a level of seriousness on offense that they have not had in the tenure of Trevor Lawrence to this point.
All right, Tennessee Titans, best case, worst case. Best case scenario, the big play bravado of rookie Cam Ward coupled with bravado and savviness from vets like Tony Pollard, Calvin Ridley, and Tyler Lockett launches Tennessee into wild card territory out of the wide open AFC South. Worst case scenario, Ward is splashy but just as reckless as predecessor Will Levis, once again forcing Brian Callahan to produce answers he doesn't have, and Tennessee's occasionally scrappy defense cannot pick up the slack.
Yeah, that all seems fairly does seem very interesting. This is Cam Ward, talking to the media. He was asked what his confidence level was, and he said it was a 10. And there was someone who asked as a follow-up, it's never been like lower. This is what his response was.
Were you ever at a 4 or a 5 or a 6, and when did you get to 10?
Nah, I'll probably never get that low, even if I throw a 4-book game this year. At the end of the day, I'm a gunslinger. I live by that. I always die by it. So Coach Callahan knows what type of guy he has in the quarterback room and me. And so I'm just thankful that I got guys around me to help me out. I was with B.A., Brandon, and Will. The team in there, they helped me out a lot, just getting me right with the protections. Then also the receiving core, they're going to be able to, compliment my game a lot.
I mean, the confidence is there, but it's easy to have that confidence on the front end before you get into the space. However, I did find it interesting. He's like, I'm a gunslinger. Even if I throw those books, I'm going to be confident. And I'm like, that might be the issue, dude. Like, that might be the point where you get to the issue, especially knowing that, like, the steep learning curve that there is for a signal caller in the NFL. I think that they're both ends of this where you talk about him obviously raising the level. Will Levis was one of the worst. I looked at EPA from qualified passers last season. You want to know where he ranked and I think it was 36 qualified passers? 36. Like, he was literally the worst qualified passer in adding win ability or adding points to the board as a quarterback. So there will be, I think that there should be a noticeable jump with him up there. But I think that the dicey being there is, being in there with also the higher standard, higher level of play that he's going to have to step into. So no, I'm not all that scared of the high end there.
And so with the Tennessee Titans, best case, worst case, this might be the only one where I could see a path to them being somewhat. How many quote gunslinger quarterbacks have called themselves a gunslinger? Like, you all heard Brett Favre, he's a gunslinger. Aaron Rodgers, they never really say I'm a gunslinger. He seems to be really embracing, I'm going to sling that rock, and I'm going to take some chances, and I'm going to put the ball where I need to be.
From the 3-4-6. Out of 36, I was going to say 43. Yeah, no, Will Levis was bad, except for that one time.
Yeah, that one time.
Yeah, one time.
Where was that?
Buddy, you don't have to do all that.
All right.
Although I was the one who did it, so I probably shouldn't even say that.
But so, Titans, best case, worst case, how does it strike you?
I mean, of the two, I think probably worst case is largely is more likely because Brian Callahan does seem like another one of these, and he might be. In fact, it feels like two of the three head coaches in this league, maybe more so one than the other, are in a place where if this season doesn't go the way that they want, they could be answering some real questions about their job. Clearly, Shane Steichen is in that space. Brian Callahan, I might be jumping out a little bit too early on that, especially because you have a new quarterback. But yeah, I'm looking all the way around this AFC South, and I'm just like, I don't see how people are getting, especially with the Colts, where they're like, yeah, the Colts are going to come through and shake it up in the AFC South. Nah, dog, I don't see it.
No.
I think it is Texans versus Texans very much in this place, where if you do what you're supposed to do.
That was my takeaway, basically.
If you do what you're supposed to do,
at
that point, what can you do against the likes of the AFC? Got to handle your business on the front end, but I think that sets up pretty cleanly what the AFC South is looking like, what the path ahead is for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to producer extraordinaire Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so it's Father's Day weekend, so I got the top Father Day gifts that we are all Googling this year.
Oh, wow.
Plus dad jokes. What's a dad joke that you can't let go of? 713-572-4610. Plus, I got a list of the best TV dads of all time.
Oh, okay. Yes. Let's do all that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now, and your new
Countdown to training camp is officially on, and Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Father's Day weekend. Before we get started, I got to give a special shout out to my dad, my pops. I don't know if he's listening or not.
He listens a lot.
Yeah, he do. And it kind of catch me off guard a little bit. Like, man, you was listening? Because he don't be telling me he's listening until I bring something up. And then he'll say, oh, yeah, I was checking you out. I'm like, what?
Is it better that way? Is it better if he doesn't let you know and he just,
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's fine regardless.
Okay.
But sometimes, like, a Houston show, like, people that's up somewhere else, they ain't going to listen. They don't really care about Houston.
That's not true. Shout out to, all the people that's out there that are listening outside of the greater Houston area with obviously we love the people in the Houston area as well.
Yeah, but they got some type of connection to Houston though, right?
Oh yeah.
Like
Maybe.
my dad is a Browns fan, man. So I think he kind of root for the Houston Texans.
I mean, at this point, before there's already a lot of ties to Houston from Cleveland, but now he just, if he is a Nick Chubb fan.
Oh, I bet you that's going to make a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. But salute to my dad, Edward B. Gilliard. I almost said the third. That's me. Edward B. Gilliard Jr., man.
All right.
Old Eddie. So salute to him. And honoring my dad, though, I got to play one of his favorite artists.
Okay.
All time. Play a little James Brown.
Okay.
Oh, boy. So
I'm going to play this during the mixtape as we continue talking about dads and all that good stuff.
You're not going to hear any complaints here.
Yeah. So the top Father's Day gifts that were Googled this year, I got a list of them, and I want to see if it's or is it kind of like a little down a little bit.
Okay.
So, do you have any guesses on what might, or did you look?
I haven't looked yet. I was just about to, but I won't.
I feel like dad gifts could be very generic at times.
Yeah.
Where you could just like, all right, grill, tools, and just stuff like that.
Pies.
Yeah, so this is the list right here.
Okay.
Number 1, you got grills, you got engraved cutting boards, watches, dart boards, watch cases, tennis shoes. I don't know if it's like actual tennis shoes or just sneakers.
Sir, those are about to be Air Monarchs, brother.
Yeah.
Go get that grass cut, big fella.
Yeah, swim trunks. Golf bags.
Swim trunks.
Yeah.
I'd be upset. I'm sorry.
Sunglasses and personalized socks.
Trying to think which one of those I want. Maybe the engraved cutting board.
I knew that was going to be.
That might be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want nobody to give you a new grill.
I don't need a new grill. I got very particular tastes.
Yeah. And also some other things that people used to Google is things you could do with your dad or for the weekend type stuff. So car shows was Googled, comedy shows, barbecues, buffets, amusement parks, go-karts.
That'd be fun.
Go-kart.
That'd be fun.
Really?
Yeah, racing your dad?
Depending on how old your dad is.
Yeah.
I don't want to see my pops in the go-kart.
What?
I bet
Pops
he
can't get in
does.
the go-kart?
Nah.
I bet he'll do it.
Nah, he is not going to do that, man. He don't even like getting in the car.
Yeah.
He ain't about to get in no go-kart. Aquariums, beer tasting, brunch, and massages.
Massages? What? That isn't that something. What's going on? Massage together.
Wait, he ain't say you had to go together.
Massage?
Yeah. It might depend. It might be an age thing too. Because like I said, my dad ain't about to go get no massage.
Which one would you want of that list?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I started writing them down. Watches, I feel like it's cool. Sunglasses, I think I'd appreciate, and of course that those both felt like, all right, young dude looking at the list and picking the things that a young dude would pick. However, personalized socks, I think, is very underrated.
Yeah, I'm a big socks guy.
Yeah.
I love socks, so I would love to get some.
Ball game is the right answer, though, right? You go to a ball game.
Like the actual.
Yeah, you go to a ball game.
Ball game's a good one.
Yeah.
What were some of the other ones that you were sorry to make you read your list again?
Dynamo tomorrow.
Car shows.
Yeah.
Dynamo. You can go see the Dynamo comedy shows. buffets. You could go to a buffet anytime.
The comedy show might be one of those ones that sounds like a good idea in theory, but actually is a terrible idea in practice. Especially nowadays. Not that it's never been the case, but nowadays, so many people, so many comedians are all about that crowd work.
Yeah.
You and your pop sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
That is a big sign that says, make fun of us.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. Do you actually want that? Maybe you do. But
Do
I don't
you
know.
actually go to a comedy show with your parents?
A lot of people do apparently.
I went with
Really?
my kids.
Because it could get a little awkward.
It got
depending
very
on-
awkward.
Yeah.
It got very awkward.
And that's before
But
they even
that's
start
the funny
calling on
part.
you. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So, salute to everybody. Get your dad something good for Father's Day. Happy Father's Day weekend in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on the mixtape. You always use your go-to dad joke that you will not let go. 713-572-4660. I actually have a whole list of different dad jokes that people
Tell me if
sent
this
in.
one. Tell me if this one is on there. I like a good dad joke. I'll tell different ones or say stupid dad things. But the one that I probably always go to whenever there's a plate of hors d'oeuvres or cheese dip or something, that's nacho cheese. 100%.
Every time, huh?
30 years.
That's your go-to.
That's nacho cheese.
Classic, I guess.
It is a classic.
So somebody
Is that on the list?
No, that I don't think that's on the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but so this one is on the list. Somebody said, if anyone says I have a question, my dad always responds, does it involve the woodchuck?
What? Huh? Would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck chuck whatever that is?
I think you nailed it. I think you got it perfectly. Does it involve? I don't even quite get that. I'd be like,
because
wait, what's
the thing.
I know, but I'm just like, how did that come to be?
Here's another one. Somebody said, if they ask their dad, do you have holes in your socks? And somebody say no. Then he said, then how do you put them on?
I feel like the proper answer, if you are the child in that instance, is you just walk out the room.
You walk
Like,
away.
You can't any more responses. You just feed the pride that is beaming on your father's face in that moment. You just got to walk away.
This is my favorite one right here. He says, thanks for the warning.
Oh, God.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I
at
wouldn't
all.
even drop that one.
I can see him say that all the time. Thanks for the warning.
The classic comes in on the text line from the 832. Hi, hungry. I'm dad.
Yeah.
Right? When you say I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I was just about to go to this one.
Oh, that's one I used to tell the kids all the time. They would say, hi, I'm hungry.
Dad, I'm hungry.
And I'd say, hi, hungry. I'm thirsty. Come over Friday or Saturday and we'll have a Sunday.
Wow, I didn't know that there was like a beat part.
I remember that one. Here's one that's kind of related to that. Dad, can you make me breakfast? Abracadabra, your breakfast.
Oh, goodness.
This one, I probably fall in this category right here. I'm not a dad, but I kind of do stuff like this. When somebody's paying with a credit card, every time he says, hope it works. I just found it in the parking lot.
That's good. That's very good.
I used to do stuff like that with my wife whenever she paying.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, I hope it worked. We just found it.
You know what I do with my wife a lot, and of course it's right on brand. Like when somebody introduces their kids to me, to us.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, I'm John. That's my mom.
Terrible. That's awful. What? I just thought of the one that I guess you would consider as a dad joke that I do a lot, and it's because my mom used to do it. So in a way, this is a mom joke in this moment. Like if you're at the grocery store number really, but usually, especially if it's like a 4-digit. All right, so your total is 1932, and you're like, that was a good year.
Oh God.
My mom used to do that and I just do it reflexively, and I'm not proud of myself for doing it, but I do it every time.
What about this one? Whenever a server come by after a meal, say, "Do you want a box for the burger?" Say, "No, but I'll wrestle for the fries."
Oh man,
I'm convinced that most people that make fun of dad jokes actually love dad jokes.
Not quite true for me.
It got to be some. It got to be some different ones though. Not the same old kind of out your cheese type of thing. It got to be.
Damn, that was direct shot.
That has
direct
staying power.
shot.
That has staying
power. He said Lopez. I'm on your keys.
But it's kind of generic though.
That's
like,
nacho cheese.
Yeah, everybody know that one.
Well, it's staying power.
But you ain't
a legend.
You ain't wrestling for fries though. That's the thing.
Maybe I'll start putting that in the mix.
Well, so somebody else said a young guy. I guess every time he brings a girl home, you see where this is going. Mm-hmm. Every time he brings a girl home, his dad introduced himself with this joke. What kind of bees make milk?
What kind?
I don't want to say.
Yeah, I saw the verbal chicken that was happening. I was like, I'm gonna stay out of this one.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say it. I don't want no problems with the F, C, or C.
That is correct. Yeah. I do appreciate that on the text line. Now they've moved from like dad jokes, to just things your dad be saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like money doesn't grow on trees.
Oh yeah.
Hey. I'm not paying to air condition the whole neighborhood. That one hits hard.
Yeah.
And someone that is fair from the 832. Yeah. Reggie, 19 to 32 was not a good year for us.
That's actually fair.
Right. No, you are correct. That is fair. I probably should have picked a better number, although I don't know how many years.
That'd be wild if somebody say, yeah, 1932 was a great year.
Wait, what?
I'm like, hold on. That was supposed to be a joke.
All right, I'll wrap this up with the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So I got a list of the top 40 TV dads of all time. I'm not about to go through the top 40. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of them, but
Danny Tanner up here.
I'm going to rattle off the top 10, and then I'm going to sprinkle in where some of the known TV dads are on this list. So number 1 is Andy Taylor. So the Andy Griffith Show.
That's a good call.
I was actually shocked he was number 1. Mm-hmm. But number 2, Tim Taylor from Home Improvement. Number 3,
really? Are we the number 2 dad?
I was kind of shocked.
I don't know, but like the list is already looking real shaky.
Number 3, Danny Tanner.
There you go.
Number 4, I never watched this show, but Steve Douglas.
It's old.
My 3 Sons.
Yeah, old show.
Yeah, I want to be fair. I never seen that show, but I thought right there, I'm like, damn, that's a little high for that show, but I ain't see that show. Another show I ain't see really watched, Mike Brady, the Brady Bunch.
Oh, he's got to be top 5. Got to be top 5.
If you switch 2 and where you had
5,
yeah, I was like that would feel a little bit better. I'm like
Tim Connor, Roseanne.
Okay.
Number 7, Philip Banks.
There you go.
I would have had him a little higher.
Way
personally.
higher. Uncle Phil?
Yeah, he over here taking care of somebody else's kid, including his kids. That would have been a little higher. You got Howard Cunningham from Happy Days.
Yeah, I can see that.
They used to call him Mr. C.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. C. Frank Costanza.
Oh, he was not a good dad.
But he was a hilarious dad. That might make up for it.
Just because you're funny doesn't make you a top dad.
And number 10, they got Homer Simpson on here.
Also not a good dad.
Yeah.
Hilarious dad.
Yeah, some other notable names. They got 13, Fred Sanford.
All right.
Who else they got on here? Ben Cartwright. I'm a big Bonanza fan.
Mm-hmm.
They got him at number 13. Who else they got?
They got Al Bundy?
Al Bundy is number 22.
Also not a good dad.
But he put up real work on the gridiron, you know. And so
he did.
That ultimately wins him some
state
points.
Championship?
Yeah, man. Archie Bunker, number 29.
Lord.
Interesting. I would like to know what the parameters of making this list was.
I was about to say, is he considered a good dad?
No.
I can't say that he is.
No.
I personally can't.
Carl Winslow, number 36.
Carl Winslow.
Not a terrible dad.
Which one was that?
Family Matters.
Oh, Family. Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, don't ask me about how good the show was.
The guy from Die Hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
with the Twinkies.
Yeah. And number 40, you got Tony
Soprano.
Number 40.
Well,
Tony Soprano.
Yeah. This one made the list too, so I know of the show Blackish with Anthony Anderson and all that stuff.
Every week.
I never really watched it like that, so I'm not familiar with the characters, but didn't realize his name was Andre Johnson.
Yes, I do remember that.
That kind of threw me off when I seen the name of the the character. I'm like, Andre Johnson.
Well, you know, he is Cortland Finnegan's daddy. So, you know, shout out to Andre Johnson on this particular Father's Day as well.
Top 40 dad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd put him top 10 to be completely honest. A lot of people asking for a certain Mr. Cliff Huxtable. See how that man went and ruined the whole show for us?
Here's the thing that's
he went and ruined the whole show for us.
He would have been like top 5. Yeah,
he'd be up there
for sure.
He didn't even
make.
I guess.
I wonder why.
See how you just ruined your legacy.
Yeah.
By being, well, I mean,
me personally, himself, setting all that aside, I definitely think he's probably top 5.
Yeah.
If we being real, I think
as a TV
5.
dad.
As a TV dad.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree.
Yeah. So that's a fantastic list. That's one of my favorite Figgy's mixtapes.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit. I had quite a lot of fun there.
Happy Father's Day to everybody.
That's right. That's right.
Have a good weekend. Salute to my pops.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Lopez.
That's right. Happy Father's Day, John.
Hey, thank you.
Make sure that you really get your kids with a lot of those dad jokes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, have a weekend because it's your weekend. But every weekday right here at 1:20 p.m. is where you catch the mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. Over to fellas of the Drive who are out at Cajun Craven. That is the 11th location on the 610 Crawfish Tour stop. Make sure you go out there and see the fellas. As you do, one of the things I will play for you here is I want to see if you agree with this Houston comedian about this sports thing, Lopez.
Okay.
I'll see what you feel next.
In the Loop.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's been a very fun, funky Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. A lot of appreciation to, let's see if I can get all this right, obviously, Sean and Seth in the cross. Appreciation to our guy Ben Olsen for joining us on the program as well. It's really okay. I don't think there's anybody else I need to show appreciation to in that moment, do I? Okay, very good. And to you, obviously, listening, hanging out with us, getting involved with the program on the text line, and on the Twitch chat. We'll talk with the fellas of the drive here relatively soon as they are out at Cajun Craven. It is, and I want to make sure I get this right.
What is it, Figgy?
It is
8507
No, that's not where
Queens Boulevard.
Don't put that in your Waze or your Google Maps. You will end up in the wrong place. I swear.
You'll end up in New York.
That's 2141 Beamer Road. If you want to go out and see the fellas at the 11th Crawfish Tour stop, where they'll be broadcasting. We'll talk to them here in a little bit. But Lopez, I know that you're very passionate about this thing, so I want to see if you are feeling Dan Soder, who is a comedian, but also Ali Sadiq, who is a Houstonian and a Houston comedian. Really good one. In fact, I think he has a newer special that I have not been able to tap into, but they were on the podcast. Dan is a huge football fan, and Ali is just a Houstonian, so you know he's a football fan by proxy because it's hard to live here and grow up here and not have it in there with you. But I think Dan is actually like a childhood friend of Mike McDaniel, funny enough, the coach of the Dolphins. So, like, sometimes they'll get into that space. They'll talk about basketball. They'll talk about football. They'll talk about all sorts of sports on Soder's podcast. And so this was on Soder's podcast, and this is them talking about the team that predated the Houston Texans here in their uniforms.
And you guys had the Oilers. The Oilers. Which, I mean, listen, throwback gear, you guys are top 3.
Cold as hell.
Do you get mad when the Tennessee Titans wear those Oilers jerseys?
Little bit.
Because you're like, what the f*** are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, your stepmom's wearing your old mom's wedding ring. She's like, your mother used to wear this. You're like, get out of that. She's dead. Don't wear my dead mother's She's like, your father says it looks real sexy when I wear your mom's stuff. And you're like, you bitch.
That would be horrible that you would have on your mom's wedding ring.
Yeah.
You raggedy.
That's what it is. What the Titans are doing to you. You. That's not yours. You better not.
You don't know about Love You Blue.
Oh, I hate you. Yeah, dude. You guys need to take that back.
Yes. That's a great analogy that I've never quite put together. They're wearing your mom's wedding ring.
That's what they're doing.
That's exactly
That's
what
they keep doing.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's exactly. By the way, I see Ali all the time. He's in this building a lot.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me
all
that.
the time.
Don't tell me that. I'm going to act a fool next time.
I probably seen them walk past him, probably spoke to him.
Hadn't even thought
realized
about
it.
I talked to him in the parking lot a couple weeks ago.
Next time.
I'll let you know.
Please.
I'll let you know.
Please.
Yeah.
What is he doing in here?
All right, so now we're putting all
sometimes he goes to those other stations in another cluster.
I think those stations are no longer in this building now.
I saw him about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe there's something else. Maybe it's another station.
So y'all are real dancing around putting his actual business in the street?
That's what I'm saying.
Which I personally was not trying to do here.
Well, I didn't do it. But
I'm just wondering why he was in this building and ain't come up here.
He's come up here.
You think he was just supposed to walk up here?
No, he's come up here before.
Hey, we got the open door unless y'all want him up
He's
on
a big
this
fan.
show.
He's a big fan. I'm being dead serious.
Okay.
He listens all the time.
Shout out to Ali.
Yeah.
Bring your butt up here.
Yeah,
then.
come on up. Come on up. But that's exactly what the Titans are doing. And that's the best way to illustrate what the hell are you doing.
Really and truly.
It really is.
All right, so something that was kind of said in there in quick passing, I kind of want to, he said, and that was Dan, I think, said that the Oilers throwbacks, top 3 throwbacks in football.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
I don't know anyone that would say they're not top 5. Right?
Okay.
They are beloved. Like people have no connection to the Oilers, no connection to Houston. Anytime they put them on, it's like, man, those are sweet. So, yeah. I mean, he said 3. I'll say 5. It doesn't matter. They're up there.
Okay.
Would you?
You put them at 5?
No, I'm saying I could understand top 3.
Top 5.
Yeah, I could understand top 3. I'm saying
top
I
3
would
is also
definitely
in the
put
top
up there.
5.
Yeah.
You notice how you walked away from top 3, though. He was like, I'd say top 5. So were you putting 4?
No, I might put him 1.
That's what I was thinking. Do you want to do this? Is there anyone
throwbacks?
Is there any throwback that you put above the Oilers Love You Blue throwbacks?
Me personally, no. I do. A lot of people hate these uniforms, but the old school Packers ones that they use.
Oh, the ones that are like
dark
brown
blue and yellow.
Yeah, they have the.
Wait, are you talking about like the bumblebee ones, or are you talking about like the brownish ones?
The brownish ones. There's something about that just looks like, oh, that's old school. That's old. But I still think the Oilers.
What a terrible one to put up. Like I thought you were gonna say like
I like those old school
the
ones.
Bucks creamsicle ones.
Old school.
I think you're gonna talk about like the Bucks creamsicle throwbacks.
Ooh,
which
those are up there too.
Those are real up and down. Like for some people hate those.
Chargers.
And 929, I'm right there with you. Oh wait, which Chargers ones?
The original old school Chargers that they've actually used and brought back some.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah.
Somebody said Houston has 2 top 5 throwbacks. Oilers and then Tequila. Like Hall of Fame, all throwback, like all league throwback.
Yeah.
Is what it feels. Because those 2 are absolutely top 5.
You talking about the rainbow?
No, the Tequila Sunrise Astros jerseys.
Yeah, that's up there.
And it really is a shame. I was like,
NFL,
even NBA. Like, do you think? I wouldn't say top 5.
Please don't say pajamas.
I was gonna say the ketchup and mustard.
Yeah, those.
You don't think those?
No, I love
like
those.
the stripe.
I'm talking about the old pinstripe with the Sputnik rocket on the front.
Oh, I love that because
those were pajamas.
I love it because it was my youth, but I'm not gonna call that all time.
All they needed to do was play in slippers, and it would have been complete. I would say NFL. I would put my top 3 probably in this order: Oilers, Chargers. What's the third best old school?
I'm trying to think because also it's tough for some.
Maybe
of these,
Tampa.
Yeah, those creamsicle throwbacks.
Yeah.
I like.
I kind of like the Seahawks.
That's what I was gonna say. Low key, those ones are really good.
Like the 1990, 91 around there.
Yeah.
Those ones are really good. So yeah, man. Somebody said Anaheim Ducks throwbacks are legit. I don't know that I'd put them in the same level, but I do appreciate them. I will say I do appreciate those. NBA, the old Bullets is pretty nice. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, those were sweet. Yeah, those were really
like if we threw them all in the same bucket, all of these leagues, I still think you take Love You Blue Oilers.
I think the Oilers, just that color. Like you don't really see a strong color like that, like color combination like that.
Yeah.
Like I think you might be top 25 with all 3 of your Houston throwbacks.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, the Orlando Magic throwbacks, which they are now utilizing.
Actually bringing those back.
They're bringing those back, but they're modernizing the lettering, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not the same exact ones from when Penny Hardaway used to rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, shout out to Dan Soder. Shout out to Ali Sadiq for making the perfect comparison of what it's like when these the Titans keep breaking out these Love You Blue Oilers that have been coming back. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chop it up with these fellas, even when they're on the road for the 610 Crawfish Tour. It's Ron, it's Clint hanging out at Cajun Craven out there. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Hey, man, it's the last stop. It's the last stop.
Wait, is this the last one? I thought it was one more.
This is the last one right here. It's the last one, and we got some of our friends out here, good people that are long-time listeners that made the stop out here to hang out, and we're going to have us a good time out here, man. And listen, Clint is our mud bug connoisseur, and we have heard great things here. We've heard this is the best bugs they have in Pearland, and we're going to see about that. Well, at least Clint is. We're going to see about it. Clint going to see about that a lot of times. And also, as you know, you can win prizes each and every hour. If you're in the building, you might want to put your name in our raffle box so you got a chance to win $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors that we will hook somebody up with each and every hour, and our grand prize as well. But it's going to be a good time out here.
Boys, they've got you know how when you plastic over the tables and they put that plastic up. They got plastic over the tables here.
Oh, that's a sign, isn't it?
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's a sign.
Absolutely. It's. I mean, if you got that going on and them bugs ain't right, something's wrong. Especially down here on this side of town, in these parts. That's it. By the way, your uniforms. There's no doubt about it. The all the jerseys y'all mentioned in Houston are top 3. Bucks creamsicles, Patriots throwback horse on the helmet, red, white, and blue. Those are clean.
Is it bad that I've never been all that fond of those?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say I'm super fond of it, but I can't deny the cleanliness. I mean, for the sake of the conversation, I can't deny that. I'm sitting there listening to y'all, and as y'all are mentioning them, I'm thinking, I'm still New England. I would go Bucks, New England, and the Oilers.
I think the Denver Broncos is one that's forgotten a little bit, the old Elway days.
Kelly Green Eagles.
When they put, those are clean.
That's got to be. Those are clean now. Mm-hmm. Those are super clean. The other one that wasn't mentioned, just overall sports, was that Nuggets rainbow back in the days. Was it rain? I don't know what all colors rainbow.
Oh yeah.
That was that's one of them. To this day, I still see Larry Allen after he told Bill Parcells that he's been to 10. He's been to 10 Pro Bowls. He ain't doing 2 weeks of two-a-days. You can say what you want. He told me that. On that third two-a-day, I come walking out in the Alamo Dome. I'm coming walking out for stretch, and I look up, and Larry Allen's coming walking from the other side of the field in a Nuggets jersey. Bull-diving his ass damn sure ain't go. He ain't got no more two-a-days in him. He rode one of them fan bikes on the sideline in that Nuggets jersey for about 2 hours while we practiced.
And who can blame anyone? Because who's going to tell him differently?
Yeah.
That's why
Bill was going to try.
That's why he ended his career in San Francisco. Bill was going. He'd have cut him at the time, right at that moment, but they had about $10 million that would have accelerated the cap that year, so they couldn't cut him, and Larry knew it. But the minute they could shake him, they moved him to San Francisco. That's why he finished his career out there. Crying ass shame, man. Crying ass shame. Arguably the best to ever do it, man.
Ron, are you like me? Because you mentioned Kiki Vandeweghe. I'm always fascinated that the Vandeweghe family has a Kiki and a Coco.
I didn't know they had a Coco.
Yeah. Coco Vandeweghe. Yeah.
Well, but at least that's fair. At least, they ain't just screwed somebody.
Yeah,
at least they didn't have no Kiki and then a Brandon. I hate when I see people with siblings and somebody got some real fun name, and then there's Fred.
Yeah, we got Bill, we got Bob, we got Kiki.
Yeah, yeah, man. We got 7. Here, this is 7 right here. And then this is her sister, Alice. How the hell I get Alice?
No idea.
The hell I get 7?
No idea whatsoever. All right, fellas. All right, Clint. I just want to make sure. So, are we good? Just outside of the jersey talk, was there anything else that we needed to cover?
Yeah, no. We're good, man. I was tuned in, but tuned out. You know what I mean? Driving and making some phone calls and stuff. So I wasn't close enough to really nitpick you guys today.
Yeah, I love it.
It's all good. And now that y'all done let me know this is the last one, I might have to head in the car and hit up Cage and Craven out there. What is it? 12141 Beamer Road.
You got it.
Hey! All right, so I'll put that in the GPS. I'm going to go hang out with the drive. Because someone did ask us earlier, do you think Nick Chubb would be down to raw dog the drive? And that's a question that I really do want answered. Do you have any idea on what you feel that would be?
He wouldn't tell us.
I'm out on that deal. I told you, I ain't
raw dog in the drive.
He wouldn't say it.
That raw dog and bareback means one thing in my world, and it does not include Nick Chubb.
In your world?
In my world, I'm telling you, man, y'all ain't taking that one from me. I'm
does
sorry.
Include Chubb.
I know it's a little vulgar here, but yes, Tyler. I mean, I'd like to claim it a little more manly than that, but I know where you're going. I know where you're going with it.
Shout out to the fine folks at Low T Center.
That's the way to crank it. Yeah, that ain't no doubt. That's the way to crank this thing up in a real vulgar fashion at 202, boys.
It's Friday. I'm feeling nasty.
My man Reg in there setting them up, and Tyler's in there. Can't wait to get to them pins.
I'm ready for that, alley.
Don't you love it? He picked up that spare easy, didn't he?
That's right. That split didn't bother me at all.
No, not a chance.
All right, fellas. Let's get out of your way so that you guys can have a fantastic Friday show here. And by the way, fellas, happy Father's Day. Listening out there, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and IC Sports Station. 12141 Beamer Road, because right now the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and as he said, we are live. There you go. You can make some noise. There you go. As he said, we are live at the Cage and Craven. Our final stop. We have been to 11 different spots, or 10 different spots. This is the 11th different spot. And this will conclude our 610 Crawfish Circuit. It's been a lot of fun throughout the 11 weeks that we have been here. And what better place to conclude it here as a place where they say, hey, this is the best in Pearland. And I see them rolling around. I've seen people, and like you said, they are prepared. They coming in here saying, man, we ain't selling salads, although I think they got them on the menu. They saying, here, throw them bugs right on the table because we ready to go. All the fixings as well. So get on down here. There you go. I see somebody just walked them out just now. I ain't going to lie to you. That catfish they had, it was fried over there. I seen somebody behind us over there. That looked real good. That looked real. I want to go back there and see who the hell is out there frying that catfish because it looked good. And I know I got to stay away, but Clint, it is everything you want. Cold beer. I see they've got these frozen drink machines. If that is your pleasure, it is mine.
Any pink?
No, they got red. I bet they got something you can mix. You can mix there. I'm more red. I really don't like that y'all try to throw pink on me. I'm more red. I'm more strawberry in it. I know it's nothing, but I'm just saying personally, I'm more. There's been a mix, and it's got to turn pink. But I'm more strawberry in this thing, so I mean I ain't gonna push it. But yeah, they got everything you need out here. So come out and have a good time. Again, as we said during the crosstalk, if you're in the building, all you got to do, sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We are doing it each and every hour. At the end of the 2 o'clock hour will be the first time we will hook somebody else up. And I believe this is your last opportunity to enter the grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year, courtesy of Budweiser, Bud Light. All you got to do is come over and hit that QR code and enter it. This is your final opportunity to do that as we finish up the 11 weeks. You ready for this?
I'm ready
for these? I see them. They look good, man.
I'm ready.
They look good. I do see, man, he's coming through, man. Oh, my God. I'm getting myself in trouble in here. My God. You smell that? My man just rolled through with that fried. That is like a fried shrimp po' boy. Good God. See,
there it is. Yeah, catfish.
Tyler, I'm real quick to saying F it, man. It's Father's Day weekend, man. To hell with it. Let's go. But
Me too, dude. I'm with you. Let's do it.
But you can't do it. Still, we got to hit this bad boy on Monday. But you can certainly come out and enjoy things. So come hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Clint, a little news, and Tyler, you called it. I thought you jumped the gun a bit, but you called it. Last week, it is officially over. Trade former first-round pick Forrest Whitley.
I'm a real boy.
One last time. Forrest is out of here to the Tampa Bay Rays. I don't even know what they got in return, if they got anything. But they've traded Forrest Whitley. He gets a fresh start. He is officially out of here. Pour one out for Forrest. Hopefully, I do. Like, I know we've had a lot of fun with him.
I'm a real boy.
as Tyler continues. But this has to have been a rough, time here, just with everything that he's had to deal with. And I sincerely hope that this move to Tampa, and Tampa has had a history of really helping and developing pitching, and with Kevin Cash and company over there with Tampa. I do hope he can make something out of this, because I can't imagine, with all the talent and promise and what they thought he would be, and to just at every turn it seems like it's just been derailed.
Well, the fact that it's all just been derailed by injury is what is the part that you feel for the dude. I mean, look, I've had enough as an Astros fan of waiting for him, and I'm glad they're moving on, and we're not hoping and praying that he becomes something here.
Damn, he just got hit with cash considerations. That's all.
Well,
that's all he was trying.
I think there's probably a reason why it wasn't listed on that top line, but the. No, I mean, look, a kid like that, man, that it's been derailed. His career wasn't derailed because he couldn't pitch. His career's been derailed just by injury after injury after injury. Now, I don't know how much of that was, he wasn't disciplined enough. He wasn't no idea. But at some point over how long was he here? I mean, was it eight years?
We know he was here before Hughley.
Yeah, so it's 8 years, 7 or 8 years at the very least. So, look, at some point I got to believe he at least became a professional, at least put his best foot forward.
Drafted in 2016, Clint.
Jesus.
2016, 9 years.
That was before the Astros ever won a World Series.
What the hell were we doing in 2016?
Yeah, man. I don't.
Keep it to yourself.
I'm telling you, let me think about this. In 16.
That was.
Hold on, maybe you should.
Boy, that was Little Rock capital.
I was my first year in the business. Second year in the business, 2016. My goodness.
Yeah, I was out there doing business. I wasn't in no business.
I was having to wear a suit to work every day. That sucked.
How about that, bro? How about that? Man.
But yeah, look, I personally, I hope the dude goes out there. And I mean, if take it from me, you'd like for your career to end at a point where I always tell folks, I got people that ask me, well, why'd you quit playing? Well, one, I didn't quit. I mean, I was too expensive and not good enough. Take your pick. I mean, at some point you run out of talent. At some point you get, for him, does he go out there and get shelled for a year and he just doesn't have it anymore? It's easier to hang up the cleats if that's the case, when you're flat out not good enough. When it's constant injury after injury after injury, man, it's got to be taxing, and it's hard to hang him up. So hopefully he goes on and has a better run in Tampa than he did in Houston. I know, as a fan of the Astros, I'm glad that not Forrest Whitaker, Forrest Whitley.
Forrest Whitaker, two different people.
Yeah,
Whitley's got better eyes. Yeah,
still hadn't gone back and finished that that Harlem. What was that?
Godfather of Harlem. I wonder if Forrest Whitaker has a better arm.
I got 2 great episodes in. They tried to charge me for it, and I said, well, wait a minute.
Whitaker's probably healthier overall.
Not with that eye, though. I don't know, man.
Yeah, the eye's tough.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he's not trying to throw strikes, boys.
And if he did, he wouldn't be able to see it anyway.
God, come on, it's just one bad eye. It just wanders a little bit.
He been living with that old wandering eye for a bit. I bet
he won an Oscar with that thing, man.
He throw a strike.
He's looking like Mad Eye Moody.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's been awfully successful with it. I bet he can throw a strike.
Say, Tyler, he's always outside, huh? That's always can't find the plate. Just right out the corner.
Bit outside.
Try at the corner and miss. All right.
Hey, Forrest, aim at the backside of the right-handed batter's box.
Yeah, throw it at the batter. Man, that thing is right there on the corner. All right. Listen, the Astros did what they needed to do. They took 2 of 3 from the White Sox, but the big story, and we will absolutely keep you updated when we find out anything more. The big story coming out of that game was not the win, but it was Isaac Paredes, who went out and you don't want to speculate, but it didn't look like just cramp. As you know, as an athlete, we've watched players. He pulled up and grabbed, and we know pulled injuring and something like that. That's
good.
That's going to be some time. That's not just a week. And then with the Astros training staff, who knows? So that's one to watch. Hopefully, it's not as serious as it is, but and really that is I would say, Clint, maybe a bigger impact than maybe we thought it would be before the season started, the way he is playing.
There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, leading the league for at third baseman for RBIs. As far as the Astros go, we heard Joe Espada and company talk about this year that what they wanted to do to be different at the plate was to be a little bit more selective. He was the best in the lineup at being more selective.
Best on base percentage, most homers.
Yeah, I mean, so
in RBIs.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna feel this. There's no doubt about it. I'll be honest with you though. I was glad to hear it was a hamstring.
Oh.
I thought for sure, like running down that baseline, the way he hit first base, kind of awkward. I thought, man, please don't be a calf that turns into an Achilles, that turns into this and that. Please don't be that, man. In the way he, like the trainer didn't even want to talk to him. He went over there. It's like he told the trainer, "Don't talk to me, don't touch me. I'm gonna drink this water right here in his dugout before you check this hamstring."
Yeah.
But yeah, I was almost relieved when they said hamstring. I mean, you can, now that may take a while, maybe a little tender, but you can, especially in that sport, you can get back from a hamstring, I think, fairly quickly and protect yourself a little, not quick, but quicker than what I'm referring to. So I was almost relieved that it was a hamstring, although I hope it's just torn off hand bone, or there's something that's a major issue.
Yeah, you hope this ain't 6 weeks or something.
There's no doubt about it. The Astros are going to feel this one. I mean, make of Paredes what you want. I mean, he was, outside of Jeremy Pena just being absolutely on fire, and Altuve moving him to the damn leadoff spot. If it wasn't for that, Paredes would be the most important bat in the lineup right now.
Speaking of that, because you just said that, and I heard Lopez and Reggie talking about this on In the Loop about like what they're losing potentially. And again, we'll keep you updated. We don't know really exactly a time frame. We're just looking at what we saw, and that don't normally look like somebody going to be in the lineup today, right? But or even in the next week.
No.
But would Paredes be in the top 5 of important players on this team? Is he in the top 5? Well, Tyler, chew on that.
In the literal moment, I think yes.
713-572-4610.
Sorry, I didn't chew on it.
Yeah, you didn't chew on it. You really attacked it.
Yeah.
Like you attacked that Christian Walker last night.
You had that thing lifted up.
YouTube and Twitch as well. Would you put Paredes, and I'm talking everybody healthy. I'm talking about everybody healthy that's eligible to play. All right, this includes Arrighetti, obviously Jordan. Is he in the top 5 of important players on this team?
Well, the way you lay it out, because you're obviously referring to pitchers as well.
Yeah, Hunter and Framber's in there.
Yeah, Hunter and Framber's in there. Jordan's in there. Now, no denying Pena right now in that leadoff spot. It comes down between Paredes and Altuve. And if you're, like Tyler said, if you're talking about in the moment right now, Paredes is doing
right
more
now
and is more important right this second. Now, if you talk about, hey, is he top 5 of who you'd like to lose for the rest of the season? I got to bump him out of that because I can't lose Altuve. But right now, in the moment, I would say he's definitely, from a production standpoint, a top 5 player for the Astros right now, including starting pitching.
I mean, I think right now, and I know this may be hard for some, but right now I think he's a more valuable player to the Astros than Altuve is. I know that may be a tough one. If you go look at him across the board.
Hold on, Joe.
I mean, the only thing Altuve is better than right now is his average, which when you put in how many walks and how many times he gets on base, his on-base percentage is higher. The power, he leads your team in home runs. He leads your team in RBIs. OPS is not really close to anybody else on the team except for maybe Jeremy Pena. And he is playing a Gold Glove level defense at third base, right? Like, so I think right now, someone texted, I think a good one, what about Hader? I would say a position player to me still at third base, what he brings, the guy who leads your team in almost every statistical category when it comes to batting, with the exception of with average. I think that's probably more important than the closer, but I understand how impactful Hader can be. Someone texted, I can't have him over Framber, Hunter, and Jordan. Like, I'm talking about if everybody's healthy. I can't have him over that. But, Clint, he's so valuable because I think he can hit anywhere almost. Like, I think you can put him anywhere. He can hit second. I think he's had success. He's been hitting third. He's had success. Whenever Jordan comes back and you're trying to figure out what you want to do, I think you can hit him fifth behind Jordan, or you can hit him in front of him. I think he is really, really valuable right now.
I mean, the point is made. He's extremely valuable, and we got to get him back as quickly as we possibly can. In fact, I mean, this puts some real pressure. I know we've talked about being patient with Jordan and being patient with these other guys that aren't swinging it as well, Christian Walker kind of deal. I know he had a big night a couple nights ago, but the pressure now is ratcheted up on those guys, right? For Altuve, who you mentioned, who I know who's swinging it well, but we've seen him be better. Jordan to get back healthy. Who plays third base at this point in time? By the way, probably Dubon. Probably Dubon.
Do you want to move Cam Smith over there to
there you go.
I don't know if I want to, because I think where he's going to play in the big games is probably out there, and you want him to continue to get reps.
Well, I think this goes back to my belief of, like, when I hate in any sport when you start compounding the moves, right? I mean, if your third baseman goes down, Dubon is just, I mean, you are committed to Dubon being a super utility player. Plug his ass in. That's exactly what you got him for. That's why you've made the moves with him the way you have.
And you don't have to worry about defensively what he's going to do.
That's leave him out, and now you got to play who you playing, Dubon, you playing Zach DeZenzo, you playing, who do you put it in right field? I know they've had a turnstile out there, but I would plug Dubon in and let's ride with it. I would be fascinated if it was Cam, though. Cam in general, just the future.
I wonder how much. I wonder how much he's been taking balls there. I wonder
probably
how
not much, but they clearly don't mind. I mean, Altuve don't.
He will probably get some run there.
Yeah.
Like if this is a longer period, more than the 10, 12-day IL stint, you would imagine that he's going to maybe get a couple of games, maybe or something there. Because
I'm just fascinated with the Cam Smith, the bigger, more athletic, fast player. That again, I listened to Dana Brown. They highlighted the exit velocity off the increasing over the last 3 months, and kind of that's Dana Brown made it sound like that was pretty standard for rookies. Late June, they kind of hit stride. I'm just fascinated with that dude that's that big, that athletic, that can play multiple positions, that made the transition, obviously, on opening day roster. He made that transition. It seems like he just hit it in stride and feels right at home. So I'm fascinated with that. I'd like to see it, but I think Dubon's probably the move there.
All right, coming up as we continue here live from the Cajun Craven, our final stop here on our Sports Radio 610 at Crawl Fish Circuit. Come on out, win some prizes. Again, we're going to hook somebody up at 2 o'clock, at the end of the 2 o'clock hour, with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors if you have the mic to do so. As we continue here on the drive, one place Clint says this offensive unit for the Texans can significantly improve itself. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you about Certa Pro Painters. Look, I've dealt
610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I'm coming in there to get that work in.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Right. Uh-oh, it hit your lips? Did it hit your lips?
That beer's cold, boys.
Fully dripped.
Golly.
Hey,
yeah, man.
Let me tell you that water's ice cold too, folks.
Yeah, you stay on that water. You got to weigh in on Monday. I need you to pull. I need you to carry it this week, man.
Oh, I thought you was gonna weigh in too.
Oh, I'm gonna weigh in with you. I was at 47. I was at 47.2. I get down. I think I got 44 in me. I think I got 44, maybe 43 something.
In you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, got to navigate through this Father's Day.
I've been rolling, man. I got me 3 days in this week. Got me a little jog this morning, a little 20-minute jog walk in this morning right after my weights. Yeah. And it's hot enough, and that damn humidity's through the roof right now. I mean, it is. I am dripping, son.
Yeah,
dripping.
Hey, trying to change these bodies. Speaking of changing bodies, Cade Stover tied in from year 1 to year 2. We're out there. Mm-hmm. You can see he's been working on himself in the offseason. And see, but when the head coach takes a liking to what you've been doing, and I'm telling you, we've heard D'Amico rave about certain guys. He really took the time earlier this week to point out Cade Stover, the tight end out of Ohio State, and what he has done in the offseason. Listen to D'Amico talk about his second-year tight end.
Cade Stover, he's a guy who I think has grown to time. So one small detail for him is just his separation at the top of the routes. So seeing Cade, a second-year player, take the steps to get better at the one thing, just his route definition at the top of his route, and seeing him make play after play like that. That's what excites me about the offseason. That's why I think it's really important these 8-9 weeks that we have with the players. If you attack it with the right mindset, you can actually get better, enhance your game, and you don't see as big of a jump. And a lot of guys, it really is that first and second year. That's where you see a jump, and that's where I think Cade Stover is taking a jump.
Well, he's talking about taking a jump, right?
You want to talk about getting better and enhancing your game. Get this tight end room, producing a little bit. Get the tight end room playing better football, and you'll have a chance. I mean, you'll have a chance to run it better. You have a chance to throw it better. Protect the quarterback better. You get that tight end room's got a chance to be a difference maker here, Ron. But yeah, Cade Stover, man, you want to talk about the top of your route, right? I mean, just to illustrate what D'Amico's talking about there. As a quarterback, man, if you get to the top of your route, and let's say you're supposed to make your break at 6. And sure, you may sink your weight at 6, but I don't know if you come out with a high angle. You coming out like what are you? How consistent are you with certain routes at the top of that route, so that I know as a quarterback how sharp or how fast you're going to come out of it? And those are things that he'll learn. And obviously, D'Amico thinks he's getting better already. So that's a huge plus. But I think he's going to get some run.
But he should. And I didn't watch every tight end room in the league. You saw some watching this one. It was really pathetic, especially when you take a look at contending teams. This is a team that, in their mind, thought that they had a chance to. Oh boy, come on now, it'll stop you in your tracks there. But this is a team that thought they had a chance to win a Super Bowl or play for a Super Bowl or compete for an AFC championship, Clint, and that tight end room was ridiculous, and it has to get better because it wasn't just from a production of catching the ball and getting yards, but it was from also they couldn't block consistently. They couldn't be an asset consistently in the passing game, and it's not all just on them, but there is no way it could be that bad again. We've talked a lot about the offensive line, Clint, but that group also. Just it's almost a miracle that they did some of the things they did when you look at the O-line and the tight end room to where it was. It was below average.
Yeah, look, we've spent a lot of time talking about the offensive coordinator, talking about the offensive line, talking about the offensive line coach. We spent a lot, and look, I think one area that maybe isn't as obvious or as forefront as some of the others is the tight end room. I mean, you're talking about somebody that's going to impact the run game and the pass game and the pass protecting game. And if you look at the way this thing is wired, you just heard from D'Amico Ryans. The second-year tight end at Ohio State that hadn't played a ton of tight end before he got here is obviously opening eyes. I look at Cade Stover at practice, and Cade Stover's he seems to have that it factor. He seems to have that guy that can do a little bit of it all. He's got the dog, get him to that he wants to block, he wants to be good, he wants to attack, he wants to be physical, and then he has the athletic ability. I probably didn't give him the credit that he deserves from that athletic ability standpoint. He looks like a bulkier, bigger, kind of stiffer, physical tight end that wants to put his hand in the dirt, but the reality is he moves a lot smoother than I gave him credit for. So the rookie, we can say, hey, he obviously is going to take a step. We just heard D'Amico talking about it. Clearly, your $12 million a year guy, Dalton Schultz, needs to be better as well. But let's talk about the tight end room in general helping this team, this offense get better and improve. Nick Caserio knows tight ends. I don't know what Nick Caselio's going to be in terms of a play caller. I don't know how he's going to design things. I don't know if he's going to adjust well. I have no idea. As I've said before, that is an extremely elite skill set as a play caller to be able to do those things. I don't know where he's going to land. But, damn it, he knows tight ends. When it comes to the mechanics and the techniques of playing the position, talking about pass protecting, or we're talking about run blocking, if Nick Caselio don't know the ins and outs and what works and what doesn't work and knows how to push the buttons of these players from that perspective, then we got the wrong guy calling plays. That's for damn sure. And then when we talk about it, we've talked a lot about, hey, how do you play to the strengths of certain players? I don't know if Nick Caselio can do that with 11 guys on the offense. But I am convinced that he knows how to use a damn tight end the right way.
He should.
Absolutely.
That's what he has coached.
Absolutely, man. So that is a spot. The tight end group is a spot, and the tight end overall production is a spot where they're going to be on the field 95% of the time. And no matter what play is called, they're probably going to be at the point of attack. They're probably going to be an option to catch a pass. They're probably going to be involved in pass protection. And so this is where the Texans can get significantly better, and that's a tight end position.
And what's a fair expectation from that position group? Like we're not going out there thinking you're going to be, Matt LaPorta and what the Lions have and Kittle and what the Niners have had. But what's a fair?
I think we've got to look at this tight end room, Ron, individually. To me, I mean, because what's fair in my opinion right now, fair from an expectation standpoint is, I expect you not to be the highlight of why we're getting our ass kicked inside. Right, like pass protection wise, when you mention how bad the pass protection was in Houston last year, I immediately think of Dalton Schultz. And there was a lot of bad offensive line too. Yeah. I immediately think of Dalton. Like, that can't be the case. Like, you can't be versus the pressure. Number two, you look at Dalton Schultz. Like, Dalton Schultz has to be the safety net, the safety valve for C.J. Stroud, along with Christian Kirk. He has to be an impact player in the pass game. It's why you paid him $12 million, right? And then you look at Cade Stover, and Cade Stover, again, to me, just the overall player of, hey, you're young, can you take the next step and impact the game and produce? Right? We don't have to be talking about all-pro. We don't have to be talking about, boy, how great this guy is. Just be a guy that sticks around all year long and makes plays consistently, whether it's run game blocking, pass protecting, or catching a rock. Just show that year two you're better than year one and you're making progress.
Yeah. That is obviously one place that they can definitely improve. All right, Shams Charania, the number one NBA insider in the game, he spoke about that man again. He spoke about Kevin Durant. He included the Houston Rockets, and he included a timetable when he sees the Kevin Durant situation could be completed. You don't want to miss what he had to say as we continue here live. Stop 11, Cajun Craven, get your ass on down here and get you some bugs and have you a beer. He just had him a nice ice cold one. They got everything you need. Get on down here, and as we said, coming up, you got a chance to win $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll continue all of that right here live on The Drive. But guys out there, Clayton Holmes, man, they've got this.
from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Make some noise in the building. There we go. There we go, our final stop.
We get a chance to party.
My man right here, he's got the prize in the building right there, man. That got him. That's the one bug you can't touch right there.
That's right.
There it is. But we're having fun, man. Our final stop, and we're throwing a little party here at the Cage and Craven. Come on out and hang out and have a good time with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. I've just dug into some of these oysters. Very delicious. Enjoying it, and I'm seeing the bugs rolling around.
Oh, you with the raw oyster right?
Yeah, I kicked it off. Kicked it off.
You trying to get it to slide through you, ain't you?
Kicked it out. Yeah.
Oh, no cracker?
I'm trying to stay away from that.
No, I'm talking about you, Tyler. I'm talking about what these crackers over here eat.
Yeah. That's what the whites used to do.
I mean, he was loaded and ready for it. As soon as he heard it, I almost felt like you text him and get ready for this.
Get ready.
But no, coming up again, if you're in the building, our first drawing will be coming up as soon as this segment ends. You got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're going to do that once every single hour. First time coming up here in the 2 o'clock hour. So make your way on out here. As I said, we're here till 6 o'clock. The bugs apparently are the best in Pearland, so you might want to get out here and get these things ordered. And as Clint said, hey man, they got stuff on the table.
Yeah, I mean they got the tables covered, so they pour them crawfish out there, and then when you get done, they just wrap it all up in plastic and carry it out back.
That is a sexy presentation right there.
It's just it. When you walk in and that's how they're doing it, it would be a crying shame. I hadn't tested them yet. It's coming. I hadn't tested them yet, but boy, they got to be doing it right with that right there.
You got to be. So come on out and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. All right. I'm going to tell you this right now, fellas. I'm not going to be able to take it. I understand people have their own opinions, and I respect it. But I'm not going. I'm just telling you. I'm giving you fair warning and the people that if the Rockets make a move to get Kevin Durant here, and it does not involve giving up guys like Şengün and Amin Thompson, and getting upset and complaining and crying, I'm not going to be able to handle it. I'm not going to be able to. I'm gonna lash out, or I'm gonna have to go take walks in between breaks so that I don't lose my mind. And sometimes that doesn't work anyway, and I'm gonna lose it because you're on the cusp, and that is the type of player that you need. All of a sudden, the guy that completely turned the Olympics around when he stepped on the court for Team USA, and the guy who scored 27 a game in 60 games last year, people believe is washed and can't fill the void of what the Rockets need. So I'm just going to lose my mind if there's a complaint. Now, if they go in a different direction, that's fine. But if there are going to be people pissed off that Kevin Durant has now been added to this team, and you didn't have to give up Şengün or you didn't have to give up Amin Thompson, like that's going to be hard for me to accept.
I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. Right now,
I won't be.
Well, no. I mean, I don't think you're going to have a problem. Now, I don't think what you just laid out there is going to be a problem for you. Look, right now, you sit here and it's I don't want Kevin Durant because everybody thinks Giannis is available. I don't want Kevin Durant because maybe this guy or that guy is available, right? The reality of it is once he becomes yours, once you wrap your head around, man, you got Kevin. Last year, the one thing you needed desperately was the ability to a guy that could go get a bucket, a guy that was a difference maker night in, night out. Not sometimes, not a roll of the dice on the offensive end of the floor, but a guy that was a game changer night in, night out. As you said, could give you 27 on any given night. Scores still in the game. Average. That is, once you realize as a Rockets fan, whether you love or hate Kevin Durant's irrelevant, once you realize you got that guy on your team, along with the defense that we saw last year, along with Ime Udoka, the culture, everything that was built over the last couple of years, hey, man, I don't think you're going to have a problem. I think everybody's going to be A-okay with it.
I hope so. The first text I see right now, hey, Ron, you know what you can do. You can suck it. KD is not KD anymore. Telling you, man, when I was reading some of those texts, I wanted you and Tyler to line up and take turns kicking me in the nuts.
No,
That's what I wanted. I felt would have made me feel better in reading some of the psychotic texts.
Here's what we need to do. Those individuals on the text line, you're going to have to identify yourself.
Is Steph Curry, is he washed? Is he?
No.
I mean, come on, man.
No.
Like, what is this?
No, I mean, but no. Here's what we need you to do. What does? Let's say it happens. All right. What does Kevin Durant need to do for you? If Kevin Durant shows up and he's a 25 to 27 point a game guy and he can still get it on the offensive end of the court, maybe the defense isn't what we're used to in Houston because we've got a bunch of guys out there that they're defensive specialists, right? To make you happy, what does Kevin Durant have to do to move out of that he's washed or let's just say he's worth it?
I don't know.
Like
this feels like
we don't have anything to shoot. Much less a player that can go out there and he may give you 38 one night, but you might get 7 the rest of the way. I'm talking about a guy that we don't even have the dead eye shooting that can relieve some of the pressure from an interior presence, right? You don't, much less a scorer like Kevin Durant. So I just wonder, I feel like the Rockets are in a really good place, and I am stoked about the future.
Even more. Here's Shams from ESPN. He was on Pat McAfee earlier today. This is where he is saying the KD sweepstakes, and not just the sweepstakes, but the timing of it. This is what Shams had to say earlier today.
You said a week. I think it could be even sooner than that.
What?
I think there's some motivation with some teams, potentially even sooner than 7 days. Maybe in the next few days we could get some Kevin Durant trade action. There is some serious traction on conversations, on trade scenarios with the Suns. They've had about 6 to 8 teams reach out. There's been interest. There's been some offers. There's been some negotiations. But really in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams. And here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams.
He said the next couple days, potentially, we could have this Kevin Durant thing. And he spoke of the 3 teams. He said the Rockets, the Timberwolves, and the Heat. One of those teams can give the absolute best package. Now, if the Spurs were in this would be a little bit more that they could, a little closer package that they could give for what the Rockets do.
Deluxe nut package.
Thank you, Romeo. But when it's the Heat and the Timberwolves, the Rockets clearly have the best potential package, and it don't even have to be their best one that they could put forth over those 2 teams. And to think this could happen, Shams, in a week? In less than a week? Like, this is. I thought maybe after the season ended, but he's talking about maybe in the next couple of days we could see. And this is not a guy that's just coming up with stuff.
We can get us a good week's worth of segments out of a KD trade this time of year, can't we? Hell yeah, come on.
Again, I understand if maybe you would want Giannis, or to be honest, I have said it from the jump, Devin Booker to me would be my number 1 pick with his age to kind of grow with this group, and it's a little bit more long-term. But, man, if you're going to tell me you roll out there and you got some sort of a lineup of Fred and Tari Eason and Kevin and Şengün out there and Amen Thompson with whoever, maybe Reed Shepard's on the bench, Jabari Smith, I would assume at least one of those would probably be included in the trade.
Look,
Jalen, I'm sorry. It's let's go time. We're competing in the West, and y'all want to run them back.
I had serious
Jabari Smith.
I had serious commitment issues until I was about 43, and so I prefer the short-term stuff. I don't want to commit to anybody for you. I'm in hook, line, and sinker. I got 2 little girls. I ain't going nowhere. But other than that, I don't want to commit to nobody for 6 years.
Yeah,
I don't want. I'll give me KD for a couple years. Let's see if it works, and if it doesn't, get the hell up out of here. Let's see if we can't go get another superstar to plug in. Let's see if one of the guys that we have now kind of grows into something that's bigger and better than they are right now, or maybe we see them growing. I am 100% in on a short-term 1 or 2 year deal with Kevin Durant. Let's see what they can do with this team.
Hey, if Jalen or Jabari or Reed, or really, if any of those guys go on up over the next 10 years and become Tyrese Halliburton or Shea, hey, I got to tip my cap. All right, I got to. But those guys are not holding me back.
I bet a lot of guys.
I bet a whole lot of money that they wouldn't. But those guys are not holding me. Now, I will admit, I didn't know Shea was going to be this.
Well, that's fine. I bet a lot of coaches, a lot of GMs have lost jobs going, well, I don't want to move this guy because he might be this, or that. Hey, I don't fault right now, right where we are. I don't give a damn what a Jalen Green trade looks like in 2 years. Don't care. Right now, it makes perfect sense for this team, right? And you look at Jabari Smith. I mean, I don't want to lose Jabari Smith. I really like Jabari Smith.
I love him. I think
more
he'd
than
be
most.
A super role player.
But Jabari Smith, right now, knowing what we know, if you've got to move him to give your organization a title contender, I got to move him.
Oh, my God. Could you think about the blend of defense and offense you got there? I mean, Amen Thompson could just do whatever he wants. I mean, look at the size out there. Thompson and that alien KD is oh my God, jeez. Oh,
you all right over here?
I'm trying. I'll be honest with you. As a LeBron fan, this makes me incredibly nervous.
Sounds like you just made a mess.
That group that you can put together, but y'all want to run it back. Y'all want to give Jalen another world.
Nah, you talking to a couple of more trolls on that text line. You better be careful.
Amen and Shagun have shown some. Hey, they may have something there that I might want to chill on. Hey, man, I can't say, no, man, I ain't going to trade for KD because of a role player, of a three-point shooter who couldn't get on the floor last year for a team that desperately needs shooting. Like, I can't – that ain't holding me up. All right, coming up, we haven't discussed, to me, very much. You brought it up a little bit, but I don't think we've discussed, Clint, very much of a lot of the – I don't know, maybe one of the biggest differences we got to see out of OTAs and mandatory minicamp. I think we should go ahead and do that coming up next. And we'll do that as we continue live right here at the Cajun Craven. Come on out, have a good time with us as the drive continues to roll on. But before we do that, guys, I've told you a lot about the men's clinic and their success rate.
Selection varies by location.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live back at it, there you go. Congratulations to Nancy, our first winner. We're going to be hooking somebody up with a $25 gift card each and every hour. Next one coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, which we are currently in. So come hang out. We are live here from the Cage and Craven. This is our final stop on our 610 Crawfish Circuit. So come hang out with us. We got a crowd here, but I see people on them bugs right now. We got a crowd here, but there is still room for you to get in here and get you some bugs, get you some. I'm telling you, they got it all. The oysters were fantastic. I see our guy Aaron. He looks like he's got him a po' boy. That looks like shrimp right there. Yeah, it's all looking good. The catfish that Nancy had earlier. I was
over here. Catfish Nancy. She done came here and had her hella catfish, and she done won that $25
$25 bucks. Well, I'm telling you, man.
They got us over here right next to the kitchen, man. Everything that comes out of here, I can smell it. I can damn near taste it. I'm telling you, man. I want to know how I can get on the wall. I want a picture on the wall.
I'm telling you.
I got a couple empty spots up there above that walkway, too.
Yeah. I see it. Yeah. I would only take it if Tyler was a part of it.
Well, that's sweet of you.
I appreciate that, but I don't believe you, brother.
I'm just going to be. I'm going to go ahead and be honest with you.
What are you talking about? You don't believe me.
You're lying through your teeth, bro.
I am not lying through my teeth.
I'll take it and tell you about it Monday.
At least you're being honest with me, Clint.
Yeah,
I would put my foot down. I'll put my foot down
Freaking
and say not taking it unless Tyler's in it. And then maybe I just slide Aaron in and just kind of try to make it like he is Tyler.
Big ding-a-ling in there.
I mean, just to have representation for it right there. No, but no, it's a good time out here that we're having. So make your way on out here as we enjoy things. Clint, we've been at mandatory minicamp this week, OTAs the previous couple of weeks, and obviously that'll be it until training camp starts up. And we've watched a lot of things. I think our minds and our eyes a lot early was on, what's going on with C.J. Stroud? He's not throwing the football. Then I think we were moving over and looking at the offensive line a lot to see what's the combinations and what we're looking at there. Will Anderson forced us to look at it. There's a lot of different things that we've been looking at. And I don't think we've talked about, for me, like the biggest difference that we've seen out there. And that is, to me, is DeMeco Ryans is a lot more involved on this offense. And I know we've kind of talked about, I believe a couple of Fridays, at one of our stops, we were talking about how much he should be involved in this thing. But I'm going to tell you what, Clint, I don't know if you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. DeMeco is not just standing and watching the offense. Like, he's literally left individual. He will literally leave the defensive side of the field and will stand and be over there and be involved in different groups. We watched him really be with the offensive line at one point, and he is not just watching, but there's a clear difference from what he has done the previous 2 years and how much he's involved in the offense, which I think is a great thing for this team.
Yeah, look, I've said it all along in this offseason, man. It was, I think the at the end of the day, the one guy that's got to get it right is DeMeco Ryans.
You said that.
Right? I mean, sure, when it comes to making adjustments at halftime and designing this offense that really highlights the best players on the offense, sure, whatever. Getting the best out of C.J. Stroud, that's Nick Caserio, that's some of the offensive coaches, Gerard Johnson, okay. But what Houston needs desperately on the offensive side of the football is there needs to be a standard offensively, a certain level of physicality that if you're not playing with that, if you're not practicing on a daily basis with that level of physicality, practice start over. You need to be held accountable, right? And the only way, to me, the only way to make that happen is if DeMeco Ryans does it. You don't. This is the reality of the situation. Is you can't you can't force guys to do something they're not capable of doing. I don't believe that Nick Caserio is capable of putting his foot down and starting, putting his foot down on C.J. Stroud and Dalton Schultz and all these other guys, Nico Collins, all these other guys. I think the guy that has to do that is D'Amico Ryans. And if D'Amico Ryans does that, if he sets the standard and doesn't accept anything less, whether that's the physicality at practice, showing up to practice, the communication, like you start an offensive drill, let's say a blitz pickup drill.
Yeah.
And the offensive line is having a hard time communicating, or now CJ's having a hard time communicating. It's real easy to go through a drill and spend 10 to 15 minutes and have a terrible drill one day. And Nick Caserio and Ben McDaniel and all these guys don't drive John. They don't have the power to go, no. We're changing the whole damn practice schedule. We're starting this thing over. Right? They don't have the ability to do that. One guy does. Right? And that guy's D'Amico Ryans. And I love the fact that D'Amico is turning his back to the defense and watching what's going on in offense, in O-line mechanics and technique work, individual drills. He's down there watching them. I love that in inside run.
He is down there. I mean,
there's no
down
doubt
there.
I mean, he's 20 yards on this side of the field. In inside run, where it's all out your pad level, your physicality, your communication, your running backs getting downhill. He's over there watching those two. I think that is huge. I said it 2-3 months ago. I think he has to have. What we're talking about right now is on D'Amico Ryans. If your offense is soft and can't communicate, it ain't Nick Caselio's fault. It's D'Amico Ryans' fault. And so D'Amico's got to get that right.
Why is it D'Amico's fault?
The offense?
When you say, like,
because nobody else has the power. Nobody else has the power. Sure, you can in the meeting room on a regular basis. Cole Popovich should be able to hold his offensive line a little bit more accountable than he was when Laramie Tunsil was there. Like we said before, as a fan, when I watched certain offensive linemen be told to run laps in training camp because they false started, and then Laramie Tunsil takes his ass out there and leads the league in false starts, nobody had Laramie running. Hell, Laramie wasn't even there, right? Like Cole Popovich don't.
We sit on that sideline. I can't wait.
I couldn't
to see him 78 jumps.
Man, I couldn't wait for Laramie Tunsil to practice to see if he would run a lap.
Man, Kenyon Green was out there running up his.
He lost 15 to. He weighed in on Monday. He was light.
Man, he had an extra 500 calories burned on his watch.
But the reality of it is, like what Trent Brown. When Trent Brown comes back, you think Trent Brown and Cam Robinson? You think Nick Caselio's going to stop practice and change his schedule 10 minutes and say, "No, y'all all run y'all a damn lap." I just don't believe that's the one. And at the end of the day, if they don't, you can fire them. D'Amico ain't going nowhere. Like D'Amico is the one that's got the. He can't decide. Are we going to be a gap scheme? He can't decide necessarily if we're other than hiring the guys. He can't decide whether we're going to look like Tampa Bay. I mean, whether we're going to look like New England or we're going to look like San Francisco. He can't necessarily. He can damn sure decide whether we're going to allow guys to go through the motions at practice and not communicate well and not be physical and not have the correct pad level, and we're just going to breeze through periods and then wonder why it doesn't work on Sunday. He can damn sure fix that.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, like I think if you hire Nick Caselio may one day be that guy. Gerard Johnson may one day be that. Like I believe if Chip Kelly, I'll use that because Chip Kelly's the guy that moved. If Chip Kelly was an offensive coordinator like in Las Vegas right now, I think Chip Kelly could say, "Hey, coach, hang on a second. We got to start this thing over, man. Hey, this is unacceptable." Right? There's certain guys that are long enough in the tooth, certain guys that are alphas enough, certain guys that have that level of pull can get it done. I just don't know that you have that guy on the offensive side of the football right now in Houston, and so I think it's D'Amico's. And I think it's when you talk about like long-time job security for D'Amico, it's in his best interest.
It's just a different feel when the big dude is there watching.
No question.
Like and you can see the defense has a certain way they go about things. And now, like I remember sitting there when he wasn't, because I would say D'Amico has been more of a from afar watching. I'm not saying he didn't. He just said, "Hey, man, walk away, man. You do the defense." I'll be honest with you. I've watched in practices just not even just. Hey, man, Spags, that's all you. I've watched him like. I'm not even going to say that D'Amico's been like that. D'Amico is from afar, but you can tell, like, he's letting Bobby Slowick the tyrant, do his thing. Right? He's letting him do his thing. Now it is not just that he is studying or watching from afar. He is in it. He is in the thing. And I remember we sitting here watching him with the offensive line, and I said, hey, man, that's going to make you pick up your intensity.
Come on.
That's going to make you pick up what you're doing over there. That's going to make you, lock in and focus even more because he's sitting there watching you, not just from afar, but on top of you. And I think that offense needs a little bit of that.
No question the offense needs a little bit of a lot.
And Nick Caserio needs a little bit of that, too, that assistance from the dude from
They all need a lot of it, not just a little bit. They need a lot of it. But but that's where DeMeco Ryans is in his career as a head coach as well, in my opinion. Look, you come in, and I said this, when you come in and you hire DeMeco Ryans, you better have one of the top defenses in the league. I think DeMeco has done more with less the first year, and he has now built something to where they're going to have a top defense. Like I think that is exactly what you expected and should have demanded out of DeMeco Ryans as a head coach the first couple of years. Okay, he's done it. The next step for that defensive-minded head coach is to make sure at the very least your offense has the right mentality. I want my offense, I want my entire team to have that swarm mentality, the physicality that goes with it, drive violently. You can apply that to offensive football as well. And I think that's what that part of Houston Texans football can't be dependent on who the OC is. That part of Houston Texans offensive football has to be the identity of DeMeco Ryans. I don't know if we're going to run inside zone, outside zone, gap scheme. I don't know if we're going to pin and pull. I don't know what we're going to do. But, damn it, we're going to do it violently. Yeah. We're going to do it with everything we got. And that is on DeMeco.
Text line coming in. Ron, if it's all on DeMeco, what the hell is the OC getting paid for? I don't think Clint is saying it's all on DeMeco. I think what Clint is saying is, and what I've said is, he damn sure. Listen, when you make the decision, hey man, I'm gonna go ahead and let go of the guy who for the last 2 years was one of the hottest head coach candidates out there that we paid more money to keep. A guy that helped C.J. Stroud be a top 8 MVP finisher in year one, and as you said, conduct one of the best quarterback seasons you've ever seen. A guy lead the NFL in passing yards per game and throw 5 interceptions. That guy helped you lead that, and then back-to-back playoff wins. A guy that helped your offense and your team get to the playoffs where a rash of injuries to important pieces, an awful offensive line to work with, an awful tight end group to work with, injuries all over the place. When you fire that guy because you want to, and it's clear things like, as you said, physicality, that's the problem, that is going to fall on you. You fired that guy. That is going to fall on you. So not all of it, but it is going to much of it. If the offense don't work, it's going to not be looking at Nick Caserio as much as it's going to be looking at DeMeco Ryans.
You can't conduct business like that. You can, if you're a defensive-minded head coach, you can't let your offensive identity down to the foundation, the core principles of playing the game of physicality and communication and togetherness. Like, you can't let that depend on year in, year out be dictated by the next offensive coordinator that you brought in. Like, that just can't be. It's not about what's the offensive coordinator getting paid for. Look, if the offensive coordinator, you bring him in here, if he is worth a damn, then you keep him around. If he's really good, then you turn the reins over, and DeMeco Ryans says, I ain't got to worry about the offense. But you don't do that blindly. He did it blindly once to a guy that he had been in the damn same meeting room with for 3 or 4 years. It was considered his brother, and it didn't work out, right? Whatever the communication, that whatever was going on was unacceptable enough to where they fired him. Like that. It's not about what's the offensive line coach or the offensive coordinator getting paid for. It's about DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, is trying to win a Super Bowl, can't consistently let what might be a turnstile at the offensive coordinator position be like, you got to lessen that impact. You can't depend on that guy to create the foundation, the physicality, and the ability to communicate, and the importance placed on all of the above can't be determined by it before. That's the point. It's not about what does a guy get paid for. Look, if he doesn't do whatever he's getting paid, if he doesn't pull his weight, then you fire him and get him up out of here.
And Texter, don't pretend like you don't know how this thing goes. Hell yeah, the head coach is going to get it. You know, the head coach, that's it. The head coach, the quarterback is going to get it. All right? Shoot, man. I don't mean to bring it up, but with Clint, you know when you had that tough moment, wasn't nobody looking at your offensive lineman that stepped on your foot that caused it to happen? They're looking at the quarterback gets it.
Yeah.
And just like if this team gets to an AFC championship game, D'Amico's going to get all the credit. They ain't going to be talking about Nick Caserio as much. Yep. He gonna get the credit.
Well, and if Nick the key here is if Nick Caserio doesn't end up being great, which I've said it multiple times, like that's a hard ass job. It is extremely rare to be that elite at play calling and game planning and all that. Like it's. I mean, the odds are it's not going to be. It ain't going to be. He ain't going to be the next great play caller. I hope he is, but the odds are he's not. Like. You're going to go through a couple of offensive coordinators, and then all of a sudden everybody's going to be looking at D'Amico like, hey, man, are you just one of these, hey, we'll win this division, like Bill O'Brien, win the division and win maybe a playoff game? Or are we just going to be that? Are we ever going to truly threaten?
Oh, you damn sure going to go through a couple. If the first one didn't work, what the first one didn't work, you're going to probably go through a couple.
D'Amico, the head coach, can significantly help the Nick Casey's of the world and help this hire or the next hire. He can help those guys be successful because he's the oval of striking fear in guys ultimately. I know D'Amico Ryan's not a coach with fear guy.
His presence is powerful,
right? And so yeah, that to me that's just that's the point. It's not about whether Nick Caserio works or doesn't work or what he's getting paid for. It's, hey man, you've got a head coach that has the ability to connect with all players, not just defensive players, but to connect and hold guys accountable on a crazy level. Like, why? I mean, he's nuts if he doesn't apply it to the offensive side of the football. And the point of the whole conversation, Ron, is that he's doing that.
Yeah. Coming up, I don't want to tell you how to feel, but I do think, based off what we've watched and what we've seen, there's one of the biggest questions going into this season, Clint, that I feel a lot better about when it comes to the Texans. Damn, that's a good-ass tease, Tyler. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
Our guy Clint is a big fan of the Nick Chubb signing for the Texans.
I love the organization making this kind of statement of we're trying to get to a place where we've never been before, and one place where we can improve is our back.
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there it is. Welcome back as it is a party happening on our final. This should be our final stop here on our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, which brings us here to the Cage and Craven. Come on out here, make your way here, and how about it? Give a hand. They have made it to all 11. Right here, stand up. Stand up now. They've made it to all 11. Come on, Shannon, Steve. They've made it to all 11 stops. All 11 stops. They brought balloons. They drove an hour and a half today to get here to this one. So we appreciate them riding with us all the way through. Right.
That's the only two people that made all 11 of them.
Only ones. Yep, we didn't.
You missed one. I missed one. Tyler missed a couple.
I'm on the show and I didn't even make one.
You know what I meant, T. You missed a Friday.
Tyler has been to every has produced every one of them. That's right. Tyler has produced every one of them.
No, he has not.
Oh, you missed one?
He missed a Friday. Hell yeah. Yeah,
Damn it.
Rubin and Tyler, where'd
you
go?
Yeah, he went to Cayman.
The old Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
That's right. So, Yep, Steve and Shannon, the only ones. They've been to every one of them. Shout out to our Bud Light girls as well as they're walking around and taking care of you also. Hey, there goes Reggie. Reggie from In the Loop is in the building, so stop by and say hello. By the way, I'm a little disappointed, man. Tyler at 3:30 and Clint has not even ordered any bugs yet.
The hell's going on?
I don't know, man.
We've been chit-chatting, man. We got some folks here. We got some listeners here, man. We got some friends here, so we've been breaking bread, man. When I order them bugs, it's kind of like in that gym. I ain't wiping down no benches.
Yeah, you get into a zone there.
I'm in here eating crawfish. I'm in here. I got one thing on my mind.
It's that Guy Fieri hunch, and he's going at it.
Chit-chatting. I got to eat, man.
There you go. All right, but it's a good time. Come on down.
That too.
Our next giveaway comes up here at the bottom of this hour. So if you have not signed up and put your name in our raffle box, you can do so right now to have a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All right, Clint, I wanted to say, and I'm interested to see how you feel about it. I feel a lot better about the Titus Howard situation than I did going into the year. Now, I will still say I believe he is obviously a better tackle than he is a guard. You paid him as a top 5 at that time, right tackle. I would have rather them gone and got a guy who has played the position and had some real success at a guard. But they went a different direction. And I will say Now we've really seen him up close. Being in that bubble, we could really get close to him and see him. There is no question. Titus Howard has transformed his body to where he looks a lot more like a guard. He is big, and it's right in the chest, in the midsection area. He looks like he is ready to hold up to the physicality from the inside. And I feel a lot better. He's been at that right guard spot the whole way. And just his commitment to that. And by the way, you gotta give Titus Howard some credit for that. I mean, and I think a lot of this also comes from the trust in D'Amico. Like, not everybody's doing that, Clint. And not everybody is just jumping in. Like, they may go over and play guard because they got to. But he went in, and you can tell Titus Howard was let known early in the offseason what the plans was for him. And then he went in position and got himself in a position to be able to play that position, and he has changed his body. So I give him a lot of credit. And with that, I do feel a lot better about him in that position because he's already started the commitment in the offseason to put himself in the best position possible to play guard.
Well, I mean, look, the simple fact that Titus Howard's willing to play guard from jump, because like you said, clearly there was a conversation had, and he is a right guard, which, by the way, I've liked him more at guard than most people have, and the thought of putting him at right guard after them seeing him play on both sides of the ball, I think is the best way to go. I paid as a top right tackle. So, I don't know that he really gives a rip at this point in time.
Well, some people looking for that next one, though.
Yeah, no. I'm sure, to hear him tell it, he still believes he's a right tackle. But at the end of the day, this is a really good situation to be in Houston. There's a lot of good going on. And if the professionals that you trust are telling you, hey, man, you would be better off at a guard position, look, I mean,
or at least better for us.
Yeah, but I do wonder with all of the change that went on. I do wonder if it's better for us, or do they just think he's a better guard than he is a tackle? I mean, I don't think that. I still think he was a better right tackle. But if Cole Popovich has seen a lot of football, he's been with some great offensive line coaches. He's seen Titus Howard play a lot, and this strikes me more of instead of, hey, man, I know you're a better tackle, but we want to play you at guard. This strikes me as we think you're more natural position if you change your body a little bit, gain a little weight, you built a little different, you work the off season and playing a little bit lower and doing guard-specific things. We feel like you could be a better guard than tackle, and you could be more valuable
it's
at guard.
A fair thought because theoretically they could have gotten a Cam Robinson type that plays guard.
Well,
you know what I mean? They could have done that.
Money that was already spent on Titus Howard, tackle money that was already spent on Titus Howard. You could have moved him to left tackle, and I think you'd have been A-okay. You'd have been fine. But the reality of it is, and it would shock me at all if they don't think that he's a better guard. Is he better on the right side of the football? Is he a better guard than tackle? I mean, I think that it's not far-fetched, if you know what I mean. So
watching him in camp, are you feeling better about the Titus? We haven't seen a lot. Obviously, we haven't seen him hit.
There's nothing in camp that swung me either direction. I've just, as I said, I've always felt better about Titus at guard than most people have. Hadn't always felt great, but I felt better, and I'm very aware of how difficult it is to go in camp and play part of the season, and everything you do from your diet to how you play the game is geared towards playing tackle, a much more athletic, upright position, and then you're asked to go play guard. That is a crazy different position to play, and so I'm aware of how difficult that would be at guard when you've been prepping to play tackle and you're built to play tackle. You're at a disadvantage at guard. I'm aware that he's changed some things, and that will no longer be a disadvantage at the guard position. So I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be good.
Yeah, I do. I just looking at him and his size and I feel a lot better about that position.
And to your point, I think overall was more of a tip of the cap of a guy doing what he's done, obviously committing to playing guard after making it very obvious that he wanted to play tackle over the last handful of years. And
I mean, Clint, and I got to give some credit to D'Amico. Hell, you cold to it of what Larry Allen told Bill Parcells what he wasn't going to do. Right? And to have a guy completely change where his money could be impacted in this thing, like he could get paid after this year where his money could be impacted in this thing. Right guards make less than tackles. Like we know that. He's still under 30. They make less than tackles. So shout out to Titus Howard for really committing to this process. All right, as we continue, I think our first information about Isaac Paredes, I think we're getting our first information about him and that injury he had. We'll let you know what that is coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Low T Center. Look, I mean, fellas, it's not if, it's when. And by the way, ladies out there, you got a lot of men in your life that
Fun can't lose at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we are live here, Cage and Craven. There you go. Remember, if you're in the building, as soon as this segment ends, we will hook somebody else up with our second winner of a Academy Sports and Outdoors $25 gift card. If you have not signed up, you may want to do that right now. We're hooking somebody up with one each and every hour. The next one comes up as soon as this segment is over. So stay tuned for that. If you're on the way or you're in the building, you might want to fill things out. I've walked around. I've heard good things about the bugs. My man here said a little kick to it, a little spice to it, but I've heard some good things about the bugs, and we'll get I'm sure a full review from our mud bugs connoisseur, he has been taking down that cold beer though.
Man, it just I mean, all my beer drinkers out there, I know that I know that people that don't drink beers like, nah, what the hell are you talking about? Look, if you don't drink beer, then you're at this conversation's not for you. Sit this one out. If you're a beer drinker, beer always, a good cold beer always tastes good. There's certain times when you have that first drink of beer, and it's just, especially if you got the thing fully dressed with some lime and salt on it, it goes down. You're like, yeah, it's one of them days. It's got a real chance.
One of those you didn't know you needed it that much.
I mean, it is just just refreshing, Chief. It is just. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that anything. This is weird, but after you mow a yard in the hot sun.
Somebody didn't yell, come on.
I'm telling you, that first guzzle of cold beer is just so refreshing. You would think that you think it was like the first Gatorade that was ever drank or something. I mean, it is tremendous, man. So I ain't quite there, but I'm going to tell you.
Text line, YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610. What else? What other activity when you complete is that cold beer when it goes down? It is as Clint said, the first Gatorade ever invented.
I'm going to tell
Clint said cutting the grass.
If you're push mowing a yard in Baytown, Texas, or anywhere around these parts, but I'm going to go Baytown, Texas because it's my roots. When you get done, you walk in that garage and you put that mower up. I don't even rinse mine off. I'll be honest with you. My wife gets mad because I get grass everywhere. I don't even rinse mine off. And you turn around that little fridge that somebody gave you about 2 years ago. And you got a cold one like old lone soldier over there in that fridge.
Yeah.
Whew. I'm gonna tell you now. I go to Cabo and I get down on that pool, that first drink in that pool.
Get you an old fashioned.
Now that may be some frozen. That may be more of a margarita or a
first frozen
mojito or something.
That first one I had.
I know.
Yeah, I mean that may be more but that first taste of that sip of that drink is pretty refreshing. But I'm gonna tell you, man, that cold beer. I've always been a cold beer guy.
At some Houstonians, well, not some. Maybe you don't have a lot of history with this. Maybe you go on road games, but when you go to a hot baseball game, an outdoor baseball game, when you pull up and maybe you do this, I don't know if you're doing this at your kid's game. Yeah, maybe you need to take a look at yourself if you're dragging a cooler around at your kid's game.
Easy, you talking about my family now.
I'm just saying, I got
about my kinfolk.
I'm going to tell you, I got an Uncle Durrell that drags his beer. Bud Light, to be honest with you, that drags it. I mean, we're at a family reunion in Washington, D.C., and I'm saying, how did you get a cooler out here? He don't fly because he want to drive, so he could do that. But when you go to a game and it's 85, 90, it's a hot one out there. That first one that goes down, boy, that is one of the moments where I'm like,
I can see that.
Now at the Daikin, you don't have to really deal with it.
Like I enjoy it there, but I don't like at a sporting event. I mean, I enjoy it, but it's not one of those where that first drink knocks me off my feet.
You hot, you sit down in that seat and you get that first one. Woo, that's it right there.
There's one Mexican food joint in Little Rock, Arkansas called Heights Taco and Tamale, where me and one of my partners used to sip tequila on the regular, and a little tequila rattler there does it for me. That first sip there, that's more. Is that nostalgia?
Yeah. That brings back the old memories. It's Park Street.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the taste of the tequila as it is the memory. But yeah, man, yeah.
That's not bad. Send them in. All right.
I don't encourage it for all you youngsters out there, and by any means. But if you do, so be it.
Somebody said maybe it's John Lopez. First beer when fishing. Jumps out. I ain't got a lot of experience.
The fishing that I've done, which is very minimal, considering I live on the bay, I'm a little embarrassed. The fishing that I've done typically is early AM. I'm not drinking in the AM hours. I'm not drinking in the AM hours.
I wish I could have said that last week.
Well, now, you were in Aruba on the beach. Now, that's a different deal. I can have me a Bloody Mary or something in a hurry, but I mean.
I'll be honest, I was in a hotel room.
You was preparing for something.
Hold on, baby.
If I was on a guy's trip, maybe in Vegas or something, I could make an exception. But I'm not going trout fishing. I'm not going trout fishing and getting up at 4:30 and being on the water. Ain't doing it. I'm not drinking. Period.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing it.
I probably would, but I hear you.
I got to take your word for it. Maybe an afternoon fish.
Yeah, maybe.
I tell you what. I don't know.
I would do it. I know Tyler would.
I don't think fishing's even in the. And now on that Guadalupe.
Bro.
Oh, now, hey, Tyler.
I would need it to fish.
Tyler.
You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. What up, Dirty?
Tyler, what about them days? What about them? That's about right. Most of us quit them days a while back, Tyler. You still living them.
Quitters.
Last week, Tyler.
Hey, what about them days? And I don't even know if it's still this way anymore because I'm more of sitting in the river than floating. But what about them days back in the day when you had about 10 or 12 of your partners and you go down there to float to Guadalupe? And you get old ice chest. Make sure you get the inner tube with the bottom in it.
Oh, you're taking me back
for the ice chest. Make sure you get the rope so you can tie it on there.
Oh yeah.
And you get that ice chest good and full, and you jump off in that cold water. And after the sun starts beating on you, and you reach to somebody, hey, throw me one of them pops.
Better have a Bluetooth speaker going.
Ooh, oh yeah, some Bluetooth. That was before they started giving tickets.
Still ain't never done this.
They started giving noise ordinance tickets on the river. That was when I knew. That's when I knew it was.
They tried to take
a beautiful thing was coming to an end.
Down by the river.
All right, thanks, Matt.
They were hiding in the trees. The cops were, with binoculars down there in the river. When they could hear your music from a ways away, they were looking to see who would put their hand on the volume button, and they gave that person a ticket.
Stop having fun down there.
Yeah. Tyler, you sounded like you were in a megaphone in the river.
Hell, if I don't get to have fun, none of y'all are. Well, ain't nobody having fun. I dare you touch that volume button. Real quick, the lineup is out. Jeremy Pena leads off. This will be interesting right here. Yainer Diaz in the 2-hole at catcher tonight, so I think we're getting a glimpse of something now. DH tonight is Jose Altuve, and that has been the spot that Isaac Paredes has been hitting in. He is not in the lineup. I'll give that away for you. Christian Walker, who Tyler put money on and then drug Clint to put money on, he is batting fourth, playing first. Jake Myers has moved up to the 5 spot in center field. Cam Smith in right. Jacob Melton in left. Dubon is playing third tonight. He is in as Paredes is out playing third, and then Rogers is playing second base tonight. So Isaac Paredes, who had the injury to the hamstring yesterday, the first kind of news that we have is just by obviously saying he's not in the lineup, and that means he's not going. Again, I don't know if, Tyler, you've seen anything. I have not yet that shows that he'll be out longer or anything like that, but we at least know, which is not a surprise at all, we at least know he is going to miss today's game with whatever that hamstring issue is. But Yainer Diaz in the 2 spot. Not surprised by the third base situation with Dubon. We talked about that in the first segment, but Yainer Diaz moves up to the 2 spot.
Yeah, you would think that there's some other guys that would probably fit that spot a little bit better, but I mean, give Yainer his swing well. He's coming around. Yeah, let's give him a shot.
Yeah, Christian Walker returns to the cleanup spot again.
There you go. Find a way to get Walker back in there.
which has been the worst spot for him to swing the bat at all year. But he finds his way in the cleanup spot, and again, Dubon playing third, which is interesting, or not interesting, makes sense. But you did bring that up earlier. Will be one to watch to see if Cam Smith in this time of however long he is out, if he gets some run at third base. That will be one to watch, because I don't think Dubon's just going to play there every day. I would imagine somebody else gets some run there. So that is the lineup. Paredes, if you just missed it, had the hamstring situation last night. He is not in the lineup today. And the top 5 there is Pena, Diaz catching tonight with Altuve, Walker, and Jake Myers in the 1 through 5 spot. So that is the latest there. As we continue coming up, as we're live here, do your thing. Come on out to the Cajun Craven. Get you some bugs. Get you some great seafood they have here. As we'll be here till 6 o'clock, and you got a good chance to have a good time here and to win some prizes, as we're about to hook somebody else up with a $25 gift card. What you got coming up at the 5?
Well, if you can't have a good time around these parts, hell, just stay your ass at home.
There you go.
Just, I mean, don't even bother coming out, man. If you can't come out here and have a good time, just bow this, sit this one out, man. I got a bone to pick with Tyler.
Oh, damn it!
I got a real bone to pick with Tyler. Yeah, bring the bone on, huh, Tyler? I've got.
I always do.
Got the. I can't even take this guy serious. There's one thing. D'Amico spoke about one position on this team that I think has a real chance to have a heavy impact on the improvement on the offensive side of the football. We'll talk about who that is, what position that is, and who that is specific, who and why that is specifically. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, the biggest mistake you can make if you're selling your home is to settle for less money than you should. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Buttery nipple.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you're ever injured in an accident, you know who to call, baby. 281-222-2222. We are down Pearland Way. Y'all come on through. It's 11th stop. Final, right? Final
stop.
Stop of the 610 Crawfish Circuit. Glad that we could get this thing back rolling again. We took a couple of breaks since it kind of fell by the wayside during like those COVID days, if you remember those. But glad we could crank this thing back up. We'd love to see you. Well, again, we're at Cage and Craven down Pearland Way.
This men's bathroom line's starting to load up here.
Yeah, we got somebody's either blowing up the men's bathroom or they've got it locked from the inside. Now you got to line up the women. So
I tried to get in that line to start that last break.
But once again, man, look here. When you got a line at the old restroom, that's my kind of place. That means we're drinking beer and eating bugs, baby. You better wash your hands before you touch it, fellas. I'm just gonna tell you that ain't no way to live.
Please
now.
Don't be nasty.
The Cajun Craven, 12141 Beamer Road. Come on through and hang out with us. The beer's cold, the bugs are hot, the bugs are boiling. Come on through. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as Bud Light, Budweiser for making it happen. I hadn't had the bugs yet, but there's a lot of them flying around. Everybody I'm making eye contact with says they're phenomenal. So I'm going to get some after I get this.
That's the best in Pearland.
Best in Pearland. With that, I'm going to tell you. Pearland. I can't speak for everybody out there, but Pearland does it right now. So they got plastic on the tables that they just roll the paper up and plastic up and throw it away when you get done. So that if that tells you anything. They know what the hell they're out with us. Also, make sure you download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Make sure you keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere that you go. I don't know. You may be conveniently. You can listen as well as we may give away $20,000 and a round trip to Vegas for 4. You never know. We did that this last year. So the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download that sucker and keep us on your hip. Tyler.
Yes, sir.
Got that bone to pick with you, man.
Well, go ahead and give it a try. I'll shut you down nice and easy.
No. Turn your attitude off now. I got to try to talk through this thing. We got to talk through this thing.
That's not really possible, but I'll give it a shot. Here we go.
We got to talk. Yes, ain't that the damn truth? That's what my wife tells me.
It's just who I am.
What are we doing betting on Christian Walker, man? What are we doing? What are we doing?
What were you doing, man?
Well, Bub, we've got the hottest man in baseball in Jeremy Pena. I mean, when it comes to having more than 1.5 bases in a baseball game, I don't know if there's anybody in baseball. Maybe Aaron Judge, maybe, I don't know. But hell, I'd take Pena over that because he legs out infield singles. I think he had 2 of them last year. But I mean, and then you look at Paredes. I mean, he's doing more than any third baseman in baseball going to last night. And for some reason, we decided we're going to bet on Christian Walker.
I had a bet on a Paredes home run, so that paid out pretty nice. But, yeah, the Walker bet, that sucked.
You didn't offer me that one. You dirty dog. That sucker paid out real nice.
Yeah, it was nice. But
I'm sitting there watching that game last night, hoping like hell Christian Walker does. And he, by the way, gets a single in the 8th. That didn't do me no good. I needed 1.5 bases total. I'm sitting there watching that game, and I'm watching Jeremy Pena and Paredes just chew up bases. I mean, just home runs and legging out singles and getting doubles, and I'm thinking, boy, the writing is on the wall, T. We ought to have a standing bet until you run out. We ought to have a standing bet on Pena.
They've reached that Jordan level. Remember, Jordan, anytime Tyler would see Jordan
over
1.5 bases.
I mean, we ought to. We ought to just every game, man. I mean, when was the last game he didn't have 2 bases? When was the last game he didn't get the over and 1.5 bases?
You might be onto something. I'll tell you this. I'm at the least. I'm done with these Walker bets because I just can't. I can't time them right. I mean, obviously he's had some games, but I haven't hit that bet once.
It's a tough one to time, Tyler, when it's 1 out of every 10 games.
Well, I'm okay with what I'm okay with the Walker bet from. It's the fact that we're not piling on Jeremy Pena and what came with Paredes. Now, when he hurt his hamstring as an Astros fan, I was like, damn, we lost Paredes. And then I was like, well, damn, I was planning on betting on him the rest of the way.
You make good points. I'm with you. I'll be better.
We lost the golden goose. Dang, I don't care if it's on your best bets or not. We're going with Jeremy Pena tonight, damn it. I am.
I'm going NBA Finals tonight for best bets.
No Stros?
No, I'm going to go NBA Finals.
Oh, man.
All the way.
You still tell me.
Oh, yeah.
All right. See how it is when you table the attitude and we can just have a little conversation, Tyler? See how productive
I'm coachable, man. I'm coachable.
That's it. That was good stuff. All right, the Texans, real quick, Ron. The Texans, man. There's several places we have made this point multiple times. There's several spots, and this is why I'm so confident in the Texans, is that there's so many spots where if they just take a step in the right direction, they can be significantly better at about 4 different spots. I don't know what Nick Caselio's going to be. I'm going to make sure I preface that in every conversation I have because that ultimately is the wild card here that matters. But there are a lot of positional topics and conversations that we can have where they're going to get better. But I heard D'Amico Ryans talking about Cade Stover, and that put me in a spot, Ron, where I was like, the offensive line is obviously glaring and has to get better. That's the number one spot. And nothing's gonna trump that. But I don't know that if we're just talking about one overall position group, other than the offensive line, because there's 5 of them jokers out there. I don't know that there's not a better place for this offense overall to improve, and I don't know that it's fair to expect them to improve at a high level anywhere even remotely close to the tight end position. You got a $12 million tight end that peed down his leg last year.
Boy.
If you can just get – I know I was hard on him in hey, forget it, man. If you can just be an X factor in the pass game, I'll take it. Right? He wasn't that last year.
No, if he could do what he did in the pass game the year before.
Yeah. And then you look at Nick Caselio, the offensive coordinator. As I said, I have no idea what the hell he's going to do as an offensive coordinator, but damn it, he knows tight ends.
That's what he should. That's what he's coaching in New England and with the Rams.
If the tight ends for the Houston Texans aren't mechanically and technically sound, then D'Amico hired the wrong guy.
Yeah. There should definitely be some improvement there. I know he's got a lot on his plate, but there should be an improvement there.
No, again, when you hire Nick Caselio, who's been a tight end coach forever, there's going to be some growing pains as an offensive coordinator. But damn it, he knows what a good tight ends coach looks like.
But to the point you're making is D'Amico came over as the head coach, but the Texans linebacker position is
bingo.
It's been good, even though he's got a lot.
Great point.
The linebackers have been good.
Great point. That is it. And the other part of that is I don't know how Nick Caselio is going to be able to, as I said, design, plays and game plan and adjust and tilt this offense to the strength of certain plays. I don't know. But damn it, he ought to be able to tilt this offense in a way that the tight end is productive.
It was like you talked about it. The offensive line got a lot of talk because it was just so visual. But the tight ends, as you said all year, was a part of that. But it was a below-average group, man.
Right.
They were a below average.
Low average or very disappointing.
Yes, because there was at least maybe you do one of the things good, but they were rough on both on everything they did, and it made it even worse because you have one of the highest paid players in the position.
Right, and here's the deal: you get Brevin Jordan back, so injury took a little bit of toll on him last year. You get Brevin Jordan back. I'm anxious to see where exactly he lands.
Year 2, and
there's the one I'm the most excited about. Cade Stover's the one that I'm most excited about. One, he got a lot of run in OTAs. When I look at Cade Stover, I think Cade Stover is the brand of quarterback that is going to be the brand of tight end that's going to be I can put my hand in the dirt and I can get nasty and get physical with folks, and I can also stand up and run routes. And I can and here's what's interesting about that. I don't think the physicality, the want to, the pop, the dog, I don't think that's going to be a problem with Cade Stover. Is he too stiff in his routes? Is he a good route runner or not? What does that look like? Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Cade Stover and where he sees the most improvement for Cade Stover this offseason.
Cade Stover, he's a guy who I think has grown to time. It's on one small detail for him is just his separation at the top of the routes. So seeing Cade, a second-year player, take the steps to get better at the one thing, just his route definition at the top of his route, and seeing him make play after play like that. That's what excites me about the offseason. That's why I think it's really important there. If you attack it with the right mindset, you can actually get better, enhance your game. And you don't see as big of a jump in a lot of guys. It really is that first and second year. That's where you see a jump, and that's where I think Cade Stover is taking a jump.
Cade Stover, if Cade Stover can add good, above average maybe route running to his repertoire, if you will, to his toolbox, Cade Stover's got a chance to be the premier tight end here. And I know people say, oh, well, you just don't like Dalton Schultz. No. Look, Dalton Schultz, I think, has a place. We'll see if he can rebound and be that threat in the pass game and be that kind of dependable target for the quarterback.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
That's right. That's a great point, JJ. Like to me, when I look at Cade Stover, there is a real chance this could be an everyday tight end. There's a real chance, and I'm not saying he's going to be great. I'm not saying he's going to be all pro, but he can be a guy you plug in the offense. And if you're in 21 personnel, which is 2 back, 1 tight end, 2 wide receivers, Cade Stover's there. You can go to 3 wide outs, 1 back, 1 tight end. Cade Stover never moves. You never have to substitute. You can go to a heavy package with 2 or 3 tight ends. You go to 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends. Cade Stover never leaves. That is a big time substitution benefit that we haven't had here.
I think we always knew it. I think the Texans always knew that the Cade Stover thing was in some ways a bit of a project. He hadn't been playing tight end that long, and maybe the passing game part was going to take a little bit more time. I think we thought last year physically he seemed like he can be on the line. Perspective, which he did. I think he showed to do that.
Well, he's willing. That's the key. Willing. I mean, he's physical by nature, and he's a willing blocker.
Yeah, and I would just say now, especially listening to what DeMeco just had to say, does this mean that he takes now a jump in the passing game? Yeah. And now that is a big part of it.
Yeah.
Because it's there. It's there for it's open. I mean, I know Dalton's there. But he can get snaps and make himself somebody that they feel like they got to have on the field.
Well, you can't tell me. You can't look. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You can't tell me they ain't disgusted with 12 milli.
Oh yeah.
Cade Stover is going to get every opportunity to be that dude. DeMeco. You can't tell me that DeMeco Ryans isn't disgusted with what Dalton Schultz did last year. And you can't tell me just naturally that he doesn't love what Cade Stover brings to the table. Now, can Cade Stover be good enough?
He just went on and on about it.
Yeah. I mean, can Cade legitimately be good enough to get it done? We'll see. We'll see about that. I can't tell. I think Cade's going to be a serviceable tight end here. But for me, I think, is it the high top ones he's wearing?
Who?
Cade Stover.
Oh, I hadn't
Cade Stover. There's some swag there at practice. Maybe a little oversized jersey with the high top red, white, and black Jordan.
No, I didn't catch.
Yeah, and he moves smooth with it. There's a reach the get down, or does he really bring something a little extra to the table? I got to circle back to you on that. We'll find out. He definitely looks the part. We'll see what Cade Stover. I'm excited about Cade Stover. He may be the best. He may be. I don't know. Maybe them 2 rookie receivers are top of the list, but Cade Stover may be my like guy that we don't know who the hell they are? Like, is he just a
they
3 or?
They clearly expect him to take a jump from year 1 to 2.
But I mean, is he a guy that gets 3 or 4 years in the league and then he gets cut because that's the average career in the NFL, or is he a guy that takes that next step and can contribute in a big way? Yeah. He may be the guy at the top of that list for me. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. We are at the Cajun Craven down Pearland Way. Come on through and hang out with us. T. Meal is back in the studio behind the glass. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Have you boys seen Brock Lesnar? You know who Brock Lesnar is, right?
Yeah, Brock Lesnar,
Stupid
baby.
question. Have you seen his daughter?
She's a discus thrower or shot put thrower. Yeah,
Maya Lesnar.
What?
She just won the NCAA Women's Shot Put National title.
In so many ways, I don't know who the fella is that's going to go and climb that mountain.
Chief.
But in so many ways, I'm staying away.
Hey, have you seen her?
I know. She gonna beat the hell out of her.
She looks like Brock Lesnar's daughter.
She does.
There's a picture on social media of her literally flexing. And I mean, I got to put a long sleeve shirt.
World's strongest man contestant.
The only one.
That's all them cat calls away.
The only woman to throw it 19 meters this season. She threw it once, 19.01, and it won the national title.
Yeah, she is.
Now, I don't know if she threw it more beyond that, but her first throw was the one that won the national title for her.
Yeah, she's cold-blooded. I mean, the traps on her.
Yeah.
God almighty.
The platinum blonde hair like daddy?
Yeah.
There ain't no doubt you see her, you're like, you could have showed me a picture of her and said, hey, her daddy's famous. Who is it? I said Brock Lesnar. Ain't no
God,
question.
who's got the balls to date her?
Oh, I bet there's plenty that's climbed the mountain.
Clint, come on.
I don't mean it like that.
I don't think there is. There is not
Bo
plenty
been dating anybody?
No, man. It's just the combination of what she's bringing to the table,
Judge,
and what her father's bringing to the table.
Oh, she can do better than Judge, though.
I'm walking into that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. He looked like he don't play around about his daughter.
Well, that would be a business. You better be serious.
Hell, Sable might whoop your ass.
You better be serious about this one.
The mom might whip your ass. Sable might Sable bomb your ass.
Sable, man.
Hey, he pulled her off.
Who was with Sable back in the day?
Mark Merrill.
Back in my day, who was with her?
Mark Merrill.
Sable was coming out in that black dress. Who was she with?
Mark. I don't know how many times you want me to say it, but
I don't think it was.
Okay. Yeah, that's who she was with. She came over there with him. And then she just became a bigger star than he did, and then they got jealous. He got jealous, and then that's how that.
For that Halloween party, I was Stone Cold Steve Austin, leather jacket, bald head, blue jeans, shorts.
It's the combat boots for me.
The lady I was with at the time was Sable.
Oh, she went Sable. Did she just do the handprint on the? Oh,
I don't remember her hands.
Give me a hell yeah.
I'm just saying.
I just said she was Sable.
If you saw Sable, you'll remember hands. She had the handprint bikini when she walked out.
Oh, I thought you meant like her hands. No, I didn't.
She had a handprint bikini.
My mama said, "Get out of this room. Go, get in your room."
That was all Vince McMahon orchestrated. All right, coming up as we continue right here live from the Cajun Craven. Get on out here and get these bugs. There you go. We're having a good time here. Get you some cold beer and some drinks as well, and win some prizes. Is this I want you to think about this. Is this a gotta-have-it game for OKC? Is the series over if they lose? Do they have to win for this thing to continue? We'll discuss coming up next.
All right, look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe that hair loss has you feeling like your identity's lost altogether, man. Well, I'm here with some good news, y'all. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Let me say it again. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. I know if you're dealing with some kind of hair loss issue that's got you kind of down and out, you sit back in your chair and you say, whoa, I got to hear this now. Look, it's guaranteed to grow for life.
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live. Let me hear the people here. There we go. We are live here. Deep. Here we go. There we go. We are live here for our final stop. Sad times, but we're going to have a good time and have a party, and that's all right. Y'all can just go ahead and continue to start rolling with us when Football Friday starts. We'll be out every
right around the corner.
There it is. It's coming up. So, but yes, this is our final stop, the 11th stop, and it brings us to Cage and Craven here as we've had a great time here today and throughout this period that we've been doing this the last 11 weeks. Again, we still continue to come with a little extra potential for you to win some prizes, and you can do that coming up in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. If you have not filled your name out and put it in our raffle box, you can still do so and have a chance to win in the 4 and 5 o'clock hours. All right. Tyler said did you say you going best bets tonight as Tyler's trying to continue a good streak? You still got a chance to get into
it's not a good streak anymore, bro. I went 0 for 6 last night.
Well,
now I understand.
You went 0
now
for 6?
I understand the attitude,
Tyler.
I'm
did
sorry.
Not.
You
went 0 for 6?
I apologize.
I missed that.
0 for 6.
Oh,
I don't even know what to do at this point, man.
Do you take the night off? I mean, good God. No, you don't.
No.
You went 0 for 6?
Yes, dude. And I would have had at least one if Hader wouldn't have let that homer go in the 9th.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
He
almost let a second bomb go in that.
7 for 22 on the week and 2 offers on Monday and Thursday. My God.
Nightmare, dude.
I feel bad for the bone I had to pick. I did not realize that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it kind of kicked me while I was down there, Dirty.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Should have left it alone. I'm better than that.
You poured salt in the old wound, didn't you?
Wow. Okay.
However, Pena tonight.
So now we see why he said he's making the complete switch to NBA Finals tonight. He's been moving away from this
baseball
thing.
It all makes sense now.
It all makes sense. He's moving away. And by the way, because we'll have his best bets in
Or just
you do
bets.
what you will,
just
guys.
call it bets.
Maybe you fade his ass. Maybe you go.
That seriously could be the move tonight or the strategy.
That might be the play right now.
Bet that opposite, baby.
What is?
It's a fade.
Fade, whatever I
Tyler.
take.
Yeah, whatever. Go the opposite. But no, he's going NBA Finals, so that'll be interesting to see what he's got on the docket tonight. I don't even think you can get them all to get in the green at this point.
Nope,
but anyway,
it's impossible.
It's impossible. We'll see what he has. But it is game 4. The Pacers, I would say surprisingly, based off what people thought coming into this series, as they were minus 700, one of the biggest favorites we've seen in the finals in the last 25 years. It's got to be a surprise right now.
You mean dog, right?
Dog, excuse me, that we've ever seen. But OKC's the favorite. Yeah.
I thought you said Pacers.
Did I? I thought I said it. Anyway, OKC, one of the biggest favorites we've seen in 25 years. For them to be down in the series 2-1, I think most people are surprised by this, including bettors. Say, and you all can answer 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Is this a gotta-have game? Is this a gotta-have game, meaning like the series is over? The series is over if they don't win this game.
No, it's not. But I think
they'd go down 3-1, and we know only one team.
Yeah.
The great LeBron James led Cleveland Cavs in 2016. Don't you shake your head. They're the only team to come back from 3-1.
That tells you right. That tells you it's doable. The damn Cavs did it.
Okay, it's doable. Only one team's ever done it, but yeah, it's doable.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's. I think it depends on what it looks like, bro. Like you made the point yesterday. Like
they're grabbing their shorts.
Yes, yeah. This is the game. We're gonna know like. And obviously going up 3-1 would be huge. But if this is a game where the Oklahoma City Thunder are blown in the fourth quarter, It's game 4. It's on the road. You've now had the Pacers. Not only have you to play 3 games, you're down 2-1. If all of a sudden, that tempo and the pace in which the Pacers play becomes an obvious issue for you as a team, you are cooked. You're done. It's over.
It was clearly an issue in game 3.
Yes.
It clearly was.
Yes. If it's an issue in game 4, forget about it. I think if this is a hell of a game and the tempo and pace is never an issue and it's just a matter of, let's say the Pacers make another crazy run in the fourth quarter,
goes up.
Then I think OKC, as good as they are, still has a shot. So, is it just a game where OKC loses, or is it a game that OKC loses because of the tempo and the pace that the Pacers play with, and they impose their will on another organization with the MVP?
No, that's fair, because the Pacers, it's not just game from one game to another. It is they're betting the longer the series goes on that their pace tires you out.
Yeah.
And we've seen them do it. Black Greg coming in saying Thunder got to have it. They don't have enough gas in the tank to run off 3 wins in a row. It's a must-win for both teams. Someone texted. Okay, all right. That's a thought. I would say I think OKC still has the better team, so I wouldn't say it's got to have it. It's bleak. Like I still think they're the better team, so I'm not ready to say if they go down 3-1 they can't win 3 in a row. I'm not ready. It doesn't feel that way.
Can they get it back even?
Yeah, to me, I would think, can they get Game 5 and then can they win it on the road in Indy and then Game 7, anything can happen. Yeah, I just, most teams, I was the vast majority of teams, when you look at it and they go down 3-1, you're like, yeah, that probably, because usually a team that goes down 3-1, the better team is up 3-1.
Right.
But I still think OKC is the better team, so I wouldn't just automatically say this. It's bleak. I cannot wait, and I don't know if Tyler will put any kind of bets on that. I am really intrigued to see what that number is, point total for Shea. For SGA, I'm really intrigued.
That's one of my best moves.
I'm really intrigued to see what that number is, because I do think, Clint, he's going to come out ultra aggressive. I do think we've watched all year him get to 30, 31 points just easier than anybody I've seen in a long time. And I would imagine now they gave him problems. I mean, he had 24 or 20 shots in the last game, and they gave him problems. I feel like he's going to be north of 30 in this thing. I bet you. What is it at, 33? What's his point total at?
Nailed it, 33 and a hook, 33 and a half.
God.
I feel like he's going to that's the first game they've ever really slowed him down.
I'm on that over.
Would he go 38, 34, and then 24, 21, 24?
Yeah, 24, clearly tired. Now, if he's whipped, if he looks like that, then yeah, that's a problem. But no, I don't look at this and say they are toast. Right? I didn't feel the Celtics were done when they got down 3-1 until
Knicks.
Until Tatum popped it. When they were in that game, they were losing it. Until Tatum popped the Achilles, I thought, well, could they beat them 3 in a row? Yeah, they're just
because they're the better team.
Yeah, they're the better team, right? So we'll see on that thing right here as the Pacers look to try to take a commanding lead on the Thunder tonight and try to go up 3-1. We'll see what these bets are for Tyler, and hopefully it goes in a better place. We're hearing some quick news, fast-paced news happening here where it could be the biggest decision the Rockets make here in the offseason. Kevin Durant news. You don't want to miss what the number one guy in terms when it comes to insiders in the NBA has to say about how quickly this Kevin Durant move can be made. That's coming up next.
All right, check it out. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, your heart.
needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here, Cage and Craven. There we go. There you go. Final stop here on our crawfish tour. I did want to get to, hey, my man behind the bars. We got to get to this tease you got, man.
Sounded like Clint tripped again or something. What the hell was that?
Damn it, Clint!
I swear I didn't fall out of my chair. That was audio. That was not me. Last time I got the boss called on me at a live remote.
Did you? Oh man, I missed that.
It was an email actually. The boss luckily was standing right next to me. He knew what happened. But,
okay.
So that was audio, by the way. That was not the table falling again.
There we go. Before we get to the KD news, did want to pass this along to you. Isaac Paredes is, according to Joe Espada, apparently getting an MRI right now. So that is happening now. Yeah, probably not. Happening now, and I really feel – no, I don't feel bad. I was going to say I feel like an a-hole for saying what I'm thinking, but what I'm thinking is who is looking at this MRI? Who's looking at this imaging?
Yeah,
it's a very fair question to be wondering right now.
I'm dead serious because I don't know that I trust. I mean, somebody did not see the most important player on the team's broken hand and let him
until it was 60% healed.
Yeah, and let him continue to swing with a broken hand. That's all. Who's taking a look at this imaging?
I thought you were going to tell me that Espada said he's day to day, but he's getting a second. Look, hey,
that's why Paredes wouldn't let any of them talk to him.
This is right.
I'm good. I'll talk to somebody else.
I don't even want to talk to you about the injury at the time, right? Because y'all will ruin it. Yeah, look. Here's the deal, man. This is the one time that in baseball, I know I give people a hard time all the time for the it's a long season crowd. This is the one time it's a long season, man. It's June. It's a long season. Get that hamstring right. Get it all the way right. I hate that this happened. I mean, obviously for me as an Astros fan, but I hate that this happened for Paredes, man.
No,
he was having a monster year, man. I did not cover Paredes before. I know he's been an all-star. I don't know that he's ever been in the, hey man, this guy, when it comes to RBIs, when it comes to, would you say on-base percentage, when it comes to the number of pitches that he's seeing at the plate, like he's the best in the league at that position. I don't know that he's ever been there. So, I hate it for him that he had this injury, man, because it derailed, at least for the time being, it derailed a hell of a season that he had rolling.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. So at any point when we get more information on that, if they hear anything, if they see anything on the imaging, however accurate it will be, we'll report whatever it is that we're told.
Yeah.
We'll see.
He's smart to go get that second opinion, and he'll be smart if he pulls a Lance McCullers, Alex Bregman, and gives his own injury report.
And attacks it himself.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, it's a grade whatever hamstring, and I'll be working with the trainers, and y'all meet me right here next Monday. I'll let you know how the progress is going.
Yep, I'll be working with the trainers and also some outside trainers that I may have as well. All right, so that is the latest there. All right, Shams Charania, who is the number one NBA insider since Woj has decided to shut it down, he was on Pat McAfee today, and he had some interesting things to say, especially timing-wise, for the Kevin Durant fiasco or trade situation, right? We understand it's clear he is going to move. The Suns want to move him. He wants to get moved. It looks like it is going to happen. This is the latest update on the Kevin Durant situation.
You said a week. I think it could be even sooner than that.
What?
I think there's some motivation with some teams, potentially even sooner than 7 days. Maybe in the next few days we could get some Kevin Durant trade action. There is some serious traction on conversations, on trade scenarios with the Suns. They've had about 6 to 8 teams reach out. There's been interest. There's been some offers. There's been some negotiations. But really in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams. And here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams.
Yeah, man. Clint, it feels like we could come in here Monday and there could be a decision on Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant struck it before the damn finals is over. Is the way that he put that out and made that seem like. We said the next couple of days. He said, clearly there has been communication from teams. And I think the one big thing that we can clearly see, depending no matter how people feel about it, if you're for the move, if you're against it, we've heard other teams. We've heard the Spurs being a part of this. We've heard the Knicks being a part of this. We've heard other teams. Right now, he said the focus has been on the Rockets, Heat, and Timberwolves. Clint, that clearly means that Tillman Fertitta, because this is a Tillman Fertitta sign-off, Tillman Fertitta, Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, they are clearly interested in him. This isn't just don't do this. The Rockets are interested and believe that Kevin Durant, with the right deal, could be a key piece for them.
Yeah, and rightfully so, man. Hell, since I've been on these airwaves, I've been talking about get 2 through 7, 2 through 8 right, and let's put ourselves in a position where you can make a move in the offseason for whatever superstars are available, because every year you don't know which one's going to be available. It's just becoming more common for several to be available. Here we are. I think it's fair to say we've got 2 through 8. We've got a solid group that we really, really like. And the superstar that's available and attainable is Kevin Durant, man. So as a Rockets fan, I'm stoked about it. I'm here for it. I personally love the short-term aspect of it, the fact that he's a little bit older. He's exactly what you need from a shooter's perspective, from a get-a-bucket perspective, lead and score in every single game and do it consistently throughout the season. And average high 20s throughout a season. That is exactly what the Rockets need. And if Kevin Durant doesn't work out, if the age is an issue, if an injury is an issue, you're not tied to him for 6 or 8 years. It's just boom, you're in and out. And hopefully while he's here, you can make a run at a title. So I love it, man. I love the Rockets that are in it. Like you said, it's a Tillman Fertitta deal because he's got to sign off on, what is that, 37 a year? Something like, what is it? Is it that much or more than that?
It may be 50. Maybe
it is now?
It could be for 2 years. It could be up into the –
Oh, for 2. Yeah. I thought I saw somewhere where this year it would hit him for 37. Was that him I was talking about?
No, I think it may be somebody else. I think his number was 54, I think.
For 1 year?
Yeah, I think.
Who was I thinking about?
I'm not sure who you were thinking about. I think his number was 54. They may try to work something else new.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever
but
it
the
is,
money is that
it's clearly a Tillman Fertitta sign off, and they can handle it. So
yeah, they can handle it. By the way, so with that, a lot of these trade machine have been out where they, with all of this, the second apron, the bird rules, whatever. There's so many different things that go into how trades can be made. They have these trade machines that put out trades that make sense, because in the NBA you got to match money, and money could be draft picks and so many different things, right, and try to stay to make the thing work. The trade machine spit out a potential trade for the Rockets in the Kevin Durant thing. Not sure what they're talking about, but here is the machine, the trade that the trade machine pushed out, Clint. And I wonder if people would be a go on this one, because this may be a little hard. Now, you got to give up some. Here it is. The Rockets would, of course, get Kevin Durant. The Suns in this would get Dillon Brooks, Jabari Smith, Reed Sheppard, Jock Landale, and the 2027 first-round pick, which is the Suns, originally the Suns' first-round pick. So it would be Dillon Brooks, Jabari Smith, Reed Sheppard, Jock Landale, which is an expiring contract that they would just move off from, and then that first-round pick. would you make that move for Durant? Is that too much?
No.
Is it Smith and Reed Sheppard too much? Reed Sheppard, you just drafted number 3 in the draft. Is it too much?
We needed shooting.
Going?
We needed shooting desperately, and Reed Sheppard couldn't get on the damn floor. I'm not worried about Reed Sheppard. I hate losing Jabari, and I'll be honest with you. I think Dylan Brooks is a
Reed,
game
Reed, I think, is the tough one for most people.
It ain't tough for me. I mean, if he couldn't get on the floor in desperate situations this year, I'm willing to take that gamble. Jabari hurts for me. Jabari hurts, and I'll be honest, I think Dylan is a tone setter for your defense, and that's who your identity is.
I could walk Tari Eason right up in there. Right there.
Yeah. No, I'd put Jalen Green in there for any of those, and I'd be good to go.
But I'm just talking about the defensive tone setter.
Yeah. So those are going to hurt. I'd be willing to take the risk with Reed Sheppard. But I'm punching that button right now.
Yeah, that wouldn't. Yeah, because you're right. In that, you would keep Şengün and Jalen.
Yeah.
Jalen Green, a super 6-man. That's what I would bring his ass off the bench at that point. But to me, would that be one you would do? And that could be a scenario. That is a scenario, Clint, that the money works with what Durant will give. And I would think the Suns will want more picks. But you could look at it and say, hey, Reed Sheppard was the 3rd overall pick last year. That's a pick. And Jabari Smith was the second or third pick a couple years ago. That's doing the same thing. Yeah. So, someone texted in, Sheppard is a bust. Do the trade. I don't know that we know if Sheppard's a bust.
I don't know what Sheppard is, I don't know what he is or he isn't.
I know he's going to summer league again.
If he was just a dead eye, surefire shooter, his ass would have been on the floor this year.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, he'd have been on the floor in the playoffs. They'd have damn sure found a way down the stretch when it was slim picking. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm with you on that.
No.
All right, a little 5 o'clock fire. By the way, again, we're going to hook somebody up as soon as this segment ends. If you have not signed your name, you might want to do so to win $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. But a little 5 o'clock fire coming up. We'll catch you up with the latest on the injury situation. Chaz McCormick, there's a new report on him. We'll let you know about that. Get you ready for the finals and the U.S. Open, where they are. Some big names potentially may miss the cut. We'll have all.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you a little bit about them cold Coors Light now. Look, if you're already drinking Coors Light, I tip my cap. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it.
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Finish it. Go hard.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill have the latest. And the latest is you can hear the people. We're at the last stop, Clint.
Yeah.
The last stop, baby. I know the name of it. We're at the last stop.
Oh.
Stop 11.
Cajun Creighton.
I know it. It's sitting right there.
Oh, okay.
We're at the last stop of our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Special. Clint finally has bugs right now, and
I messed around and ordered them spicy joints.
He told you they was, and the Cajun Craven don't play around.
Holy
Make your way on out here. They said they are Pearland's best, and we have heard really good. It's our connoisseur, and he is going to let us know here in just a bit what he thinks about these bugs here. But
we've on fire right now, boys.
There you go. Woo. He needs a second. We've had a good time here. Clint needs some milk, Tyler. We've had a good time here and enjoyed ourselves as always. Congratulations to Allie, our most recent winner. We have one more opportunity for you to win. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All right, before we get Clint's thoughts on the bugs, I do want to get some news out about the Astros. If you just missed it last segment, we let you know Isaac Paredes, who is not in the lineup today, he is getting a MRI, and he's getting it here in the last, what I got? This?
No, that water.
That water, you need it?
Yeah.
It's ice now, buddy. There's somebody can fill that water up. I mean, he is struggling over here. That's going to make it worse. But
no, I just need some instant relief.
Just instant relief, right? Isaac Paredes is getting an MRI. He has gotten it here, I'd say, in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. So we will – that's according to Joe Espada, the manager. We will, as soon as we get any information, let you know the latest on that. But that's where it is right now, not in the lineup. And he is getting – I know it is. It looks like it in your eyes. They're not playing around here. And that's where things set with him. Chaz McCormick, he, if you remember, got injured and is on the IL from a check swing. He was hitting off a tee today. Joe Espada said neither he or these nuts, Zach Zenzo Alvarez, are hitting yet. It is unclear. I know it's tough. It is unclear whether Alvarez will accompany the Astros on their 7-game road trip next week. But him and DeZenzo not swinging the bat yet, and McCormick finally started to hit off of the tee today. So that's where we are injury-wise.
With the Paredes news, it sure would be nice to hear Jordan's coming back in the next 7 days.
Wouldn't it be?
Boy, I mean, I've been real. Like, I'll be honest with you.
Clenny doesn't have a bat yet.
Well, out of sight, out of mind. But he just said he said it's unclear if he's going to go on that road trip. That gives me a little bit of hope.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a bat yet.
Yeah. Well,
well,
this is not good.
Got to swing a bat. Got to at least have a bat in your hand in the next 7 days to get back here before. Hopefully, he beats Paredes. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Unless it's nothing serious with Paredes.
I've just not thought much about Jordan, given how well the Astros were doing. I mean, take your time, big fella. Now I need a little urgency here.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say that. Could have been a little bit quicker back here if we'd have detected that he had a broken hand right off the jump, and
maybe
have him swinging for about a cool 3 weeks, and then shucks, it is fractured. But guess what, folks? It's 60% healed, so we can do with that. So. Interesting situation. Chaz McCormick seems to be the closest, as he at least is swinging off a tee. I guess anything helps, even though the way, obviously, Zach and Jordan have been the more productive of the three. But anything helps at this point.
And Dubon having to play third, right? Chaz would factor into that outfield situation somehow. Maybe not starting, but somehow into that rotation that they like to use. So, it would be nice to get any of those guys back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so that's the closest it looks like Chaz is. The others with some injuries. By the way, Forrest Whitley, that chapter seems to be closed. He is now being traded to the Tampa Bay Rays for Cash considerations. Damn, not even a player. He is traded. Just feel bad for him, man. I know it. And we are at the top of the line of a-holes that have just really had fun with Old Forest, and it's just so easy. But now I feel bad, and I really hope that he gets some semblance of the career he was hoping for.
You and Tyler should feel bad.
Come on, man.
You and Tyler should feel bad.
I don't feel a damn thing.
I have not partook in the Forrest Whitley slander.
Good for you.
That's just not true. I just don't.
I called him Forrest Whitaker by accident. That was not funny.
Why don't you just drink you some more water there, Dirty? Why don't you just
I'm telling
chill
you, Tyler, I am. I mean, I feel like my lips look like Professor Clump. Well, they put some heat on these joints now.
I was going to say, well, how are they?
Yeah, they're tremendous. I mean,
I know you're sucking head, so you get all the juice.
Oh, I ain't missed a head yet. I mean, I am. They are really good. The flavor's tremendous. They're huge. They're juicy. I mean, they are really, really good. But I went ahead. I'd ask him not to kill me. I should have known that smile on his face. He's fixing to smoke me. We'll see you.
See you. Thank you, Nancy.
They are really good. They are really, really, really good. Tremendous.
Good. Yeah, we've heard from at least our crew. Shannon and Steve said they're right up there with any of the ones we've had.
Yes, I'll agree.
And they of course have been to all of them.
I'll agree.
And you have too. So
yeah. These are the biggest crawfish that I've had in probably 5 years.
Really.
There ain't just one big one scattered in here. Every single one of them are damn near lobsters.
They got you the good ones.
And here's the deal. Here's the deal. When you get big, I tell people all this all the time. Like, size is typically, like, the bigger the crawfish is typically not a good idea, right? Because the bigger they get, the older they get, the darker red they get, and the harder the shell is, so it tears your fingers up. If you do suck the head, it's hard to suck the head, yada, yada, yada. Right? I know I'm making Larry and Stafford uncomfortable. I know that. We're talking about crawfish. These are very, very big crawfish, and they're not as dark and as hard as they are when they're this big.
Pause.
I don't know what
Ron can't even look me in the eye. Ron, hey.
I don't know.
They're not as dark and long.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you wanted to describe me, Clint, you could have just said Ron, man.
Dark and hard.
Well, you're not that
dark
tall,
and hard and this big.
I mean,
you know.
I mean, with the hook, if you wanted to describe
there
it.
You go.
You just
next.
Hey, that's 5 o'clock fire for you, right there.
You're right. Let's get to the line.
I strongly encourage you to stop by the Cajun Craven and grab some of these crawfish because they are really, really good, no question.
And Jeremy Payton is leading off tonight, folks, and batting second is Yainer Diaz. Interesting enough, they're moving him up to the 2 spot. Altuve is the DH tonight. Walker is at first base. If you didn't catch that, Paredes is not in the lineup today. Myers hitting 5th, Cam Smith in right field, Melton in left. Dubon is going to be the one playing third base today, and Brendan Rodgers is going to be at second. I think Dubon's probably going to be the one that plays the bulk of third base, which is fine. Defensively, I think obviously you won't lose much defensively. Now, Paredes is a big deal, guys. This is a guy who across the board leads the Astros in pretty much almost everything except for average. OPS, on-base percentage, home runs, RBIs. He has been a huge, huge part of this team, whether he hits second, whether he hits third, no matter where he is put in the lineup. He has been a huge, huge part of this team, and they're going to be without him at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. And so this is a big deal, but that'll be one. And I ain't going to lie to you. I know you brought up the Jordan thing. Just looking at the lineup, it does look different. I mean, it looks. I mean, Cam Smith is quickly in that 6th spot, right? It looks
and has to be there, right? Somehow Dubon's still in the 8 hole, but okay, that's fine.
To 2-spot decision.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he is swinging it well. I think that's a play because he's just got a hot bat right now. They feel really good about how he's swinging it the last handful of games, probably, and trust him up there. So yeah, look, I'm surprised just to see him in the 2 hole, but it makes sense. I tell you what's interesting when you look at this. And now look, I know it's happened via injury. I get it. I know it's not happened all because of production, but when you look up, there was 3 guys that we talked about, Ron, before the season started, that for this team, for this year to be special, these guys had to take the next step. It was Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, and damn near laughingly Jake Myers. And if you look at this lineup, they're batting first, second, and fifth, and Yainer Diaz is hitting damn near 250. Obviously, Pena's off the charts. And Jake Myers
Pena are hitting the best average of the team.
I mean, Jake Myers is hitting 290 with a 739 OPS. I mean, it's crazy to think the jump that he's made this year, but it's been critical, and it will be critical moving forward. It's never been more important that he performs at a big level than it is right now. Him and Yainer Diaz both stepping in with the big bats out of the lineup that are.
All right, so that's it as the Astros get it going again tonight without Isaac Paredes for the first time.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NBA Finals moved to Game 4 tonight. Thunder Pacers in Indy. Pacers have a 2-1 lead right now. And it feels a bit of a surprise that it is going this way. But how do you see this one going tonight? To me, I think we're going to go back to OKC tied in this thing. I think Shea gets going. I think they have a better game plan in this game. To me, I'd be more surprised if Indy takes control of this series and goes up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild, but
I think Shea goes off tonight.
I do too. I think Shea goes off. It's wild, but I still think Oklahoma City's the better team overall. I think they're the better team.
I'm not ready to relinquish
the question tonight is, can that tempo and pace that Indy has, that is their identity, can that take its toll on OKC? And that is going to be an absolute game changer if it does. But I don't think it does. I think OKC handles business tonight, gets it to 2-2, and gets it back to OKC.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I think we'll see a difference is because, Clint, we talked about a lot of things. There's a lot of things in this game that happened in Game 3 that was kind of surprising. Ben Mathurin going off for 27.
Yep.
The bench scoring almost 50 in that game. T.J. McConnell going crazy. But the other thing was Oklahoma City has shown to have one of the best defenses we've seen in the game in years. Like they have been. The Pacers out-defended them in that game.
Yep.
That was the other part. Like Nembhard and Nesmith, the trouble they gave.
Yeah.
As you look at the game, Chet had, I think, 20 and 10. Chet had 13 in the first quarter. He didn't do much of anything. And then the final possession, Miles Turner's blocking him at the three-point line and then blocking him at the rim, and they're the ones who got the stops and not OKC. I think OKC returns to that stifling defense that we have seen in this game. So that's a big shift to me that happened. Maybe the biggest surprise in the thing that happened in this game. So game 4 coming up. I know Adam Silver and company are desperately hoping that this thing goes to a game 4 in OKC, and if they're able to win this thing, Clint, I think they completely take back control of this series.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the U.S. Open is hell again, as you know that course, and Oakmont, and really any U.S. Open course is, I mean, the rough is ridiculous all over the place. 3 under right now is the lead, and this is falling from yesterday. And there's some big names like Brooks Koepka is at 11 at 2 over. So I mean, this thing is jumping down. There are some big names. I think Rory is going to miss the cut in this thing. And Scottie Scheffler, who had been one of the hottest players, was flirting with it. I didn't see where he ended up today. I know Jordan Spieth just is going to make the cut. The leaderboard right now is Sam Burns, JJ. I laughed because I was listening to In the Loop earlier today, and Reggie, who was in the building, called that man earlier. JJ Spahn and Thomas Dentry are tied at 3 under. Adam Scott, maybe the biggest name at even that we see here, but this looks like this is going to be a tough day. And Clint, I don't know ratings wise if this thing is going to be big this weekend, because you just got a lot of guys of names that you don't really know, and I don't think Scotty Scheffler is going to make the cut.
Yeah, he's +4.
Oh, is he +4?
Yeah,
okay,
he's
may make
+4. He'll make the cut. The cut is at 6, right? So he made the cut.
Oh, there he is. I got you.
Yeah, he made the cut, and that's the interesting part is, yes, he's at +4, but the leaders being at 2 under,
3 under,
3 under. I'm sorry, the leaders being you got 3 guys at 3 under. I mean, can Scheffler, the best golfer in the world right now, can he chase these guys down from 7 back with 2 rounds to play? They're definitely within reach. You mentioned you got Brooks Koepka, who's not far back, but he's 2 over. The crazy thing is, man, is you got 5 golfers that are under par.
Yeah,
you literally got 5 golfers under par right now in the whole damn tournament. So anything's possible. Not the prettiest golf tournament where guys are just shooting lights out, but as long as Scotty Scheffler and some of these bigger name guys are within reach. Look at Phil Mickelson right now.
At 4
look at Phil Mickelson at 4 over right now. Oh man, look, Jordan Spieth 5 over.
Now,
yeah, you guys the next couple of days and make this thing interesting.
I will say, Tyler, and Clint, that would be kind of entertaining if Scotty has a good moving day on Saturday.
Yep.
And then Sunday, if he's chasing that, we haven't really seen that a ton. That may be entertaining.
Yeah.
But you're right. It could go either way. Some of those leaders could just have one bad hole and they drop a bunch of shots, but so could Scotty. So could some of those guys that are on the chase there. So potentially it could be a fun weekend here at Oakmont here at the U.S. Open. All right, coming up as we continue, D'Amico Ryans is doing something clearly different from his previous 2 years as a head coach. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well.
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors. And with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, baby, there we go. Having a good time here. Everyone is happy around here, and they've really enjoyed themselves. They're fired up around here. They're having a great time, especially right in the middle of the spot. There's just, I mean, the happiness. They're jumping on the tables. In that middle row right there is it is a great time being had here on our final stop here.
You're gonna get hard.
You might get there. Is what could happen. We're here live at the Cage and Craven, having a good time out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You can come out here and watch the Astros game. There's TV right there at the bar and a couple of spots here in the building. So come on out and have a good time and enjoy yourself. Maybe the Astros, maybe the finals you want to check out. You can do that right here at the about to call it the wrong thing, here at the Cage and Craven here, right here in Pearland. So come on out and have a good time and enjoy yourself. You just put down them bugs?
They were. I did.
Second half. There you go. Second half. You needed
very
a
good.
couple of breaks. Yeah.
Very, very good.
You survived it this time a little bit better, you look like. You look more prepared.
Well, it didn't hit me until the first time. I was getting real aggressive with sucking them head. Yeah. And the spice didn't hit me until I put them down. And then I was like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. I want to give that sausage a whirl.
Yeah? Yeah. No.
I don't.
No, just crawfish.
You said it.
No, I did not. That was out of context in a different day, I believe. Clint, the one thing that really stood out to me that was really different when we went to camp, and I'm telling you, I think it's a great thing, and it's something we've talked about. I didn't know for sure how much it should be a change, but I do think it should be a change. And that, Clint, is we're seeing a different D'Amico Ryans when it comes to his approach to the offense. And this is just what we see, Clint. We don't know what the meetings are like. I would imagine maybe that's different, by the way, what we're seeing on the field. But he just seems to be much more involved on what's going on that side of the ball. We're seeing him over there much more than we used to. Matt Burke, they're letting him, handle the defense. Not to say he's never over there, but he seems to have a lot more attention, eyes, and interaction there on that side of the ball.
Look, I think it was, I think it was clear that with Bobby Slowick and the OC, and really more importantly, with D'Amico Ryans being a first-year head coach, first 2 years of being a head coach, the defense had to get right. I think he delegated, offensively, hey, man, do your thing, and I'll take care of the defense. And I think as he self-scouts, I think he looks back and says, I put the entire mentality of the offense in the hands of my offensive coordinator and probably neglected that a little bit. That's clear. Firing Bobby Slowick, hiring Nick Caserio, it's clear that D'Amico Ryans is not going to allow, somebody else, a play caller that's never called plays, to dictate the mentality of that side of the ball, right? And it looks like he is going to be fully aware of what's going on, during every practice. He's going to be fully aware of who has the level of physicality that he wants, who has the ability to communicate the way that they need to communicate, and he's not going to be caught off guard the middle of the season when they can't protect the quarterback of what the hell's going on, right? So, yeah, I think I've been saying it, all off season is, we can talk about Nick Caserio, we can talk about Bobby Slowick, we can talk about CJ, all these different. The reality of it is the mentality of how the Houston Texans play offensive football should be the same year in, year out, regardless of who's calling plays and who has the offensive coordinator title. It should match what the defense is doing from a swarm physicality standpoint, from a communication, being held accountable on a daily basis. That's just the reality of it, and I think that's what DeMeco Ryans is up to this year.
And to me, Clint, clearly what we watched, we don't know the details, although details started to slide out last year. There was clearly something up disconnect-wise with their important pieces. Their offensive coordinator, their quarterback, there was something off communication-wise, that it's a one-man show and people are trying to make suggestions, and those are going on deaf ears. And there was clearly something up over there, and it looks like DeMeco's like, all right, that is something as the head coach I can't allow to happen, so much so that it potentially maybe derails my offense. So it looks like he's jumping into that from the jump. And it's something you learn as a head coach, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other part of that, too, is we're talking to Aaron Rabel over here in the break. I think – and I don't think he ever did not trust Matt Burke. But I think 2 years of Matt Burke being on the sideline with him now, I think he probably feels extremely comfortable handing things over in OTAs and mini camps to Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, and being able to wander down to the other side of the ball and make sure that things are being handled the right way down there. So the timing's right. DeMeco's got to get it right. And he's got a guy that's a defensive coordinator that the day-to-day stuff he probably trusts at a very high level. And has 2 years of experience of watching him. It's not a shot in the dark, right? He has 2 years of hands-on experience of working alongside of him to where he's probably pretty confident in that part of it as well.
Yeah. So, I think it's a welcome sight. And it was something we clearly witnessed, Clint. And it really was evident to me when you look at the offensive line. Man, that seemed on the field, that seemed to be where we saw him a lot. He was down there, not just watching far away, like he was right in there near drills, watching stuff. Not that, to me it didn't seem like he was trying to overpower Popovich or Nick Caserio, but he is clearly saying, no, man, I'm not just going to be from afar. And him down there, you could tell that it's just naturally going to make you pick up your game.
Absolutely.
And focus.
Absolutely. The head coach's presence, you feel it, you sense it. It's strong. It's powerful. A good coach, and I'm talking cleats in the turf kind of deal coach, they don't mind if the head coach is down there watching them.
Yeah.
They don't mind if the head coach is looking over their shoulder. I'm going to tell you right now, I told you before, I ain't going to tell you I can do much, but I can hit a baseball back in the day and I can coach a quarterback. I don't give a damn. Bring whoever you want when I'm coaching a quarterback. Just don't allow them to get in my way. I would love for them to be there. Not one bit intimidated. Don't care one bit. In fact, I'm glad you're there. I want you to see how good of a job I do and how detailed I am and how I coach with a sense of urgency. I'd love to have you there. Right? So the good ones don't care that DeMeco's there. This is all about DeMeco knowing before it comes a problem what the hell's going on with his team.
Text line coming through, Clint. How much does it really matter if DeMeco's down there? Isn't it really about what Nick Caserio can do with the offense?
No. Sure, that's an important part, but that's not what we're talking about here. I said it earlier. The way the Texans play offensive football from a accountability standpoint, from a standard, like when you come to practice every day, what is the standard for the offensive line? When you're in individual periods where you're working techniques and mechanics, what does the standard look like? When you're communicating as a group of five and you're in a scout team situation where all you're doing is communicating and align and assign type stuff, how detailed are you? How when you're communicating, what is there a sense of urgency? Is there a clarity in the communication? Like all of that DeMeco can't depend on Nick Caserio or whoever the next offensive coordinator is to make sure that's right. That has to be a DeMeco Ryans, Houston Texans way of doing business. Is we're going to be physical, we're going to be accountable. We're going to have great chemistry particularly in the O-line room, in the D-line room, in those rooms where there's 3, 4, 5 guys that are playing at one time. We're going to have great chemistry. We're going to be accountable to each other, really across the board, but definitely in those rooms. That has to be a D'Amico Ryans thing, not a Nick Caserio thing. You know, if Nick Caserio doesn't work out and in 2 years you fire him, it can't be because the offense didn't communicate well and wasn't physical, and half of them didn't show up to training camp until it was a week before the season started to get the wind right. Like that has to be fixed by D'Amico, not Nick Caserio. So I just Nick Caserio important, no doubt about it, but. You know, it's not Nick's job to come in here and set the tempo from a physicality standpoint. It's not. And Nick may end up being a guy that can do that. I don't know, but right now, what I do know is D'Amico Ryans has the X factor, the intangible, to set the bar, set it high, and then motivate guys to meet it and exceed it every single day. We've seen it with his defense. There
were major issues on that side of the ball that seemed to stop you from getting to where you wanted to get last year. You had a good season. You were 10-7. You won another playoff game, but there were clear things throughout the season that seemed to stop you from getting there. It would make sense that the head coach would then say, well, let me be more involved in whatever those things are.
Well, look, I'll give a perfect example. And, again, I've been critical of Dalton Schultz, but I think this is something that I think stands out to everybody. Like, I don't think D'Amico Ryans is going to get to week 4, whenever it was we played Minnesota last year, to find out that his tight end can't block a defensive end one-on-one. And then allow the offensive coordinator to keep going back to the well and doing it again and again and again and again. Like, D'Amico Ryans is going to know before the season starts, hey, man, either hey, put Cade Stover in that position or put Dalton Schultz in that position, they can get it done. Or, hey, OC, stay your ass out of protections, any protection, where you've got a defensive end on one of our tight ends. They can't handle it. They can't do it. Like, D'Amico Ryans found out a lot of that stuff, and I don't know this, I'm just talking about it. D'Amico found out about a lot of that stuff in real time last year.
Instead of being involved in it on a weekly basis, day-to-day basis. And that is a change that you wouldn't be surprised to see. And it's a change that I think it should be. Now, as I said, I don't think
where D'Amico's at in his career. I mean, look, the defense is established. The winning, the culture, the standard is established. And now it's time to
I don't think that he needs to get to, hey, this is what I need you to call here.
No, that ain't what this is about. No, that's not what this is about at all. This is about you're watching it. I said it earlier. It seems elementary. It seems almost high schoolish. But hey, man, if the O-line, if you start a drill, a period off, and it's a team period, and the first 4 plays are garbage because you didn't communicate or you didn't see something, do you just move on, or does D'Amico Ryans step in and go, no, wait 1 MF in minute. This ain't what we do around here. Yeah. I guarantee you, if the defense did it, he would.
Yeah.
Right now, I think if the offense did it, he will.
All right, coming up as we continue here, we're going to hook somebody else up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So if you have not signed your name up in our raffle, you might want to do so before we get that done, before we get out of here. Coming up, Tyler will do his best to get off the schneid again. 0 for 6 last night, but today's a new day. He'll try to win some money and something you ought to be feeling a lot better about. Trust our eyes. You'll be feeling a lot better about what the Texans.
Beautiful trees on your property, whether it's where you're living right now, at your house right now, or if it's somewhere where you have property that you're going to build your dream home, your forever home on. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on that property, you want to hear this, man. Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts, they're the best in the tree care business, simply the best. And he's been right here in the Houston area, in and around the Houston area, right on the Gulf Coast for 48-plus years, 1.5 million miles he's traveled around Houston over the years, providing the best tree care available. And
Live from Cage and Craven on Beamer Road. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As we've had a great time here today. Yes, we've had a great time in our final stop. The Cage and Craven is a fun spot. I got to come here again.
The top ranked show in the city.
You're damn right. Not only were the bugs really, really good, oysters were good, wings were good. It was all around a fun spot. Great crowd as well. Shout out to everybody who stopped by. We had a lot of fun here today. As it's a good time. And listen, we're here till 6, but this is a good place to get your Friday night started. You still get you some bugs. TVs all over the place. I see some people starting to fall in a little bit for dinner, and you can watch the finals. It'll be a good spot to do so here at the Cage and Craven. Come on out and have a good time. Still do your thing as we had a good time. Congratulations to all our winners who took home some $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And one shout-out to the entire staff here, as you guys have done a great job taking care of us. So we appreciate you, as well as Shay, our promo staff, who always has done a lot of heavy lifting on this 610 Crawfish Circuit. We appreciate you. Our engineer, Aaron, who kept us on the air, it's always a fight. It can be a fight keeping us on the air, also keeping us on YouTube and Twitch as well. Shout out to Tyler holding it down back at the station, as he always does a great job there as well.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
What about Steve and Shannon for making 11, baby?
Steve and Shannon, 11. And they went out there and bought 11 balloons right there, baby.
Number 11, big number 11.
Hour and a half today, man. They said about stop 2, we're gonna come to every one of them. And I'll be honest with you, I said, man, I ain't gonna come to all these things. Not somebody gonna fall through. Hell, I said, hell, me and Clint ain't gonna come to all 11 of them.
Hell, I missed one. Tried to miss about 3 of them.
But no, baby, they came. Hey, I forget which one it was, but they was cutting it. It was about 4:35.
Yeah.
We said, you know what? I shouldn't have brought that back up. Now, Steve.
Yeah, see you over there talking. Man. You done. Steve said he minding his own business, and he over there getting hammered.
But Steve's sitting there. He knows she made y'all late to the last one. But anyway, it's been a fun thing going on with us throughout the day. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Maybe the next punt returner, kickoff returner, Braxton Berrios will join the fellas on Texans All Access. You get to hear from him. As well as Area 45. That's following those fellas 7 to 11, the best sports show at night. Best sports show at night here in Houston. I just want to make sure I add that at night because I know they like to cut that off. Sports show, the best late night sports show. I hate you, man. God, stop.
Was that Creighton?
Man, that's him. Every time he does it. Every time.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. They have Area 45. They have it after Texans All Access. And then, of course, here in a couple of minutes, we'll see what we can do. Tyler has got best bets, and God love him. He comes in with confidence every time. He may go 0 for 6 or 0 for 5, but he completely, like a good cornerback, forgets that last touchdown.
Gotta have amnesia, bro.
You do, man.
Whether it's a big day or a bad day, man, you gotta have that short-term memory, man. Move on to the next.
Before we do get to that, I want to give, and I said this a little bit earlier, I want to give a shout-out to Titus Howard. I am just watching him. Now, we'll see once they start hitting, but just watching how he has decided to embrace, all right, I'm going to be a guard. I'm going to be a guard, and I am going to give every single bit of effort to putting myself in the best position to play the position, and his body has changed. He looks bigger. He looks like he can now sustain that position for 17-plus weeks, and when you got a veteran like that who's already gotten paid, who is now closing in on his next contract, and he got paid as a right tackle, and we remember, Clint, he had on his Twitter that he recently got himself off of, but he had on his Twitter, I'm a right tackle. Remember he put that up on there? After
right tackle for the use.
Right tackle. Right tackle. Made that very clear to go from that guy to say, all right, man, I'll take it. I'll be because this don't work on all the stuff they're doing if he doesn't embrace that.
Yeah.
And so we haven't seen what he's going to do on the field and hadn't seen them hit yet. But I got to give him credit for being that great of a teammate and a guy that says, all right, I'm going to embrace this and go after this. So shout out to Titus Howard for that.
Yeah, look, I think just big shout out for what's gone on the last handful of years, back and forth. I think that's staying positive in that light is pretty solid.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Titus Howard play right guard. One, we hadn't seen him play right guard. Two, I've seen Titus Howard play multiple positions, a lot of football, multiple positions at this point in time. And so looking at it, it's like I do wonder – I hope this is the case anyway. I hope this isn't hey, we'll just move Titus down because it'd be one answer to the guard position and then we can find some tackles. I hope the thought is, hey, man, we really like Titus Howard at guard more so than tackle. Like I hope that is –
You're saying this ain't a necessity move and a move that we feel this gives us the best chance.
I hope the powers that be have watched a lot of Titus Howard and said, hey, we feel like the best spot for you is to put a little weight on, go through the offseason working with a different approach to the game, and which is guard, not tackle, and on the right side where you belong. And let's spend an offseason prepping you for that, and we feel like that could be the best position for you. Not just, well, Titus is an answer at guard. Let's put him there and move on.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that the way that they've handled it screams that that's the case, not the latter. So we'll see.
Shout out to him. We'll see it. I can't wait to see him in pads and him going up against guys like Tim Settle and Foley Fatukasi and things like that from that right guard spot. All right. Tyler, this week was 0 for 5, 3 for 6, 4 for 5, and yesterday 0 for 6. Let's see what he could do with his bets. 32%, no chance to get to the green, but that doesn't mean he doesn't try to get some wins tonight. I would imagine, Clint, he doesn't have space for you. That's just me. So I
got some max bets out there tonight.
I was thinking about whether I wanted to get in or not, but I guess that lets me know.
Nah, man, all these X's I'm seeing on here, that does not look like somebody who's got room. All right, where are you going? Let's make some money, or
try to.
Let's not lose some money tonight. How about we do that? Let's make some money, not lose some money. Let's see some green tonight. And really kind of get this thing going for next week, because obviously this week is completely lost.
Yeah,
all right, what's the best bet?
Like we said earlier, I mean, you folks out there, you drive family, you might just want to fade these. Might be the way to go. I don't know. But I do feel pretty good about a couple of these at least. 6 best bets for you. Game 4 of these NBA Finals between the Thunder and Pacers. 4 of these 6 are player props. First, I got the Pacers +7 tonight. I teased that a little bit. I think the line's closer to 6 or so, but I got Pacers +7 at -127. I think the Thunder win this game tonight, but it's going to be a close one. Next,
the Thunder are 7-point favorites in this game?
No, I think the normal line's like 6, but I teased mine up.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so next I'm on the under in this one. I also teased this one to 228, under 228. I think the line's closer to 226.5, 227. Here are your 4 player props. The Bald Mamba, a.k.a. Alex Caruso, gig 'em. Over 9.5 points. We hit on that last game. Chet Holmgren, the human stick figure, real-life stick figure, under 8.5 rebounds for him. Hit that bet a lot this year. SGA, he is going to go over. He goes over 33.5 points.